This film is purely fictional. Please do not imitate it. Your like and subscribe are the motivation for me to update. Chapter 1. Come on, put your brains here, come back, and get them when you are done. The third year of the extremely cold apocalypse. Big snowflakes were falling from the sky, hitting her thin body. She stood numbly in the ice and snow, blood gushing out of her right shoulder and back, and then instantly solidified into ice, her eyes staring at the front. The man in front of her was holding a pistol and smiling triumphantly, and 4 people surrounded her. Bitch, put down the supplies and get out of here. The leading man shouted arrogantly. Hey, you can let us play for a while, and we can share the supplies with you. One of the younger brothers said. That's fine, ha. Everyone laughed. Fong Xian said nothing, threw away the supplies in her hand and turned around. Just when everyone thought she was going to leave in disgrace, she suddenly jumped up and rushed towards the leading man at a very fast speed. The leading man was shocked and hurriedly raised his gun to shoot. Bang. The gunshot hit Fong Xian's right shoulder, but failed to hit the vital part in the panic. Fong Xian was hit by a bullet, but she did not slow down. She gritted her teeth, approached like a ghost, and slashed with a knife. Puff, the leading man fell down, holding his throat, and his blood dyed the white snow red. Fong Xian quickly snatched the leading man's pistol. Don't move. Seeing this, everyone dared not move forward. Bang, 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 bang. 4 shots fell, and several people fell to the ground with a bullet in the head, and blood flowed out, staining the snow. At close range, every shot hit the vital point. Fong Xian bent down to pick up the supplies on the ground, and turned to leave. She dragged her seriously injured body, and finally returned home before dark. Fong's father came forward anxiously. Xin, how are you? Are you okay? Fong Xian looked pale, and said weakly, Dad, help me find a doctor. Okay, I find one for you, just hold on. Fong's mother looked at Fong Xian, who was covered in blood, and winked at Fong's father, who shook his head at Fong's mother. Fong's mother's face suddenly darkened. Fong Xian was lying in a small utility room, feeling cold and hot all over, and she curled up into a ball. She couldn't remember how many days she had been in a coma. The doctor that Fong's father had promised had not come yet. She is useless. She can't get up after such a minor injury. She might as well die. Fong's mother closed the door of the utility room with a look of disgust. Fong's father sat in the living room and said calmly, She can't die in vain. I send it to Fatty Wong tomorrow. Maybe I can get some rice back. Really, that's great. How long has our family not eaten rice? Then you can send it to her early tomorrow morning. When Fong's mother heard that she could exchange for some rice, her old face brightened up a lot, but then she asked again in confusion. But why did he buy a dying person? Although the dead girl was indeed quite pretty, she was haggard after 2 years of torture. Who would want to look at a half-dead person? It can be made into jerky, which can be eaten for a long time. Fong's father was still indifferent, not caring about his own daughter's life or death. It was like talking about what to eat for dinner, casual and ordinary. Fong Xian opened his eyes at some point, and listened quietly to the conversation between the 2 people in the living room. They were talking so recklessly now, as if they had already treated her as a dead person. Such parents were really disgusting. When they needed her, they used family affection to tie her down, but now it was useless, and while kicking her away, they also squeezed out the last bit of her value. At this moment, her hatred reached its peak. She hated her own stupidity and ignorance, and longed for the family affection that did not exist at all. She hated her father for not fulfilling even a little responsibility. Finally, she made a certain decision. Late at night, when everyone else was sleeping soundly, she supported her seriously injured body, and quietly climbed up. She tightened the dagger in her hand, and took firm steps. The first person she killed was her younger brother Fong Jia. The white knife went in, and the red knife came out, as easy as killing a chicken or a sheep. She was sick, and had a tumor on her body. This tumor had been devouring her life. It didn't matter, just cut it off. She pried open the room of Fong's father and mother. The charcoal fire in the brazier crackled. Looking at the 2 people sleeping soundly, she walked to the bedside, and the hatred in her eyes deepened. He raised the dagger again, gritted his teeth, and used all his strength to stab it into Fong's mother's neck. Puff! Blood spurted out. Warm blood splashed on her face, but she didn't care. Fong Xian used his arm to pull the dagger out of the bone gap. Blood spurted out instantly. Fong's mother's body began to twitch and spasm, waking up Fong's father, who was sleeping next to her. He was a little annoyed that he woke him up in a daze, but suddenly he realized something was wrong. A strong smell of blood filled his nose. He woke up instantly, and his heart was alarmed. He suddenly opened his eyes, and through the faint firelight, he saw Fong Xian, holding a dagger in his hand, and smiling at him. His face, which was bright and dark, was like a demon. He looked down, and saw the bloody neck of Fong's mother. Fong's father felt his scalp tingling, and cold sweat broke out. He looked at the scene in disbelief. He was so scared that he fell off the bed with weak legs, and his voice trembled. What are you doing? Are you crazy? Fong Xian looked at him coldly. If you don't want me to live, then you all die, and you all come down to be buried with me. Father Fong's eyes glared. Why did you do this? We are your parents. Fong Xian sneered. Giving birth to a child but not raising it, harming your own flesh and blood. Is this how you act as a parent? Father Fong's eyes turned from horror to viciousness. He looked at the weak and thin Fong Xian, and he wanted to skin Fong Xian alive. I was really scared by the bloody scene. She was half dead, a useless piece of trash with no fighting power. She could be crushed to death with just one finger. Then he stood up straight, his eyes fierce. Without me, there would be no you. You don't know how to be grateful at all. You are as ungrateful as your dead mother. I've been so good to you. Why did you betray me? You all deserve to die, all deserve to die. Fong Xian was a little dazed. Since his parents divorced when he was 3 years old, his biological mother has never appeared again. She seemed to have forgotten her existence, and the figure in the memory was already blurred. Fong's father looked sinister, and stepped forward and kicked the dagger in Fong Xian's hand away. Then he raised his leg and kicked out again. Fong Xian immediately came back to her senses. Seeing Fong's father raising his leg, she raised her right hand calmly. Fong's father didn't know why she raised her hand. Maybe she was powerless to struggle, or maybe she was unwilling to die. He thought so with disdain. The speed of his attack did not stop. His eyes were sinister. Bitch, I will kill you today. Suddenly his face changed suddenly, his pupils contracted violently, and he saw a pistol appear out of thin air in Fong Xian's hand. Fong's father cried out in horror. No. Bang, bang, bang. 3 gunshots. The only 3 bullets left in the magazine were all fired. One of the bullets hit the heart. This is impossible. How could he die? He stared in surprise, his eyes wide open, and he died with his eyes open. Fong Xian's unfocused eyes watched Fong's father fall down, and finally lost his strength. His body hit the floor with a plop. His body temperature dropped rapidly, and darkness pressed down heavily. She felt that her heavy body was falling into a bottomless abyss. Her limbs seemed to be frozen, and there was only endless silence around her. Suddenly, a warm current enveloped her whole body, dispelling the coldness in her body, and her body stopped falling and landed on solid ground. Then she felt her body lying in a comfortable and warm place. It was great. It seemed good to die in a sweet dream. Shinjin, hurry up, we're going to be late. Okay, don't rush me, I'll be there soon. I can't put on my makeup if you rush me. Can't you get up earlier, lazy bug? Suddenly, a noisy voice came into her ears. This dream was too real. It felt like the sound was right next to her ear. She suddenly opened her eyes, and saw the white ceiling. She sat up stiffly, her eyes moving slowly. What happened? Wasn't she dead? She looked around blankly. Small room, small window. Past memories flashed before her eyes, like movie clips. Isn't this the rental house she rented before going to college? Rental house in City B? Fong Xian blinked in disbelief. She stretched out her hands. Although they were black and rough, they had no frostbite or wounds. Her body was intact. Fong Xian quickly got out of bed and opened the door. There were several rooms connected by the corridor. Her room was next to the bathroom. There was a sound of water splashing inside. Someone was washing. This scene, this layout. That's right. This is the rental house where I lived when I worked during the summer vacation before going to college. The rental house has 4 large rooms and 1 small room. Only Fong Xian's room was the smallest. It should have been a storage room, but it was converted into a small bedroom and rented to Fong Xian. Of course, it was also the cheapest. Am I back? Chapter 2. This is too fantastic, unbelievable. Her face was filled with uncontrollable joy. Good morning, Shinshin. A voice sounded. Fong Xian came back to his senses, staring blankly at the woman in front of him, unable to remember who she was. After all, it had been too long, and he had only lived here for less than 3 months, so he couldn't remember who she was at all. What's wrong with you? Are you sick? The woman asked in confusion. Fong Xian smiled awkwardly. No, I just felt a little bit hot. Oh, I'm glad you're fine. I won't tell you anymore. I'm going to work, and I'm going to be late. After saying goodbye to her roommate, Fong Xian hurried back to her little room. She clenched her fists. She was so excited that her heart was beating fast. She couldn't believe it at all. This was real. She took the ring off her hand. She remembered that she had picked it up on her way home from get off work when she came to the city to work in her previous life. It was neither gold nor silver, but she liked the style very much, so she kept it. She didn't expect that this ring would bring her such a great opportunity. She suspected that it was a magical instrument dropped by a god, so she was lucky enough to pick it up. When she was seriously injured, the blood stained the ring hanging around her neck and accidentally opened the space. She was shocked by the sudden change at that time. She quickly found a needle, pierced her finger, squeezed out a drop of blood, and dripped it on the ring. Fearing that one drop was not enough, she dripped several drops in succession. Fong Xian held his breath and stared at the changes in the ring without blinking. Got it. After a while, the ring slowly absorbed the blood. When all the blood was absorbed, a familiar dark light lit up, and then the ring disappeared. Instantly, there was a sharp pain in the brain, as if being pricked by many needles, and then a pulling force came, pulling Fong Xian into another environment. Fong Xian collapsed to the ground, covering her head for a long time, and when the stinging sensation disappeared, she saw the familiar black soil in front of her. A large piece of black soil. She grabbed a handful of black soil. The soil was soft, without the slightest hardness and lumps. It is the best black soil. Fong Xian was overjoyed. Great, her space is back. The space is divided into two parts. One is a static storage space, about 30,000 square meters and 36 meters high. Whatever you put in, you will take out the same. No matter how long you keep it, you don't have to worry about it going bad. She once put a lot of snow in the static space, and the snow would not melt no matter how long it was left. The other part is a dynamic space, a fertile black soil, about 3,000 square meters, about 4.5 acres. In the extremely cold and low temperature, no plants can survive. Without food to produce, human survival is very difficult. With this piece of land, she has the confidence to survive. As long as she is diligent, there will be food to eat, and she will never have to go hungry again. This is a priceless treasure. Storage space cannot store living things, but dynamic space can enter living things, and there is no time limit. Livestock must be raised, reproduce and give birth, and resources are sustainable. There is no shortage of fresh meat to eat. It's a pity that the space was open too late in the previous life. It was only open for 2 or 3 days before the Fong family died together. There was no time to stock up supplies. There is a treasure of astonishing magnitude, but no place to use it. Fong Xian picked up her phone and checked the time. The current time is 6:29 on July 24th, 20XX. There is still 1 month before the end of the world. Fortunately, she still has time to prepare. The beginning of the end of the world was a blizzard and extreme cold, and many people died in the low temperature that night. The world entered the Ice Age, which was really the beginning of hell. The low buildings will be slowly submerged by the heavy snow. The temperature gradually dropped to more than 60 degrees below zero. Strong winds cut off power lines and power grids, causing power outages and network outages. Soon, water pipes burst and water was cut off. The extreme cold had not ended the year she died, and it lasted for more than 2 years. What natural disasters would happen after the extreme cold? When would the natural disasters end? These are all unknown. So we need to stockpile as much supplies as possible to deal with various natural disasters. Others don't have this condition, but she has space. To be on the safe side, she still needs to stockpile enough supplies for 100 years, so that even if the natural disaster ends, she won't have to worry about food and clothing. It's a good idea, but the problem now is no money. She is just an ordinary person, without parents or relatives to support her, and she doesn't have a net worth of over 100 million yuan. She saved the 20,000 yuan by doing odd jobs and living frugally to save enough for college tuition. What should I do? Can I rely on the opportunity of foresight to let her cheat or something and get rich overnight? Lottery? Forget it. Lottery is definitely not an option, and she has never paid attention to lottery, and she doesn't know the winning numbers. Even if she knows, she won't give you a chance. Stock trading? Fong Xian thought about it for a long time, but there was no answer. In my last life, I was trying my best to earn a living and save money for tuition fees. I had no time to pay attention to other things. Alas, I really missed 100 million. If I had known that I would have a chance to be reborn, I should have paid more attention. Suddenly, an idea came to my mind, and her idea took shape in her mind. Fong Xian smiled evilly. That's right, stealing. Although it's immoral, what's the use of that thing in the end of the world? Of course, I can't steal from ordinary people. Ordinary people are so innocent. If I want to steal, I will steal from those treacherous and evil people, the kind of people who make money from national disasters and suck the blood of ordinary people. Don't be anxious, think carefully about who to attack, and prepare what you need in advance. How to plan the rules. Although the end of the world is coming, it will be over if you are caught in the early stage. Fong Xian planned and determined the target and ran downstairs quickly. Time was tight. When the unit door was opened, a ray of warm sunlight shone into the door. Sprinkled on her body, the whole person was warm. She hasn't felt such warmth for a long time. The whole person was comfortable, even the pores were stretched. Fong Xian took a deep breath and greedily sucked in the air. It was fragrant, too fragrant. This was the smell of life. There were many pedestrians on the street, and vehicles were flowing continuously. People had no idea that the disaster was coming, and they were still in a hurry, busy at work and school as before. The prosperous scene was like a painting. A painting that will never be forgotten no matter how many years later, a painting deeply engraved in everyone's heart. A magnificent painting left in the torrent of history. Fong Xian took a taxi, and went straight to the seed market to plant the space quickly. The earlier you plant, the earlier you will harvest. Fong Xian only bought some seeds, and she will plant them first, and buy more when she has money. She has a planting space, so of course the more seeds the better. Buy some grass seeds, which are very cheap and sold by kilogram. Plan to spread some grass seeds in the mobile space to raise some livestock. The mobile space must be used to the fullest, and its value must be maximized. There are also wild vegetable seeds, and they should be bought. There are also agricultural tools that must be used for farming, which must be bought. Hoe, triangular hoe, sickle, round-head iron shovel, square-head iron shovel, wooden shovel, plastic shovel, 6-tooth rake, 14-tooth rake, 4-tooth fork, 10 of each. While shopping, Fong Xian saw a small machine that she didn't recognize. The boss saw that she bought a lot of farm tools and was interested in this machine, so he quickly introduced it. This is a small tillage machine that can dig ditches, ridges, and tumble the land. It's perfect for the vegetable garden at home. There's a switch on the handle. Press the switch and push it forward. It's easy to use. Fong Xian thought it was good and very labor-saving. She had originally prepared to dig the soil bit by bit with a hoe. I didn't expect there was such a machine. I had to buy it. The boss said it used diesel. It didn't matter. It didn't matter. As long as it saved effort, it was worth it. I go to the gas station and buy 2 barrels of diesel first. Large watering cans, each the size of a bucket, 10 high-pressure water guns, and water pipes, soft water pipes and hard water pipes, each 100 meters long. I went to several places and bought some things I needed here and there. Finally, I bought 2 barrels of diesel and returned home with a full load. Chapter 3. I entered the space as soon as possible and started to work impatiently. She planned to divide the dynamic space into 2 parts. One part was used to raise some livestock and plant some fruit trees. They looked beautiful when they bloomed and the fruits were edible. Then, grass seeds were sprinkled on them to grow green grass, which could also be used to feed livestock and save some money on feed. It was perfect. The other part was used to grow grain and vegetables. The grass seeds were scattered casually without watering or covering the soil. It was done quickly. The germination rate of grass was very high, so there was no need to worry too much. I also scattered some wild vegetable seeds such as motherwort, bitter sesame, purslane, shepherd's purse, etc. Even if it is for small animals to eat, the varieties should be diversified and not too monotonous. After leaving the space and coming to the bathroom, everyone else was at work at this time, and there was no one in the room. Fong Xian took out 10 watering buckets from the space, and then took out a hose, and connected it to the faucet, and began to collect water bucket by bucket. After 2 trips back and forth, the land where vegetables were to be planted was wetted. Then he filled 10 watering buckets, and put them into the space for backup. Fong Xian suddenly thought, why didn't I buy a few large plastic buckets? Those can hold a lot of water. It was really a mistake. I will buy a few next time. Spread the vegetable seeds evenly, and cover them with a thin layer of soil. Then I started to make ridges. I took out the small machine I bought today, installed the plow, added oil, adjusted the machine, and pressed the switch. At the beginning, the ridges were a bit shallow. I adjusted the height of the plow. After I got familiar with the use of the machine, the ridges were very good, easy to use, and very convenient. All the ridges were finally built. I spent most of the day in the space farming, sweating profusely, unable to straighten my back, and blisters on both hands. But I felt at ease. These are all food for survival, so I am happy even if I am tired. At 7:30 p.m., in the villa in the eastern suburbs, a bald middle-aged man opened the door of the villa, and just as he was about to close the door, something seemed to hit him hard on the back of his neck. His head sank, and he lost consciousness. The man in black behind him waved his hands. The quality of sleep is really good. He fell asleep right away. Yes, the man in black was Fong Xian in disguise, wearing a wig, dark yellow skin, splayed eyebrows, triangular eyes, and looking a little vicissitudes of life. He wore a black shirt and black pants, stuffed 2 pieces of clothes on his stomach and tied them up, showing a small belly, and wore a pair of shoes with insoles, which were 4 centimeters higher. That was all that could be done in terms of details. It was a bit hot to wear like this, but there was no way, so he could only bear it. In her pocket was the signal blocker she had bought at great expense in the afternoon, which was used to block the surrounding surveillance and other electronic equipment. She remembered that in her previous life, there was a corrupt official who hid all his money in a villa in the eastern suburbs. This villa was only for money, and no one lived there. Even his wife was unaware of it, and would come to check it out every day after get off work. This incident was on the hot search for 3 days, so she remembered it vividly. After closing the door, she took out the shoe covers and gloves from her pocket, and put them on to wipe off all traces of coming in. She started searching room by room, including the kitchen and bathroom, leaving no corner untouched. Finally, she found a locked room on the right side of the first floor. Her intuition told her that anything locked must have good stuff inside. She quickly ran back and started searching the man's body, and soon took out a key from his jacket pocket. There were 2 keys in total. The larger one should be the door key, and the other should be the room key. With a click sound, the door of the room opened. Shocked, unbelievable. Fong Xian's eyes were shining with gold. Oh my god, I got rich, I got rich. What caught my eye was a room full of red banknotes, all cash, and each shelf was stuffed full. There were 6 large shelves in total, with a total of 4 layers. My goodness, how much is this? This man is really greedy. Without stopping for a moment, he immediately stepped forward and touched each one, and the place he touched disappeared instantly. His heart was beating violently. Although he was a little nervous, he had no sense of guilt. How could a corrupt official be a good person? Collect everything. After searching the second floor again without any results, he stepped over the man who fainted on the ground and quietly left. There were few taxis in the villa area, and he walked a long way before he got a taxi. After driving for a while, he got off the car, found a shopping mall, and went into the bathroom. He changed all his clothes and put on another outfit. His eyebrows were replaced by broom eyebrows, and his triangular eyes were replaced by phoenix eyes. From then on, an ordinary boy was born. He got off the car halfway again, saw an old residential area, followed the crowd and mixed in, found a broken unit door, and walked in naturally, creating the illusion that the man had already arrived home. If the clues were found here, it would buy him some time. Fong Xian hid in the space, changed her makeup, and dressed very simply, so that she would not be noticeable even in the crowd. She stayed in the space for more than an hour before coming out. She bet that the other party would never call the police, and if they wanted to investigate, they would only investigate secretly by themselves, and they would not be able to find anything on her for a while. As long as this month passed, she would not be afraid at all. As she walked, a meaty aroma suddenly wafted in the air. Fong Xian took a deep breath of the aroma, and her mouth was watering with greed. Although her body was back, her soul was still in the hungry end of the world. She couldn't remember how long it had been since she had eaten meat. No, she hadn't filled her stomach for a long time. She hadn't eaten proper food for a long time. She seemed to have not eaten anything all day. She didn't care about her rumbling stomach. After all, it was common to be hungry in the end times, and she was used to it. She strode into a XX private restaurant, watching the guests at other tables eating, and swallowed uncontrollably. The waiter came forward with a notebook. How many beauties? Fong Xian raised a finger. 1. What do you want to eat? 2 servings of braised pork, 1 serving of sweet and sour pork ribs, 2 bowls of rice, and a bottle of Coke. The waiter asked in confusion, Can you finish it? Fong Xian nodded with certainty. Yes. Okay, please wait. More than 10 minutes later, Fong Xian's dish was finally served. She was so impatient waiting. She immediately picked up a large piece of meat and stuffed it into her mouth. It smelled so good. It smelled so good. Her brain stopped thinking completely, and she just kept eating. It was so delicious that it made her want to fly. She ordered a lot of dishes during the meal, calculating the time so that she could take them away after the meal. Braised pork, sweet and sour spare ribs, tomato stewed beef brisket, preserved vegetable braised pork, braised chicken, 10 portions each, and free rice. She never had enough to eat in the apocalypse, often going hungry for 9 meals out of 3 days. Sometimes she had to stuff anything into her mouth quickly, otherwise it would be snatched away by others. She never wanted to experience the feeling of hunger again. When the last sip of Coke went into her stomach, she burped comfortably and touched her bulging belly. Happiness. Satisfaction. The happiest thing in the world is to fill your stomach. After Fong Xian finished eating, she waited for a while until all the dishes were ready, packed them up, paid, and went out with a big bag in one hand. She found a blind spot in the surveillance camera and threw the things in her hand directly into the space. Chapter 4. There was no wind at night, and the air was sticky and clung to her body. But she didn't mind the heat. This was the feeling of being alive, and she liked this feeling. She found a place to hide in the space to remove her makeup, and restored her original appearance, and then walked back to the rental house. Back to the rental house, picked up simple toiletries. Her body was full of sticky sweat. She wanted to take a hot bath. She walked lightly into the bathroom. At this time, most of the roommates were asleep, and it was not good to make too much noise and wake others up. Turn on the shower, the water flows down. When the warm water flows all over the body, every pore feels slowly stretched, extremely comfortable. She has to be the last one in the family. How can the Fong family bear to use the resources on her? It's like digging their flesh. She dare not use cold water. It's easy to catch a cold and get sick. After being seriously injured and abandoned by her relatives, she finally understood. Not all relatives are called relatives. Not all relatives are worthy of being treated with all their heart. Fong Xian took a shower and lay on the bed, feeling very excited. He had never seen so much money in his 2 lives. When his consciousness entered the space, he was still shocked by the amount of money. He roughly counted it, and it was about 234.5 million. Fong Xian rolled over on the bed happily. He screamed in his heart. Roar, roar, roar. This time he had money to stock up. The night was very dark at this time, and the moon was hanging high in the night sky. The moonlight poured into the house through the window. The middle-aged man in the villa woke up slowly under the dim moonlight above his head, and his head was still a little dizzy. He sat up, and was confused for a while before he remembered what happened. He stood up in panic, and quickly ran to the room where the money was hidden. When he saw that the shelf was empty, he was stunned and his mind went blank. He closed the door again. Then he opened it again. Still empty. This is impossible. It's all gone. He put all the money there in bundles and piles by himself, and he didn't move a penny, but today it's all gone. Who is it? The middle-aged man shouted heartbreakingly. He spat out a mouthful of blood, tilted his head, and fainted. Fong Xian lay on the bed, writing a stockpile list with a pen. Food, clothing, housing and transportation all need to be prepared. It is important to have a safe place to live in the end times. Who knows what kind of natural disasters there will be, such as terrible acid rain, earthquakes, and floods. These must be considered and prepared in advance. So it costs a lot of money to build a safe house with acid rain-proof materials. It is also necessary to stock up some hot weapons. There are many jackals, tigers, and leopards. It is difficult for a person to fight alone without hot weapons to protect himself. How to stock up on supplies? It is definitely not possible to go back and forth to buy and transport goods by yourself. It is too time-consuming and labor-intensive, and it will also bring disaster. She decided to open a supermarket to cover it up. The lower the profile, the better. As long as you get through this month, everything will be fine. She was so excited that she couldn't sleep at all, so she simply flashed into the space to plant the land. Take out some potatoes, cut them into pieces with buds, dig a hole, water them, throw the potato pieces into the hole, cover them with soil, and then gently step on them with your feet. After planting potatoes, I successfully exhausted myself. There are still many that I haven't planted yet. Forget it, I do it later. You can't get fat in one bite. She successfully exhausted herself, washed up in the space, left the space, and finally fell asleep on the bed. It felt like she had just laid down for a while, when she was woken up by the vibrating phone. Fong Xian grabbed the phone irritably. The caller ID showed Mom. What bad luck. She hung up without hesitation. Blocked? Then she was bombarded with phone calls from Fang's father, and she was also locked up in this small dark room. Her good brother, who she hadn't contacted for 800 years, also called to show his concern, and she was also sent to the small dark room, locked up with his parents. A family should be neat and tidy. I didn't expect this family to bombard her with WeChat. Block them all. Nothing is more important than stocking up. I changed my phone and number later to avoid bothering her all the time. It's true that a rat will come into the house for no reason. These little Karami will be cleaned up after she finishes stocking up and has time. In her previous life, she asked her family for tuition, but they ignored her. Suddenly one day, they came to school. She thought they were here to give her tuition, and was very happy. Unexpectedly, he scolded her as soon as they met. At school, she made up lies in front of everyone, and her good stepmother sat on the ground and cried, portraying her as an unfaithful and unfilial person. She didn't go back to visit the elderly, who cared for her, and loved her when they were sick. Her good father and brother also cried sadly, which made everyone feel pity and sympathy. Parents said that their children were unfilial, as if there was no need for evidence at all. Everyone believed that even a tiger would not eat its own cubs, and they convicted them directly. At the age of 18, she had no experience in the world, and was at a loss. She didn't know what to do. Seeing others look at her strangely, pointing fingers at her, no one believed her, and she had no way to defend herself. The school principal knew about this matter, but he didn't want to know the truth at all. He was only worried that this matter would bring a bad negative impact to the school, and affect the school's reputation. He severely criticized Fang Xian, as if she was guilty of a heinous crime. Others pointed fingers at her, others belittled her, and she really thought she was terrible at that time. She fell into self-doubt, became sensitive and inferior. Fang Xian still remembers the ugly face under the kind face. Finally, their goal was achieved, and Fang Xian was forcibly taken back home. She didn't expect that her parents would arrange a marriage for her without her consent. What a disgusting and common plot, it actually happened to her. Regardless of the man's character, whether he was suitable or not, they just wanted the 500,000 yuan gift. Unexpectedly, the extreme cold suddenly came the next day, and Fang Xian thought she had escaped. But she didn't know that the real hell was waiting for her. Her life was wrong step by step, and she made mistakes step by step. She will go and get this debt back. Not a single one will be left behind. As soon as the car rental company opened, Fang Xian walked in. The most urgent thing for her now is to rent a car. It is too much trouble to take a taxi every day, and it is not convenient to travel. Every time she collects things, she can use the car as a cover. Of course she has to buy a car. Buying too many cars at once in China is too easy to attract attention, and the procedures are too complicated. After all the things are dealt with in the next few days, she will move abroad. She now has a general plan. Don't be chaotic, don't panic, take it step by step. After looking around, she picked out an off-road vehicle with a higher chassis. The blizzard closed the city, and all the cars could not be driven out. Naturally, no one would come to return the car. At that time, everyone was busy with their own affairs, so who would care if you didn't return the car? So why not rent a better car? After all, this car will be yours in the future. Direct cash payment, 11,000 per month. She drove out of the rental car happily, and drove to the next mission location, the real estate agency. Chapter 5. Fang Xian walked into the real estate agency, and a cool breeze dispelled the heat on Fang Xian's body. The central air conditioning was turned on, and it was very cool. The staff inside just glanced at her a few times, and did not take the initiative to come forward. Old employees have a long work experience, and they can also see who can make a deal. But this little girl is dressed simply, and looks childish. She doesn't look like she wants to buy a house at all, but like she is looking for a job. Fang Xian looked around, and saw that no one was waiting for her, and she understood. She shouted, I want to buy a supermarket, who should I contact? A man who looked like a manager just raised his eyelids and glanced at Fang Xian, then waved to the new intern, Shaoli, go and receive him. Shaoli looked at Fang Xian, who was even younger than himself, and hesitated a little. The chances of making a deal were really low. It was so hot, he didn't want to go out, it would be a waste of time, but he was a new intern and had no right to pick and choose customers. So she adjusted her expression, put on a fake smile, and went over to meet him. Hello ma'am, how can I help you? Are there any supermarkets or pharmacies for sale? I want to buy one. Want to stock up on supplies. Only if the store buys in large quantities will it not arouse suspicion. Or maybe she is just worrying about nothing, and no one takes her seriously. But no matter what, it's always right to be low-key. And medicines are important supplies for prolonging life. After the end of the world, with extreme weather, people are prone to illness, and sometimes just a small cold can kill people. It is very difficult for people to survive without medicine when they are sick. You can imagine how precious a pill of medicine is. In the later period, it is even more expensive. In the end times, if you want to survive well, food and medicine are the top priorities. Anyway, she has space and a place to store them, and they will not go bad. Okay, this way, please. Fong Xian followed the intern to the reception area. After Fong Xian sat down, the intern brought an iPad to Fong Xian. Here is the information of several supermarkets and pharmacies. Please take a look. It contains the detailed address, all the information about the store, and pictures of the interior of the store. Can we discuss the price over the phone? Fong Xian asked. Sure. This is good. You don't have to run to each store one by one. You can call to negotiate the price of the store you like. If the price is right, you can go directly to take a look. You don't have to waste time. You can complete it within one day. At this time, the interns don't want to run to each store one by one. It's better to run less if possible. It's useless anyway. Fong Xinxin then picked 2 stores, but they didn't offer discounts on price, so she gave up. Although she had money, she wasn't a sucker. She called 2 more stores, which were not on the same street, but not too far from each other. After negotiating the price, the other party didn't ask for a high price, and she was quite satisfied with the price. Fong Xian had no requirements for the location. Anywhere was fine, as long as the store wasn't too big, and it wasn't a large supermarket. There was no need to waste money. It took her a whole morning to find a supermarket and a pharmacy and negotiate the price. Intern Xiao Li was confused. Is it done? This is too fast. Some people have to run around for several days, and they are still hesitant and can't make up their minds. They have to toss for several days. This girl actually got it done in one morning. She felt like she was dreaming. She got the order. Fong Xian used the excuse of going to the car to give money, but in fact she took the money out of the space, counted it, and packed it. Half an hour later, Fong Xian returned with an extra urea bag in her hand. It took nearly 2 hours to complete all the procedures. Both parties completed the transaction happily. Fong Xian took out 2 large black plastic bags from the urea bag and handed them to both parties. You count. Everyone, Good man, the urea bag in your hand is full of money. You are still carrying the money bag around. Who would believe it if you tell others? At this moment, the intern Xiao Li was full of excitement. He thought he would go in vain, but he didn't expect to get a deal. Such a big pie fell on his head. He still feels dizzy now. He vowed that he would never judge people by appearance again, and would treat every customer seriously. The supermarket has 2 floors, 380 square meters in total. Including the rent for 3 months and the goods in the store, the total cost is 2.1 million. The first floor has vegetable and fruit areas, snack areas, rice and flour areas, beverage areas, 2 display refrigerators, and 2 freezers. The second floor is mostly daily necessities. There are a lot of things. Except for the lack of large household appliances, everything else is basically available. The pharmacy is 390 square meters and costs 2.35 million. On the left side of the door is the Chinese medicine counter, and on the right side is the Western medicine counter. This is also where Fong Xian is quite satisfied. Both Chinese and Western medicines are available, and it is very convenient to purchase goods. She also checked the warehouse rental information online. The warehouse must be far away from residential areas. To prevent being targeted by people with ulterior motives, more people means more trouble. She simply has no time to deal with those messy troubles, so she tries to avoid them as much as possible. Fong Xian rented a warehouse not far from the supermarket and pharmacy, about 20 minutes by car. This should be a private warehouse. There is a yard at the entrance, and there is also a tin house in the yard, which should be for the warehouse manager to live in. The lease must start in March, so I rented it for 3 months. Overall, I am very satisfied. The preliminary plan has been completed, and the next step is to keep purchasing goods. She has completed the class leap from an ordinary citizen to a small boss with a small asset. Well, it feels good, very happy. I looked at the old mobile phone in my hand. This old mobile phone is too unsuitable for the identity of a boss. I looked up and looked around, found a nearby mobile phone store, bought a new mobile phone, and bought a new card to replace it. She threw the old phone into her space, not wanting to be disturbed by certain people. She had a lot of things to do now, and didn't have time to deal with them. Thinking that she wouldn't be able to watch movies or TV in the future without the internet, she immediately decided to download more things to kill time when she was bored. She plunged into the computer mall. Going into any counter randomly was not random. Go to the counter that has less business. The counter with good business may not be the first to do your business. Hello, beautiful lady, what do you need? The boy in his early 20s greeted enthusiastically. I want to buy some hard drives and download some things. Can I download them? Yes, I must. Movies, TV series, cartoons, sketches, variety shows, documentaries, planting, breeding, medicine, machinery, cooking, standalone games, etc. in the past 20 years. It's just a download. So just download everything that can be downloaded and save it for future use. The boy was a little surprised after hearing Fong Xian's request. So many? Fong Xian lied casually. I don't know, I'm just an employee. I do whatever the boss asks me to do. The boy smiled. There are many things to download, and I need to use a lot of mobile hard drives. Selling hard drives can make a lot of money. As long as I can make money, who cares? There are a lot of things to download, and I may need a lot of hard drives, and I'm definitely too busy to handle it alone, so the price may be a little higher. Fong Xian understood. Okay, you can sort it out, the more the better, but don't repeat it. Classify the files, put labels on them, and don't download them in a mess. Okay, just wait and see. Fong Xian paid a deposit of 6,000 yuan, and agreed to pick it up in a week. Chapter 6. After leaving the computer city, I turned to the night market, went shopping, and bought some food and daily necessities. At this time, the night market was crowded, with people bustling and noisy. The aroma of food was floating everywhere, full of the breath of life. Fong Xian plunged in. Stinky tofu, grilled gluten, grilled cold noodles, grilled oysters, grilled sausages, fried chicken nuggets, rigiamo, spicy hot pot, hot and sour noodles, pan-fried buns, hairy eggs, grilled corn, grilled potatoes, all 50 servings each. After making them, she happily loaded them into the car again and again. These are all delicacies that you will never be able to eat in the future. Bye. As she walked, she was attracted by a stall, which was a stall selling lemon chicken feet. The old lady shouted loudly to the crowd. Fong Xian walked over. How much is it? The old lady saw Fong Xian and immediately greeted her enthusiastically. 31 yuan per pound. It's delicious, little girl. Why don't you try it? It doesn't matter if it doesn't taste good. As she said that, she picked up a chicken foot neatly and put it on a small plate, and handed it to Fong Xian enthusiastically. It looked good, and Fong Xian really wanted to buy it. If the taste was average, she would buy less, and if it tasted good, she would buy more. The main reason was that the old lady was too enthusiastic, and she couldn't bear to refuse. Fong Xian took it and tasted it. The sour and spicy taste burst in the mouth all at once, which was very satisfying. Fong Xian nodded while eating. Well, it's not bad. I made this myself. It's clean, would you like some? After saying that, the old lady wiped the sweat off her face with a towel around her neck. Fong Xian nodded. I want them all. Can you give me a discount? All? The old lady was a little bit unbelievable. Generally, they want 1 or 2 kilograms, but there are also people who want 3 or 5 kilograms. Did she hear it wrong? Yes, I want them all. How much do you have left? There are probably more than 40 kilograms left. Are you sure you want them all? Fong Xian nodded. Yes, I am sure. The old lady was very happy, and her wrinkles deepened a little when she smiled. I give you a discount of 2 yuan for that kilogram. Okay, thank you, Grandma. 43 Jean, the old lady gave a discount, and spent 1,240 yuan. She squeezed out of the crowd with 2 large bags of chicken feet, got into the car, and put all the things into the space with a big wave of her hand. She took out a bottle of ice water from the space, drank most of the bottle, took out a towel and poured some ice water, and then used the cold wet towel to apply to her face, and the burning sensation on her body was relieved. It's the end of August now, and it's still so hot. There was no coolness at all in the evening. It was hot and stuffy, and even if there was wind, it was sticky, which was very abnormal. Thinking carefully, this might be a warning before the end of the world, alerting people to the abnormal weather, but no one cared. She rested for a while, then rushed into the night market again. She ordered 5 barbecues, 30 skewers of each. Lamb, beef, chicken wings, bacon rolls, enoki mushrooms, tendons, prawns, bone and meat, pork cartilage, yuanbao tendons, kidneys, leeks, eggplant, potato chips, and dried tofu rolls. The boss also gave discounts for buying more. Finally, all the barbecues were moved into the car. When she arrived near the community, she saw that the restaurants were still open, so she collected some finished dishes. Chicken stewed with mushrooms, chopped pepper fish head, braised spare ribs, spare rib rice cake, shredded potatoes, 3 fresh delicacies, black pepper chicken legs, honey chicken wings, fish-flavored shredded pork, tomato and potato stewed beef brisket, chestnut braised chicken, halal sea bass, 10 portions of each, 3 stores in total. And milk tea, went to 2 more milk tea shops. Pearl milk tea, taro ball milk tea, red bean milk tea, ice cream, sundae, 50 portions of each, put all the finished products into the space, and returned to the dormitory after 11 o'clock. But I couldn't sleep yet, so I flashed into the space again and started to work hard on the land, and planted some corn for the rest. Corn is a coarse grain that can be eaten in many ways, and has high nutritional value. Pick up the hoe, dig holes one by one, make water, and plant seeds. The planting is almost done, and it is getting late, so I have to go to bed quickly. The next day, she went to a headhunting company without stopping to recruit a professional who knows construction. She wanted to build a sturdy house that could withstand natural disasters and resist the covetousness of others. Of course, a house is one of the most important supplies for food, clothing, shelter, and transportation. No matter where you go, you don't have to worry about having no place to live. When you want to leave, just throw the house into the space, and it is convenient to carry. Building a safe house is time-consuming and labor-intensive, and she can't do it alone, so she needs to find someone to help her. Through navigation, she found a small headhunting company. Successfully recruited a professional who understands construction and can speak Mandarin. I used to work under an engineer, that is, an apprentice. But it is enough, I don't need him to do it, I just need him to supervise the quality of materials and the progress of the project. This person is 29 years old this year. His name is Li Xiao. He is a man who is not very tall and a little thin. Fong Xian wondered if such a thin person could survive the doomsday. The two successfully signed a contract, with an annual salary of 300,000. In fact, it doesn't matter whether to sign a contract or not, anyway, everyone will be unemployed in a month. But the process should still be followed, and people can't do it without signing a contract. When he heard Fong Xian's request, he was a little unbelievable. He had built many houses in his life, but he had never seen such a weird employer. It had to be cold-proof, high-temperature resistant, and corrosion-resistant. His job was to follow up on the construction and supervision of the house, as well as the acceptance. After thinking carefully, this job was much easier than before, and he could earn more than before. He got the drawings Fong Xian gave him. It was a small mobile villa with a loft on the second floor. Looking closely, he actually saw a Kong and a stove, and a heater and a boiler, whose mobile villa would be built like this. This train of thought is really weird. Leave soon? Leave, where to? Li Xiao, who was in a trance, came back to his senses and looked at this young girl with a strange mind. Country C. Oh sure. The boss, do you want to stay in Country C forever? No, I will come back after the house is built. Okay, I will follow your instructions. So Fong Xian booked a flight to Country C. Li Xiao was very satisfied with this job, although the employer was a little bit stupid, with money to burn and nothing to do. But with this stable job, plus the previous savings, I can pay a down payment in the suburbs, buy a second-hand house, and prepare to get married. But I didn't know that this job would end in 1 month. Of course, there is another important task when going to Country C, which is to buy some self-defense weapons, hot weapons, and cold weapons. Hot weapons are indispensable to ensure personal safety. As the saying goes, others store grain and I store wood warehouses, and others are my granaries. These things are legal in Country C, and there is no need to find a way, because their biggest tax revenue comes from wood warehouses and machinery. Fong Xian followed Li Xiao back to get his passport. After dropping the car downstairs of Li Xiao's house, the two took a taxi directly to the airport. Chapter 7. Country C. After leaving the airport, the two people did not adjust to the jet lag, and took a taxi directly to the construction company. The company has a high degree of integrity, and a good reputation in the industry, but the price is not cheap. From beginning to end, Li Xiao negotiated with the manager, and she just sat aside and listened quietly. In the end, the price was 16.5 million, and the project was completed within 20 days. 6 million was paid first, and the rest was to be settled after completion. I thought that I could make some money by installment, But Fong Xian had no fixed assets in Country C, and nothing to mortgage, so I could only pay in full, which was really a pity. The house was built in an abandoned factory not far away. The terrain there is open and flat, and most importantly, there is no one there, which makes it easy to store it in the space later. So the rest of the work was handed over to Li Xiao. The house has been settled, and the next step is to buy some cars for easy travel. 2 military off-road vehicles, 2 off-road RVs, and 2 off-road motorcycles. All modified, explosion-proof, corrosion-proof, and high-temperature-proof, and the tires must also be modified to be puncture-proof. The Seiki index is absolutely full. Another Carlman King was ordered. This car is so cool and beautiful. Every part of it is in line with Fong Xian's aesthetic taste. He really couldn't resist the temptation, so he bought one and also asked for a full body modification. I also asked for 3 sets of spare parts for all the cars. They also asked for the modification to be completed within 20 days, and I paid a deposit. I also bought 2 snowmobiles and 2 snowmobiles. These cars did not need to be modified, and I paid the full amount. They were transported to an abandoned factory in the suburbs and stored in the space when no one was there. After the cars were done, I had to prepare some self-defense weapons. The whole street was full of knife shops. I walked into any one of them and saw all kinds of bows, crossbows, knives and sticks hanging on the wall. She felt dazzled, but she immediately fell in love with a small black compound crossbow. This size was just right for her. Fong Xian turned her head and saw the boss looking weak, with dark eye sockets, as if he hadn't slept for a long time. She didn't know what was wrong, and didn't dare to ask. "Can I see that small compound crossbow?" Fong Xian pointed at the compound crossbow. The boss didn't even look at Fong Xian, and took down the compound crossbow in the direction Fong Xian pointed, like a conscientious NPC, without any unnecessary movements. It felt quite heavy when she picked it up, and she didn't expect that there were crossbows abroad. Then buy them all here, so she doesn't have to run around. The compound crossbow has a switch that allows you to easily string it without any effort. String it and load it. Aim at the target pole next to it through the scope. Clear. The arrow shot out and hit the center of the bullseye. The main thing is that it was less than 2 meters away. How could it not hit? Good crossbow. "Boss, I want 10 of these." Fong Xian raised the compound crossbow in his hand. "Then 10,000 arrows." "Okay." The boss nodded and started to calculate the bill. Fong Xian said, "Boss, let's calculate together later. I haven't bought everything yet. What else do you want? Do you have a knife made of a special material that can cut through metal like mud?" The boss instantly understood what kind she wanted. "Yes. What style do you want?" "Both long and short knives are available." The boss took out several knives and placed them on the counter. Fong Xian picked them up and looked at them. They all felt very good. "What material?" "Tungsten alloy. Can cut through metal like mud. Be careful not to get scratched when you pick it up." She knew that knives made of alloys were not easy to curl and were particularly durable. In her previous life, she saw others using it, and she was envious. "Can I try it?" The boss took out a large iron block and placed it on a wooden stool. "Chop it." Fong Xian pulled out a short knife and chopped it down. The large iron block was instantly chopped into 2 neatly. Because he didn't control the strength well, the small stool was also chopped into 2 by Fong Xian. Fong Xian's eyes lit up. Even though he had expected it, he was still shocked. It was really like cutting iron like mud. There was little resistance when chopping it, and it was very sharp. Good knife. If I use it to cut someone, will it cut him in half? Tsk, I dare not think about it. Fong Xian was very satisfied and ordered 10 daggers, short knives, long knives, and machetes. The boss was a little surprised that he bought so many. Unexpectedly, Fong Xian's next sentence shocked him even more. "Boss, I also want some hot weapons." The boss finally raised his eyelids and looked at Fong Xian carefully. "Little girl, if anything happens, our store will not be responsible. It's really interesting. If you open a business, there is no reason not to do business." "What does it have to do with him if something happens?" Fong Xian nodded. "Yes, I know." The boss retracted his gaze. "Yes, how many do you want?" "Pistols, sniper rifles, assault rifles, submachine guns, 5 each, 10,000 rounds of ammunition each, 5 magazines each, with silencers, 5 bulletproof vests, 2 tranquilizer guns, 500 anesthetics, and 50 electric batons." The boss has seen big scenes before, so he didn't even raise his eyelids for this small scene, and calmly collected the money. He ordered people to help carry it to the rented van. Fong Xian got into the car and drove to a deserted corner. She was very careful along the way, and her mind was highly focused, fearing that there would be a situation of thieves robbing each other. But fortunately, she was overthinking. Then she continued to shop, going in and out of various stores, spending like crazy. Ordnance shovel, high-intensity flashlight, waterproof flashlight, multifunction axe hammer, backpack, waist bag, climbing rope, safety belt, ice pick, rock hammer, multifunction kettle, alcohol stove, compass, telescope, night vision goggles, walkie-talkie, 20 of each, 3 satellite phones, 2 boxes of alcohol blocks, a whole box of batteries, 5 boxes of portable gas, 30 bottles per box, and 30 flints. 2 speedboats, the bottom is made of alloy. The whole body is made of special materials, absolutely durable, scratch-proof, and can't be cut by knives or pierced by scissors. 5 speedboats made of ordinary materials, ordinary kayaks, military tents, sleeping bags, air pumps, and inflatable mattresses, 10 single and double models. 10 sets of diving suits. 50 boxes of medical portable oxygen cylinders, 24 bottles per box, and 10 oxygen generators. Air purifiers, more than half a meter high, sterilize and purify the air. In natural disasters, there must be a lot of bacteria, so you must buy 10 of them. First aid kit, wilderness survival kit, 1 word to buy. Winter clothing, down jacket, assault jacket, winter hat, snow goggles, snow boots, winter gloves, thermal underwear, protective clothing, 100 sets each. Spring, summer and autumn clothes, underwear, socks, all simple styles, mainly comfortable, 100 sets each. Towels, bath towels, bathrobes, 100 each, wet wipes, disinfectant wet wipes, 100 each. 50 sets of bedding, quilts, down quilts, air conditioning quilts, summer quilts, blankets, 100 beds each. Canned food, chocolate, compressed biscuits, 500 pieces each. There are canned meat, canned seafood and canned fruit. The shelf life of canned food is very long. Although you may not eat it, you can use it to exchange for the necessary supplies. Of course, you should stock up some. Chocolate is also a must-stock material. When you are exhausted or hungry, you can quickly replenish your physical strength. You must stock up. Insecticide spray, mosquito repellent liquid, insect repellent powder, mosquito repellent bracelet, 100 pieces each, mosquito coils 20 pieces, and super rat poison 50 pieces. These things must be arranged. Natural disasters occur frequently, and insect plagues are inevitable. In case of emergency, it is better to prepare more than to be blind when it is needed. I also bought 2 thermostatic clothes and some thermostatic cloth. The thermostatic clothes can keep the body temperature at around 25 degrees no matter how extreme the weather is. In extreme cold, you don't need to wear bulky clothes, and you can keep warm. In extreme heat, you don't have to endure extremely high temperatures, and you don't have to suffer too much. It can also resist scratches, cuts and stabs, and is a life-saving weapon. Although it is expensive, it is definitely worth it. Every day, she could receive messages from Li Xiao, reporting on the progress of the construction. The construction was carried out 24 hours a day without stopping, and it was estimated that it would be completed in less than 20 days. Through the introduction of the car manager, she contacted the boss who sold gasoline and diesel and asked for 40 tons of each. The model she wanted was also based on the model of fuel her car burned. So Fong Xian went to buy 100 oil drums without stopping, all of which were 200L large iron drums. 20 tons of coal blocks, charcoal, and honeycomb coal for heating during the extreme cold period, and 1,000 gas tanks for cooking. These are definitely not enough, and we need to buy them for free later to save money. 120-ton water towers, 202-ton water towers. One person's monthly domestic water consumption is about 3 tons, and filling these is enough for 100 years. By the way, we need to buy a few water purifiers, which can be used to filter rainwater or snow water in the future. We must buy them. Filters, water purification tablets, water purifiers, water pumps, and fully automatic water controllers. Stock up, stock up, stock up a lot. She thought her 2-story building should also be equipped with a fully automatic water purification system. So she called Li Xiao and asked him to arrange it. Well, this must be installed. It is very necessary. Power generation equipment is indispensable. I bought 10 sets of solar panels, 50 batteries, solar generators, household diesel generators, and 5 sets of solar water heaters. I went to the ranch again, 100 chickens, ducks, geese, 50 cows, horses, pigs and sheep. I also bought 10 donkeys. As the saying goes, Dragon meat in the sky is better than donkey meat on the ground, so of course I have to buy a few, but it's a bit expensive, 15,000 per head. Then, there are rabbits, which are quiet and have strong reproductive ability. They can give birth to a pair of little rabbits every month, and the spicy rabbit heads are fragrant. I also bought 20 of them. The grass in the space is grown, but it is not very tall. I am afraid that the grass will not be enough for them to eat, so I bought 1,000 kilograms of feed as a backup. I used my consciousness to check that the livestock were a little confused when they first entered, and they were at a loss. Fong Xian put some food and water. One of them took the lead in eating, and the others also lowered their heads to eat. I have been buying non-stop these days. When I feel that I have bought enough, I will leave non-stop. It's like a war, busy every minute. Chapter 8. Before returning home, I made a special trip to Lake Baikal. The water here is of great quality and clear, and most importantly, it is free. Throw the water tower into the lake, and when it is full, reach out and touch the water tower to put it into the space. It seems a bit slow to fill the water this way. Fong Xian thought about it, took out the water pump, connected the water pipe, and put the other end of the water pipe into the water tower. Tie the water pump tightly with a rope and throw it into the lake, then press the other end of the rope with a big stone to prevent it from falling. Well, this is much faster. Then she took out 5 more, and waited aside, and when the water tower was full, she put it into the space, and then took out an empty one to fill it. 1 pump can fill 3 in an hour, and 6 pumps can fill 18 in an hour. Fong Xian finished it in more than 10 hours. It was really amazing. This water is for daily life, enough for hundreds of years. After getting the water source, she returned to China without stopping. After returning to China, she didn't take time to rest, and went to the supermarket first. After all, it was her own business, so she still had to pay attention to the performance. When she arrived at the store, it was afternoon when there were many customers. Seeing that everyone was busy, it was not a big deal for her to stand there alone, so she simply went to Li Zhao's house to drive the car back and have a meal. When she returned to the store again, it was almost 7 o'clock in the evening, and she did a simple account check. After deducting various expenses, the net profit for the day was more than 1,500 yuan. A net profit of more than 30,000 yuan a month is also considerable. If there is no doomsday, she can support herself and live a good life by running such a small store. The net profit in the 7 days she was away was actually more than 10,000 yuan, but she had no money to take. The boss had not bought much goods before because he had to cash out the store. He had been constantly replenishing the goods in the past few days, so he still owed some money. She had no choice but to pay the full amount. Before leaving, she left 100,000 yuan in cash and asked the manager to fill the supermarket warehouse and shelves. Then she came to the pharmacy, and the income of the pharmacy was much better than that of the supermarket. Of course, she still had no money to take, and she had to pay the full amount of money. She didn't care. After all, she didn't expect the 2 stores to make much money. They were just a cover for stockpiling supplies. She also left 100,000 cash to the pharmacy manager for stocking and left. She returned to the dormitory. She wanted to have a good sleep today. She was really tired and exhausted from running around for days. She threw herself into the bed. The safe environment and comfortable bed made her feel tired, and she fell asleep soon. The next day, Fong Xian woke up and was fully recovered. It was another busy day. But she always felt like she had forgotten something and couldn't remember it. Forget it, it's more important to do business. Fong Xian went to the car rental company first, rented a truck, and gave the company the warehouse address. He asked her to help drive the car to the warehouse. On the way, he bought some large basins, 200 of the size of laundry basins, and some bone razors, kitchen knives, scissors, and bone-cutting guillotines, 10 each. There was also a large iron pot for boiling water. These are all tools needed to slaughter livestock. After buying these, he rushed to the talent recruitment market to recruit some butchers who can slaughter livestock. Although it is a talent recruitment market, it is actually just posting recruitment information here, and a large group of people look at the information to find suitable jobs. There are many people inside, most of whom are looking for jobs. But it is not so easy for ordinary people to find jobs. Some people even sleep on the ground with some cardboard to save money, eat cheap steamed buns and mineral water for a night. It is not easy. Fong Xian parked the car, took out a pen and paper, and simply wrote down his requirements. Temporary workers, 400 per day, no food and accommodation, pay after finishing the work, 2 female workers and 8 male workers, just need to be able to slaughter livestock. Fong Xian directly posted the recruitment information on the wiper. She wanted to post it on the glass, but when she thought about having to clean the glass, she gave up. As soon as she posted it, several people gathered around. The main reason is that her salary is high here. Although she is a short-term worker, there are still many people around. Some people left in frustration, while others asked with interest. In the end, 3 female workers and 7 male workers were recruited, all of whom looked capable of working, and those who looked delicate and tender were passed. Fong Xian took 4 people with her, and the rest followed in 2 taxis. Of course, Fong Xian paid for the taxi after they arrived. After arriving at the warehouse, she settled several people, took the truck key from the rental company, and drove out directly. She drove to a deserted place and smuggled the livestock out, but of course she couldn't go back immediately. The waiting time couldn't be wasted, so she took out the purchase order and started purchasing goods in the name of the supermarket and pharmacy, and the delivery address was the newly rented warehouse. The warehouse yard is very large. Even if there are 10 people working inside, it will not delay the trucks from coming in and out. Feeling that the time is about right, put the things you need from the space to the co-pilot, and then put the pigs in the truck. Slaughter a batch of livestock, process them, and put them directly into the storage space. There is really no need to raise so many on the ranch, and it is really crowded. Just keep a few of each type for breeding. While there is time now, hire some people to help deal with it, and reduce your workload. Start the car, and return to the warehouse. When everyone saw the car coming back, they all came to help, and everyone started to get busy. The whole warehouse was filled with the screams of pigs, and the shouts of people. Brother, hold it down. Oh, hold it down, otherwise how can I tie it up? Catch it, don't let it run away. Emma, this pig is pushing my butt. After a lot of chaos, the running pig was finally pinned down. Everyone started to get busy. Set up a big iron pot, light the gas stove, boil water, bleed, shave, and cut the meat, then sort the meat and put it in the fresh-keeping warehouse. The reason why she rented this warehouse was because it was a fresh-keeping warehouse. The other side is a normal temperature warehouse. Fong Xian had only one requirement, which was to be clean and hygienic. Then she sat aside and made a phone call and started to purchase goods. She bought some thick plastic bags to hold meat and offal, and a large iron basin to hold pig blood. Of course, the pig blood could not be thrown away, and it was kept for blood sausage, which was also very delicious. They were busy until 6 o'clock in the afternoon, and everyone cleaned up and went off work. After the workers left, Fong Xian opened the fresh-keeping warehouse. There were about 30 pigs in it, all sorted and packed in a large iron basin, and they were all cleaned up. Waving his hand, the warehouse was emptied. At first, I could only touch objects to store them in the space. I don't know if it's because I store more things. Just like my mental power, the more I use it, the stronger it gets. Now I don't need to touch anything. Everything within a meter can be stored in the space, which is more labor-saving than before. Walking into another warehouse, there is a whole warehouse of pure water. There are small bottles, and large barrels for water dispensers. All are stacked to the top. This water is daily drinking water. The water in this warehouse is not enough. The rest will be delivered tomorrow. Seeing the space filled with more and more supplies, Fong Xian felt more at ease. It was still early, so Fong Xian decided to go out and collect some ready-made dishes. There were restaurants lined up on both sides of the road, noodle restaurants, tin pots, casserole restaurants, vegetable restaurants, steamed chicken, and chicken pots. 50 servings from each restaurant. At this point, there were a lot of customers, so even if I wanted to buy more, the store couldn't handle it. So I bought from a few more restaurants. Chapter 9. A dog meat restaurant. Forget it, she doesn't eat dog meat. Just as she was about to drive away, she saw a small yellow dog in a cage at the door. The dog looked at Fong Xian eagerly, his eyes full of pleading, and Fong Xian felt very uncomfortable with that hopeful look. She couldn't stand that pitiful look. In fact, she liked small animals very much. When she was a child, she picked up a small black dog from outside, and was beaten to death by old man Fong in front of her. She felt guilty, and sad for a long time. I couldn't let it go for a long time. Fong Xian squatted beside the cage, and looked at the dog carefully. The dog was dirty, with tangled hair and a thin body. It looked only 4 or 5 months old. It was really broken and pitiful. When the dog saw Fong Xian coming over, it excitedly wagged its tail, and looked at Fong Xian with wet eyes. Will you come with me? Woof. The dog barked and kept wagging its tail to please. Okay, then wait for me for a while. Walking into the store, a woman with broad shoulders and a round waist was cleaning. The fat woman turned her head and glanced at him. "Come back tomorrow, we're closed today." Fong Xian didn't waste any words and went straight to the point. "Are you selling the dogs in the cages outside?" The sturdy woman stopped mopping and turned her sturdy body. "Yes, of course." Fong Xian didn't hesitate. "How much?" The sturdy woman rolled her eyes. 3,000. Fong Xian rolled his eyes. "Do you think I'm a sucker?" Turned around and left. I didn't expect the other party to ask for such a high price, so I used my own way, which was nothing more than a little effort. Anyway, if he wanted to cheat her of her money, there was no way. When the sturdy woman saw Fong Xian was about to leave, she immediately became anxious. "Hey girl, don't go, name a price." Fong Xian did not stop. 200, if it's okay, it's okay, if not, forget it. The sturdy woman curled her lips, and said with a face full of sarcasm, "Don't talk nonsense. You want to buy a dog from my dog meat shop for 200 yuan? What are you thinking?" Fong Xian didn't say anything nonsense, and walked out of the store directly. Seeing Fong Xian was about to walk out of the store, the sturdy woman pondered for a while. "Hey girl, you can increase a little. 2,000 is okay?" Fong Xian ignored him. "Why do you always want to leave? 1,500? Fong Xian sighed in her heart. It seemed that she couldn't buy it with money. She opened the car door, and was about to get in. The strong woman chased after her and shouted, "Add another 300, 500 and you can take it away." Fong Xian thought about it, and thought 500 would be fine. It would save trouble, so she paid the money happily. The strong woman took the money, spit on her thumb, and counted it. Fong Xian opened the cage and released the skinny dog. The dog swung its tail and cried excitedly around Fong Xian. He opened the back door. "Get in the car, we're going home." The dog jumped inflexibly, but did not jump onto the seat. Instead, it sat on the footmat, very well behaved. It did not look around, and although its eyes were curious, its gaze followed Fong Xian's movements. Its eyes were nervous, happy, and cautious. Fong Xian turned back to meet the dog's fiery gaze, and understood the dog's emotions, and felt bad. Fong Xian followed the navigation, and came to the nearest pet supply store. Fong Xian turned around and said to the dog, "Wait for me in the car for a while. I go in and buy some things and come out soon." The dog immediately paced anxiously at the door. "Awoo, awoo. Don't leave me, don't abandon me." Fong Xian looked at the dirty dog, not because he disliked it, but because he was afraid of dirtying the store, so he coaxed it patiently. "Be good, I promise, I'll be back soon." Woof. The dog seemed to understand, and sat down obediently. Fong Xian went into the store and bought 30 bags of dog food, some weighing 20 kilograms, and some weighing 10 kilograms, chew sticks, dried meat, dried fish, small biscuits, canned food, preserved fruits, a total of 50 boxes, buying up all the store's inventory. Bath gel for the dog, a bathing basin, a steel basin for eating, toys, and a dog bed. The clerk helped stuff the things into the car, filling it up completely. "I find a pet hospital tomorrow to check the dog. It's a little late today, and most pet hospitals are probably closed." I got into the passenger seat, drove to a blind spot where the surveillance camera was, and put the things into the space. The dog was startled when he saw that everything was gone, and then barked anxiously. Fong Xian smiled. "It's okay, it's not lost, I hid it all." Woof. Fong Xian turned the steering wheel, and went to collect the finished dishes that had been ordered before. With the dog joining, it was not convenient to go back to the dormitory. After collecting the finished dishes, he returned to the warehouse. Fong Xian was afraid that the dog had not eaten and was hungry, so he quickly took out a steel basin, poured a bowl of rice, a cup of prepared goat milk powder, 2 calcium tablets, and 2 fish oil tablets. I didn't give it too hard food to nourish its stomach first. I didn't dare to give it too much, for fear that it would upset its stomach. In fact, it is better for dogs to eat rice or steamed buns than those kinds of dog food. Who knows what is added in it? I still have to make some food for the dog when I have time. The dog waited obediently by the side, staring at the food bowl, but was not in a hurry to eat. When Fong Xian finished, he asked Fong Xian with his eyes. In fact, pastoral dogs are very smart and sensible, but they can't speak. Fong Xian touched the dog's head. "Eat." At the command, the dog wagged its tail happily and buried its head in the big bowl, leaving Fong Xian with only a yellow head. Fong Xian looked at the dog, who was eating voraciously, and suddenly thought of Xiao He, who also loved to eat, and always went to the river to catch some shrimps and fish. Tunton. The dog stopped eating and looked up at Fong Xian. How about you call me Fong Tunton from now on? Woof. The dog wagged its tail happily to show that it liked it. Fong Xian smiled and said, Eat. Fong Xian also prepared to eat. He set the table, took out 2 dishes, and took out a big bowl of rice, and started eating it. After eating, Fong Xian took out a big basin and started to bathe the dog. When giving the dog a bath, he found that there were wounds of different degrees on his body. Some of them had scabs, some of them were inflamed, and there were some skin diseases. Fong Xian frowned slightly, feeling sorry for the dog's experience. It's okay, it's all over, we will have a good life in the future. Woof. After washing the dog thoroughly, he took out a large bath towel and wiped the dog half dry. He found a pair of scissors and carefully cut the hair around the wound and applied some medicine. Finally, after finishing the dog, Fong Xian dragged the dog and flashed into the space. The dog's eyes blurred and changed places, which really scared him. Woof woof woof. Fong Xian touched the dog's head. Don't be afraid, this is our secret base. Woof. The dog ran out with curiosity in his eyes, probably to inspect the territory. The space is now lush and full of life. Fong Xian took out an inflatable mattress, a thin blanket and a pillow, and took out the doghouse. I have been sleeping in the open air in the space for a while. Although it is open air, the temperature here is suitable, not stuffy at all, and very comfortable. I will also build a house in the space when I have time. Fong Xian patted the doghouse next to him. Tunton, this is your bed, come and sleep. Woof. The morning light gently woke Fong Xian up. She didn't know how space worked, but there was sunshine, starlight, and breeze, just like a paradise. Fong Xian stretched her legs and felt very comfortable. Turning her head around. A cute little dog, with eyes like obsidian, staring at her without blinking. She was moved. Seeing Fong Xian wake up, her tail wagged happily. The dog stuck out its tongue and licked Fong Xian's face. Fong Xian quickly grabbed its mouth and stopped it from taking the next step. Fong Xian said that the dog's love was too direct, and she couldn't handle it. Chapter 10. In the morning, Fong Xian went out to stock up on breakfast, 100 steamed buns, flour rolls, and pasties, 50 portions of millet porridge and soy milk, 100 fried dough sticks and big hemp twists, and some free pickles. After driving back and having breakfast, it was almost 8 o'clock. Filled the truck with big fat pigs. At 8 o'clock, people had already arrived one after another. When everyone arrived at the warehouse, they didn't need Fong Xian to call them, and they started working directly. Fong Xian drove the dog to the pet hospital. After the examination, the doctor looked at Fong Xian. It's too thin and a little malnourished. You need to take good care of it. It's a minor skin disease. Just take a few medicinal baths, and it will get better slowly. The doctor looked at the skinny dog again, touched its head and continued, it needs to be dewormed and given a shot of wormwood. Fong Xian nodded after hearing this. Okay, thank you for your help. Doctor, it needs 3 shots in total. Come back for the next shot after about a month. Fong Xian, can I buy the wormwood and give it to it at home? It will save me from coming here again. Doctor, that's fine. Fong Xian sat aside and watched the doctor treat the dog. The dog lay there, his eyes fixed on Fong Xian. When Fong Xian moved, his little head followed him. It didn't bark or struggle, and let the doctor do whatever he wanted. It was very well behaved. When Fong Xian looked over, the dog grinned and wagged its tail, responding with flattery and happiness. The dog looked thin after the hair was shaved, and it looked even thinner. It was so pitiful. But it didn't matter. It would be fine if it was raised. It would not be a thin dog anymore. Finally, the doctor prescribed medicine for the dog, and Fong Xian bought a lot of medicines and vaccines that the dog needed, all for future use. Although the doctor was surprised that Fong Xian bought so much, he didn't ask too much. He was not a talkative doctor. He went to several more stores and stocked up a lot of medicines and snacks for the dog. The dog will have no worries about food and drink for the rest of his life. It was already afternoon when he returned to the warehouse. There was only 1 fat pig left, and the rest were neatly placed in the cold storage. Fong Xian drove the truck out again and brought back a few pigs, of course, and a follower. Everyone's work became smoother and smoother, and their skills became more and more skilled, so they naturally worked faster. Fong Xian was also busy, buying and receiving goods every day. It took 5 days to finally deal with all the poultry and livestock. Then Fong Xian took out the storage racks he bought online some time ago and assembled them. It took everyone more than 2 days to assemble them. There were 500 in total, 3 meters high and 2 meters wide. Put 2 together, so that the space would not be messy, and more space could be freed up to put things. Fong Xian saw that the workers did a good job, and he didn't mind if 1 or 2 of them were lazy, so he gave them an extra day's salary. These days, Fong Xian would go out to buy some breakfast every morning and evening. He stocked up on supplies during the day and prepared dishes at night, and was busy and tense. He harvested a lot of prepared dishes, which should be enough for 2 or 3 years. Now the ranch is much more relaxed, not crowded, and pleasing to the eye. There are 5 horses, cows, sheep, donkeys, and pigs in the space now, 3 females and 2 males. 8 chickens, ducks and geese, 6 females and 2 males. Only 5 rabbits were left, 3 females and 2 males. All supplies have been stockpiled in the past few days. I only bought 40 tons of rice, flour and beans. You don't need to buy too much food, there will be output in the space. A total of 1,000 barrels of soybean oil, corn oil, rapeseed oil and other oils, enough for 100 years. I also bought several oil presses online, and you could also choose to press oil for yourself. I placed orders from different stores. I'm not sure which one is good. If it's not good, I don't have time to return it. I just use the one that works best. There are 30 tons of various vegetables in total. The same is true for vegetables. There will be output in the space. As long as you are diligent, you will have food. I am just not sure if I can grow well, so I have to buy some for emergency. It sounds a lot, but it is not much at all. 3 trucks. Vegetables are scarce in the end times. If people don't eat vegetables for a long time, it will be very painful to go to the toilet. Dry goods, such as mushrooms, kelp, fungus, white fungus, bean curd, vermicelli, potato flour, jujube, wolfberry, a total of 10 tons. Nuts, walnuts, pistachios, hazelnuts, pine nuts, macadamia nuts, etc., a total of 10 tons. There are also 30 tons of various fruits. I also bought some fruit trees. I bought all the fruit trees I could buy, 5 of each kind. The trees I bought were all over 10 years old, so they would bloom and bear fruit faster. I planted some more fruit trees in the space. Even if the stored ones were eaten up, there would still be output in the space, so there was no need to worry about running out of food. When I bought the fruit trees, I also saw bamboo seedlings. Of course I had to buy some. It not only enriched her space, but also gave her fresh bamboo shoots to eat. Who would complain about having too many types of food? Durian and jackfruit, these 2 fruits are stockpiled for a total of 20 tons. 2 large trucks. Enough to eat, I have never eaten before. She wants to eat enough of the things she has never eaten in her previous life and this life, to make up for her past suffering. Seafood is also indispensable: king crab, coconut crab, brown crab, lobster, mantis shrimp, crayfish, abalone, sea cucumber, conch, oyster, octopus, etc., a total of 20 tons. Bought more seafood, after all, you won't be able to buy it in the future. Daily necessities: toothpaste, toothbrushes, toilet paper, tissues, facial tissues, wet wipes, sanitary napkins, daily necessities, night necessities, panty liners, detergent, washing powder, soap, underwear soap, shampoo, shower gel. Daily necessities should also be stocked up. After the factory stops working, these will be used less and less, so we should also stock up enough. Refined salt, coarse salt, white sugar, rock sugar, brown sugar, all 10 tons, aniseed, pepper, sesame, dark soy sauce, raw soy sauce, aged vinegar, rice vinegar, etc. These seasonings are all stocked up for 100 years. Add calcium, Schwanweiwei, Nutri-Express, pure milk, fresh milk, various dairy products, 8 treasure porridge, kvass, nutrient solution, various sports drinks, various carbonated drinks, various fruit juices. I stocked up 300 of each. 500 of my favorite 80 calcium. I also stocked up 3 warehouses of medicines. Common household medicines, various vaccines, and a large number of other medicines. In particular, I stocked up 9 Chinese medicine emergency life-saving pills. These are not expensive, but they are hard to buy. The pharmacy only has 9 pills. I saw various mushroom bags online, and they are very cheap. I stocked up 1,000 in total. I can cultivate fresh mushrooms to eat, which is also good. When I bought mushroom bags, I actually saw Lingji mushroom bags, so I stocked up 500 of them. I also bought a lot of hot packs online, about 20,000 of them, hot water bottles, hand warmers, electric blankets, 50 of each. This is a must-buy. It can be used in extreme cold. Put some on your body when you go out, and you won't be too cold. I also bought 20,000 cooling patches. I have them for extreme cold. How can I have less for extreme heat? I bought them. Lighters for daily life. 200 boxes of windproof lighters. 100 boxes of ordinary lighters. 500 spray guns. 500 fire extinguishers. I bought a lot of everything I saw and thought was useful. There are a lot of miscellaneous things. 5 tractors, 5 threshers, 5 mechanical plows, and 10 ordinary plows needed for farming. 5 straw crushers, which can be used as feed for poultry and livestock. Goodbye. There are still 3 days before the delivery in Country C. It's all in the final stages. Fong Xian drove to the supermarket, and almost all the supplies had been stockpiled, and he felt a lot more relaxed. As long as I have supplies in hand, I have the world. There are still many cars on the road. While waiting for the red light, a call came in on the phone that was navigating. Hello. Hello, Miss Fong. The things you requested have been downloaded as you requested. When will you be able to come and pick them up? Fong Xian slapped her forehead. Her spiritual food had been forgotten. She really has a bad memory and a good forgetfulness. I go there tomorrow. Today, she was going to collect the supplies from the 2 shops. The supplies had been stockpiled almost completely, and the shops would not be open after tonight. Today, she was going to hand over the turnover, collect the bills, and pay the employees. The excuse was that the store was under renovation, so it had to be closed for rectification. After all the employees left, he turned off the surveillance, put all the supermarket items and the full supply in the warehouse into the space, and after finishing the supermarket, he drove to the pharmacy, paid the pharmacy employees, and it was evening, so he turned off the surveillance and directly took away all the medicinal materials in the pharmacy. Tonight Fong Xian did not return to the warehouse, the dormitory, or go out to stock up supplies, but directly found a hotel to stay on the spot. Every day I was busy stocking supplies, and my spirit was always tense. Today I took a little break, relaxed my spirit, and had a good sleep. Chapter 11. 6 o'clock in the morning. Fong Xian was awakened by her biological clock. Turned her head. As expected, there was a little cutie lying on the bed, with starry eyes, not blinking. Fong Xian touched the dog's head. The dog had eaten well these days, and had gained some weight, and was in better spirits. After sucking the dog, Fong Xian quickly got up, and went to the bathroom to take a hot shower. After packing up, the man and the dog went out and had breakfast. Seeing a bakery next to them, she went in. Buy some, and store them to eat slowly later. After all, she didn't know how to make this, so she had to buy it. Cakes, bread, desserts, cookies, whatever is available in the pastry shop, she wanted. Fong Xian was not idle on the way to the computer city. She went through each store one by one. She went through 4 stores in total, and got a lot. She drove a short distance to the computer city. She downloaded 58 hard drives in total, which were classified and labeled according to her requirements. She plugged a few hard drives into the computer and checked them. There was no problem with the quality, so she paid the balance happily. The dog followed Fong Xian and looked around curiously. Everything was new to him. Even if he was curious, he would not leave Fong Xian for a moment, and he kept close to Fong Xian's calf. The hard drives were packed into 3 large boxes. When I left, I also bought 2 mobile phones, 2 tablets, 2 projectors, and some chargers and power banks. You don't need to buy too much. When the doomsday comes, these things are free. Find a secluded place, put the SUV and the dog into the space, and take a taxi to the airport. I bought the afternoon ticket last night. It happened to be morning when I flew there, so I didn't waste time. After taking a nap on the plane, I finally arrived in Country C. Fong Xian stretched his body. It was really tiring to sleep while sitting. His legs and feet couldn't stretch at all. Just hold on, the dawn is just around the corner, and you can sleep however you want in the future. After leaving the airport, I took a taxi directly to the construction site. Every day, Li Xiao would send her the progress of the house, and she also saw the finished look in the video. But when she really saw the finished product, she was very excited, and there was a little bit of bitterness. This is her home, she finally has a home, and she will live in it in the future, not afraid of wind and rain, and she doesn't have to live a humble life under someone else's roof. When Li Xiao came out, he saw Fong Xian staring at the house blankly, so he walked forward. Boss. Fong Xian came back to his senses, and saw Li Xiao's untidy face. You've worked hard. It's not hard, boss. It's all my duty. Let's go in. Fong Xian nodded. The outer wall of the house is 1 meter thick. The outer wall is covered with light yellow tiles and turquoise wall skirts. From the outside, it is just an ordinary second floor. You can't tell the material inside at all. All the windows are large windows with 2 large windows inside and outside. The width in the middle can accommodate a person, that is, the window hall, which can play a better role in keeping warm. The living room is right after you open the door. There is no extravagant and useless decoration. Everything is simple and practical. There are rooms on both sides of the door. Fong Xian plans to use the room on the left as a training room. Put some fitness equipment in this room to improve your physical fitness every day. On the right is the east bedroom. At the end of the living room is the kitchen, which is the northeast corner of the house. It is an open kitchen. The boiler is placed in the kitchen. There are 2 gas stoves, cabinets and storage cabinets. On the other side are 2 large iron pots. The stove burns directly to the Kong in the east bedroom on the first floor. There is also a separate Kong hole for burning fire next to the stove. Opposite the kitchen is a relatively small room next to the stairs. It is soundproofed and can be used to place the generator. That is the power generation room. There is a bathroom between the power generation room and the training room. There is a separate glass compartment in the bathroom, which has a shower head and a large bathtub. On the right-hand side of the door is the wash basin, and near the compartment is the toilet. Each space is designed very reasonably, with all the necessary facilities, and a washing machine can be placed there when the time comes. There is a stainless steel automatic pressurized water tank with filtering function on the first and second floors. The water tank on the first floor is on the top of the kitchen, and the second floor is in almost the same position. The northwest corner is the staircase to the second floor. The second floor lacks a west room, and is replaced by a balcony that can be opened or closed. When it is windy and rainy, push it open to a private space, and fold it up when you want to be open to the sky, which is ventilated and breathable. The glass is 3-layered and made of special materials, very strong and not easily damaged. There is a movable sunshade installed above the sunroom. If the sun is too hot, you can use the sunshade to block the light. Open the sunshade when it rains or snows to reduce the load on the glass. Li Xiao walked forward and pushed and pulled it back and forth to show Fong Xian. Fong Xian nodded repeatedly. It's very good. Drinking tea, looking at the scenery, or having a barbecue in it. It's so beautiful. Fong Xian looked around and found that basic appliances such as air conditioners, water heaters, and range hoods have been installed. He can add some necessary appliances and furniture later. Fong Xian was very satisfied with this house. Although there was no luxurious decoration and no luxurious facilities, such as swimming pools and game rooms, it was already very good. In the end times, having such a safe residence was a luxury that one could not even imagine. Very good, let's go to pay the final payment. Li Xiao was relieved immediately. To be honest, he was also very nervous, fearing that the boss would be dissatisfied and lose his job. After paying the final payment, Fong Xian directly gave Li Xiao the salary, your salary this month. There is also a bonus of 1,000, and the air ticket money is also included. Li Xiao looked at the money in his hand. He didn't expect to get his salary so soon. He was very happy. Thank you, boss. You're welcome. I won't go back with you. I have something to do. Fong Xian returned to the 2-story building, raised her hand to put the house into the space, and then called the car dealer to pull the car here directly. She received the goods here directly, and saved having to go somewhere else. Fong Xian took out the van she rented last time, got in, and closed her eyes to take a nap. After an unknown amount of time, Fong Xian was woken up by the sound of a car. When she looked up, she saw 3 trucks had arrived in front of her. She smiled and got out of the car quickly. The truck parked opposite, and a man got out. He should be the person in charge. The person in charge strode over. Miss Fong, I've been waiting for a long time. It's okay. Fong Xian waited for all the cars to be unloaded, and the person in charge led Fong Xian to check. There were 5 cars and 2 motorcycles in total. It was very pleasing to look at the cars parked in a row. This is the power of money. Fong Xian took out a bottle of high-concentration sulfuric acid from the van and poured it carefully. The sulfuric acid flowed down like water drops, without any signs of corrosion. Then she took out a sledgehammer and smashed them one by one, making a loud clang, but only slight scratches. Then she test-drove them one by one, and then she felt relieved. Fong Xian nodded with satisfaction. Fong Xian thought to herself, if you dare to fool her, I will raid your hometown tonight and chop off your dog head. After the inspection, Fong Xian happily paid the final payment, and the 3 trucks left in a mighty manner, rolling up a dusty ground. After collecting this batch of supplies, the money in her pocket was all gone, and money was really hard to spend. She put all the cars into the space. Fong Xian breathed a long sigh of relief, and the big stone in her heart finally fell to the ground. Fong Xian drove the car slowly to a suburb. Last time when she accidentally got lost, she saw 2 factories. There were few people here, only a few small factories scattered around, so her genes for making trouble were ready to move. She decided to take it down when the moon was dark and the wind was high. It would be a waste if you don't grab the supplies from abroad. Chapter 12. It's still early now, just past 1 o'clock, so let's just get into the space with the car and the people. After a whistle, the dog came running and jumped into Fong Xian's arms. With the help of the dog these days, the poultry and livestock over there have not come to the planting area again. Take out the hoe and start transplanting. The seedlings have grown very big. If they are not transplanted, they will bloom and bear fruit. I don't know if it's an illusion, but I always feel that the growth is a bit fast. Dig out the pit first. The dog is also digging the pit. Well, actually it is playing. The pit it dug is very shallow, and there is no restraint for it, so it can play by itself. After digging the pit and watering, I transplanted the plants one by one. Cabbage, tomatoes, peppers, eggplants, cucumbers, beans, all needed to be planted. All the work was done, and it was already 10 o'clock in the evening. Once I started working, I felt that time pass quickly. After washing and changing into clean clothes, I laid down with the dog to straighten my back and rest. I set the alarm clock at 12 o'clock, fearing that I would fall asleep. When the alarm clock rang, Fong Xian got up immediately, put on a human skin mask, put on makeup, and put on black clothes. Seeing this posture, the dog thought that he was going out again without me, so he bit Fong Xian's trouser leg. Oh. Fong Xian had no choice but to comfort the dog, be good, stay at home and look after the house. The house can't do without you. The dog was praised and its tail wagged. Out of the space. Take out the motorcycle. Buzz. The motorcycle engine sounded, and the car rushed out. When he was about to reach the refinery, Fong Xian put away the motorcycle, climbed over the wall, and trotted for a distance, and saw several tankers parked there. He didn't know if there was oil in it, so he climbed up to check it neatly. If there was oil, he put it directly into the space. In total, he put away 3 gasoline tankers and 2 diesel tankers, all full of tanks. I always feel that it is a little less. I only got 5 trucks in one trip. But it's okay. This is a small factory. Don't be too demanding. Each tank has 25 tons and 30 cubic meters. It should be able to last for a long time, right? She is not sure. If it is not enough, wait for the end of the world and buy some more for free. Her heart was beating fast, she was very nervous, and she had to pay attention to whether there was anyone nearby, feeling very sneaky. Even if she found someone, she could immediately hide in the space, so there was no need to be too nervous. But he still couldn't control his beating heart. After collecting the oil truck, Fong Xian quickly ran out of the refinery, wishing he could have a pair of Hot Wheels under his feet. He ran out of the refinery without seeing anyone. The security force was really bad. A motorcycle flashed out, and I went. He rode to the coal yard in a flash. The gate of the coal yard was just a decoration, wide open, and Fong Xian walked in openly. After observing furtively, and making sure there was no one, he went straight to the coal mountain inside. She collected them all without restraint. I don't know how many there are, probably as many as 4 small hills. A small hill has an area of nearly 300 square meters. She took all of them without leaving any. She used signal jammers during both house stealing trips. If someone saw such a supernatural event, I wonder if it would be treated as a ghost. Fong Xian rode on her beloved motorcycle. The evening breeze whizzed across her cheeks, blowing away the sleepiness, and making her unusually energetic. Wait. There seemed to be another factory in front. Since I'm here, I go in and take a look. It turned out to be a lumber mill. This lumber mill is really random. There is no wall, only barbed wire. In some places, the barbed wire has been destroyed, and all the wood inside is piled up in the open air. Some are old, but they are all neatly stacked, one pile here and another, and there are a few wooden villas. This one is good, take it back and put it in the space. The space just happens to be missing a house. I don't know where the guards live, and I didn't see any lights on. Fong Xian stepped over the broken wire mesh and began to collect them frantically. The piles were too scattered, and it was a bit troublesome to collect them. But it didn't matter. She was very patient. She could burn them for several years. She was worried that she would put living people into the space. When she put the villa in, Fong Xian would check it to make sure no one had lived there before putting it in the space. If there were people, it would be fine. Living people could not be put into the static space and would be ejected. But wouldn't it be embarrassing if a person fell to the ground with a plop? It took less than 20 minutes to collect all of them. 2 mobile villas and 1 capsule warehouse. They kindly left 1 villa for me because it was too far away and I was too lazy to walk. Fong Xian rode his motorcycle around to see if there were any other factories or something. If he didn't do a good job, he would miss this opportunity. There really was one. It was a canning factory. This one was good. He had to collect it. Fong Xian carefully entered the factory door, turned on the shielding device, and groped his way to the warehouse. Just as he was about to pry open the door, he heard footsteps in the distance, followed by a flashlight beam. Fong Xian quickly dodged to the other side of the wall, with a rolling pin in his hand. He listened carefully to the footsteps, and when the footsteps got closer, Fong Xian tightened the rolling pin in his hand. Suddenly, the footsteps stopped, and Fong Xian frowned. The light source flashed again in front of him, and the footsteps gradually faded away. Fong Xian poked his head out of the wall, and saw that the man had left. After the footsteps completely disappeared, he took out the tungsten alloy dagger and started to pry the door open. He easily cut the locked door lock. Wherever he went, the canned food disappeared. There were canned vegetables, such as pickles, pickled beans, etc., canned fruits, yellow peaches, strawberries, pineapples, etc., as well as various canned meats and canned fish. The variety was very rich. Collect, collect, collect. Fong Xian felt a layer of sweat all over his body. The heat in the human skin mask could not get out, and his face was covered with sweat. He felt hot and nervous, and it was very exciting. It's getting late, let's go. I ran out of the door, took out my motorcycle, and rode away. It was really fast and furious, so exciting. When I was about to reach the airport, I changed into a broken van, removed my makeup in the car, quickly tore off the human skin mask, and wiped the sweat off my face with a wet towel, and then I felt more comfortable. Finally, I gulped down half a bottle of water to calm down. After drinking, I put it back into space. It was a habit. I developed a frugal character since I was a child. I couldn't bear to throw away even half a bottle of water. Arriving at the airport, she dumped the rented van into the parking lot. It was rented anyway, so she just dumped it. Except for the horn, the other parts of the broken van were noisy, and the clanging was annoying. Arriving at the airport, she bought a ticket for the nearest flight at 5 o'clock in the morning. Passed security and boarded the plane. It was not until the moment the plane took off that her throbbing heart slowly calmed down. She was really scared. How could she not be scared? She had never been so arrogant before. After she was less nervous, her body began to relax, and she became drowsy and gradually fell asleep. She could not sleep well on the plane at all, and woke up from sleep. It was dark when she landed. Fong Xian did not return to City B. Many people in City B knew that she was hoarding goods, and the goods in the 2 shops were gone overnight, which might arouse suspicion or covetousness from others. She might as well change to another city, and of course she had to change to a city that she was familiar with. So she returned to her hometown, City S. The cause of her illness was here, and she had to come back. She was really sleepy and tired from hoarding goods day and night these days, and she had to have a good sleep to rest up. She took a taxi and found a relatively good hotel to stay in. In the past, she was reluctant to spend money, but in this life, she didn't want to let herself suffer. She wanted to live in a better place and treat herself better. She carefully checked the room and made sure there was no surveillance before she took off her clothes and took a shower. After taking a comfortable shower and drying her hair, she felt that her battery was exhausted and she had to catch up on sleep. She dove into the quilt without eating and slept until noon the next day. This sleep was so sweet that Fong Xian stretched her body comfortably. She took the phone next to the pillow and checked if there was any relevant news on the internet. After searching for a long time, no information was revealed. She was not worried at all. Even if the case was investigated, it would take time. In a few days, it would be the end of the world. Even if she was found, what would happen? She was just stuck at this time point. She couldn't take care of herself even with natural disasters, so who would care about her? Chapter 13. Mother Fong hung up the phone angrily. The phone still can't be reached. It really makes me angry. Fong's father. Don't call. She must have changed her phone number. Mother Fong. What should I do? The man is urging me, and keeps calling to ask. Fang's father, why are you in such a hurry? Can people disappear? Unless she dies, she has to come back to me and get married. We will go to her school and bring her back in 2 days. Mother Fang, did you find out which university she was admitted to? Father Fang, I found out that it's the university in City B. Mother Fang said disdainfully, what kind of person can go to university? God is really blind. She is not even half as good as my son. Why can she pass while my son can't? The more I thought about it, the angrier I got. I twisted my mouth and said sarcastically, where did she get the money to go to school? She must have done something shameful. She is so young and doesn't learn well. Just then, there was a knock on the door. Mother Fang got up impatiently. Who is it? When she opened the door, she saw Fang Xian's smiling face. I heard you were looking for me. Fang Xian had already heard their conversation at the door. She didn't eavesdrop, but it would be bad to interrupt them in the middle of the conversation. How rude. Fang's mother was immediately furious. You little girl, where have you been? I can't get through to you on the phone, and you don't reply to messages. Do you know how many times I called you? Did you die outside? Fang's father came over to smooth things over and winked at Fang's mother. Okay, the child finally came back. Don't argue with her, talk nicely. Fang Xian watched them acting quietly and walked in calmly. One played the good cop, and the other played the bad cop. How could she be blinded by Fang's father's hypocrisy in her previous life? His words sounded better than his singing, but his actions were worse than those of an animal. Even San Mao's acting skills were eye-catching. Fang Xian looked around the house. It was still the same house. The solid wood dining table and the leather sofa were still there. When the extreme cold came, they were chopped up and used for firewood to save their lives. The potted plants on the windowsill were frozen to death as soon as the end of the world came. The decorations in the house are the same as before. And the cramped shelf where she lived for 2 years. As soon as she stepped into the house, she felt a strong sense of suffocation. This place is like a nightmare switch, which reminds her of her miserable life in the past. Some things and some people, the more you want to forget, the more you remember them. From time to time, they will come out and gnaw at your heart, and you will be tortured and miserable. Fang's mother, why didn't you take anything when you came back? Do you know how to be polite? You only care about your own happiness, and don't care about your family? Fang Xian raised his eyes, and stared at Fang's mother's twisted face. In fact, Fang's mother was not ugly, but the appearance is determined by the heart. People with dark hearts will also have ugly faces. This is really true. Fang's mother became more and more angry as she spoke. Seeing Fang Xian's cold look, she became even more angry. Stupid girl, I'm talking to you, are you deaf? With a snap, Fang Xian threw a loud big punch. Fang's mother staggered back 2 steps. What are you holding? Do you like this slap in the face? God didn't let her be reborn to suffer grievances, and she kept complaining in front of her. Mother Fang was stunned by the beating, and her left face was swollen. She covered her face and stood there in a daze, totally unable to believe that Fang Xian dared to hit her. In her impression, Fang Xian has always been a submissive person who dared not even fart. After a few days of school, he became difficult to control. Damn it, Fang's mother's eyes were full of resentment. How could she bear such grievances when she dared to hit me? She must teach her a lesson and let her know how powerful I am. Fang's mother was stunned for a moment, then she rushed towards Fang Xian frantically. You bastard, you dare to hit me, I tear you to pieces. Fang Xian dodged lightly and stretched out his leg to trip Fang's mother. Fang's mother was tripped and lost her balance. Bang! The latter's body fell to the ground in an extremely embarrassing posture. Fang Xian stepped forward to pick up Fang's mother's slippers, stepped on Fang's mother's back with one foot, grabbed Fang's mother's hair at the back of her head, pulled her hair and scalp to pull her head high, and began to beat her violently. Paw paw paw. Each slap was accompanied by Fang's mother's pig-like screams. Each slap made Fang Xian feel that his breathing became easier. Fang's father was horrified and rushed forward to try to push Fang Xian away with brute force, but was hit in the eye by Fang Xian's slipper. Fang's father covered his eyes and left the battlefield in pain. Stop, stop it, you are really crazy. Fang Xian stopped his hand and turned back. Don't worry, it will be your turn soon. Fang's mother's hair was scattered like a madman, her face was swollen like a pig's head, and blood was oozing out. Fang Xian was tired of beating her, so she kicked Fang's mother, who fell limply to the ground. With blood hanging from the corner of her mouth, Fang's mother's eyes seemed to be poisoned, and she locked onto Fang Xian like a venomous snake through her messy hair. Fong's father tried to intervene several times, but was beaten up. When Fong's father saw her current state, his pupils trembled. He had never seen Fong Xian so hot-tempered before, as if she had eaten explosives. But how could he tolerate Fong Xian losing control? So he immediately used his status as an elder to teach her a lesson. Are you crazy? That's your mother. Where did you learn these bad habits? You are so unfilial at such a young age. I can't say a word to you. Fong Xian retorted rudely. Who do you think you are? What qualifications do you have to preach here? Fong's father didn't expect Fong Xian to scold him, and he was furious. You are an uneducated scumbag. You have read so much that you have lost your mind. Yes, I am uneducated. My parents have never taken care of me since I was born. What do you think I need that thing for? So where do you get the nerve to talk nonsense here? Fong's father felt like he was struck by lightning. His authority as a father was challenged again, and his expression was extremely distorted. Fuck, you still dare to talk back. What did you learn in school? I don't think you need to go to school. It's a waste of money anyway. Fong Xian just thought this guy was so interesting. His head must have been bitten by a donkey. How could he speak incoherently and not understand human language? This kind of bastard, you can't talk to him in human language, and this kind of person will never realize his mistakes. If you meet such a bastard, you will be finished with him. Let him feel why the flowers are so red. Fong Xian went up and kicked Fong's father in the crotch. Fong's father immediately covered his crotch and hunched over, grinning like a cooked shrimp. Fong's father never thought Fong Xian would dare to hit him. The latter cursed with hideous and distorted features. You beast, you dare to hit your father. Fong Xian went up and kicked him again. You are my father? How could I not see that you have never taken care of me in these years, and you have never even paid me a penny? How dare you be my father? You are worse than an animal, otherwise why would you sell your daughter? Can't you afford to live? Fong's father had a ferocious look on his face, and he didn't react at all to how Fong Xian knew about the betrothal gift. He raised his hand and pointed at Fong Xian with gritted teeth. What are you talking about? You are my son, and I am your father no matter where I go. And that's not selling, it's a betrothal gift. How can you marry a girl without a betrothal gift? That's the good family I carefully selected. You will definitely enjoy a good life when you marry there. Don't be ungrateful. A good family? Still so picky? Thank you so much. Fong's father endured the pain in his lower body and took out his cell phone from his pocket. He wanted to call the police, put her in jail, prevent her from going to college, and make her have a criminal record so that she would never be able to hold her head up high in her life. Fong Xian saw all of Fong's father's actions, smiled faintly, picked up the chair next to him and threw it at him. Bang! Fong's father felt a pain in his head and fell to the ground, and his cell phone fell with him. Fong Xian strode forward and kicked the cell phone away, with no intention of stopping at all. Once again, he swung the chair and smashed it on Fong's father again and again. Bang! Aren't you going to call the police? Go ahead. Bang! Aren't you the best at acting? Why don't you act anymore? Fong Xian's thin body burst out with amazing momentum, and the anger suppressed in his heart continued to vent. Bang! You rotten bastard, worse than pigs and dogs, why don't you just die? Living is a waste of resources, and dying is a waste of land. After a crazy smash, the chair finally couldn't bear the weight, and fell to the ground in an instant. Compared with the torture of old man Fong and old lady Fong, and the cruelty of Fong's mother Fong Jie, she hated this man more. He gave birth to her, but didn't raise her, was selfish and cold-blooded, and was simply disgusting. Chapter 14. Her good brother did not show up despite the commotion. The door was closed, so he was not at home. How could there be any fish that slipped through the net? He had to catch them all. It was funny that her good brother was only a few months younger than her. Ha. They all deserved to die. Fong's father fell to the ground like a pile of mud, his eyes still staring at Fong Xian viciously. Unfilial beast, I should have strangled you to death and chopped you into meat paste, so that you would never be reborn. Who do you think you are? You are a defective human being. I am not related to you by blood, but I did not choose you as my father. If I had a choice, I would not choose you as my father. I would rather be born without a father, because having a father like you makes me feel extremely disgusting. Fong's father's face suddenly turned red, and his neck was thick. His face was as ugly as being stripped naked and hung at the gate of the city. You still have the strength to open your mouth. It seems that the beating was too light. Fong Xian picked up the chair leg on the ground and beat him hard again. The latter's head was beaten hard to one side, and then to the other side. Her whole face was swollen, and Fang's father closed his mouth completely and fainted. In Fang's father's view, it is a great favor for parents to give birth to a child, and no matter how they treat the child, it is not excessive. Even if she suffers a lot, as long as her parents need her, they can control her life and provide nourishment for the whole family. But why? Fang's mother witnessed all this, and her hair stood up. Fang's mother didn't understand why Fang Xian became so cruel and brutal that he could even kill his own father. Now Fang Xian is like a bloodthirsty madman. Make her a stranger. Make her afraid. God is really unfair. What did she do wrong? Why treat her like this? You are not Fang Xian. You are a devil. You are a devil. Fang Xian raised the corner of his mouth. You guessed it right. I am the devil who came to take your life. Have you ever thought that this day would come? Fang Xian's voice was like the devil's whisper, constantly echoing in Fang's mother's mind. Fang Xian slowly found a rolling pin and gestured. Well, a rolling pin should be easier to use. Fang's mother looked at the rolling pin in Fang Xian's hand, and her pupils suddenly contracted. No. Fang Xian raised the rolling pin and smashed it hard without wanting to hear what she said. Bang! Crack! The sound of the cap breaking was clearly heard. Fang's mother felt a sharp pain and screamed like a pig being slaughtered. Ah! Xin, I know I was wrong. Fang's mother's facial features were distorted by pain, but fear occupied her heart even more, and she began to beg for mercy. Xin, we are a family. Tell me what I did wrong, and I can change it. I didn't know how to be someone's stepmother before. Please give me another chance. I will definitely treat you well. Fang Xian was calm and unmoved. Give her a chance? Don't be funny. What about her suffering in the previous life? What about her death in the previous life? Fang Xian thought she was very noisy. Tear off a few strips of cloth from Fang's mother's clothes, and tie her hands and feet regardless of her struggle. Take off their stinky socks, stuff them into Fang's mother's mouth, and stuff them directly into her throat. Fang's mother rolled her eyes, and almost fainted from the stinky socks. At this time, Fang's mother was sweating, and her face was as pale as paper. She whimpered, either begging for mercy or cursing. Fang's mother fainted from the pain, and then woke up from the pain in her coma, watching her calf being smashed alive. She was sweating all over, trembling with pain all over her body, and fainted again without catching her breath. Fang Xian waved the rolling pin in his hand with all his strength, and finally Fang's mother's calf was broken into pieces with blood, and blood flowing all over the floor. The two of them lay in a pool of blood like dead dogs. Fang Xian stood up and panted, wiping the sweat from his forehead. An unprecedented sense of relief swept over his body, as if a nightmare had been broken and he was reborn. Fang Xian threw the two people into the dynamic space. What was this pain? Even if she died 10,000 times, it would be difficult to erase the damage done to her. She kicked open Fang Jie's door, and there was no one in the room. Then wait a while, he will come back soon. Fang Xian sat on the sofa to rest in a good mood. Beating people is also very exhausting. He took out a bottle of calcium and drank it with relish. His eyes fell on the mobile phone on the coffee table. It couldn't be opened because of fingerprints. The white phone case should be Fang's mother's phone. By the way, let's see how much money is inside. While the money can still be spent, wouldn't it be nice to buy some more supplies? He pulled Fang's mother out of the space, pulled out his right thumb and pressed it, and opened it. He opened the balance and found that it was 1.58 million, which was quite rich. Then she would not be polite. Change the payment password, then change the login password, and cancel the password lock screen. Perfect. There is no need to transfer the money inside. Just use this phone to spend. You don't need your own bank account. Others can check it however they want. She bent down and picked up the phone on the ground again, and changed all the passwords in the same way. There was only more than 30,000 yuan in it. TSK. She didn't think it was too little, and took it all. Wait, why not borrow some money in their name? Anyway, it's not her real name. Even if there are any consequences, what does it have to do with her? She did it right away. The two phones took turns to borrow money, small loans, high-interest loans, etc., and all that could be borrowed was borrowed. The two phones borrowed a total of 600,000 yuan. There are 2.21 million in the phone. It's really good, and I can stock up a lot of supplies. Fang Xian was a little sleepy after waiting so busy. It was a waste of her precious time to wait like this. So she took out Fang's mother's phone, edited a message, and sent it. Come back soon, that bitch is back. Let's discuss how to trick her. I didn't expect that she would reply in seconds. This bitch still knows to come back. She doesn't answer the phone. How dare she come back? Wait for me. I'll be back soon. Haha, they are really a family, rotten to the core. Half an hour later, Fang Jia opened the door and pretended to be surprised. Big sister, you are back. I missed you so much. Looking at his face, that was so fat that his features were not clearly visible and full of acne, he felt like he was going to vomit the overnight meal. Fang Jia ran to Fang Xian happily. Big sister, did you bring me a gift this time? Remembering that she used to be very eager for family affection, she would always save money, and save a few hundred yuan from her teeth to buy gifts for her brother and please him. But he never cared how the money was saved, nor did he care whether she would be hungry or whether she had money to pay tuition. He always accepted the gifts with peace of mind. Fang Xian felt that her brain must be covered with shit. She actually tried her best to please this selfish and vicious brother, just for her parents' words. My Fang Xian is sensible. She would feel very satisfied in her heart, and think that her parents also loved her fantasy. Fang Xian smiled and nodded, yes. Chapter 15. Then she calmly picked up the rolling pin placed aside, and smashed it hard on his head. Bang! A big bump suddenly appeared on the latter's head. Fang Jia covered his head, and cursed angrily, and the whole person was stunned. He never thought that his sister, who had always loved him, and obeyed him, would actually do something bad to him. Fang Xian forced a smile. How is it? Do you like this gift? Then he smashed the rolling pin on his big head again. Bang! Blood immediately flowed down his forehead. With a thud, his knees softened, and he knelt on the ground, and then he fell softly to the ground. Take out the rope to tie him up and block his mouth. You should have what others have. Pick up the rolling pin and smash it down on his calf. Bang! Crack! The sound of broken bones rang out. Fang Jia was awakened by the severe pain. He struggled, his eyes were bloodshot, and something was blocking his mouth, making a whining sound. His face was covered with tears and snot. Fang Xian numbly hit the opponent's calf. He hit the opponent's calf again and again. The latter fainted from the pain, and then woke up from the pain in a coma. After repeating this 2 or 3 times, his right calf was completely broken, and the bone fragments penetrated the skin, and the flesh was bloody and horrible to look at. She didn't care whether she was cruel or perverted. Good deeds are rewarded with good, and evil deeds are punished with evil. She would avenge herself. Fang Xian stood up, and threw away the rolling pin in his hand. He took a few deep breaths, and wiped the sweat from his forehead. He took out Fang Jia's phone, checked the balance, changed the password, and threw it into the space. There was less than 80,000 yuan in the phone, and he borrowed another 230,000 yuan. Entered the kitchen. Scraped all the food. Fetched a large bucket of water from the kitchen. Put on disposable gloves. Cleaned up all traces. Cleaned up all fingerprints and shoe prints. Throw the rag into the dirty water bucket, and throw the dirty water bucket and the tools used in the crime into the space. Turn around, and threw all these things far away. It was still early, so Fang Xian went to the agricultural machinery market during this gap. She was not disturbed by the Fang family at all, and still did not forget to stock up. He didn't need the big excavator or the medium excavator, so the small excavator was just right. 5 small excavators and bulldozers each. If one broke, just replace it. These things will definitely be useful in the future. Passing by the hardware store, she bought some tools, 20 each of boards, axes, screwdrivers, 10 chainsaws, 10 hand saws, and fishing nets and other fishing tools. She bought 500 meters of rope and 500 meters of wire. I bought some electric drills, cutting machines, water pumps, sockets, light bulbs, etc., and kept them as spares. These things will not be available even if I have money when the factory stops working and industrial civilization regresses. No, money will not be money anymore, so I can only use it to start a fire. Late at night, the moon is bright, and the stars are twinkling. Fang Xian rode her cool motorcycle on the country road, shaking her but a little. The crops on both sides were receding in front of me. Insects and frogs were chirping non-stop. The cool breeze from the motorcycle could not extinguish her boiling blood. She was excited and a little expectant. She expected her grandparents to see her excited. She was very familiar with this road. She didn't know how many times she had walked there. It took more than an hour to walk to and from school every day. No matter it was windy or rainy, she ran on the road in tattered clothes, struggling to study. When others were out of school, she would pick up bottles and sell them as waste. When others were on holiday, she had to wash dishes in a restaurant at such a young age. While others skipped classes, she was studying hard. She remembered the words of the elementary school principal, "If you want to change the status quo, you have to pass the exam. The only way is to study hard." After Fong Xian finished the first grade of elementary school, Old Man Fong and Old Lady Fong no longer let her go to school. Even if she was beaten half to death, Fong Xian did not want to drop out of school. It was the elementary school principal who came to find her and promised to sponsor Fong Xian to study after understanding the situation. Even if someone sponsored her, Old Man Fong and Old Lady Fong did not want Fong Xian to go to school. They were selfish, narrow-minded, and very vicious. They obstructed Fong Xian without any psychological burden. To put it bluntly, they didn't want to give Fong Xian a chance to succeed. They couldn't bear to see her do any good. She felt miserable when she did. Finally, the principal came out to warn the two that this behavior was illegal and child abuse. They would be sentenced to jail for either of the two crimes. Finally, the principal of the primary school sponsored Fong Xian to study until she graduated from junior high school. When she was in high school, she relied on various subsidies from the school to finish high school. Without the help of the principal of the primary school, she would not have been able to escape the control of Old Man Fong and Old Lady Fong and complete her studies. It's really funny, strangers are willing to lend a helping hand, but the so-called close relatives keep mistreating you. So what's the point of such blood relatives? She is unfortunate, but lucky. She has always been grateful to the principal of the primary school. She didn't have the ability in her previous life, but she always remembered this kindness in her heart. Finally arrived at the entrance of Xiaohe village, stopped the motorcycle, and put the car into the space. Most families in the village have dogs, and the dogs will bark when there is any movement. Jumped into the low and familiar courtyard wall, and when I entered the house, Mr. Fong and Mrs. Fong were sleeping peacefully. This room was like a hotbed of nightmares. She would never forget the bloody mouth of Mrs. Fong and the cruelty of Mr. Fong, like two evil spirits, constantly hovering in her dreams. She didn't remember how she grew up. It was very painful and painful. Fong Xian used a rolling pin to roughly knock them off the bed without saying a word. Mr. and Mrs. Fong were woken up by the fall, looking confused and confused. They didn't know what happened. When they stood up and adjusted to the darkness, they saw a figure in the faint moonlight. Under the moonlight, the face was bright or dark, and the rolling pin was still in his hand, staring at them steadily. In this dark room, there was a bit of a gloomy feeling. Old Mrs. Fong and Old Man Fong were both startled and took a step back involuntarily. Old Mrs. Fong asked bravely, "Who? Grandpa and Grandma don't recognize me?" Fong Xian's voice came slowly. The two were stunned for a moment, and Old Man Fong said uncertainly, "Fong Xian?" Confirming that it was Fong Xian, Old Mrs. Fong immediately regained her courage. "Little bitch, are you going to die? You are playing tricks in the middle of the night. Who do you want to scare to death? Grandma, I didn't expect that you are so old, but your temper is still so bad. Be careful of getting a heart attack or a stroke. It would be bad if you die of illness. Mrs. Fong, you are an uneducated person. You are looking for death." Mrs. Fong was used to beating and scolding Fong Xian, and he did not allow Fong Xian to challenge his authority in front of him. "Little bitch, how can you talk to your grandma? You read a broken book and can't even speak human language. You are getting angry again, right?" she said, and stepped forward to hit him with her fist. Mrs. Fong's short arms were on her waist as thick as a bucket, and she tilted her big head up with a gloating expression. "Beat her, teach her a lesson, beat her half to death like before. Use the simplest and crudest way to make her obedient, make her surrender like a dog. Don't think that now that she has grown up, she feels that her wings are hard. Let her know that no matter how hard she is, she can't fly away." Before the fist came over, Fong Xian swung the rolling pin. Bang! Old Man Fong was hit on the head by a rolling pin and fell to the ground. Blood spurted out. Old Lady Fong was frightened by Fong Xian's fight, and she shrank back. You are crazy. Do you want to kill someone?" Then he opened his mouth and yelled to cover up his inner fear. "Fong Xian, your conscience has been eaten by a dog. I raised you with great effort, and this is how you repay me? I treat you in your way. Why is it not okay? Don't be too hypocritical." Chapter 16. Fong Xian's parents divorced when she was 3 years old. When she was 5 years old, her father remarried, and she was sent to the countryside. Before she was 5 years old, her father was not very good to her, but he was not too bad either. Although she didn't have enough to eat, she didn't starve to death. She had a good life for a few years. After being sent to the countryside, her life was like hell. The old man didn't want to raise a child, and scolded her every day for being a burden. He wanted to throw her away but didn't dare to, so he wanted to torture her to death so that he could get rid of her as a burden. They transferred all their hatred for their biological mother to her, and they didn't know what her biological mother had done to hate her so much. Seeing her was like seeing an enemy, gritting their teeth, wishing to beat her to death, as if only beating and scolding could demonstrate their authority. Now Fong Xian still has many scars from being beaten when she was a child. Old Mrs. Fong swallowed her saliva. Her mind was blank. She didn't know how to defend herself, and she always felt that the rolling pin was about to swing at her. Who doesn't beat their children? A filial son is born under the stick. I am doing this for your own good. Without my teaching, would you be able to get into college? You ungrateful wolf. I was beaten half to death by you at every turn, and I still want to thank you for your teachings. Pa, I have seen shameless people, but I have never seen such a shameless person. Fong Xian went up and gave Old Lady Fong a big slap. I am also doing this for your own good, do you feel it? You. Old Lady Fong was so angry that she trembled all over. You are just like your dead mother. Both of you are ungrateful and can't be tamed. God, open your eyes and look at this. It's really too bullying, a little brat beating up an elder. There is no justice. Even if I have no merit, I have worked hard. After all, I am your elder. If you want to blame someone, blame your parents. It's your parents who don't want you. At least I didn't throw you away. Old Lady Fong sat on the ground, slapping her thighs and wailing heart-wrenchingly. She seemed to have suffered a great injustice. Fong Xian rolled his eyes. It was really unbearable to watch. He raised his fist and hit her face hard, hitting her flesh, knocking Old Lady Fong to the ground. Several teeth mixed with blood fell out. It is human nature to bully the weak and fear the strong, to seek good and avoid danger. So Old Lady Fong lay on the ground and begged for mercy with bruises all over her face. Don't hit me, I was wrong, I was really wrong, I shouldn't abuse you. I am your biological mother after all. Even if I break bones, I will still have tendons. You can't do this to me. Fong Xian knew that she said that, but she hated her in her heart and wanted to kill her right now. Fong Xian sneered. Do you think you should be forgiven if you apologize? Then I will kill you now and apologize to you. What do you think? You apologized to me, but you didn't think you did anything wrong, but you were afraid. You are such a shameless person. Why didn't you take blood ties into consideration when you abused me? Old Mrs. Fong felt her head buzzing, and her brain completely shut down. She didn't expect Fong Xian to become so cruel. That's different. You were young and ignorant, and always got into trouble, so I beat you. You can't do this to me. You are being unfilial and breaking the law. Aren't you afraid of going to jail? Fong Xian closed his eyes, and painful memories kept coming to his mind. Always getting into trouble? Did you eat too much? Did you wash clothes too slowly? Did you not work fast enough in the fields? Even my breathing was wrong. You wouldn't let me sleep for no reason, and I had to kneel all night. I was lucky to survive. How dare you call yourself my elder? How could you have the heart to kill a child this young? It's time to settle all the accounts. Fong Xian stepped hard on Granny Fong's head with one foot, and asked with red eyes. Granny Fong saw Fong Xian's fierce eyes, and shook her big fat head desperately. No, wait. Don't you always want to know about your mother? I tell you everything. Fong Xian raised the rolling pin with no intention of stopping, and smashed it hard on her big fat head. Bang! Grandma Fong staggered while holding her head, but she didn't faint after the rolling pin hit her. It must be said that her body is better than that of ordinary young people. Grandma Fong's pupils were dilated because of fear, her eyeballs seemed to be bulging, and her mouth was wide open, but she couldn't make a sound. A stream of yellow liquid flowed down the trouser legs, and the strong smell of urine spread instantly. Fong Xian immediately covered her mouth and nose. With a look of disgust on her face, Grandma, are you ready? Fong Xian acted like a real villain, which made people's scalp numb. As Old Lady Fong's body trembled violently, Fong Xian's rolling pin hit her hard again. Bang! With a muffled sound, blood gushed out of Old Lady Fong's head. Her eyes rolled back, and she fainted. Find the rope, and tie the two people up. The two people were so heavy that it took a lot of effort to tie them up. Fong Xian was sweating all over his forehead. He waved his hand, and put the two people into the planting area. She covered the heads of several people with black cloth bags. She didn't want them to see her secret. Even if they were dying, she couldn't do that. Fong Xian took out a wet towel and slowly wiped her hands. It didn't matter why her biological mother abandoned her. She had longed for it before, when she didn't have enough food to eat. When she was abused by Old Man Fong and Old Lady Fong, she fantasized about her mother appearing for days and nights, even if it was just to hug her. But now she is no longer the child who needs her mother's care. She is a person who climbed out of hell. What's the point of all this? It doesn't matter. The wavering thought passed in an instant. It was just a stranger with blood relationship. Fong Xian focused his attention on the big wooden box at the head of the bed. Since he was here, of course, he had to collect interest or something. How could he come empty-handed? According to the nature of old lady Fong, the good things must be hidden inside, and she would feel at ease only when they were placed in front of her. Sure enough, he found a big cloth bag wrapped in layers at the bottom of the box. When he opened it, there was about 90,000 cash in it, as well as 2 gold bracelets and a gold ring. Not bad, not bad, he took it. Then he inspected the kitchen and warehouse, and took away all the food. Fong Xian rode his motorcycle in the evening breeze and moonlight, and left Xiaohe village quickly. Fong Xian knew a newly completed villa that was not yet occupied. There was a basement there. He threw a few people down there, and blocked the exit with big rocks. They would be very excited when they woke up. The family was finally reunited. They were a family in life, and a family in death. Throwing a few steamed buns, and a few bottles of tap water down there, if they ate sparingly, they might be able to survive for 10 days, or half a month, provided that they could survive when the extreme cold came, but Fong Xian did not prepare any cold-resistant items for them. Then enjoy it. Fong Xian didn't want to starve several people to death at once. The extreme cold would come in a few days. They had to die in extreme pain. Fong Xian was worried. Although few people came here, she still installed 2 micro cameras to monitor their movements at all times. Well, she still cared about them. Fong Xian felt happy at this moment, and every nerve in her body was extremely comfortable. She also had to thank the end of the world for giving her the opportunity to take revenge with her own hands. The idea suddenly became clear. Chapter 17. Early in the morning of the next day, Fong Xian arrived at Xiaohe town. She stood at the gate of the elementary school principal's house. The big black iron gate had become a little old and peeling after years of baptism. The gate was open, and Fong Xian walked in directly. A small garden full of vegetables came into view. There were also some chickens in the yard. Fong Xian often came here when she was a child, and she was very familiar with every plant and tree here. There was an old lady in the yard feeding chickens. She was not old, in her 60s, and was in very good health. The old lady was the principal's wife, and she treated her very well. She often came to eat with her, and never got tired of her. Fong Xian was a little dazed. She hadn't seen the 2 elders for more than 2 years. Her eyes were slightly red, and she called out, "Grandma?" "Xin?" The old lady stepped forward with a kind smile. "Xin, why are you here? Didn't you go to school?" "No, I came to see you." "You kid, what's so good about our old bones?" "Academics are important. You must study hard, understand?" Grandma Li took Fong Xian's hand, and walked into the house while nagging. "I remember everything I know about Grandma. Come on, let's go inside and talk. Have you eaten yet?" Fong Xian didn't pretend at all and nodded honestly, "Not yet." "Then come in quickly. You look so thin. Eat more later." "Okay." Before she even entered the house, Grandma Li shouted at the top of her voice, "Old Li, come out quickly, and see who's here." Then a voice responded from inside the house, "Here? Who is it?" Grandpa Li came out of the house, and was a little surprised to see Fong Xian. "Xin, why are you here? Didn't you go to school? Is it because you don't have enough tuition?" Fong Xian's nose was sore from the series of questions. "I have enough tuition, I just came to see you." Okay, but you can't tell me. Why are you so dark and thin? Are you tired from work?" Grandpa Li said with some distress. "It's okay, I guess you've been running around during this period. It's okay, don't worry. Your health is important, don't skip meals to save money, okay?" "Okay." Feeling the care from the 2 elders, Fong Xian felt warm in her heart. Fong Xian followed them to the table to eat. Simple home-cooked dishes, 2 vegetarian dishes, and 2 meat dishes. Because Fong Xian came today, Grandma Li made 2 meat dishes. Grandma Li filled a big bowl of rice for Fong Xian, and placed all the dishes in front of her. Fong Xian felt bloated and full in her heart, as if something was stuffed full. Time seemed to go back to elementary school, when Grandpa Li often took her home just to let her have a full meal. The 2 old people were like a ray of light that entered her heart and kept her from getting lost in the darkness. The 2 old people had no children, and sometimes they thought that if they were reborn into their family, it would be a very happy thing. Grandpa Li's life is very leisurely now. He is retired and at home, and he has nothing to worry about. He takes a walk and practices Tai Chi every day. He doesn't live too carefree. Grandma Li is not retired. She only works 4 days a week. She is an old Chinese medicine doctor in the town. Her work is not too tiring. Xinshin, are you here today for something? Grandpa Li asked straight to the point. Fong Xian should be in school at this time. He asked for leave to come to him. There must be something important. Fong Xian nodded. Yes, I have something to tell you. Fong Xian didn't beat around the bush and said directly, the parent of one of my classmates works at the meteorological station. He told me that there will be a big drop in temperature in a few days. Big drop in temperature? It's okay. The temperature drop in previous years was not too cold. Grandpa Li said indifferently. Grandpa, the temperature drop this time will be very cold. How cold is it? About the same as the North Pole. How is that possible? It's never been that cold here. The two elders were shocked. Yes, it's true. They said it was an internal secret, and asked me not to spread it to avoid causing panic. Could it be a joke between friends? Why do I feel so nervous when I hear it? Grandma Li asked beside her. It shouldn't be. The tone was very serious, not like a joke. The temperature in the North Pole is about minus 50 degrees. If it is about the same as the North Pole, it would be freezing to death. Grandma Li's heart sank. Will it be that cold? Fong Xian nodded. Whether it's true or not, prepare some supplies. It's best if you don't have any, but if you do, you won't be at a loss. Grandpa Li reacted quickly and said solemnly. Yeah. Grandma Li was still a little unbelievable and nodded blankly. It's best to be low-key when buying things. Fong Xian advised seriously. The two elders were stunned, then they thought of something and nodded. Yeah, Xinshin is right. Buy more things that can be stored for a long time, such as kelp, bean curd, fungus and other dry goods, and it's best to reinforce the doors of the house. The two elders listened carefully. The two elders believed what Fong Xian said very much. They knew Fong Xian very well over the years. He came to tell them specially, so they became solemn. Fong Xian didn't plan to stay any longer, so he stood up. Grandpa and Grandma, I got some things for you. 2 large boxes of medicine, 2 large boxes of canned fruit, 2 large boxes of dried vegetables, 2 large boxes of milk powder, 2 large boxes of compressed biscuits, and 2 smokeless stoves. The living room was full of them. When the extreme cold came, it was difficult to buy vegetables. There was basically no market for them. Canned fruit and dried vegetables were to supplement vitamins when there were no vegetables in the future. 1 bag of dried vegetables could make a lot of vegetables. These things can be stored for a long time. You keep them for emergency use. The two elders were very moved when they saw the supplies prepared for them in the living room. How much money would it cost? The girl had no money to begin with, and she still spent money to buy things for them. Xinshin, how much money? Grandma will give you the money. Fong Xian knew that her grandmother was afraid that she had no money, so she insisted on giving it to her, but Fong Xian would definitely not take it. Over the years, the old couple helped her from time to time, and they didn't know how much money they spent. Grandma, this is my filial piety to you, and it is only right to buy things for you. Just keep it with peace of mind. I have money, don't worry. Then Fong Xian was afraid that Grandma would be reluctant to spend money, so he reminded her again, and Grandma, don't be reluctant to spend money. You must buy more food and coal and stock up. Finally, Fong Xian forced the money back into Grandma Li's pocket and ran away. Grandma Li scolded, Child, do you have enough money? I have enough, Grandma, don't worry. The old couple watched Fong Xian's car getting farther and farther away, until they could no longer see it. Grandma Li grabbed Grandpa Li's hand and asked nervously, Old Li, don't you think this is true? Grandpa Li looked up at the scorching sun and sighed. The weather should change. In fact, when disaster strikes, life in rural areas is better than in cities. Most families in rural areas have farmland and some food reserves, so the food is relatively better. Fong Xian watched the figures of the two elders in the rearview mirror getting smaller and smaller until they could not be seen. She didn't know what the ending of the two elders was in their previous life, but she thought it wouldn't be too good. The elderly have no place to stand in the end of the world. They will be abandoned, sacrificed, and harmed. But it doesn't matter. Everything will be better in this life. Chapter 18. Fong Xian bought several truckloads of cement, sand, bricks, and pebbles in Xiao town. The materials needed for building the foundation and the fence should be stored in advance to avoid wasting time going down the mountain to get them when needed. Climbing back and forth is also very tiring and a waste of time. She looked up at the high mountains in the distance and walked in with determination. 5 mountains are connected, one mountain on top of another. If you walk from one end of the mountain to the other, it will take a month or so, and those who are not familiar with the terrain in the deep mountains will easily get lost. That's right, she wants to settle down in the mountains. Although there will be many inconveniences, and it is difficult to receive information from the outside world, there will inevitably be information stagnation, but there is no other way. It is better to be a little bit safer in everything. One of the survival rules of the end of the world: the lower the sense of existence, the longer the person lives, and the more people miss the person, the faster he dies. Besides, this place is not far from the two elders' home, and you can go to see the two elders from time to time. The further you go in, the more rugged the mountain road becomes, and it is very difficult to walk with potholes. The thorn forest is getting denser. There are also some pheasants running around, and she wants to catch a few to enrich the ranch species. But it runs too fast, and it disappears in the thorns, so she can't catch it at all. She didn't catch the pheasant, but she picked up a nest of pheasant eggs, with 8 eggs. She put the pheasant eggs in the ranch, and found an old hen to incubate them, but she doesn't know if chicks can be hatched. She doesn't know if she can encounter other animals, and catch them all in the space. Or she can raise wild goats, wild rabbits, etc., and improve the species. If there is still time after we have found a place to stay, we can look for one. After walking for more than 10 hours, she finally found a place. She was so tired that her legs began to tremble, and her whole body was shaking. It was really killing her. When she was a child, she often picked some mushrooms and firewood at the foot of the mountain, but she had never been deep in the mountains. This was also the first time. First, there are large wild animals in the deep mountains, and you may not be able to get out alive if you get in. Second, the mountain road is rugged and difficult to walk, and it is easy to get lost. It is easy to go up, but difficult to come down. Therefore, few people would go to the deep mountains, which indirectly increases the safety factor of the residents. This place is peaceful, with good air and environment, and there are insects and birds chirping everywhere. If there is no end of the world, this place is simply a holy place for retirement. There is a dilapidated cabin in front, and no one knows who owns this cabin. It has been in disrepair for many years, and has long been dilapidated. It is obvious that no one has lived in it for a long time. The location of this cabin is excellent. The terrain is relatively flat, and there are 2 mountains in front and behind, which completely blocks other people's sight. You can't see anything from the bottom up. The terrain is completely hidden, which is super suitable for settling down. Fong Xian sat on a big rock, which was still a bit painful to his butt. He drank a bottle of ice water, and rested for a while. When he was a little tired, he was ready to start working. Fong Xian put on gloves and familiarized himself with the operation of the excavator. Then he operated the excavator to flatten the cabin. He sorted out the wooden boards of the cabin and put them away. They couldn't be thrown away. They could be kept for burning in the future. Fong Xian looked at several big trees nearby and decided to cut them down. They were a bit in the way. He put all the cut trees into the space, and kept them for burning. The tree roots were also dug out with an excavator, and the soil was filled and leveled. Some large stones were cleared out, and the remaining small gravel was left alone. Fong Xian drove the excavator to start laying the foundation again. Since the ground was relatively soft, it had to be made harder. He drove the excavator to dig out a foundation trench of more than 100 square meters, and then kept rolling and compacting it. After compaction, a layer of sand was spread, and the sand was spread evenly. The outer perimeter of the foundation was laid with lines. 2 layers of bricks were enough. After the foundation was laid, the inner foundation was laid with bricks, filled with cement and sand, and leveled and sprinkled with water. Then pull the wire to build the brick frame, and reserve the pipes, one for the bathroom and one for the kitchen. Run the pipes to the gentle slope next to it. Then keep the sewer pipes warm to ensure that they will not be frozen in extremely cold weather and can drain water better. Wrap them with several layers of insulation cotton and 2 layers of insulation cloth on the outside. The insulation cloth was bought in country C to isolate the outside temperature, and finally tied with ropes. After the sewer pipes are completed, the next step is to mix concrete, fill the concrete into the frame, and then fill the entire foundation and smooth it. All that was left was to wait for the foundation to dry thoroughly, and then apply a layer of cement. Another major project was to build a higher wall to surround the house, so that the safety factor would be higher. Then use an excavator to dig a trench for the foundation of the wall, clean up the dirt at the bottom, and then tamp it down. Mix some concrete and spread it at the bottom, so that it would be more stable. Fong Xian couldn't sit idle while waiting for the concrete to dry. He put the 2-story building in the mobile space, and prepared to go in and connect the electricity. Take out the diesel generator, and put it in the generator room. Connect the circuit. The circuit wires were directly connected when the house was built. She just needs to connect the circuit directly to the generator. After connecting the circuit, press the power switch and the generator starts. Rumble. It's a bit noisy, but fortunately the whole house is soundproofed. When the door is closed, the sound suddenly becomes smaller. It doesn't sound noisy at all in the living room. As for household appliances, they can be used by plugging them in. Air conditioners, range hoods, etc. were all installed directly when the two-story building was built. The money spent is really worth it. As long as there is diesel, he will always have electricity here, which is really wonderful. When the 0 yuan purchase comes, he will reserve more fuel. After connecting the electricity, he put the two-story building back into the storage space. The concrete in the foundation groove has dried thoroughly. Following the short video, he learned while laying the foundation, slowly groping, and soon got the hang of it. However, the first section was not laid well, forget it, although it is a bit ugly, it can be used. Fong Xing'an was sweating profusely, and his clothes were soaked with sweat, and then dried by the strong sun. Finally, a layer of salt particles condensed and hung on the clothes. Picked up the towel on his head, wiped the sweat off his face, found a shaded place to sit on the ground, took out ice water, and drank half a bottle. Wet the towel with ice water, and applied it on his face. Phew, comfortable. There were a few sparrows not far away, jumping and hopping with their gray bellies sticking out, very cute. I don't know what they are looking for to eat. Fong Xian took out a handful of millet from the space, and gently sprinkled it nearby. I don't know if they will eat it. A little bird actually landed on Fong Xian's shoulder. Fong Xian spread out the millet in his palm, and handed it over. The little bird tilted its head, and was very curious. Fong Xian was so cute about the little guy. How could he let such a cute little guy go? He had to take it for himself. So the little guy tilted his head, and was sent into the space. Fong Xian gently moved his fingers towards a few birds not far away, and collected a few birds foraging into the pasture. Buzz buzz buzz. At this moment, a small yellow thing flew straight to her face. She didn't see what it was, and instinctively raised her hand and slapped it, directly knocking the little thing to the ground. Buzz. Looking closely, it turned out to be a hard-working little bee. The poor little bee on the ground moved its wings. Buzz. She suddenly thought that she should collect some little bees into the ranch, collect honey for pollination, and eat honey. This is a big deal. Without bees, her fruit trees will not bear fruit in the future. She threw the injured little bee into the ranch. She got up and started looking. Finally, she found a round beehive on a tree, hanging on a branch. The outside of the beehive was densely covered with little bees. Fong Xian rubbed his arms, and got goosebumps. A bit of intensive phobia. Fong Xian raised his hand, and collected the bees, and the beehive into the space ranch. Clap his hands. It's done. Chapter 19. After collecting sparrows and bees, she was in a good mood and continued to work. She deeply understood the difficulty of the workers. This kind of hard work day after day, sweating profusely, is really not something that ordinary people can persist in. In order to meet the deadline, she worked until 12 o'clock in the evening every day with a big lamp on, and got up before 5 o'clock in the morning. She also ate on the ground every day, which took only a few minutes. There was no other way because of the tight time. The wall was 3 meters high, with cement on the top and some nails inserted. When I was a child, I saw others doing this in the countryside. It has a good anti-theft effect. Of course, a few observation holes were left. 2 bricks are movable. You can take them out when you need them, and put them back after use. You can't see any problems from the outside. Some more cement was used, and a smooth layer of cement was applied to the foundation. Then the wall was washed with water, and the seams were smoothed with cement. The last one is the big iron gate. It's really inconvenient to work alone. It's quite strenuous to press the big iron gate. This big iron gate is very heavy, and it takes a lot of effort to move it. Finally, the big iron gate was installed, and her doomsday hut was finally completed. She could take a break and take a breath. Looking at the fruits of her labor, she felt a full sense of accomplishment. Although she was very tired, she was happy in her heart. Tunton, this is our home, we have a home, are you happy? Fong Xian hugged the dog and rubbed it. Woof, woof, woof. The dog leaned into Fong Xian's arms, and wherever the master was, there was home. Fong Xian lay on the ground with his arms and legs spread out, staring at the sky in a daze. The sky has been foggy these past 2 days, and it has been cloudy without the sun. She knew that this was a warning before the extreme cold of the end of the world. Everyone thought that after such a long period of heat, There would be a heavy rain to cool down the temperature, but no one expected that it would be followed by a blizzard that would take people's lives. Yes, it was indeed very cool. The dog leaned against Fong Xian and lay down, with his head resting on Fong Xian's arm. The dog's illness has been completely cured, and the hair has grown. She is no longer the skinny dog she used to be. She has grown some meat and looks better. Now she is a symbol of a female dog. Tunton, let's go hunting. Woof. The dog stretched and looked up at Fong Xian expectantly. There were less than 3 days left before the end of the world. Fong Xian decided to take a day to see if she could hunt some animals. She was not afraid even if she encountered large animals. She had a gun and would hide in space if she was in danger. When the extreme cold came, some small animals might be frozen to death, and large animals would also find a place to hibernate. It would be difficult to catch them then. Fong Xian changed into a long coat and long pants. The bushes in the mountains can easily scratch the skin, and there are also many small insects. Fong Xian used a stick to push away the thorns that were in the way while walking, and he could use it as a walking stick when he was tired. The dog followed closely beside him, looking left and right. Seeing that the dog was so hot when he stuck out his tongue, Fong Xian poured some cold water for the dog. Fong Xian raised her head and drank the remaining half bottle. The animals were very alert, and they ran away if there was anything wrong. It seemed that she couldn't hunt them, because she couldn't run fast enough and couldn't catch up. Fong Xian looked at the dog. Tunton, go around and see if you can catch some small prey. Woof. The dog didn't even finish drinking the water, and ran out immediately after hearing the command. This dog is still impatient. At least drink the water before going. There is no need to rush for a moment. Don't bite it to death, keep it alive, and don't let it run away. Fong Xian shouted at the dog's back. Woof. Collect the water that the dog didn't finish drinking, and give it to it when you come back later. She couldn't just wait and see if she could find something else, in case she stepped on a Ganoderma lucidum or something, like in novels where people often step on ginseng and Ganoderma lucidum. Fong Xian searched for a long time, but couldn't find any trace of ginseng and Ganoderma lucidum. As expected, she didn't have the aura of a heroine. Just as Fong Xian was giving up, she heard a rustling sound coming from far away. What was going on? Could it be a large beast? She used a stick to push away the thorns, and saw her dog running over with a big pheasant in its mouth. He ran up to the front, raised his head, and picked up the pheasant high, shaking his tail wildly, as if to ask for credit. This pheasant seemed to be a little smaller than a domestic chicken, and the color was quite beautiful. It should be a rooster. Fong Xian reached out to take the rooster, but she didn't expect the pheasant to be quite fierce. This guy wanted to use his sharp beak to cut her. It is indeed a wild animal, full of wildness. It is really afraid that the poultry in the space will be bullied to death by this guy, but it is not impossible. For safety reasons, it is better to put it in a cage first and observe it. If its wildness does not change, it can only be slaughtered and eaten. Some feed was put in to ensure that it would not starve. 2 pieces of beef jerky were taken out from the space as a reward for the dog. Then she quickly took out the water for it to drink. Don't get heat stroke in such a hot day. After the dog drank the water, it ran out again. Fong Xian took out a small shovel and started digging herbs and other things. The dog was working, so she couldn't be idle. Fong Xian dug some with relatively intact roots and put them together separately, so that they could be transplanted into the dynamic space later. About 10 minutes later, the dog came back from hunting again. I didn't expect that her dog was also a master hunter. Why was the prey brought back this time a little different, a thin one? Fong Xian's eyes widened. Could it be a snake? When the dog ran closer, Ward, it really was a snake, a black snake 2 fingers wide. It was still wagging its tail and spitting out its tongue. She really knew how to think. She really didn't like this kind of cold-blooded animal. It made her feel uncomfortable just looking at it, and goosebumps appeared all over her body. Fong Xian quickly waved his hand to stop the dog. Stop, don't come over. The dog, who was happily wagging its tail and running over to ask for credit, braked helplessly. The dog became unhappy, and its tail stopped wagging and drooped. Seeing this, Fong Xian immediately started coaxing the dog. Tunton, you are really great and caught prey again, but this thing will bite all our animals to death. We don't keep this, dear. Throw it away and see if there is anything else. First of all, you must first affirm the dog's hard work, and then tell the reason. Well, she is really a good owner who pays attention to the dog's mental health. Sure enough, the dog understood, swung its tail again, and ran away happily. This thing is not fun to keep. How much meat do you have to feed it? When it grows up, it can eat small animals one by one. Is it okay? Wouldn't she go bankrupt? And she couldn't keep it well. Fong Xian looked around subconsciously, really afraid that a snake would suddenly appear and bite her. She was afraid of nothing except snakes. Fong Xian calmed down and prepared to continue looking for herbs, but suddenly her attention was attracted by a plant full of black fruits. Chapter 20. It is nightshade. Some places call it black or black stars, and some places call it wild grapes. Fong Xian picked a few, blew them, and stuffed them directly into his mouth. Yeah. Sweet. The black ones are not the sweetest. There are also yellow ones, which are sweeter. She ate a lot of this when she was a child. When she was hungry, she would go up the mountain to find all kinds of wild fruits to fill her stomach. Fong Xian pulled out the whole vine, and then buried the fruits in the soil to make them sprout. Fong Xian was digging herbs, while keeping an eye out for edible wild fruits. He picked a lot of sea buckthorns, which were a bit sour and astringent. They can be used to make wine, and can be used as medicine when dried. This is a good thing. It can prevent cancer, delay aging, strengthen the body, and is rich in vitamin C. Give the dog more, hoping that it can live a few more years. Fong Xian picked them all and dug a few seedlings to plant in the pasture. He also picked a lot of sour sea buckthorn, also known as wild sea buckthorn, commonly known as yellow sour thorn. Why is it called sour? Because it is really sour. But it is the wild fruit with the highest vitamin C content in the world. The dog is also a magical species. No matter where Fong Xian goes, the dog can find her. On the way, the dog brought back a big fat rabbit. Wild rabbits are much bigger than domestic rabbits, fat and strong. It came again, and Fong Xian threw the sour fruit in her hand into the basket. This time it brought back a little wild rabbit. Fong Xian wondered if it brought back someone's child. After putting the little wild rabbit into the cage, Fong Xian quickly poured some water for the dog. After the dog drank the water, it did not run out this time. Instead, it led the way in front. Fong Xian immediately understood and followed the dog. Where was he taking her? Was he going to destroy the rabbit's nest? After walking for about 20 minutes, she looked into the distance and found a pond in the distance. There were many large animals drinking water around the pond. Wow, there were more than a dozen wild goats, 7 or 8 bison, and a few wild boars. No wonder there are no large animals around. They all came here to drink water. But how to collect them into the space? It is impossible to run over stupidly, and you can't get too close. It's easy to scare them all away, and most importantly, you may be trampled to death. Fong Xian and the dog slowly approached and hid behind a big rock. There was a distance of more than 10 meters from the pool, which was just right. Fong Xian took out the tranquilizer gun and prepared. 2 calves left the team and were playing on the side, approaching this side. Fong Xian's current distance for collecting items is 3 meters, and she doesn't know if the calf can hear the call of her heart. Closer, closer, a little closer. Collect. Hey, it's really here. Even the anesthetic was saved. It disappeared silently, without disturbing any grass or tree. Fong Xian slowly moved her body, and approached the big rock on the other side. This place was close to the sheep. Fong Xian waited quietly, waiting for them to drink water and leave. There was a deep pool in front, and a mountain on the right. The sheep could only leave by passing in front of her, so that she could fish in troubled waters. But after waiting for more than half an hour, the goats did not move. After drinking water, the cattle and wild boars went to look for food, but these goats were lying by the pond without moving. It didn't seem like a good idea to just sit there and wait. By the way, the livestock in the ranch are all taken care of by the dog. He chases the sheep and ducks inside every day. Can he do it outside? Fong Xian looked down at the dog. Tunton, do you want to eat mutton? Woof. Fong Xian quickly made a gesture to silence. Shh, don't be too loud or they will be scared away. Can you drive them together? Then we will have endless mutton in the future. Fong Xian pointed at the sheep. After Fong Xian finished speaking, the dog ran out with his eyes shining. This dog is absolutely impatient. The dog ran to the outskirts of the sheep and tried to drive them away, blocking them on the left and chasing them on the right, roaring and jumping, dodging left and right. Unexpectedly, after the dog's unremitting efforts, it really worked. Although the sheep were unwilling, they still surrendered. Fong Xian stood up excitedly, feeling incredible. Her dog was simply too awesome. A sentence suddenly popped up in her mind. How many surprises do you have that I don't know about? She spent a long time trying to collect only 2 confused calves, but it actually tamed a group of goats. Fong Xian looked at the tranquilizer gun in her hand that was not used at all, and quietly put it back. The dog jumped on the back of the sheep, and then ran to the back and pushed the lamb's buttocks, as if it was disgusted that they walked too slowly, and urged them to move forward. Fong Xian just stood there. She didn't dare to move, for fear that as she moved, the sheep that her dog had worked so hard to tame would run away again. A group of goats stopped reluctantly not far away. Fong Xian then slowly approached, raised his hand to collect all the wild goats into the space, and put them in the livestock pen for a few days. When the dog saw that the goats were gone, he had guessed where they had gone, and ran over with his tail wagging, like a general who had won a battle. Fong Xian immediately stroked the dog's head and gave him affirmation. Tunton, you are great. You are the smartest and most capable dog in the world. Fong Xian took out a big tomato and handed it to the dog as a reward. The dog carefully took a bite from Fong Xian's hand and ate it with relish. After eating 1 and 2 or 3 bites, he looked at Fong Xian again. Fong Xian quickly took out another one and handed it to it. It had really done a great job today, so it had to be satisfied. Then Fong Xian completely gave up and gave it all to the dog. She dug some herbs and waited for the dog to bring prey to her. Unexpectedly, it brought back a squirrel first. Squirrels dig holes everywhere, and she didn't want her ranch to be full of holes, so she quickly let it go. After Fong Xian strongly refused, the dog never brought back a squirrel again. The dog brought back 13 pheasants, 8 hares, and finally a hedgehog, which Fong Xian also threw away, leaving the dog with a mouth full of thorns. Fong Xian felt both sad and amused, and criticized the dog, pulled out the thorns one by one with tweezers, applied some medicine to disinfect, and gave him an antibiotic. Fong Xian put the dog back into the space and let it recover. He found the direction by himself and went down the mountain to the city. This time when he went to the city, he didn't care what he bought. He just bought whatever he saw and spent the money. She still has more than 200 unspent, so she has to spend them quickly. Before the end of the world, she wants to experience this prosperous world again. There is another important thing, which is to prepare for 0 yuan shopping. Who can refuse 0 yuan shopping? Such a great opportunity should not be missed. If you live in the mountains, it is very time-consuming and inconvenient to go back and forth. Shopping mall. The first floor is usually a jewelry store, so skip it. After looking at the sign, she went straight to the cosmetics area on the 3rd floor. In the past, in order to save money, she used children's face creams that cost more than 10 yuan. She used them, and they were quite useful. She thought about buying some more children's face creams. But these are all mid to high-end skin care products, which she has never used before. The salesperson was very patient, and put a few on her hands for her to try. But it didn't seem to be particularly useful. Maybe she, a loser, couldn't tell the difference between good and bad, so she picked a few sets that she liked. It's really expensive. A small bottle of eye cream costs hundreds of yuan, and a whole set costs more than 2,000 yuan. Forget it, it doesn't matter. I also bought a few bottles of isolation. For now, there's no need to buy too much. No one wants this stuff in the end times, there are plenty. Going from floor to floor, not visiting every store, but taking a general look, leaving if you don't want to buy, and going in to buy if you like. Chapter 21. Walked to the home textile area and stocked up on some cotton quilts. I still felt that cotton quilts were more solid. Other materials always felt light, and not warm at all, but I bought some of them to enrich my bedding. In fact, I should buy some more cotton. In extreme cold, cotton is an important material. If I buy some cloth, I can make my own clothes. Oh, and I also need to buy a sewing machine. This mall didn't sell cotton, so Fong Xian bought 3 sewing machines and drove away, and found a comprehensive wholesale mall with a navigation. There are cotton and cloth here. The lowest price of cotton wholesale is 18 yuan per caddy, but Fong Xian wanted more, 20 tons, and he charged 15 yuan per caddy. Although it sounds like a lot, they are all vacuum-packed, and the volume becomes very small once compressed. 1 ton is a bag, and it took 2 trips back and forth to get it done. I spent 600,000 yuan on cotton alone. This money is really not worth spending. Then I went back to buy some cloth. I didn't expect that there are so many varieties of cloth. I bought 2 of each. Pure cotton, nylon cloth, denim, flannel, silk, long staple cotton, cotton and linen blends, linen and rainproof cloth. There is also mesh cotton gauze. I heard from the merchants that this is used to make quilts, and can prevent cotton from leaking. It can also be processed into diapers for babies, and tofu workshops use it for filtering, etc. Fong Xian's eyes lit up, and he thought of medical gauze. This is totally possible. Buy, 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 you must buy, there are so many uses, give me 10 pieces. Socks, thin, thick, long and short, everything is available, buy. This wholesale market is very complete, with a dazzling array of everything, pots and pans, daily necessities, and so on. I saw some storage boxes. I could buy some of them. I could classify the things in the space, and stack them up to free up more space. This is okay. I buy 200 of the giant 300L version, 100 of the medium 130L version, 100 of the 85L version, and 100 of the small 20L version. It's quite troublesome to buy this thing. Her car can't fit it at all. Fong Xian opened the map, and found a sparsely populated open space to receive the goods. She set a time and asked for it to be delivered today. After buying cotton, Fong Xian immediately thought of cotton seeds. If she didn't buy it now, she wouldn't be able to buy it in the future even if she wanted to. Even if she bought it for free, it would be difficult to find these miscellaneous things. Anyway, she had money now, so she bought everything she could. Cotton seeds were only sold in seed stores, so she drove to the crop seed market. Unexpectedly, there were several kinds of cotton seeds, and she didn't know which one was better, so she bought some of each, a total of 2 large bags. She also bought a lot of other vegetable seeds, a whole car. Passing by a barber shop, Fong Xian looked at her long hair in the rearview mirror, and thought she should cut it short. Not only is it too long and eye-catching, but it is no joke to be grabbed during a fight. Fong Xian turned around at the intersection ahead and drove back. She cut her hair into a boyish style. After the short haircut, she felt much more refreshed and didn't feel any reluctance. After the haircut, Fong Xian looked like a different person. Her sharp eyebrows and eyes matched with a neat short hair, showing her heroic appearance. If she changed her clothes into men's clothes, who could tell that she was a girl? 2 rabbits walk side by side, how can I tell which is male and which is female? Fong Xian touched her short hair, the hairdresser's workmanship was very good, she was very satisfied, thinking that her short hair would need to be taken care of in the future, and she would need to use scissors and so on. She immediately went out and found a store nearby, went in and bought 10 sets of hairdressing tools. It was still early, so she went to the market without stopping, to see if there was anything she needed to buy. Selling stupid chicken eggs, stupid duck eggs, stupid goose eggs. Buy! There were 3 stores in total, and they bought all of them. 430 eggs, 360 duck eggs, 230 goose eggs. Flowers and plants, buy. Pigeons, live, buy. Black chickens, live, buy. I couldn't help but buy 2 big bags of snacks, and also bought a bag of toys for the dog. The rest are vegetables and meat. She doesn't need them, so she doesn't need to buy them. But they sell all kinds of marinated meats, which can be used for grilling and roasting. This is fine. If you want to eat it, just take it out and roast it. I loaded 2 trucks back and forth, and basically bought everything. Barbecue ingredients, various dipping sauces, hot pot base, bamboo skewers, iron skewers, barbecue nets, buy. Buy various condiments in bulk. Fong Xian finally went to the delivery location, paid the balance, and when the truck drove away, he waved and put the storage box into the space. Fong Xian ran all day, but he didn't expect to be so busy on the last day. He kept moving his legs, afraid that he would miss something, and was very nervous. The money in the 3 mobile phones was finally spent, and only Fong's mother's mobile phone had more than 50,000 yuan left. Fong Xian took out the SIM cards from the 2 phones without money, broke them into pieces, and threw the 2 phones into the trash can. He took Fong's mother's phone, and went to the western suburbs to get a room. The reason for choosing this place is that there is a large warehouse not far from here, which is only a 20-minute drive away. He started to prepare for the future $0 shopping. Fong Xian picked up the sweet key and walked into the elevator. There were already 3 people in the elevator, and Fong Xian found an empty seat to stand. Wait a minute. Someone outside hurried over. The person near the door pressed the door opening button again, and the elevator door slowly opened again. A sexy and enchanting beauty ran in, half of her body stood at the door, neither going in nor out. The elevator door could not be closed, and it was slow to move. After waiting for a while, everyone got impatient. Hey, beauty, why are you blocking the door? The beauty smiled awkwardly. Wait a minute, my boyfriend will be here soon. If you are waiting for someone, just wait for the next one. Aren't you wasting everyone's time? Beauty, just wait a moment, I'll be here soon. Fong Xian raised his eyes, and glanced at the woman indifferently. The woman was wearing a low-cut suspender skirt, and her small hands kept covering the frying pan, fearing that her beauty would be exposed. Fong Xian rolled his eyes, walked forward and pushed the woman out without saying anything, and quickly pressed the door closing button. The elevator door slowly closed. A man gave Fong Xian a thumbs up. Good job, beauty, people like this should not be spoiled. The other two people also talked about it, and it was obvious that they were also very dissatisfied with the woman occupying the elevator. The woman was wearing high heels, and stumbled several steps after being pushed. The man with a beer belly who came over saw his lover staggering, and hurriedly stepped forward to support her. What's wrong? The woman stamped her feet in anger and said coquettishly, Who is that? She actually pushed me. So uncultured, I almost fell sob. The man with a beer belly slid over the woman's buttocks and hugged her waist, coaxing her softly, Don't be angry, don't be angry. Why should you be angry with that kind of person? I will treat you well later. While talking, his eyes were always on the woman's frying pan. The woman shyly hit the man's broad and soft chest. You are so annoying. Then the woman pressed her whole body against the man. Then I want that bag. The man's fat face was full of pampering. Okay, I buy them all for you. The night was deep, and heavy dark clouds pressed down heavily. If I remember correctly, tonight is a terrible drop in temperature. I called my parents in advance to remind them not to sleep tonight, and keep an eye on the temperature. Put on the thermostatic clothes, so that you won't get frozen when the temperature drops. Take out the thick clothes you want to wear, and put them on the sofa. Take out the smokeless stove, put some flammable sawdust, paper shells, etc. underneath, and then put wood on top. Make sure it can be ignited immediately when the temperature drops. Fong Xian took out the electric blanket and spread it on the bed, plugging it in. Turn off the air conditioner, leaving only an air window on the window to check the temperature changes outside. After doing all this, he checked it carefully again. There should be nothing missing. Fong Xian breathed a sigh of relief, sat on the sofa, closed his eyes and rested, quietly waiting for the end of the world to come. Chapter 22. The cold wind swept across the land, and the cold air invaded every corner. The icy and cold air was overwhelming, as if it was going to swallow everything. Large flakes of snow fell from the sky. At this point, the natural disaster came. Fong Xian suddenly opened his eyes, and quickly stood up. He felt a chill on his cheeks, and his brain immediately sounded an alarm, and woke up. He quickly closed the air window. The cold wind blowing in through the air window was mixed with large flakes of snow, scraping on his face like a knife. The cold air quickly invaded the temperature in the room. Fong Xian lit the stove while swaying. He quickly put on the thick clothes on the sofa. He took out the thermometer and measured the temperature. It was already a few degrees below zero. It dropped directly from 40 degrees above zero to a few degrees below zero. This was a terrifying thing. The human body could not adapt to it at all, and could not withstand such a huge temperature difference, and the temperature was still dropping. He looked at the time. It was past 11 o'clock in the evening. It seemed to be around this time in his previous life. After doing all this, Fong Xian was worried and called his parents again. The phone kept ringing for a long time without being answered. Fong Xian's heart instantly lifted. Just when the last call was finally connected, Grandpa Li's anxious voice came, Xin, are you okay? Are you cold? Fong Xian breathed a sigh of relief. I'm fine, Grandpa. You guys hurry up and put on something thicker and light up the stove. Hey, don't worry. We put on thick cotton clothes when we felt the temperature drop, and the stove is also on, don't worry. Well, that's good, that's good. There was a sound of clothes rubbing from the other end of the phone, and Fong Xian guessed that the two elders had not put on their clothes yet. Fong Xian immediately said, Grandpa and Grandma, you should put on your clothes quickly, no more talk. Let's hang up. Okay, you two, you must pay attention to safety. The two quickly ended the call. Fong Xian did not exchange too many pleasantries. She was relieved to make sure that the two elders were fine. Now the temperature was dropping rapidly, which was quite dangerous, and it was not the time to talk. She picked up the iron hook, lifted the cover on the stove, and looked at the fire inside. The fire in the stove was already burning, and 2 more pieces of firewood were added. Then the stove cover was put back on. Fong Xian pulled the dog away from the stove. Be careful not to get too close to the stove. Yes, that's right. Fong Xian pulled it out of the space again. She was a little nervous on the first day of the natural disaster. The dog stood up, stretched his waist, yawned with his mouth wide open, raised his legs and sat next to Fong Xian. After a while, his head began to doze off little by little. Fong Xian looked out the window quietly, feeling a little heavy. At the intersection ahead, Two large trucks collided violently with several cars coming at high speed from the opposite direction without control. Some cars behind followed and crashed into them. The car was smashed to pieces, and the car fragments were scattered all over the intersection. The situation at the scene can only be described in one word, that is, horrible. Several people climbed out of the car, staggered a few steps, and fell in the snow, never to get up again. The road was completely paralyzed, and the cars behind were completely blocked. The cold wind outside the house was mixed with various foreign objects that kept hitting the glass. Blown up garbage, broken branches, iron sheets, and building wall skins. There were also heavy billboards that were blown down by the strong wind and hit the ground heavily. My heart was lifted up with the sound of the whimpering wind. The sound of foreign objects hitting the glass was terrifying. In such extreme weather, if you don't wear thicker clothes, it's almost difficult to walk outside. You will be frozen into an ice sculpture in a short time. What's more, with the sudden drop in temperature, most of the people in the car or those outside were mercilessly frozen to death. There was no time to be rescued. This unprecedented natural disaster was not just a local area, but a global disaster. Everywhere was affected and rescue was needed. It was not that the country did not want to launch rescue operations immediately, but that it was also affected by the disaster and could not take care of itself. It could not take care of it in a short time. The strong wind carried the foreign objects and roared continuously, like a giant beast that could never be full, greedily and ruthlessly devouring, making people feel depressed and desperate. Fong Xian retracted his gaze and sighed helplessly. The fire in the stove was crackling. The coldness was slowly dispelled. Fong Xian touched Tun Tun's head and took out its doghouse. He carried the dozing dog to the doghouse and covered it with a small blanket. But the dog was a stubborn one. He got up again and followed Fong Xian closely. Fong Xian really couldn't do anything about it. It was sleepy and didn't want to sleep, so he had to let it be. Fong Xian lifted the stove cover with a hook and added some coal. He put the kettle full of water on the stove, put some ginger and brown sugar in the kettle, and thought about adding some longan. Longan has the effect of replenishing qi and blood. She had never eaten anything good. She had a hard life in the past and was very weak. She was 1.7 meters tall and weighed only 90 kilograms. The little nutrition she had basically grown bones. She was always skinny because she couldn't get enough nutrition. This time, she had to take good care of herself, regulate her body, and gain some weight. Put the cooked brown sugar ginger tea aside to cool, and put it into the space when it was warm and not hot enough, so that she could take it out and drink it directly when she wanted to drink it. Then she took out another pot, but this time she didn't put anything in it, and boiled a pot of boiled water for later use. Fong Xian thought of the 5 people in the Fong family, wondering how they were doing, and was quite concerned about them. He turned on the surveillance. At some point, the ropes on them had been untied, and the 5 people were hugging each other, trembling all over. Perhaps they themselves did not know that they were so close to each other. Mrs. Fong and Fong's mother opened and closed their mouths, and judging from their mouth shapes, they must have cursed very badly. Fong Xian watched with relish and was not angry. He should use his mouth as much as possible while he could use it now, because there would be no chance again in a while. Seeing that they were still there and not running around, I felt relieved and turned off the surveillance. The phone slid to the web page again, and the whole screen was full of red warnings. Every time I clicked on it, I saw news of a sudden drop in temperature. Affected by the cold and warm air, a large area of the temperature will drop sharply from now on. Please take measures to keep warm when going out. Try not to go out unless necessary. Respond calmly, don't panic, and wait for rescue. Fong Xian randomly clicked on a video or forum to ask for help. Who can help me? Ah, my old man has stopped breathing. He was fine a second ago, but now he is motionless. Why is this happening? Why? Woo, woo, woo. I watched my wife fall in front of me without even putting on her clothes. It's so scary. It's so scary. I just got married. Why is this happening? Why can't I get through to 120 now? It's always busy. My child is frozen and purple. Who can help my child? Can any kind-hearted person save my child? Who has a car? Please. I feel like I'm going to die. My parents-in-law and my husband took away all the quilts. I could only try to put on clothes, but I found that they were useless. I didn't feel cold anymore, and my body was still a little warm. Maybe it was hypothermia. Goodbye to this world. Goodbye, my mother. I didn't listen to you and insisted on marrying him. I regret it. Who will save me? Help, it's too cold. I'm still young. I really don't want to die. The cries for help have drowned out the entire network. The whole nation is collapsing, the whole nation is wailing, the whole nation is asking for help. At this time, 110 and 120 were overwhelmed by calls. There were too many people calling, so the subsequent calls could not be made at all, and the emergency calls were directly paralyzed. This is an unprecedented natural disaster. This is a devastating natural disaster. People will always remember this day, August 25th, 20XX. Fong Xian was helpless in this situation. She couldn't use a loudspeaker to spread the news everywhere. Let's not talk about whether others believe it or not. Even if they do, how should they explain it? Will they lock you up as a lunatic? Or, like in movies and novels, post anonymously? Do you think you are smart and intelligent? Will you not be found out? No matter how well you hide, they will follow the clues and find out everything about you. Your secret will definitely be discovered. Do you think you can get away with it? Will they let you get away? Don't be ridiculous. At the least, they will treat you as a mobile warehouse, and at the worst, they will lock you up in a dark research institute, like a little white mouse, living a life worse than death every day, and doing nothing but research. This may be the law of the dark forest. Exposure means death, so it's better to stay hidden. Hiding is healthier. Chapter 23. The hotel corridor suddenly heard running sounds, and hurried knocking on the door. The temperature has dropped sharply. Everyone, please switch the air conditioner from cooling to heating. If you are asleep, please get up. The temperature has dropped sharply. Everyone, please switch the air conditioner from cooling to heating. If you are asleep, please get up. It was the hotel staff who shouted loudly in the corridor. They kept shouting loudly. Their voices were trembling. It was unclear whether they were cold or afraid. They were knocking on the door while shouting. They were also worried that the guests staying in the hotel would have an accident in such a sudden drop in temperature. Actually, it's okay to have air conditioning. It's not too cold, and it shouldn't cause too serious consequences. The only thing I'm afraid of is that if the cooling is still on, while someone is asleep, it will cause more serious consequences. I never wake up again after falling asleep. Fong Xian stood up and turned on the air conditioner, switching it to heating mode. There's no power outage yet. The air conditioner is easy to use, but it will take a while to heat up. The hotel was caught off guard by this situation, and it has to be said that it was a very responsible hotel to come out and inform the customers in time. Soon the hotel staff knocked on her door. She didn't open the door, so the cold air outside would come in and lower the temperature inside. Besides, there was a stove burning in the room, and she was too lazy to turn it off. Hello, I'm a hotel staff. Please turn the air conditioner from cooling to heating. Fong Xian answered through the door. Okay, I heard everything. Don't worry, I'm fine. That's good, that's good. I'm really sorry for giving you a bad hotel experience. The relevant staff will bring you a quilt later. Fong Xian thought that she had a big quilt in her space, but then she thought, how can you sleep in such cold weather without a quilt? It might arouse unnecessary suspicion. The idea quickly ran through her mind, but it only took a moment. So she replied, okay. About half an hour later, the doorbell rang, but this time, there was no hard knock. Fong Xian had no choice but to put the stove into the space and look through the cat's eye. It was the hotel staff pushing a cart of quilts. Fong Xian opened the door and felt the cold air pouring in, and she shuddered. The hotel staff was about 20 years old, quite tall, and the cotton coat he wore was ill-fitting and a little small. He was shivering from the cold and kept stamping his feet. The hotel staff quickly took down a quilt. This is your quilt. It will be warmer if you cover yourself with 2 quilts together. Fong Xian reached out to take it. The quilt was quite heavy, but it had a musty smell. It was probably taken out from the bottom of the box. The staff was surprised to see Fong Xian wearing a winter coat. That's great, you actually have thick clothes to wear. We went to the warehouse and finally found a cotton coat. Fong Xian looked at her clothes. It was terrible that she had forgotten to put them away. But it didn't matter. She could see them. She couldn't freeze herself in short sleeves. Besides, she would be seen by others sooner or later when she went out tomorrow. Fong Xian looked up at the staff and saw that they only had envious eyes, nothing else. So she let down her guard. It was also my luck. I saw a discount in the mall and bought it because it seemed very cheap. Yes, in this horrible weather, it's a good thing you bought a cotton coat, otherwise it would be miserable, alas. Then the staff smiled awkwardly. Then I won't bother you anymore. Go to bed early. I go deliver quilts to other customers. Okay, thank you for your hard work. Fong Xian closed the door and locked it. He then used the power of space to move the large wardrobe in the bedroom to the door and blocked it. If someone broke in, it would take some time to push the door open, so he would have time to react. Fong Xian yawned, feeling a little sleepy. After a simple wash, he prepared to go to bed. Turn on the central air conditioners in the bedroom and living room. And replace the hotel's quilt and sheets with your own. Fong Xian crawled in. The quilt was soft and comfortable, warm, and if you ignore the howling wind outside, it was still very comfortable. This life is really too happy, no longer hungry and cold. Fong Xian closed his eyes, found a comfortable posture, relaxed his body, emptied his mind, and didn't listen to the noisy wind. Sleep. Bang! Suddenly a loud sound woke Fong Xian, who was about to fall asleep. The strong wind blew up some foreign object and hit the glass. Fong Xian was startled by the sound, and the sleepyhead ran away. The strong wind outside the window showed no sign of stopping, whistling non-stop, shaking the window. Forget it, let's go into the space to sleep. Fong Xian yawned and led the dog into the space. The temperature outside continued to drop, and the cold temperature enveloped the people in the basement. At this time, the Fong family members were frozen stiff and dying. And Fong's father suddenly opened his eyes full of unwillingness, and then became confused. He saw himself in the last days in a warm home, enjoying a warm and comfortable life. He didn't have to work hard every day, and someone would personally deliver the supplies to him. He was easy to use and obedient, and he never complained. He was very satisfied. He felt that Fong Xian looked more and more like her biological mother. Seeing Fong Xian reminded him of his ex-wife. He loved her so much and treated her so well, but she actually betrayed him. She must have cheated on him. The breakup of the relationship was just an excuse. She was just a vain and greedy bitch who despised the poor and loved the rich. All of them should die a miserable death. So every time he saw Fong Xian coming back with injuries, he just felt useless and even more disgusted. But the scene changed, and the bitch took out a pistol out of thin air and killed him with her own hands. He was unwilling and full of resentment. If he had known that the bitch had the ability to turn things into things out of thin air, he would not have ignored her life or death, and would have found a way to save her and let her continue to serve this family. Why didn't he tell him? He was really stupid and selfish. Where is this place? Why is he here? He is alive again, but shouldn't he be at home? He has to go back quickly and find a way to get Fong Xian's secret, and then brainwash her to drive him. He wants her to live a life worse than death, and never escape from his palm for the rest of her life. But when he turned his sight, and saw the other 4 people, his eyes became horrified. The other 4 were all frozen into ice sculptures. He wanted to stand up, and then he found that his body was strange. His body was frozen stiff, and he had no consciousness. He stood up with difficulty. The first thing he did when he got up was not to check on other people, nor did he care about them at all, but to think about how to get out. This is the selfish side of Mr. Fong. No matter who it is not as important as himself. He wanted to escape, he had to escape, but his body was out of his control. He took 2 steps with difficulty, and then fell to the ground stiffly, the kind that he couldn't get up even if he wanted to. Impossible, impossible, he is the chosen son of God, he still has a good life waiting for him. But why? Why did it become like this? What happened? What went wrong? He felt his body slowly cooling down in extreme fear. The feeling of slowly dying, the feeling of waiting for death, was so terrifying. He didn't want to die. Why did he have to suffer death twice? He couldn't figure out what he had done wrong. In the end, he slowly died in this terrible emotion, extremely unwillingly. Chapter 24. Early morning. Fong Xian sat in the fields, looking at the crops growing vigorously, and smelling the fragrance of plants. It really makes people happy physically and mentally. And the growth of various crops is simply too good. The maturity period in this space is definitely faster than the outside world. And it seems to be much faster. At least twice as fast as the outside world. If 2 crops can be grown in a year outside, 4 crops can definitely be grown in this space. In just 1 month, these crops have grown very tall. The corn is almost more than a person tall. Those that should bloom have bloomed, and those that should climb vines are already climbing vines. The grass on the pasture was also lush and green, like a large emerald green carpet. The livestock were happily grazing nearby. Looking at the lively space, I felt unusually relaxed. After brushing my teeth and washing my face, Fong Xian went to the pasture to pick up the eggs laid by the poultry, and put them in the storage space. The old hen was still incubating the pheasant eggs diligently. She would look down from time to time to see if there were any exposed outside, and she was very attentive. She put enough feed and water for 1 day in the trough. They are easy to feed, and not too troublesome. When there is no feed, they will eat grass by themselves. It is really worry-free. Chirp, Fong Xian turned his head when he heard the sound. A little sparrow flew over and landed on his shoulder, tilting its head to look at Fong Xian. Fong Xian wanted to touch its head, but it flew away again and refused to let him touch it. It was very proud. It flew back to its companions and hopped around to eat grass. Do sparrows also eat grass? Don't they eat insects or food? I don't understand. After Fong Xian finished her tour of the ranch, she returned to the vegetable field. She thinned out some vegetables that were too dense, so that they would grow better. The vegetables had a strong and fragrant taste. In short, they were not as strong as the vegetables she had stored. Perhaps this was directly related to the soil in the space, and there was no fertilizer, only organic food. The dog also followed Fong Xian, looking at the vegetables in Fong Xian's hand with eager eyes, wagging his tail, and drooling. Fong Xian had no choice but to give him 2 cabbages and 2 carrots. The dog calmed down immediately. He lay on the ground, wagging his tail happily, and started eating with big mouthfuls. He ate like he was eating delicacies from the mountains and seas, so delicious. It made her want to eat too. In the morning, have some northeastern pickled vegetables, some green onions, and green onions dipped in soybean paste. The more you eat, the stronger you will be. He picked several baskets of green vegetables, and put them in the storage space. He took out some vegetables, and washed them with clean water, then took out a bag of sauce, a few eggs, and a few spicy girls, and skillfully made an egg sauce. Fong Xian started to prepare food for the dog again, which was still a fairly balanced nutritious meal, a large bowl of vegetables picked from the vegetable garden. Fong Xian took out a plate of shredded potatoes and a bowl of rice. A simple breakfast, and started eating. She put a large piece of pickled vegetables with rice into her mouth, and then her eyes widened. What kind of divine vegetable is this? It's so delicious, 100 times more delicious than all the vegetables she has eaten. The fragrance is refreshing, and the rich sweet taste explodes in her mouth. It is indeed a product of the space. Fong Xian ate one mouthful after another, his mouth was full, he simply couldn't stop. No wonder the dog loved it so much. He ate 3 bowls of rice in a row. How did the plate of shredded potatoes come out, and how did it go back? Fong Xian even suspected that something was added to it. It was simply addictive. The man and the dog ate very sweetly. I don't know if it was my illusion, but after eating, I felt that my head, which was a little confused, was much clearer. After eating and resting for a while, it's time to go out and see what's going on outside. Tunton, you stay in the space, I go out and take a look. Woof. Put on the constant temperature clothes and cold-proof clothes, flash out of the space, and return to the hotel suite. Suddenly I felt the cold coming on my face, and a thick white mist rose with every breath. Every breath I took felt like a needle piercing my chest along my intestines. Fong Xian quickly took out a thick mask and put it on, and then he felt better. A thick layer of ice flowers formed on the glass. The charcoal fire in the stove had long gone out, and there was no heat output. Fong Xian put the stove back into the space. The air conditioner was also turned off. Why was the air conditioner turned off? She remembered that she had not turned it off last night. Could it be a power outage? Fong Xian turned on the light switch, but the light did not light up. It was indeed a power outage. It should be because the wind was too strong yesterday, and the power facilities were paralyzed. Fong Xian melted a small piece of ice with the warmth of her hand and looked outside. The cold wind swept the entire city with heavy snow, and everything in sight was white. The noisy and bustling streets with constant traffic in the past no longer exist. Now they are quiet and empty. It's like the pause button has been pressed. This kind of silence is even a little scary and unsettling. When you open your phone, the screen is full of relevant news. Eye-catching headlines. Plane crashes, paralyzed trains and high-speed trains, road accidents, etc. Except for hospitals and crematoriums, which are overcrowded. Most companies, factories, schools, and other related departments have all stopped work and production. To be precise, human material civilization began to come to a halt. The number of casualties overnight was shocking, and the whole world became depressed and fearful. Human civilization has lasted for thousands of years, but it was destroyed by a natural disaster. At this time, the temperature outside was minus 53 degrees Celsius, and there was a trend of decline. It is conceivable that in such weather, how difficult it would be for human survival, but this is just the beginning. People became panicked and collapsed. They kept posting some negative emotions on the internet, crying and howling, complaining about the world. Various voices filled the internet. I didn't see any useful information. Fong Xian turned off her phone, stopped looking at those messy things, and entered the space again. She was not in a hurry to go out now. She was still used to doing things at night. The dog was driving away the livestock that ran into the planting area to rub the crops. The planting area was safe and sound because of the dog's care, otherwise it would have been rubbed out. It seems that the planting area needs to be separated by a fence. In the past, I had been hoarding goods and had no time to take care of it. Put up the fence while there is time. Fong Xian took out a shovel. He found the middle of the flow space and dug it with a shovel. The soil was very soft and it was easy to dig. It was not laborious at all. He soon dug a shallow groove. It was about 10 centimeters deep. Then he put the fence in the shallow groove, buried it in the soil, stepped on it firmly and fixed it. He shook it left and right. It was very good and stood firmly. The fences were all made of stainless steel and were simple in style. They were 1.5 meters high and simple and sturdy. Fong Xian fixed all the fences and completely divided the flow space into two. This time, the small animals could no longer run over. Fong Xian opened the fence gate and strolled around the ranch. He planned in his mind to plant fruit trees on the side close to the planting area, plant bamboo in the middle, and build a few more pens on the west. Build the pens farther away from the planting area so that it won't be too noisy and won't stink. Well, very good, let's get started. Chapter 25. Use an excavator to repeatedly roll and compact the ground where the enclosure is to be built. Then dig a large shallow groove around it and take out some shorter fences. I thought about digging a manure pit behind the enclosure. It is convenient to have an excavator. It will be difficult to dig after the fences are built. The manure pit is about 1 meter deep and 1 meter wide. After coming out of the pit, I put away the excavator, patted the dirt on my body, and continued to work. The fences were fixed one by one in the shallow groove and buried in the soil, about a height of 1 meter and 5 or 6. Then make partitions one by one, dividing into small circles. Use red bricks to lay them one by one, with a slight slope, so that it is easier to clean. Use a high-pressure water gun to flush all the dirt into the manure pit behind. The fences are all detachable. When needed, take down the 2 bottom ones, clean the feces, and then install them again. I looked at the empty circles again, and I always felt that something was missing. Oh, the food trough and the water trough. I found some thicker wooden boards, and made a few troughs that were 1 meter long and 40 centimeters wide. 2 in each pen. 3 more outside. Then Fong Xian took a stick and drove the poultry, pigs, cattle and sheep into the pen. The immature dog bared its teeth in a fierce manner. It also helped to chase them away. There were also a few rabbits. 2 cages were taken out and locked up to prevent them from digging holes everywhere. He cleaned up again and piled the feces that could be collected into the manure pit behind the pen. These are all good things. They can be fermented into fertilizer and can fertilize the land. He looked at the time, and it was already past 4 in the afternoon. That's all for today. We need to prepare for action. After getting dressed, she covered herself tightly, leaving only her eyes exposed, and left the space. It was already dark outside. Fong Xian opened the door of the suite and walked out. The corridor was empty, with no one, no sound, and no idea where everyone had gone. Even the hotel staff were not seen. Fong Xian ran straight to the corridor around the corner. Because the elevator was out of power, she couldn't get in at all. Fortunately, she didn't live on a high floor. The corridor was quiet, and no one was seen on any floor. When Fong Xian was about to reach the lobby on the first floor, he heard hurried footsteps behind him, followed by a woman shouting, "Hey, that woman!" Fong Xian frowned. Was she calling her? Fong Xian ignored him, and quickened her pace without stopping. The woman behind him saw that Fong Xian had no intention of stopping, and immediately felt resentful. "Hey, wait a minute." The woman ran faster, and soon caught up with him, reaching out to grab Fong Xian's arm. Fong Xian heard the noise behind him and dodged. The woman stopped Fong Xian. "Hey, I called you several times. Can't you hear me?" Fong Xian looked down and saw a woman wrapped in a quilt, shivering from the cold. He looked closely and saw that she was an acquaintance, the suspender girl from yesterday. Huh? Why didn't I see her boyfriend? Frozen to death? Ran away? Who cares? Fong Xian said calmly. Do I know you? The suspender girl stared at the thick winter clothes Fong Xian was wearing and spoke. How can you talk like that? Lend me your clothes. I'm almost freezing to death. Fong Xian felt that this person seemed to be mentally ill. She was so confident that everyone should love her. Fong Xian, why are you so shameless? Why should I lend you clothes? Hey, why are you talking so harshly? I'm just lending them, not returning them to you. Get lost. The suspender girl didn't listen to what Fong Xian said at all, and continued to talk to herself. Stay in the room wrapped in a quilt for one night, and I will definitely send you clothes tomorrow morning. Then your family can't send you? Just wait in the room for a while. The girl in suspenders said anxiously, I can't contact my family. I'm worried that something will happen to the child at home. Fong Xian replied indifferently, what does that have to do with me? Fong Xian pushed the girl in suspenders away and walked away. No. The girl in suspenders followed closely behind, still chattering, how can you be so unethical that you don't even want to help with such a small favor? Fong Xian stopped impatiently. With cold eyes, he stretched out his hand and grabbed the hair of the woman in suspenders, dragging her towards the entrance of the hall. The woman's scalp hurt from being pulled by Fong Xian, and she wanted to slap Fong Xian, but as long as she let go, the quilt would fall off, so she struggled and twisted her body, but the more she struggled, the more painful it became, so she could only follow Fong Xian's force. Hey, what are you doing? How can you be so vulgar? Let me go, do you know who I am? If you don't let me go, I hold you in my arms. Fong Xian completely ignored her, opened the front door, and kicked her out. The woman was kicked 3 meters away, and rolled directly into the snow. The cold wind and snow quickly attacked her body temperature. She felt the cold piercing her bones, and shivered all over. She staggered to her feet and pointed at Fong Xian with a fierce look on her face. You bastard, you dare to attack me? Believe it or not, I can kill you with just a wave of my hand. Fong Xian's face darkened, and he walked over and kicked her 3 meters away again. Brainless and bad-mouthed is a disease. It needs to be treated. This time, the woman didn't know whether she was kicked into submission or frozen stupid. Anyway, she finally shut her mouth and stopped talking nonsense. The woman got up stiffly and walked towards the quilt that fell to the side with 1 foot deep and 1 foot shallow. Fong Xian was not a murderer, and he could not kill anyone he was upset with. Seeing that the woman stopped pestering him, Fong Xian turned around, shook off the snow on his body, and walked towards the underground garage. It took him a long time to find the rented SUV. This car must be difficult to drive in such cold weather, and there was no antifreeze or anti-skid tires, so he put it away. The modified off-road vehicle was taken out. It stood proudly like a steel giant, giving people a direct feeling of shock. Then, it was thick and solid. Fong Xian opened the door and got in. It was the first time to drive the car after getting it back, and the feeling was much better than the rented car. Powerful power, light steering wheel, precise steering without any lag. Even the sound of the engine was so pleasant. Super refreshing feeling. Powerful. The snow on the street was already above the ankles, and the car ran over the snow leaving deep ruts. Heavy snow fell, and the wind howled. In a moment, the traces were covered by heavy snow again. Fong Xian turned the steering wheel handsomely with one hand, and arrived at the warehouse after more than 20 minutes, and quickly found the back door of the warehouse. Put the car into the space. It is safer to put such a valuable car into the space, in case it is lost. Then put on the night vision goggles, and pry open the back door of the warehouse. 4 rows of neat warehouses. The overall area of this warehouse is very large, and it is estimated that it will take more than an hour to walk through each warehouse. I guess it's almost done after collecting here, so there's no need to move to other places. Start from the last warehouse in the first row, and start collecting in a bow shape. Each warehouse has an electric shutter door. Although there is no electricity, it doesn't matter, she has a lot of strength. Fong Xian lifted the shutter door a little and squeezed in. Not to mention that this door is really heavy, it really requires a lot of strength, but it's okay, it's not a big problem. Chapter 26. Entering the warehouse, what caught my eye was furniture, all kinds of furniture, but none of them were made of solid wood. Fong Xian walked in and saw plastic, metal, and wood that Fong Xian didn't know what kind of wood it was. Anyway, it didn't look very valuable. And the smell wasn't very good, and I even felt a little uncomfortable in my head. Fong Xian covered his nose, walked out quickly, and closed the shutter door. The next warehouse. This warehouse was full of mattresses. At first glance, it was still some cheap stuff. This time, I didn't go in, I just pulled down the shutter door. The next warehouse. When Fong Xian opened the shutter door, she was shocked. All she saw was white or yellow. She didn't expect to find such things. It was full of paper money, money for the dead, gold ingots, wreaths, urns, and other paper things. It was scary to see. No, no, this won't work. I can't use this. And quickly closed the shutter door of the warehouse. I patted my chest and drove to the next one. This warehouse is full of building materials. The warehouse is quite large, with more than 300 square meters of uniform specifications. There are cement, sand, floor tiles, floors, tiles, paint, water pipes, wires, hardware, waterproof materials, lamps, doors and windows, glass, hardware, etc. in the warehouse. All kinds of building materials and basic materials are very complete. On the right is a 5-meter high shelf, where hardware and other things are placed. The right side is full of miscellaneous things, and the cement, sand, etc. against the wall are stacked high. There are a few piles of pebbles on the left side of the door. Fong Xian thinks that these things should be collected. They will be used sooner or later. If she doesn't collect them, they will be wasted after a long time. Fong Xian waved her hand while walking, and put all the shelves into the storage space. The shelves are quite long. One shelf is 7 or 8 meters, and the warehouse becomes empty after all the shelves are collected. If mice come, they will cry and leave. The fourth warehouse. It is full of plastic products, such as plastic barrels, plastic bottles, oil drums, large blue barrels, etc. Some of the thin ones crack when poked by hand. The temperature is too low, and some plastics are easy to freeze and crack. First put them all into the space, and deal with them together when there is time. On the other side are small water towers of 1 ton or 2 tons, about 100 in total. All of them were collected, and they can all be used. The temperature outside is very low, but fortunately she is wearing a constant temperature suit, so she is not cold at all, but her hands and feet are a little frozen. Fong Xian opened another warehouse. Without looking at what is inside, he went in directly, and quickly closed the roller shutter door to isolate the cold wind from the outside. He took out 4 hot packs, and put them on his hands and feet to feel a little warmer. Fong Xian looked at the warehouse through the night vision goggles. Wow, this warehouse is like a treasure chest. Household items, kitchen supplies, stationery, tools, and even some beauty products, everything is available. Although they are all small items, they are all useful in life. Wherever they go, everything disappears. The storage rack is 4 meters high. Fong Xian stacked all the storage racks up like building blocks. They are stable and will not collapse at all. Fong Xian worked very hard and didn't feel cold at all. She was even a little excited. The next warehouse was for some agricultural tools. Some agricultural tools such as hoes and sickles, as well as various bamboo baskets, dustpans, straw hats, etc. Agricultural plastic films such as greenhouse films and ground films. Water pumps, small machines, etc. Once again, she was glad for her wise move. She really came to the right place. There was everything, very complete. Fong Xian finished collecting another pesticide warehouse, which was full of various pesticides, spray bottles, etc. It was already time for dinner, and her stomach was already protesting. If she wasn't active in eating, she had a problem with her mind. She could not let anyone else suffer, but her stomach would. So Fong Xian opened another warehouse. This warehouse was filled with bicycles, motorcycles, tricycles, and electric vehicles. After a quick glance, she flashed into the space. Next time she came out of the space, she could go straight to work. She took off her thick clothes, took off her night vision goggles, and took out a strong flashlight. There were day and night in the space, just like the outside world. The dog heard the noise and ran over from the pasture. The dog has already mastered the fence gate. The little guy is very smart. After watching Fong Xian operate it a few times, it can do it. Its IQ should be no lower than that of a border collie. The dog rushed into Fong Xian's arms impatiently. Its claws scratched Fong Xian's legs. It was no longer the dog that humbled and fawned on its owner at the beginning. Its personality is much more lively now. Fong Xian squatted down, hugged it, and rubbed its head. You must be starving. Woof woof. Wait a minute, I get you food. Add some of its favorite vegetables, dried meat, canned food, and 2 calcium tablets to the dog food. Eat it. The dog rubbed Fong Xian, then lowered his head and ate like crazy. Fong Xian took out a wash basin, added some hot water, and simply washed his face. What to eat tonight? Eat something hot. You've been freezing outside all day. Fong Xian first drank a few sips of brown sugar ginger tea to warm himself up. Then he took out the food. A bowl of pigeon soup and a bowl of tomato beef noodle soup. Both were still hot when they were taken out. A plate of braised beef, and a plate of cold lotus root slices. After eating, my body was warm. not too comfortable. After eating and drinking, I took a short rest. I got up and prepared to start working again. It seems that I will have to stay up all night today, so I will finish the work early and rest early. I put on thick clothes one by one, and put warm packs on my hands and feet. Then I took out a thick lei feng hat. The temperature is colder at night, so I still protect my head, put on a mask and night vision goggles. Finally, put on gloves. She looked down at the dog that had been pulling at her trouser leg, and asked in confusion, "What's wrong?" The dog still bit her trouser leg and kept whimpering. Fong Xian understood that it wanted to go out with her. "It's cold outside." Seeing that the dog was indifferent, Fong Xian squatted down and rubbed its head, but the dog still bit her trouser leg. "You can go out, but you can't make a sound and let others find out." So the dog loosened his trouser leg, turned on the vibration mode and bit the air. Fong Xian laughed out loud, picked up the dog's head and kissed it. Whose dog is this smart? Fong Xian felt that although the dog had fur to keep warm, it still needed to wear thick clothes to keep warm. After all, the temperature outside could freeze a person to death. So he put a piece of clothing on the dog that was not too thick. This would also make it easier to walk and not too clumsy. The dog was obviously not used to the clothes, and was very uncomfortable. He could not walk anymore, and fell down when he moved, as if he was sealed. Fong Xian helped it up, and then it fell down again. Ha 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 ha, Fong Xian couldn't help laughing. "If you really can't do it, don't go out," Fong Xian asked in consultation. Woof woof. The dog was anxious and struggled to stand up. He gradually adapted to the clothes on his body, and slowly moved freely. The dog ran back, and wagged its tail wildly at Fong Xian. It was as if it was showing Fong Xian, "Look, I can do it." Fong Xian smiled and pulled the dog. "Okay, let's go." Chapter 27. A man and a dog appeared in the warehouse. The dog's green eyes flickered in the dark. He pricked up his ears, and observed the surroundings vigilantly. Fong Xian immediately got into the state. As he walked, everything in the warehouse disappeared. He was busy until midnight. Finally, he collected the furniture she wanted, and this time, he could finally buy some furniture for his family. He also collected a lot of household appliances and kitchen appliances. There is also a warehouse of books and stationery. When he is free, he can also read books to enrich his life. I also encountered food and vegetables in 4 warehouses. Because the temperature was very low, all the vegetables were frozen hard. If they needed to replace supplies in the future, they would just take them out and would not arouse suspicion. It was already very late at night. Fong Xian took the dog directly into the space to rest. No words were spoken that night. At 6 o'clock in the morning of the second day, a man and a dog appeared in the warehouse early. Fong Xian walked to the main gate of the warehouse, and roughly observed the surrounding environment. There was a row of 2-story buildings on the left side of the front gate, perhaps employee dormitories or office areas. Fong Xian was not sure if any employees were staying. Who cares? If they found something wrong, they would just hide in the space. They couldn't catch them at all. When Fong Xian was happy, the dog bit her trouser leg and looked at the shutter door. Fong Xian stopped what she was doing and pricked up her ears. "Let's wait until he falls asleep at night and kill the manager. This warehouse will be ours." But he saved us. If he hadn't woken us up on the day of the low temperature, we might have died. You are stupid. Who wouldn't be awakened by the cold in such a cold weather? Besides, have you forgotten the time when he was bossing us around? A little mistake in work is like scolding a grandson, not giving any face. Shouldn't such a person die? Fong Xian listened to the gossip with his ears perked up, almost taking out a handful of melon seeds. After a while, the two of them finished their conspiracy, and left again. The footsteps gradually faded away, and Fong Xian shook his head, and continued to work. It is likely that they are the staff trapped here. They did not choose to leave, because there are inexhaustible supplies here. Fong Xian did not rest for the whole day, and finally emptied all the warehouses. There are 4 warehouses for coal and charcoal, collect. There are 4 warehouses for mineral water, and barrels of water, collect. There are 2 warehouses for various beverages, various juices, beer, etc., collect. There are 2 warehouses for baby products, baby milk powder, and baby clothes, collect. There is a warehouse for various fabrics, blankets, and carpets, collect. There is a warehouse for various seeds, collect. There are 2 warehouses for gasoline and diesel, collect. There is a warehouse for cosmetics and skin care products. Although they are all frozen, there is a high probability that many of them will be cracked due to the frost, but it doesn't matter. Just throw away the broken ones when you have time, and collect them. Short-sleeved shorts, long coats and long pants, 2 warehouses, collect. Cotton padded clothes and cotton pants, ski suits, assault jackets, winter clothes, single shoes, cotton shoes, socks, underwear, pajamas, etc., 2 warehouses, collect. Sports goods in 1 warehouse, collect. Fitness equipment in 1 warehouse, collect. Computers, TVs, tablets, mobile phones, chargers, etc., collect 1 warehouse. Photovoltaic panels, solar panels, 1 warehouse. There are also 2 warehouses with a lot of things, including cigarettes, alcohol, white, beer, red wine, chocolate, and some packaged fast food, such as chicken feet, wings, pig's trotters, spicy hot pot, snail noodles, potato chips and other snacks, as well as many boxes of refined salt, sugar, etc. With a big wave of his hand, collect. The clocks in 1 warehouse were also collected. Finally, medicines, 2 warehouses, collected. There are 5 ginsengs, 2 of which are about 50 years old, and 3 are about 30 years old. I didn't expect to find ginseng. Ginseng has high medicinal value, and can save lives at critical moments. 50-year-old ginseng is even more rare. It's really a big profit. Fong Xian immediately thought, if some high-grade medicinal herbs such as ginseng are planted in the space, will they grow faster? In this way, a batch of high-grade medicinal herbs can be grown in a few years. Such a good opportunity must be planted, and it will be prosperous. Oh no, if the flow of time is faster than the outside world, then she will age faster when she enters the space? This is simply too scary. Fortunately, she discovered it early, otherwise she would die of old age in a few years. No, I can't stay in the space all the time unless it's necessary. That's not right. The poultry animals in the ranch, except for being shiny and fat, don't seem to have any signs of aging. I looked down at the dog. The dog was quite normal. It was developing normally. It was still a puppy. It looked like a few months old. It was not yet an adult. What's going on? I'm a little confused. Let's observe it. Fong Xian finally finished collecting this large warehouse. It's not that I won't leave it for the Chinese. This place is far from the town. In such a low temperature, it is difficult for ordinary survivors to walk here. Even if ordinary survivors come here despite the severe cold, will the man allow ordinary survivors to come here to find supplies? Not necessarily. How can a person who can kill his savior mercilessly be a good person? She doesn't want such a person to have a chance to grow stronger. Fong Xian stayed in the space for another night. There was no way to deal with the faster flow rate than the outside world. Now the outside world is too cold. Even with constant temperature clothes, it is unbearable. Fong Xian, who slept until 8 in the morning, was refreshed. She got up and walked into the planting area. She wanted to verify something. If she didn't figure it out, her heart would be like a cat scratching. The tomatoes and peppers were already red, and they would be harvested soon. She was absolutely sure that the maturity period in the planting area must have been shortened, and not a little bit. She opened the fence and walked into the pasture again. The grass was soft and comfortable to step on. And the grass grew very fast. The grass that was eaten grew lushly again in a few days. Fong Xian observed each animal and each pen, and indeed there was nothing unusual. This was strange. The speed of time flow for animals was normal, but the plants grew very fast. What was going on? Fong Xian opened the doors of each pen and let them go out to get some fresh air or eat some grass. When the door was opened, the little animals rushed out of the pen. After running out, they plunged into the grass. Fong Xian looked around, and all the animals seemed to like eating grass very much. Could it be a problem with the grass? Fong Xian also squatted down, stretched out his hand to pluck a piece, put it in his mouth, and tasted it. Then his eyes lit up. How could this grass be so delicious? It tasted a bit sweet. Even she liked it, not to mention the animals. Whether it was the grass in the planting area or the pasture, they all had one thing in common, growing fast and delicious. Fong Xian took out a military shovel, shoveled out a piece of soil, and looked at the black soil. Could it be this soil? As long as something is planted in the soil, it will grow faster. So it's not that the space has the function of speeding up the flow of time. It's because of this black soil. Yes, that's it. The more Fong Xian looked at the soil, the hotter she felt. Great, this is good. So she has abundant food and will not age faster. This space is really too humane, too considerate, isn't it? Chapter 28. Fong Xian collected all the supplies in the warehouse, quietly left from the back door, and drove on the street. Today is the 3rd day of extreme cold, and strong winds mixed with heavy snow swept the entire city. The whole city was as depressed as death. No one wanted to go out in such cold weather, and only 1 or 2 people could be seen on the street occasionally. It takes a while for humans to adapt to disasters, or they will wait until the food reserves at home are exhausted before they go out to look for supplies. The doors of the shops on both sides of the road were all locked, waiting for people who needed them to break the locks. She could actually store more things, because there was still a lot of space left, and she could put a lot more things in. She glanced at the space and saw the big pile of coal, and she felt uncomfortable. Yes, her obsessive-compulsive disorder came back again. She just felt that it was ugly, and took up a lot of space, so she had to find something to pack all the coal. Then she piled it up high. It would be great if there were sacks and woven bags, but these 2 things were not found in the warehouse. Then she rejected this method. It was too much effort to pack 1 bag at a time. How long would it take to pack so much? Containers? Yes, we can use containers. We can use some containers, and they can be stacked neatly. But where can we find them? Express delivery companies? The containers of express delivery trucks are usually welded to the trucks. They are not independent at all. It is a waste of time to dismantle them. It is totally unfeasible. The only place is the dock. There are a lot of containers there. It's just that the dock is in the next city. The dock has a lot of containers, which means there are a lot of supplies. What's the problem with being far away? Anyway, we have plenty of time now. Go must go. Take out the map you bought before and determine the route. Turn the steering wheel and turn around. Now you don't have to worry about whether it is against the traffic or not. Just drive as you want. On the road, I saw several people wearing military coats carrying supplies into the truck. No need to think, it should be the relevant departments integrating the supplies. Unexpectedly, the speed is quite fast. The speed of the car is increased, and she has to speed up too to get ahead. Anyway, there is no speed limit or traffic lights, just drive. After driving 2 sections, a bunch of cars on the road blocked the way. It should be that a very tragic car accident happened on the night of the extreme cold, which made the vehicles behind unable to pass. All of them were blocked behind. The cars were like a long dragon with no end in sight. The scene was extremely spectacular. Fong Xian had no choice but to turn around. There were residential buildings on both sides of the road here, and it was difficult for her to move the car. Besides, with so many cars, it would be a waste of time even if she used the space to move the car. Find a dead corner to put the car back in the space and change to a motorcycle. He put a dozen more hot packs in his clothes, and then got back on the road. He covered himself tightly, even wearing goggles. Fong Xian put on his clothes, stepped on the accelerator, and set off. He turned into the red brick sidewalk next to him, and bypassed the paralyzed road. There were also many car accidents at the intersections of the sidewalk, blocking the intersections. Fong Xian twisted and turned through the workshops, and through the broken windows, he could clearly see that the people inside had been frozen into ice sculptures. There were also parents holding their children tightly. There was deep despair in their eyes. Fong Xian was calm, and did not slow down. This short distance took more than 10 minutes. Fong Xian did not switch back to the off-road vehicle, but continued to ride the motorcycle. The motorcycle is very maneuverable, and can be ridden even if it encounters such a road condition. Fong Xian rode for more than 3 hours, and finally arrived at the dock of the next city. But she seemed to have gone in the wrong direction. This side was an abandoned dock, and she had to walk past the abandoned dock to reach the port. It's just a matter of walking a little longer. Just walk a little longer, as long as you can get there. Fong Xian saw a few containers at the abandoned dock from afar. Or maybe they were abandoned here by someone else. After all, it has been abandoned for several years. Fong Xian rode over without thinking too much. Then he rode back. Something is wrong. There shouldn't be containers here, and the containers don't look abandoned. Fong Xian rode over. There were 3 containers in total. Each container was locked. Something was wrong. Definitely something was wrong. Could it be smuggled goods? The contact person was unable to receive the goods in time due to the extreme cold. It was possible. Then she would not be polite. I hope something good will come out. Fong Xian took out a pair of large pliers, and cut off the large lock with 1 pair of pliers. Open the container. Inside were cardboard boxes, neatly stacked. Fong Xian looked at the outer packaging, which were all drones. What a good thing. Without exposing yourself or being inconvenient, you can release drones to investigate the environment. Collect, 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 and collect the container together. The second container is red wine, cigars, and cigarettes. That's fine. Although she doesn't smoke or drink, she knows that cigarettes and alcohol are scarce in the end times, and it's difficult for ordinary smokers to smoke one. Obviously, most of the glass bottles were frozen and exploded, and it's not easy to pick them here. I go back and slowly sort them out and pick out the bad ones. Collected. The third container was opened, and it was full of wooden boxes. The kind that were stacked to the top. Fong Xian's eyes lit up. Could it be what she thought? Fong Xian took out an iron bar and pried open a box, and was immediately stunned. Pistols, really guns, a whole box full of them. Fong Xian picked up one and took a look, unloaded the magazine, not bad, and felt good. So he pried open another one, and it was full of pistols of the Sub-B model. There were also many long wooden boxes. Fong Xian looked at the wooden boxes in this container, and her heart was filled with joy. Although she didn't understand guns, or what models they were, these were all genuine good stuff. Ha ha ha, this is too cruel. The rest of the wooden boxes will be opened slowly when we get back. It was worth the trip. I collected the containers together. After collecting them, Fong Xian continued on her way. After riding for about half an hour, she finally arrived at the port. She put the motorcycle into the space. She was not sure if there were still people staying inside. It would be easy to be discovered if she rode in without hesitation. She decided to go in. When she went in, she found that there was no one on duty. There was no one at the huge dock. Yes, who would work hard here in such a cold weather, so Fong Xian walked in with a swagger. A large number of containers were piled up like a mountain, like building blocks, stacked high. There was a list on each container, which clearly showed what was inside and how many there were. It was very good and very user-friendly. There were 6 containers of gasoline and diesel, all of which were medium-sized containers, 6 meters long. Fuel was an extremely scarce resource in the later period, used in all aspects, and non-renewable. Once it was used up, it was really gone. Must be collected. Medicines, seafood. Collect. Bedding, clothes. Collect. There were also many daily necessities, including pots, pans, and bowls. Put away. There were really a lot of things here. Everything was there. Everything was complete. Fong Xian was very happy to collect them. Chapter 29. Fong Xian saw another pile of small umbrellas, and there were actually more than a dozen containers. This thing is also very popular when it is traded. In the end times, most people don't want children, and don't want to be hurt by the disease, so this thing is very useful, and it is not an exaggeration to call it a luxury. Put it all away. There are more than 30 boxes of birds' nests and shark fins. Although Fong Xian has never eaten them, he knows that these two things are very expensive, have the effect of beauty and skin care, and are high-end products. Collect. Fong Xian came to the large container area. The containers here are quite large, 12 meters long. Fong Xian went forward to check, and there were many cars. There were sedans, sports cars, SUVs, vans, RVs, commercial vehicles, pickup trucks. There were all kinds of cars. Fong Xian was about to pry open a container, and his hand holding the big scissors paused, and he immediately pricked up his ears. There was a faint sound of talking. The wind was very loud, and the voices were very small, as if they were blown by the wind, not very real. Fong Xian immediately became alert. He hid in the gap of the container. He pricked up his ears, and listened again. Yes, there were indeed people, quite a few, about 4 or 5 people. Brother, is this okay? What if I get caught? I don't want to go to jail. Why are you catching them? It's time now, people are freezing to death. Let's save our lives first. I'm not saying, third brother, you are too timid. Are you going to let your wife and children freeze to death at home? If you keep talking nonsense, go back and don't be an eyesore here. Shut up. Why are you arguing outside? Hurry up and disperse to find the necessary supplies, coal for heating, cotton clothes, food to fill your stomach, and finally gather here, move quickly. Fong Xian understood, it was all for survival. It must be said that these people were still very smart, and they seized the opportunity at the first time. Anyway, she didn't plan to compete with others. Let them take it first, no matter how much they can take. She entered the space first, and she came out after they took it. After entering the space, she realized that she hadn't eaten lunch yet, and now she was so hungry that she had no strength. The dog heard the noise and ran over, jumping into Fong Xian's arms and rubbing against him. You must be starving. Wait, I get you food soon. Fong Xian first went to the ranch to put feed and water for the small animals, to ensure that the small animals would not be hungry. Then it was the dog, and finally himself. After the man and the dog finished their meal, Fong Xian was not idle either. Without stopping for a moment, he carried a basket with a pair of scissors in it, and went to the vegetable field. The dog followed him happily. The vegetables in the vegetable field were already ready, and they would get old if they were not picked. Pick the cucumbers first. Fong Xian grows dry cucumbers, which are short and thick. They taste better. But the dry cucumbers grown in the black soil are much longer, a little shorter than the water cucumbers, but they are indeed dry cucumbers. How should I put it? The ones produced in the space are all plus versions, which are about twice or 3 times larger than normal ones. Fong Xian cut off one with scissors. He rubbed it with his hands and handed it directly to the dog. The dog took it carefully with his mouth open and started eating on the ground. Fong Xian also cut off one, rubbed it, and started eating it. It was delicious, refreshing, crisp and juicy, 100 times more delicious than the cucumbers outside, worthy of being produced in the space. After eating one, I felt that the fatigue of the day was relieved. Fong Xian's eyes lit up, and she seemed to have thought of something. She felt that her physical condition was particularly good recently, and her whole body was relaxed. It was like being thirsty for a long time and replenishing water at once. Fong Xian looked at the vegetable field in front of her, her eyes full of disbelief. Could it be that the things produced in the space can improve the body? She rolled up her sleeves and looked at the scar on her arm. Then she widened her eyes. The long scar had become lighter. If you didn't look carefully, you wouldn't notice it. It had indeed become lighter. She rolled up her trouser legs again. There was also a long scar on her calf, which had also become lighter. Although her skin color still looked a little dark, it was a little lighter than before. Her health had improved. She thought it was because she had eaten well recently. It turned out that it was not because of her good diet. It was the black soil in the space. The food and vegetables produced by the black soil are very good for the body. They can even improve physical fitness and cure diseases. No wonder livestock love to eat grass so much, and don't even like to eat feed. Even the new member sparrow is the same. Wartion, she really picked up a treasure. After eating the cucumber, the dog raised her little head in confusion, tilted her head left and right, wondering why her owner looked at her arm and thigh for a while, and then grinned. Fong Xian rubbed the dog's head excitedly, and gave it another one. This is really great, rich. Fong Xian suppressed the excitement in her heart, looked at the food on the ground, rolled up her sleeves, and worked quickly. These are all treasures. Cucumbers were poured into the big baskets one by one, 2 big baskets in total. The big baskets were as high as the thighs, very useful. This basket was collected from the warehouse, just right for vegetables. After picking the cucumbers, I turned to pick the big tomatoes. The tomatoes were also bigger and redder than those outside, and looked delicious. As usual, I cut one with scissors and handed it to the dog. The dog wagged its tail happily, so happy. Fong Xian also picked one, and it burst with juice when he took a bite. The flesh was fine and sandy, and it was really delicious. I picked 2 big baskets of tomatoes. I turned around and continued to pick eggplants. I didn't even take a break. I just kept working. I was full of energy. The eggplants were thicker. Fong Xian bit over and picked 3 baskets. She couldn't finish picking them all. She was so happy. It was a big harvest. Then, there were beans. Fong Xian planted 2 kinds. One was Huangjingdu and the other was Yudu. Both of them were northeast beans. She had eaten Huangjingdu once. The beans were plump, soft and delicious. But she felt that no matter what was planted in the space, it would be delicious. The beans are thicker, all hanging in piles. The beans are also much bigger than ordinary beans. Each bean is plump and bulging. Pick, but you can't pick them all. The beans are too thick, it's just a burden of love. Fong Xian worked from 2 o'clock in the morning until 5 o'clock in the afternoon. He sat on the ground without any image to rest. He worked with his back bent all the time, which really hurt his back. It's time to pay tribute to the 5 internal organs. Fong Xian took out the Ag calcium and drank it while walking back to the reserve space. This empty space was intended to be used to store the mobile villa that I brought back from Country C. I don't have time to do it now, so it's just left empty. Fong Xian took off the dirty clothes he wore to work and threw them aside, and would wash them when he had time. He changed into a light yellow short-sleeved shirt and shorts. In the past, he either wore black or white, and rarely wore such bright clothes. Of course, he had to wear as much as he could, because who doesn't love beauty? It's just that he didn't have the conditions before. Chapter 30. Fong Xian changed his clothes and walked around happily. It was really beautiful. It turned out that wearing clothes you like can really make you feel better. Fong Xian washed his hands and face, and prepared to eat. First, prepare the dog's food, with meat and vegetables, and then put a boiled egg, and fill another bowl with goat milk powder. If you have time, you can make more and put it in the space. It's very convenient to take it out directly. Fong Xian downloaded a lot of knowledge about raising dogs. For example, making dog food, what kind of dog food is good for the dog's health, what diseases the dog will get, what medicine to take when sick, what is good for the dog's health, what is bad for the dog, etc. Downloaded a lot. For example, the dog can easily digest this goat milk powder, but it is difficult to digest other milks, and it is easy to have diarrhea. You don't know until you raise a dog, and you will know that there are so many things to know about raising a dog. Fong Xian sat on a small stool. Seeing the dog eating happily, she was also happy. Her own puppies like it no matter how they look at it. Finally, she took out her own food, a plate of chicken stewed with mushrooms, shrimp balls and tofu soup, and a bowl of rice. Fong Xian loves chicken stewed with mushrooms, and never gets tired of it. It's just that the restaurant's food is a bit salty, and has a lot of oil. Even if the taste is not so good, Fong Xian doesn't plan to waste it. He keeps it, and eats it slowly. He has spent money to eat it. Put the bones that have been chewed on separately in a small plate. When the dog finishes eating, he will come to chew its bones. It seems that dogs love to chew bones, and they chew happily. Later, I checked the internet, and found out that dogs need calcium supplements and teeth grinding. It should be mainly for teeth grinding. This is also a small hobby of the dog. After dinner, Fong Xian took out the brown sugar ginger tea and drank it leisurely. What a happy life it is. It is getting late, those people outside should have left. The sooner you finish the harvest, the sooner you can go home. Fong Xian put on his clothes, and this time he took the dog with him, letting it go out for a walk and listen to the sounds. One man and one dog appeared in the gap between two containers. The cold wind whistled past strongly, making the clothes rustle. It was already dark at this time. At the beginning, it was still dark late, but after a while, it was basically dark at 4 o'clock. The days were getting shorter and shorter. I was surprised to find that the snow had stopped. The snow finally stopped after 3 days and 3 nights, which gave people a chance to breathe. She remembered that in her previous life, the snow would stop and then start again, and it would repeat over and over again, and it never stopped. Fong Xian let the dog out to patrol. After listening carefully for a while, and making sure that the gang had left, he put on night vision goggles, and started to move. He walked to the big container, and put everything into the storage space with a wave of his hand. When one was scrapped, he would replace it with another one, and the scrapped one would be dismantled for parts perfect. Mountaineering bags, school bags, shoulder bags, luggage bags, storage bags and other bags. A whole container, full of neatly classified bags. Fong Xian opened a box, took one out and looked at it. The quality is pretty good. Keep it for later use, it doesn't take up space anyway. A whole box of medical equipment, collected. Fong Xian looked at the containers one by one. Huh? What are these big containers? Take a look. Batteries, generators, inverters, wires, everything. This is really good. I didn't stock up too much when I was in country, see? This is just enough to make up for it. Collected. It's really cool to buy for free. You don't have to spend a penny. Fong Xian waved her hands while walking, and the containers on both sides disappeared. In the end, she didn't even look at them, just collected them and finished them, and she would take a look at them slowly when she got back. Fong Xian collected nearly half of them and stopped, with about 30,000 left. This is a small port, so the rest will be left to other survivors. Called the dog back and stuffed it into the space. She rode on the happy little motorcycle and rode along the seaside road. After riding for about an hour, they saw a scenic spot. Fong Xian rode in with a swagger. There should be yachts in the scenic spot, which are usually rented to tourists for sea tours. The ones parked on the sea were frozen hard, and she couldn't put them in even if she had space. Fong Xian had to go to the shore to look for them. The yachts were covered with a thick layer of snow. It was very luxurious inside, and Fong Xian took a few that looked more expensive and liked them. She took 3 small ones and 1 big one. It was a pity that there was no submarine. Forget it. Even if there was one, I wouldn't know how to drive it. After walking around twice, she collected 4 motorboats and 2 speedboats. Finally, she found some lifebuoys and life jackets and left with satisfaction. It was already dark. After a tiring day, she was ready to rest. Rest was the most important thing in the world. She entered a staff dormitory of the scenic spot and took out the big wardrobe in the space to block the door. Then she drew the curtains. After doing all this and making sure there was no problem, she flashed into the space with confidence. There was no conversation that night. The next day, Fong Xian had a good sleep and was full of energy. After eating and drinking, Fong Xian prepared to return. Fong Xian planned to go through this city, which would shorten the journey. He had hot packs all over his body. Riding a motorcycle would be fun, but riding in such a low temperature was also quite painful. Fong Xian also put on a layer of leather leggings to block the wind. Fong Xian rode all the way without any obstruction, and occasionally saw people walking on the street. He would also encounter people who stopped him without knowing how to drive, and finally, he would get angry and curse to avoid the motorcycle that was speeding towards him without slowing down at all. Fong Xian also saw a lot of people at the gas station. They were pumping fuel from the station. Fong Xian didn't join in the fun. She stepped on the gas and rushed out. The sound of the motorcycle engine was still quite loud. After the extreme cold came, there were few vehicles on the street. When the residents on both sides of the street heard the noise and ran to open the windows, Fong Xian had already run away. She didn't plan to stay in this city. She rode the motorcycle back without stopping. It takes more than 3 hours to reach a city, and another 3 hours from S City to the northern suburbs. It was getting dark when we arrived at the northern suburbs. Fong Xian was a little tired after a day's journey. It took more than 2 hours to get from the northern suburbs to Xia town, and it took more than 10 hours to climb the mountain. It was really hard work. Fong Xian didn't plan to travel at night, and he was not in a hurry. He decided to find a place to rest for a night before going home. There was a library on the street, and a hospital across the street. Fong Xian chose the library. Fong Xian passed by rows of bookshelves, and went straight to the second floor to find a staff lounge. Blocked the door of the lounge from the inside. He could not wait to enter the space. It was too cold, and his legs felt numb. Even with leggings, he was still cold. The wind from the motorcycle was really strong. It seemed that this weather was not suitable for riding a motorcycle. It was too painful. It felt like the cold was coming out of his bones. Fong Xian took off his heavy clothes, sat on a small stool, and quickly took out a cup of brown sugar ginger tea. He drank half a cup and felt alive. The dog still ran over as soon as he heard the noise, and stuck close to Fong Xian. Fong Xian took a break in the space for half an hour before he felt a little softer. It was really life-threatening. Chapter 31. Early in the morning of the next day, Fong Xian looked at the various books downstairs, her eyes glowing with gold. These were all treasures, treasures of mankind, much more valuable than those yellow and white things. She took away everything, including the bookshelf. If she didn't take them, they would have been used for firewood by others. When she walked out of the library, 6 soldiers with live ammunition got off 2 military trucks not far away. Even wearing thick camouflage uniforms could not conceal their firmness and uprightness. Fong Xian saw them, and they also saw Fong Xian. The soldiers ignored her, and walked straight into the hospital. Perhaps because the snow had stopped, there were more people outside today. For men appeared on the side street a short while after they left. Fong Xian kept walking forward on the snow. She wanted to find a deserted place to get the car out. It was really cold in the ice and snow. The 4 men slowed down. "Brother, look at the girl in front." The man raised his chin in Fong Xian's direction. "She's alone." "Brother, look at what this girl is wearing. It's obviously made of good material. Her family must be rich." "Yes, big brother, why do they have enough food and warm clothes, while we, the lower class, have to starve and freeze? Why do they have money and eat delicious food every day, while we are born to suffer, and have no way out every day? Why?" "That's right. Big brother, how about we tie her up?" The man who was called Big Brother looked thoughtful, not because he still had a conscience, but because he was afraid of being caught after committing a crime, but he had a very strong resonance in his heart, and evil thoughts in his heart instantly wiped out that little bit of conscience. "Let's do it, brothers, go ahead." Several people approached quickly and surrounded Fong Xian. Fong Xian raised his eyebrows. "Do you think you are a man and you are arrogant and think you have obtained the password of the strong? But their so-called strong is based on the old, weak, women and children. That is, bullying the weak. Such people are disgusting." Fong Xian was calm and composed, with a sneer on his lips. "Where are you going, little sister? Do you need help? Going home? It's so dangerous for you to be alone. Do you want brothers to escort you? Look, God let us meet, it must be fate. We will be friends from now on. With brothers protecting you, you will definitely be able to walk sideways. More friends mean more paths, right, girl? Don't be afraid, we are all good people." "Ha ha ha. Yes, yes." Several people teased unscrupulously, looking at Fong Xian with explicit eyes. The 4 people wore worn cotton clothes, their bodies were slutty, and their eyes were turbid. Fong Xian actually took out a tungsten alloy dagger from the space behind his waist. Without saying a word, she stepped forward and pierced the man's neck quickly and decisively. Puff! The sound of a sharp knife entering flesh was heard. The latter's playful expression suddenly changed, and his face was full of disbelief. He stared with frightened eyes, and wanted to say something, but his leaky neck could only make a sound of hee. The other 3 watched their companion fall to the ground, without sadness, but with horror and fear. How dare you? You actually killed someone in the street. The boss suddenly felt bad. He was really unlucky today. He kicked a piece of iron plate. He shouldn't have listened to their nonsense. He thought she was a weak girl with no ability to resist, but he didn't expect her to be so powerful. Fong Xian didn't give them a chance to react, and attacked again with the dagger in hand. The most taboo thing in a fight is to talk to the enemy after you succeed. Isn't that a tiger? It also gives the enemy a chance to react. It must be fast, accurate, and ruthless. He quickly stepped forward and decisively pierced another person's neck. He kicked the 3rd person to the ground with a side kick, and then pierced the 3rd person's neck neatly. Well, how should I put it? It's still easier to pierce the neck. It was like a muscle memory. The last man was so scared that he was pissing and shitting. The death of several people also gave him time to escape. He had already run a distance. Fong Xian chased him for 2 steps, swung his arm, and threw the dagger with force. Whoosh, the dagger stabbed into the man's lower back steadily. TSK, I wanted to stab him in the back, but I didn't expect it to go astray. It seems that this accuracy needs to be practiced. The man felt pain, staggered a few steps, endured the severe pain, and wanted to escape again. The lower back was in severe pain again. Ah! The man screamed in pain. The biting cold wind kept enveloping the man's body, and he felt cold all over and couldn't stop shaking. Fong Xian kicked the remaining blade into the man, leaving only the handle outside. He bent down and pulled out the dagger, and blood quickly gushed out, staining the thick cotton coat. Puff! Fong Xian pierced the latter's neck neatly, giving him a quick death. He hadn't spent more than 2 years in the apocalypse in vain, and had developed a life-saving skill. Although it was wild, it was useful. Facing a few rabble with no fighting power, it was still easy to control them. Fong Xian took out a disinfectant wipe, and slowly wiped the red dagger as he walked. His expression did not fluctuate much from beginning to end. These things are already commonplace. These people have not yet gained momentum. After tasting the sweetness brought by power, they will become more evil. It's just that they are unlucky. They met Fong Xian today. Before they tasted the sweetness, their evil momentum was severely suppressed by Fong Xian. The soldiers who were carrying supplies saw this scene. Aren't you going to do something about it? The soldier being asked didn't move at all. What the hell, the streets are so chaotic these days. They even dare to rob the army's cars. Why do I have to do anything about it? Where can I get so much energy? But she killed someone. You are so capable. Are you going to catch the girl for those criminals? If she really committed a crime, there will be legal sanctions in the future. Who do you think you are? The soldier being scolded lowered his head in shame. The determination in his eyes faded a little, and suddenly became confused. Fong Xian walked to a remote place, took out the car and got in. Thick white fog rose between breaths. Turn on the heater. The car gradually warmed up. Fong Xian took off his gloves, mask, and coat. Rubbing his cold hands, it was really cold. He took out the brown sugar ginger tea and took 2 gulps. Phew, comfortable. Fong Xian didn't have too many obstacles along the way, and drove to the foot of the mountain smoothly. Seeing more people cutting wood and chopping firewood at the foot of the mountain. The sound of chopping wood echoed throughout the forest. Fong Xian had no choice but to bypass the crowd and find a place with few people to go up the mountain. It had snowed for 3 days, and the way up the mountain was even more difficult to walk. The walk was very boring, so Fong Xian let the dog out. The dog seemed not to be afraid of the cold, and plunged into the snow to play. Fong Xian stepped deep and shallow in the snow, and walked a long distance. After making sure that no one would see him, he collected the snow in front of him into the space while walking, so that it would be easier to walk. Finally, he arrived home at 4 o'clock when it was just getting dark. He collected the snow in the wall, and put up the small second floor. Fong Xian looked down at the dog covered with snow, reached out to clean the snow off the dog, and then led the dog into the house. Chapter 32. The house is not as cold as imagined. It should be because the house was put away before the extreme cold. The temperature in the house still remains as it was before the extreme cold. Fong Xian took out a pair of slippers from the space and changed his shoes covered with snow. He walked into the kitchen, and the first thing he did was to light up the boiler. Fong Xian added water to the radiator before leaving, so he just burned it. He found an iron trough and placed it next to the boiler to hold the coal. He also put a small shovel and an iron hook in the trough. These are all tools for burning the boiler. He turned around and started to burn the Kong again, putting some firewood in the Kong hole and lighting it. Firewood is very resistant to burning, and you don't need to keep watching it. Just throw it there and let it burn slowly. These firewoods are all from the batch brought back from Country C, all dry firewood, easy to burn. Fong Xian took off his heavy clothes and changed into a light home clothes. Once the boiler was burning, the temperature in the house rose quickly, reaching 22.3 degrees, warm and pleasant, and there was no need to wrap yourself too thickly. This is the benefit of having a heater. The room is already dark now. Step into the generator room, turn on the generator, and the room is instantly powered. Next, clean the room. Take out the vacuum cleaner and vacuum every corner, although there is not much dust. Take out the disinfectant alcohol and pour it into the spray bottle, and wipe it clean while disinfecting. After cleaning up, start adding furniture. Put a shoe cabinet at the door, a clothes hanger, and a small stool. Put a leather sofa in the living room, and put a high-end cashmere carpet underneath. Place a tall green plant next to it, and add some space black soil to the green plant pot, so that it will grow better and not easily wither. Put a marble coffee table in front of the sofa, and put a set of high-end ceramic tea sets on it. Looks good. Put another green plant on the coffee table to decorate it. After searching for a long time, I think the ruby succulent is pretty good. Put it on it, and also add a little space black soil to the soil. There is no green outside, which will cause visual fatigue. You must put a few pots of green plants in the house to nourish your eyes. A water dispenser, an automatic feeder for pets, and an automatic water dispenser are all placed in the living room. Fill up the food and water, so that the dog will not be hungry if it is not fed in time. Then take out the doghouse, and some of its toys. The dog saw the ball it likes. His eyes lit up immediately, and he ran over to pick it up in his mouth, then spit it out, ran over and picked it up again. He had a lot of fun playing with himself. There was also a sweeping robot released, letting it walk around. In the bathroom, put a washing machine, toiletries, bathrobes, towels, and skincare products. In the kitchen, put a solid wood dining table, refrigerator, oven, microwave, rice cooker, cutting board, kitchen knife, pots, pans, seasonings, etc. Take them all out and put them in order. Then fill the refrigerator. For example, vegetables, fruits, some seafood, meat, fish, yogurt, drinks, eggs, etc. In the bedroom on the first floor, put a solid wood wardrobe, a solid wood desk, and hang thick curtains. Put a Kong mat on the Kong, take out a quilt, blanket, pillow, and put a Kong table. Most rural areas in northeast China have Kong tables. On a cold winter day, sitting on a warm Kong and eating delicious food is also a kind of enjoyment. Put a white cashmere carpet on the ground. Put a pot of peach egg succulents on the windowsill, which is very beautiful with pink and tender, and put some space black soil in the soil. Put a white bear doll on the Kong. It can also be used as a pillow. Very good. Perfect. The bedroom on the first floor has light yellow furniture, dark yellow curtains, a bit like gold, white cashmere carpet, yellow and white, warm tones, simple and elegant style. After Fong Xian finished his work in the bedroom, he ran to the training room. The dog followed behind Fong Xian. Wherever Fong Xian went, it would follow him. Fong Xian just found it funny. This little guy didn't have his own things to do. When Fong Xian was busy, it lay beside him and watched, shaking its little head. Very cute. Dumbbells, barbells, elastic bands, pullers, yoga mats, fascia guns, and weighted sandbags were all taken out and placed on the shelf in the corner. Treadmills, exercise bikes, spinning bikes, and inverted pedals were all placed. The bedroom on the second floor has a luxurious big bed, a large solid wood wardrobe, and a solid wood table. Find a good location to put it all together. All of them are over 6 figures, and are top quality solid wood furniture. Then take out the 7-figure luxury mattress and lay it out. It is said that it will not burn out. If there is an internet connection, you can also connect your phone to see the use of the mattress. It is simply a luxurious enjoyment. A whole set of pink base with small florals is laid out. Hang thick pink curtains. Lay out the white carpet. The whole room on the second floor is light colored, and the furniture is white and pink, full of girlishness, which makes people feel good just by looking at it. In the middle of the sunroom, there's a solid wood round table, chairs are arranged, a solid wood rocking chair, and a blanket is taken out and placed on the armrest of the rocking chair. When you have nothing to do, you can lie on it and look at the scenery outside, which is really leisurely. After putting everything away, she took out alcohol to disinfect the things she took out, wiping them while disinfecting. The overall color of the sunroom is relatively darker, brown-red. Anyway, she has a lot of furniture, so she can decorate it however she wants. If she doesn't like it after looking at it for a long time, she can change it. She is so willful. After everything was done, Fong Xian and Guzi left the sunroom, leaving the attic unfinished. Let's leave the attic empty. There's nothing to put in it. It took a whole day to finally decorate the whole house. Exquisite and warm. Tunton, do you like our new home? Woof. I like it too. Back to the living room on the first floor, Fong Xian lazily nestled in the sofa, took out an apple, and ate it comfortably. Raised his hand to give Guzi one. Eat, we have plenty of supplies at home. No need to save, eat whatever you want. The dog ate it crunchy and delicious. Fong Xian thought she should take out another refrigerator for the dog. Put some snacks that the dog likes to eat, so that he can take them when he wants to eat. Yes, she loves her own child. Fong Xian threw the fruit core into the trash can, got up and walked into the kitchen, took out a small refrigerator and plugged it in. Then washed some fruits and vegetables. For example, apples, peaches, blueberries, strawberries, cucumbers, carrots, and cabbage. Put them all in the dog's exclusive small refrigerator. He also put some dried meat, dried fish, teething sticks, duck necks, chicken livers, chicken legs, and other snacks on the bottom layer. Complete freedom of eating. Just take whatever you want to eat. Tunton. Fong Xian called the dog over. This small refrigerator is yours, and it contains your food. Come and take whatever you want to eat. Woof. The dog swung its tail wildly, indicating that it was super happy. But, Fong Xian pointed his finger at the dog's black nose. Don't be greedy. Don't eat too much, and don't mess it up. Can you do it? Woof. Very good. Fong Xian touched the dog's head. Which one do you want to eat? The dog's eyes lit up, and he walked forward and picked up a carrot. Fong Xian touched the dog's head again. Okay, go and eat it. The dog happily wagged its tail and turned around, and with a snap, it lay directly on the ground and started to eat. Fong Xian moved the carrot to the front and closed the refrigerator. After thinking about it, he glued a handle that the dog could reach to the bottom of the freezer with super glue to ensure that the dog could open the refrigerator by himself. It is estimated that it is difficult for the outside world to fill their stomachs, but its dog has already eaten freely. Yeah, it feels great. Chapter 33. Fong Xian changed into a casual set of long sleeves and long pants, and flashed into the space with the dog. As soon as the dog entered the space, it went straight to the pasture and ran to play with the livestock. Fong Xian didn't care about it. Anyway, it couldn't be lost. She still had a lot of work to do. Some of the vegetables in the planting area have been harvested. They must be picked, otherwise they will not be tasty in a few days. First pick the beans that have not been picked. In a few days, a new batch will grow. After picking the beans, turn around and pick peppers. There are big peppers and spicy girls. 2 baskets in total. Then there is coriander. Coriander grows very tall, much taller than ordinary coriander. It grows as tall as celery. From a distance, you might think it is celery. Dig out the coriander roots. Coriander roots are also delicious. They can remove fishy smells, relieve greasiness, promote blood circulation, and remove blood stasis. They can also supplement vitamin C. Shake off the soil on the roots and put them in baskets. There are 2 baskets in total. After coriander, pick up Chinese cabbage, lettuce, stinky vegetables, spinach, and lettuce. Pick them up one by one and put them in the baskets. These vegetables are enough for a while. When we plant again, we will not plant these vegetables anymore and plant other vegetables for diversification. I looked at other vegetables, but they have not grown yet. It seems that they will take a few days, but there is no rush. When we came to the cornfield, there were 3 cobs of corn on each plant. Each cob was big and plump. When we peeled open a corn, the golden and oily corn kernels inside were exposed, which was very pleasing. I scratched it with my fingernails, and the juice burst out. It was neither tender nor old, just right for cooking or roasting. Fong Xian did not plan to wait for the corn to be harvested, but to eat the green corn directly. He found a pair of white cotton gloves and put them on, then carried a large backpack and started to break the corn left and right. The sound of breaking the corn was very relaxing, and he worked harder and harder, and he did not feel tired at all. He planted less than 1 acre of corn, but the harvest was 4,000 cobs, each cob weighing about 450 grams, which was a high yield. After breaking all the corn, there was still a hard job, which was to cut the corn stalks. Take out the sickle and start working. I have been working in the fields since I was a few years old. I have done all kinds of work. This is nothing. I can do it easily, and just treat it as exercise. According to incomplete statistics, farmers live longer than city dwellers because they are always working and their physical fitness is relatively good. Moreover, they eat green food from their own gardens. Naturally, their average life expectancy is longer. Pile all the corn stalks together and beat them into feed when they have time. After finishing the planting area, Fong Xian went straight to the ranch. I took out all the fruit trees, picked up a shovel and started digging holes, 1 hole every 4 meters, and dug all the holes first. Then I put some snow in each hole, waited for the snow to melt into water, and then waited for the water to seep into the soil, and then planted the fruit trees. When I was stocking up before, I carefully put labels on each fruit tree, so that I knew which tree was which variety. The short trees were planted together, and the tall trees were planted together. A total of 70 trees were planted. Now it looks ugly with bare branches, but it will look good when all the fruit trees grow into a green piece, especially when they bloom and bear fruit. Fong Xian was looking forward to the day when the fruit would be produced. The fruit in the space would definitely be delicious. She collected the remaining grapes and planned to plant them next to the house. A strawberry vine fell on the grass. Oh, she put the strawberry vine together with the fruit tree. She had forgotten that there were strawberries. What are you waiting for? Of course, you should plant them. So she planted more than 30 trees along the edge of the pasture. You don't need to plant too many of these things. They have strong reproductive ability. One can reproduce more than a dozen. When the strawberries grow up, you have to take good care of them, otherwise they will grow in patches until the whole pasture is destroyed. In the southeast corner, I deliberately left 3/10 of land to plant bamboo. It feels like 3/10 of land is not much, but in fact it is not too little. It is 200 square meters, and can plant a lot of bamboo. Chapter 34. After planting the bamboo, Fong Xian sat down on the grass to rest. The grass was soft and quite comfortable to sit on. Fong Xian looked at everything in the pasture with pleasure. The grass was lush, the livestock were eating grass, and the birds were flying overhead. The air was sweet, and the breeze was blowing on my face. I felt extremely comfortable, my mind was empty, and I didn't think about anything. Because there was nothing to worry about. Watching the livestock finish eating the grass and drink the water in the trough. The water in the trough was about to run out. She walked forward. First, clean the trough, and then fill it with water. The trough should be filled with water regularly to ensure that the livestock have enough water to replenish. Fong Xian thought that it was too troublesome to store water like this, and sometimes she would inevitably forget. She should dig a pond. Planting some lotus roots can purify the water quality, and lotus roots can also be eaten. Raise some fish in it. Oh, and go to the river to catch some fish when you have time. Fish meat is delicious. How can you miss fish? Do it right away, find a good location, and dig 10 meters away from the fence on the west side, and 20 meters away from the enclosure. After measuring the size, the pool is about 10 meters long, 5 meters wide and 1 meter deep. Take out the excavator, and start digging. Control the excavator, and dig down with a shovel, and the tall grass is dug out together. The grass has grown to the height of the knee, and the livestock in the pasture can eat enough, and they can't eat it all. After eating, it will slowly grow taller in 2 days. Fong Xian piled the excavated soil aside. This soil is good stuff, and it is packed in containers for storage space. The bottom and walls of the excavated pit are compacted, and the soil around the pool is also compacted, and the fill soil is compacted to be level with the surrounding soil. After the pool was dug, I was ready to fill it with water. I was about to take out the water tower when I paused. Wait, why waste the water resources that I worked so hard to store? Isn't it the same to use the accumulated snow? Snow water is also water, and it can save a lot of water. Fong Xian, who was about to put snow in, suddenly thought of something and quickly withdrew her hand. First plant some lotus seeds at the bottom of the pit, and then store water, so as not to store water first and wet clothes. Fong Xian picked some large and sturdy lotus roots from the space as seeds, jumped into the pit, and buried them in the soil, with a spacing of about 7 to 8 centimeters each. They were not planted too densely. She couldn't eat too much by herself, so just planting a few would be fine. After planting, Fong Xian was ready to climb out of the pit. The dog was having fun, and was running and jumping in the pit. When it saw Fong Xian climbing out, it stepped on Fong Xian's back for leverage and jumped out. Fong Xian was very upset. Well, this guy is really agile. Everything is ready except for water storage. There should be nothing to prepare this time. Fong Xian filled the entire pool with the collected snow until the water in the pool was full. Fong Xian clapped his hands. Perfect, another great thing. Soon, poultry came to play in the water. Ducks and geese all liked to play in the water, splashing water and creating ripples. She was a little worried that if this continued, the water in the pool would become smelly. Should we rebuild it, the entire ecological pool, and install a filter or something to purify the water? Forget it. It's too troublesome. So let's do it this way for now. Fong Xian stood up and walked back to the planting area. The empty space left before needs to be cleaned up, and the mobile villa needs to be taken out. Otherwise, there will be no place to sleep every time she enters the space. As for laying the foundation, it is completely unnecessary. It is too troublesome. Just compact the ground and lay some floors. There are no earthquakes or floods in the space. After measuring the approximate location, she asked her old friend to come out again. Fong Xian started to work skillfully. Her movements were very quick. By the way, we need to dig a sewer, one for the kitchen and one for the bathroom. But where should the sewage in the space be drained? Fong Xian decided to dig a sewage pool at the back of the house and drain all the dirty water there. Fong Xian immediately put down her work and started digging again. This time she had to dig deeper. 3 meters deep would be enough, since she didn't use much water. This time she couldn't use an excavator, so she could only dig the soil little by little with a shovel, and put the excavated soil directly into the storage space. She only needed to dig a 1 meter square, and didn't need to dig too big. Fong Xian was afraid that the soil in the pit would be too wet and cause a landslide, so she built another layer of bricks around the pit wall to avoid collapse. Then he dug out the sewer pipes, running from high to low, so that it would be easier to drain. After laying the drainage pipes, he took out a large iron plate to cover the reservoir. This large iron plate was found in the warehouse, and it was just right to cover it here. After finishing the sewage pool, he went back to tamp the foundation, laid a floor on the foundation, and left a sewer outlet. Finally, everything was done. Fong Xian stood up and straightened his back. He could take out the villa. He finally had a place to rest when he entered the space in the future. The last step was to clean up and decorate the house. The small villa has 1 bedroom, 1 living room, 1 kitchen and 1 bathroom, about 60 square meters. It is enough for her to live alone. After cleaning up inside and outside, Fong Xian disinfected it with disinfectant alcohol inside and outside before he felt relieved. Take out the furniture and appliances and put them in place. Put all the solar panels on the roof. Connect the electricity, and then turn on all the appliances. The solar water heater is installed in the bathroom. The space can be directly powered by solar energy, which is quiet, easy to use, and saves fuel. Then I took out the solar lamp I found in the warehouse, and put it on the windowsill in front of the house to charge it for backup. I walked around the house, and felt very happy. I had accomplished another big thing. Finally, everything was done, and I could take a break. I have been working in this space for the past 10 days. I feel even busier after the end of the world. I haven't had much rest and my whole body is sore. Fong Xian led the dog out of the space and returned to the 2nd floor building. He took off all the dirty clothes and threw them into the washing machine. Took a hot shower. After the shower, she put on a skin-friendly bathrobe. She walked to the sofa while wiping her dripping hair and stepped barefoot on the expensive carpet. As soon as she sat down, the dog laid down at her feet obediently. Fong Xian lazily sank into the leather sofa, fell down, and lay flat. This sofa is really good, soft and comfortable to the touch, as if it has magic, comfortable to the point of being dizzy, and eyelids heavy. The cold wind whistled outside, and the house was comfortable and quiet. The man and the dog slept soundly, and the sound of their breathing flowed in the air like a movement of music. Chapter 35. Fong Xian still felt tired after a nap, and this lazy muscle couldn't be stretched. Fong Xian rubbed his sore arm and stood up. Let's make a pot tonight. Hot pot is the best match in winter. Wash some vegetables. The dog likes to eat, of course. The dog likes to eat the products in the space, so wash more. Put the washed vegetables on the dining table. 1,000-layer tripe, lotus root slices, wide noodles, bean curd, mushrooms, potato chips, shrimp balls, corn intestines, duck intestines, lamb rolls, beef rolls, 1 plate each. There were also prawns with heads and shrimp threads removed. It was very rich, all of which were her favorites. Fong Xian took out 2 small pots, plugged them in, added water, and turned on the fire to boil. Chopped the green onion, ginger, and garlic and put them into the prepared dipping sauce, which was simply delicious. She prepared a slightly spicy base for herself, and the other pot was for the dog, which only had plain water. When the water boiled, she put the dog in first, and then herself. The dog had already taken his own bowl, and was waiting at the table. The man and the dog ate heartily. There was not much food left on the table, and a large bowl of vegetables was empty. Not only did the dog love to eat, but she also loved to eat. As the saying goes, eating and drinking can soothe the hearts of ordinary people. When you are in a good mood, eat, and you will feel better. When you are in a bad mood, eat, and you will feel better. The dog lay on the floor after eating, with his white belly turned up. The dog has been eating the products in the space, so the changes in the dog are also visible to the naked eye. He has gained some meat, but he is not fat at all. He is a strong type. His mental outlook is also very good. He is a healthy dog. Fong Xian held a teacup in his hand, and the steam was slowly coming out, which dyed Fong Xian's face. Brown sugar ginger tea is a little sweet and a little spicy, and the taste is very unique. It's a little hard to drink at first, but you get used to it after drinking it for a long time. The brown sugar ginger tea I made last time is almost finished, and I need to make a few more pots. Well, I should plant some more ginger. Will the ginger in the space taste better? Fong Xian's thoughts wandered. She just finished her meal, and didn't want to move at all. It was good to sit there for a while. Snowflakes were falling outside again. This time the snow was smaller, but the wind was still strong, and the big trees outside were blown to the ground. The mobile phone has been out of network for a long time. Even if it is not disconnected, the signal in the mountains is not good, and now it is even more isolated from the world. I have no idea about the situation outside, but I can guess it without thinking. The relevant departments should be working hard to integrate materials and prepare related matters, such as building bases and post-disaster reconstruction. In the freezing weather, it is definitely impossible to start construction outside. It should be like the previous life, choosing a suitable community as a temporary base, renovating the interior, and gathering people together. In the previous life, the Fong family stayed at the base for 3 days, and then ran back. The base was still under construction in the early stage. The workload was huge, and the work was heavy. There was endless work to do every day, and the food was not good. It was the kind of state where they were not full but not starving. And how could the Fong family endure such hardship? How could they be as comfortable as ordering her around in their own home? They didn't have to do any work, and just waited for food every day. They enjoyed the most in this life. They went directly to the underworld. How hard it was to live. Only when they died could they enjoy happiness. She was also doing good deeds for the Fong family. Merit +1. Fong Xian then spent 2 days harvesting all the beans, eggplants, tomatoes, peppers, cabbages, and radishes in the vegetable garden. Then he used a machine to break up all the straw, packed it up, and put it in the storage space to use as livestock feed. These are all good things, and livestock will also be good for their health if they eat them. Only potatoes were left to be harvested, but potatoes still need a few days to grow, so he waited a few days. There was no rush. In other words, vegetables need about 2 months to mature, and potatoes and grains need about 2.5 months to mature, including the time for planting and harvesting, for crops can be grown in a year. Although there are only more than 2 acres of land, it has a high yield. Fong Xian was overwhelmed by the continuous surprises, as excited as if he had won 2 million in the lottery. Ha ha, Tunton, we are rich. Fong Xian hugged the dog in his arms, kissed and rubbed it. We will never have to worry about food and drink in the future. We are rich, you know, we are definitely rich, ha ha. Fong Xian then started to work on farming again. No, we can't rest. The land is still empty. We need to plant it quickly. We should plant some more rice. We will also eat rice from the planting space in the future. Thinking of this, Fong Xian immediately ran to the planting area and started planting. There are more than 2 acres of land. We should plan to plant more varieties and enrich the variety. Divide the planting area into several areas. Plant 200 square meters of rice near the fence. Plant some beans, millet, and other things in 500 square meters. Plant 500 square meters of fruits and vegetables. Leave 100 square meters on the right side in front of the house to plant some medicinal herbs. Grapes are planted on the left side of the house. In the middle is a long path leading to the pasture. After planting, start working. First, dig out 200 square meters of paddy fields. There is no seedling raising when directly sowing seeds. The temperature in the space is not low, and rice seeds can germinate in the natural environment, so the germination step can be completely omitted. About 10 centimeters apart, 3 seeds are planted at the same time. Then sprinkle some soil to cover. Throw the snow collected outside into the pond until the soil is moist. I plan to wait until the seedlings emerge and take root before irrigating with a lot of water, worried that the seeds will be washed away. I have never planted like this before. I always planted seedlings. This time, I skipped the seedling raising process and tried it this way to see if it works. 100 square meters of soybeans, 100 square meters of red beans, and 300 square meters of rice after the potatoes are dug up. 100 square meters of cantaloupe, 100 square meters of watermelon, 100 square meters of broccoli, 100 square meters of zucchini, and 100 square meters of onions, ginger, and garlic. 100 square meters each of ginseng, Polygonum multiflorum, saffron, Ganoderma lucidum, astragalus, Codonopsis palaciula, and Angelica sinensis. 100 square meters each of black wolfberry and red wolfberry. Add some licorice to moisten the lungs and relieve cough, some honeysuckle to clear away heat and detoxify, and the root of isatis for treating colds. 100 square meters are planted full. It took 3 days to plant all these. Then we started to pick potatoes without stopping. Less than half an acre of land yielded 6,000 kilograms of potatoes, almost catching up with the per acre yield outside. It was a really bumper harvest, and each potato was of uniform size, not too big, and it was easy to peel the potatoes, and there were no hollows. The potatoes were bagged and stored. Fong Xian looked at the pile of potato seedlings in the field. Suddenly, I thought of something. Is the fertility of black soil permanent? It shouldn't be. No matter how good the land is, it is impossible for it to be fertile forever. The land outside also needs to be nurtured, and it can't be planted blindly, otherwise the harvest will not be good. Fong Xian decided to make organic fertilizer himself. Dig a shallow pit on the edge of the land, throw all the potato seedlings into the pit, and finally cover it with soil. Over time, the things inside will automatically decompose into fertilizer. When the time comes, dig it out and spread it on the ground, which can effectively improve the soil and will not delay planting things on it. Fong Xian decided to make organic fertilizer after each harvest to maintain the land, and not to use it blindly. Chapter 36. Fong Xian took a day off after planting the land. After adjusting her physical condition, she led the dog into the mountains to cut trees, the which she brought back from country so he could only burn for 2 years. How could 2 years be enough? Even if there was no extreme cold, she would still need it for daily cooking. She had to store enough for 100 years. What if she could live to 99? Anyway, there were still some spaces in the space. When there was time, the space could be sorted out and some space could be freed up. The weather outside was still cold, the kind that could freeze people to death. I made a thermostatic coat for my dog yesterday. The inside is made of soft cotton, and the outside is made of waterproof material, so that snow and water will not soak its fur. There is a thermostatic fabric sandwiched between the 2 layers of fabric. This is fine, and it doesn't need to be too thick, which will be clumsy. It is already wearing mink fur, and its fur will grow thicker in winter. Animals can actually adapt to harsh environments quickly, so there is no need to cover them too much, which will affect their movements. When winter is over and spring comes, they take off their thick fur again, which is why dogs lose a lot of fur in spring. Besides, the constant temperature fabric blocks the low temperature, so the dog won't feel cold. If you have time, make 2 more for the dog to change. The dog only shows a small head, and the whole body is dressed in white, which blends perfectly with the white snow outside. If you encounter danger, you can hide your body well. This was also considered at the beginning, so the clothes were made white. The dog likes the snow outside very much, and keeps shuttling in the snow, going in and out from other places, and having a lot of fun. The wind in the mountains is relatively smaller because there are trees to block it. But the strong wind still blew the trees to the ground, the thorns were blown down, and the thin tree trunks were broken in half. Natural disasters are really devastating. Humans are too small in front of natural disasters, and can't resist them at all. They can only passively take the beating. But natural disasters will come sooner or later. Humans are constantly destroying the ecological environment, causing the Earth's environment to deteriorate seriously. For example, sewage discharge from chemical plants in various countries, industrial pollution, etc. There are also the excessive consumption of a large amount of production resources by the rich around the world. 3% of the world's richest people use up 70% of the world's resources. The Earth is now seriously overloaded, and the protection mechanism has been activated. It wants to clean up the tumor in the body at all costs. Only by cleaning up the tumor in the body can the body have a chance to recover. It is no exaggeration to say that the tumor is human beings. Fong Xian crossed those small thorns. They were too thin to burn fire and easily scratched her hands. They were not a good choice for firewood. Her target was the big trees that were broken in half. She didn't plan to move the good ones. The forests were very useful. If humans cut down all the trees, the natural disaster would only be more serious. It would be a waste of resources to throw these broken trees here. She tried to collect as many as possible and save them for later use. Not only can they be used for firewood, but they also have many other uses. Some straight tree trunks can be saved for backup, and they may be used in the future. She took out the chainsaw, and the chainsaw made a clicking sound that echoed in the mountains and forests. She put all the cut trees in the pasture to dry them, and then processed them together after they were dried. Fong Xian sawed trees for 5 days. He glanced at the pasture and saw that there were already a lot of trees on the pasture, which was quite spectacular. Let's not do it now. I do it after those are dried and chopped into timber. There are too many of them, and they take up too much space. Fong Xian murmured, what should I do next? It will take a few days to dry the timber. Oh, let's go fishing. We can raise some more fish in the pond and save them for later. Fong Xian called the dog back from playing wildly in the distance, and the man and the dog decided to go down the mountain. Put away the house before going down the mountain. The next trip will take 10 hours, and it is impossible to go back and forth on the same day. She plans to catch more fish and bring them back. It may take several days to come back. If there is no one in the house to add coal to the boiler, the heating will freeze. It is difficult to deal with the freezing. It is better to put it away and take it out when you come back. Fong Xian put some snow into the planting area and pasture area while going down the mountain to moisten the soil. This will make the road easier to walk. The heavy snow has reached the knees, and it will be tiring to wade down the mountain in the snow. It didn't snow today, and the wind wasn't very strong. Except for the fact that it was still very cold, the weather was pretty good. However, Fong Xian was wearing a thermostatic suit, a hat, gloves, and socks on her feet. Even her mask was made of thermostatic fabric, so it was very warm and not cold at all. When she was almost at the foot of the mountain, Fong Xian stopped collecting snow into the space. She saw from a distance that there were many people cutting trees at the foot of the mountain. Fong Xian wanted to find a place with few people to go down the mountain, but the thick snow layer was really difficult to walk, and she was too lazy to take a detour. But it would be very awkward if we went down this way. A stranger coming down the mountain would inevitably make people suspicious. It was really troublesome. It was not that she was afraid of people, but it was really troublesome. Fong Xian thought about it, and decided to go into the space first, and then go down the mountain when there was no one at night. Fong Xian couldn't help but worry that these people would not cut down trees to her residence. In the past, there were large wild animals in the mountains, and they didn't dare to go up the mountain. Now the weather is cold, and the large wild animals are hiding. Will there be a few stubborn people coming up? But who would be so stubborn as to spend 7 or 8 hours climbing the mountain, and be exhausted after climbing up, and then go down again before cutting down 2 trees? After she figured it out, she felt much more at ease. Even if someone came up, she was not afraid. Fong Xian and Gozi had dinner in the space. She and Gozi now eat the products of the black soil every day. Her physical fitness has improved. She is no longer as skinny as before. She has gained a lot of weight, and her complexion has improved a lot. She is much healthier. Even her 5 senses have become a little sharper. The output of the space is indeed effective, but the effect is not immediate. It is not effective immediately after taking a bite. Instead, it takes every day, and it will have a significant effect after accumulating over time. It was 6 o'clock in the evening, and it was already dark. It gets dark very early during the extreme cold, and it was already dark at 4 o'clock. Fong Xian left the space, and it was pitch black in front of him, and he couldn't see anything. He took out the night vision goggles and put them on. This night vision goggles is really magical, and it can see clearly in the dark as in the daytime. Fong Xian walked a few steps and heard the sound of chopping trees faintly. He thought he had heard it wrong. Who would come out to chop trees in the middle of the night? The temperature at night is much lower than that during the day. Bang! Fong Xian heard the sound of an axe chopping trees again, but this sound was much weaker, as if he hadn't eaten enough. Fong Xian was puzzled and walked towards the sound. He saw two children chopping trees with heavy axes from a distance. Fong Xian just took a look and had no intention of stopping. The two children looked over and immediately put down their axes. "Brother, I just came to pick up some unwanted branches. I won't chop them anymore. I leave them to you. Let's go now." The two children stood there in panic and fear, begging constantly. They were wearing adults' tattered cotton coats, and their small bodies were wrapped in the big cotton coats. Fong Xian paused for a moment and said nothing. It was not difficult to guess that the strong adults would not let them chop wood, so they could only sneak out at night. Some people like to pick on the weak, and when they see two weak ones, they will certainly pick them. Those adults blatantly bullied the two children, most likely because the adults in the family were not at home, or were sick in bed, or met with an accident. Mostly the latter. Although Fong Xian hated those who bullied the weak, he would not pity anyone. Chapter 37. The small river lies between the village and the town. It took Fong Xian 15 minutes to reach her destination by snowmobile. When she was a child, she often came to the river and used a broken net to catch some small fish and shrimps. Then she would secretly roast them and eat them. Once she was caught by Old Man Fong and Old Lady Fong, she would be beaten up. After being beaten so many times, she learned to run away, running all over the village. No matter what, she would still eat secretly next time and never take anything back. Gradually, people in the village also knew about her experience, and from time to time someone would secretly give her some food and clothes. Fong Xian suddenly remembered someone. How could she have forgotten him, the village chief of their village? When she was a child, he always touched and searched her. Later, she grew up and found out. Whenever Fong Xian thought of this, she felt as disgusted as if she had eaten shit. It was time to settle this account. There was no need to keep such garbage. He should go to the 18th level of hell. So Fong Xian turned a corner and headed straight to the village. The village chief's house was the fifth one on the east side of the village. No house had a light on, only a few had a faint fire. The whole village was quiet, not even the sound of a dog barking. The door of the village chief's house could not be opened for a while. It must be locked from the inside. Fong Xian took out the alloy dagger, inserted it into the crack of the door, and used his wrist to cut the door lock. Crunch. The sound that made the hair on the head of the room stand on end was heard. In less than a minute, the door lock was successfully cut open. He did not go in immediately after opening the door. The noise of prying the door was so loud that the people in the house must have been alerted. In order to prevent a sneak attack, Fong Xian took out a flashlight and shone it into the house. The blinding light came on, and several people in the house raised their arms to cover their eyes. Fong Xian saw three people standing in the house, holding different weapons. The woman holding the kitchen knife should be the village chief's wife, and the other holding the shovel should be their son. The one holding the sickle is the village chief. Even if he turns into ashes, I will recognize him. Who are you? There is no food in my house. Get out of here quickly. Fong Xian ignored the village chief's cowardly appearance and strode in. Don't move. I kill you if you move again. We have 3 people. Get out of here. Fong Xian ignored him, and went into the house to close the door. After closing the door, Fong Xian approached the village chief's son without saying anything, kicked the shovel away, turned around and showed the sharp dagger, turned around and raised his arm. Puff! The dagger stabbed the village chief's son's neck firmly. Blood flowed out. The village chief's son was terrified, and subconsciously took 2 steps back. Since he was already here, there was no need to waste time, just do it. This village chief's son has been a scoundrel since he was a child, always leading a group of children to bully her. Relying on his father being the village chief, he was a tyrant in the village. Fong Xian pulled out the dagger, and blood spurted out like an arrow. This was not the first time she stabbed someone in the neck, so she was quite skilled, and she went straight to the aorta and killed him with one blow. The latter instantly covered his neck with both hands, his eyes widened, and he fell to the ground with a thud. His whole body was twitching. The village chief opened his mouth wide, with a look of astonishment. On weekdays, the village chief had a very bad temper. He relied on his position as the village chief to use the power in his hands to do his best to embarrass others. Now he had completely lost his former dignity. He was completely dumbfounded when he saw his son die in front of him. The woman stared at her son on the ground for a long time, and suddenly let out a shrill howl. It scared Fong Xian. The woman mechanically went forward and hugged her son. My son? Why? Why did you kill my son? If you want to kill me. Why kill my son? Why? I will fight you. The woman screamed hysterically, stood up and chopped at Fong Xian with a kitchen knife. Fong Xian held the woman's skinny wrist, holding the knife tightly with his left hand, and twisted it outward. The woman felt pain, and the kitchen knife fell to the ground with a bang. He raised his right hand and stabbed the dagger into the woman's neck. Puff, blood gushed out. Fong Xian pulled out the dagger with a string of blood, and the woman collapsed to the ground, staring with big eyes, and died. Is the woman innocent? No, she is not innocent. She has chosen to stand on the side of evil. Although she did not commit evil together, she is an accomplice of evil. Silent good people are allies of evil. At this time, the village chief was so scared that his legs were shaking. He smelled urine and dared not move forward. Who are you? Fong Xian stepped forward and kicked his sickle away. The village chief's hand was hurt by the kick. He covered his wrist, endured the pain, and spoke again. Who are you? How could I offend you? Fong Xian had no intention of taking off his mask to recognize the other party. If you want to fight, just fight. There is no need to argue. Just achieve your goal. You don't care whether he understands it or not. As long as you understand it yourself. Fong Xian swung his arm and slapped him hard with a big slap. Snap! The crisp sound of the slap made the village chief stumble back 2 steps. The village chief was very confused. His head was buzzing and full of confusion. He had no time to feel sad for his son and daughter-in-law. He was only afraid. He didn't want to die. I really don't know you. We have no grudges. Snap! Before he finished speaking, Fong Xian slapped him with another big slap. The village chief's head tilted hard. Fong Xian used all his strength to kick sideways with his right leg. Bang! With a dull thud, the village chief was kicked to the side, and his head hit the stove next to him with a bang. Bleeding immediately from his head. The village chief struggled to sit up, leaning his back against the stove, gasping for breath. Spare my life. Please! I really don't know you. I have supplies at home. I give them all to you. Don't kill me. Fong Xian still went forward without saying a word, grabbed his collar, and slammed his head hard against the stove regardless of his struggle. One hit. One hit. One hit. The village chief's head was smashed like a rotten watermelon, all red and white. The latter stared with bulging eyes, full of unwillingness and fear. Fong Xian shook the blood off his hands in disgust, took out a disinfectant tissue, and wiped it slowly, and then wiped the blade clean. He threw the bloody tissue on the village chief's body and stepped over. He began to search the house. He found half a bag of rice and half a bag of flour hidden in the closet. Fong Xian carried a bag of grain in one hand and left the village chief's house and climbed into another family's yard. This time she was not here for revenge. She put the 2 bags of grain at the door of this family. When she was a child, Aunt Zhang always secretly gave her food, and her son helped her fight. He was the only one who was willing to play with her and go up the mountain and down the river together. When her son was a child, he was carried by his mother-in-law to go out for a wedding banquet. He was forced to drink a glass of strong liquor by the old man at the same table. Her mother-in-law ignorantly praised her grandson for his good alcohol tolerance and did not seek medical treatment in time. Since then, the child's brain has been burned, and his reaction is always half a beat slower than others. No matter what Aunt Zhang's mentality was, she didn't want to speculate about others with malice. These 2 bags of grain were regarded as repayment of the favor. Chapter 38. The cold north wind swept across the ice, and the snow on the ice was blown away layer by layer, forming deep snow pits and snow ridges. Fong Xian came to the ice early at 6 o'clock in the morning. There were already people chiseling ice to catch fish on the endless ice. Everyone was dressed like a ball, wrapped up tightly, with only a pair of eyes exposed. There were adults, children, old people, women, and everyone who was able to work came, and they worked hard in the cold wind. Fong Xian led the dog around the crowd, away from the crowd, and walked upstream, trying to find a place where there were no people. Some people also looked at the man and the dog, and no one knew what they were thinking. But Fong Xian was not afraid. As long as someone dared to run to her, she would do it. Anyway, she would not suffer any injustice. Fong Xian looked at the ice surface and avoided the traces of ice chiseling to avoid slipping and falling. There were many traces of chiseling on the ice, big and small, which seemed to be a lot of people fishing on weekdays. People came to the ice one after another, holding some simple fishing tools. Now that supplies are getting scarcer, with such a river, everyone wants to catch more fish and store them. The weather outside is a natural refrigerator. Fong Xian walked for about 40 minutes, and finally came to a deserted place. This place is far away from the town, so there should be fewer people. Fong Xian chose a good place to shovel away the thick snow on the ice, took out the chainsaw, and began to saw down the ice. He couldn't saw through it all at once, and he had to control the degree. It would be difficult to do it if the river water flooded up. After estimating the size, I sawed the ice into pieces about 4.5 centimeters down, and then used an ice bracelet to pry the bottom of the ice, and then moved it away piece by piece. Then I used the ice bracelet to chisel the bottom layer of ice. The ice bracelet was a bit heavy, so I had to hold it with both hands and then chisel it down hard. It was really a strenuous job. Ice chips were chiseled everywhere, and a gust of cold wind mixed with ice chips blew in my face. Fong Xian couldn't help but shiver. Fong Xian wiped the ice chips off his face and continued his work. After a long time of hard work, the ice cave was finally opened, and the river water inside gushed out like a fountain. A small fish ran out, probably because of the lack of oxygen under the ice, and it couldn't wait to get out. It seems that there should be fish here, but I don't know if it is thick. Fong Xian put the small fish into the space and put it in the pond of the ranch to raise it. All the ice in the ice cave was opened, and then the fishing net was put down. Some internal organs were put in the fishing net, which were all left over from the previous slaughter of livestock. The fish should like to eat these internal organs. The fishing net was slowly spread out under the ice hole, waiting for the fish to slowly enter the net. An iron rod was fixed near the ice hole, and the net rope was tied to it and fixed. About a few meters away, Fong Xian dug another large ice hole and put down another fishing net. Fong Xian took out a stool and sat on it to rest. The white mist in large mouthfuls covered the mask, hat, eyebrows, and eyelashes with thick white frost, making him look like Santa Claus. He raised his hand to wipe off the white frost on his eyelashes. The scenery in front of him became clear at once. Fong Xian took out a pair of goggles and put them on to protect his eyes. Looking at the white snow for a long time would make his eyes uncomfortable and cause snow blindness. He only rested for a few minutes before standing up and moving around. He couldn't stay still for a long time in the cold winter, otherwise he would get frostbite easily. Fong Xian put the stool into the space and strolled around without breaking ice and setting nets. For the time being, he would set down 2 fishing nets to explore the way. This was Fong Xian's first time fishing. He had no experience at all, and he didn't know how long it would take to gather fish. In such cold weather, it would probably take a lot longer to catch fish. He would wait a little longer. He couldn't eat hot tofu in a hurry. It was really boring to stay here, so I ran with the dog to exercise. Then I practiced the dog's reaction ability, and taught it how to avoid attacks from others. Fong Xian took out a big stick and hit the dog mercilessly, and the dog howled. The dog must have the ability to protect itself. After all, no one can resist the temptation of dog meat when people are hungry. Fong Xian hardened his heart and continued to swing the stick. About 3 hours later, Fong Xian decided to pull out a net to sea. Pulling the net rope and pulling the net out hard, he felt movement on the fishing net. You know what, it's really heavy. As the fishing net was pulled out bit by bit, the fat fish on it struggled to appear in front of us. Wow, the harvest is not bad. There are 13 big ones, and 7 palm-sized ones. Most of them are crucian carp and grass carp, and there are even a few shrimps, which are not very big. This time, there is no need to worry about not having fish to eat in the future. Fong Xian is very motivated and decides to make a few more big ice holes. The dog jumped around the fishing net, and was also very happy. You have to quickly pick the small fish from the net, and throw them into the pool in the space, otherwise they will be frozen to death immediately. Wait, why do we have to pick them outside in the ice and snow? They are almost frozen to death. Wouldn't it be better to throw them directly into the flowing space? After catching fish at night, go into the space and slowly pick out the small fish to be raised. Fong Xian took out a few large basins and placed them in the yard of the space villa. Throw all the fish in this net into the big basin. It is convenient and saves trouble. It is good to have space. Fong Xian straightened his back and prepared the second fishing net. This time there are fewer fish, 10 in total. Throw them into the big basin together with the fishing net, and scoop some river water into the big basin so that they will not dry up. I deal with it slowly at night. Let's cast more nets while it's still early. Fong Xian was very motivated. He dug 3 holes in the ice and cast 3 fishing nets. Then he dug 3 more holes in the ice and cast nets. The previous ice hole can't be used for the time being. Even if I cast a net, the harvest won't be too big. In fact, fish are still very smart. The nearby fish will be frightened, and it will be difficult for them to be fooled again. While waiting, Fong Xian started to train the dog again. He was dazzled by the big stick, and the dog was beaten and screamed. The dog finally fell to the ground and went on strike. Fong Xian saw how miserable it was and stopped too. In fact, she always used less force, and didn't use any harsh blows, otherwise it would have died long ago. The man and the dog temporarily stopped fighting. So Fong Xian ran to exercise herself. Suddenly, Fong Xian stumbled and almost fell, but fortunately, she was strong and didn't fall. Fong Xian felt that the dog jumped up and kicked her back with its 4 legs. "You bold and cunning dog, how dare you kill your master?" She turned her head to look at the dog, who had a smug look on his face. Fong Xian quickly turned around to catch the dog, but the dog ran faster than a rabbit, and she couldn't catch him at all. Fong Xian sat down on the ice. "No more chasing, no more chasing, I give up." The dog turned around and ran back, butting her with its head. Fong Xian quickly hugged the dog's neck and held its head tightly. "Little guy, can't I catch you?" The dog kicked with its 4 claws to pull out its head, but Fong Xian held its whole body tightly in his arms to prevent it from moving. "Do you accept it?" "Woof woof." The dog struggled. "You don't accept it, right?" Fong Xian tightened his grip again. "Do you accept it?" The dog, completely unable to move, made a muffled sound in Fong Xian's arms. "Woof." "Are you really accepting it?" "Woof." "You little brat, you can't beat me, but you've learned to sneak attack." Fong Xian let go of the dog and hit it on the butt. The dog that escaped was furious and pounced on Fong Xian. "Woof woof. You're playing dirty and cheating." "Ha ha ha." Fong Xian was amused by the dog's mischievous behavior. Okay, I was wrong, don't be angry. It's time to pull up the net. Don't be angry, I go back and make you something delicious, okay?" "Woof." Finally coaxing the dog, Fong Xian stood up and started to pull up the net. 6 ice holes yielded a total of 68 big fish, 29 small fish, and some river shrimps, which was a considerable harvest. Unknowingly, it was getting dark, and Fong Xian decided to dig some more ice holes, and wait until tomorrow morning to pull up the net. With night vision goggles, I dug 6 more big ice holes, set up the net, and then cleaned up the tools and found a hidden place to enter the space. After swinging the ice bracelet all day, my arms were so tired that I couldn't lift them. I took off all my equipment and took out a few tomatoes to relieve my fatigue. I also gave 2 to the dog, who had been beaten all day and needed to replenish his body. The man and the dog finished eating quickly, and their fatigue was relieved, and the coldness in their bodies was also reduced, and they felt much more comfortable. After a short rest, I sorted the fish in the basin and put them in the storage space, and the small fish were thrown into the pool. Chapter 39. The next morning Fong Xian arrived at the river early, when it was still light. After a night of fishing, he hoped to catch more fish. When he walked to the ice hole, he saw a new layer of ice, which was frozen again. Fong Xian sighed, forgetting this. In such cold weather, the ice hole would definitely freeze again, but fortunately the ice layer was not very thick. He swung the ice bracelet to break the ice again. Fong Xian pulled the fishing net hard, and the fishing net was a little heavy this time, and he felt a constant vibration in his hand. I was happy, thinking that there must be more fish this time than yesterday. As expected, after the fishing net was pulled out, a bunch of big fish jumped and struggled. Together with the fishing net, they were all put into the big basin in front of the space villa. The fishing nets of the other 5 ice holes were pulled out one by one. A rough calculation showed that there were about 120 fish in the 6 ice holes, and about 20 small fish in them. A big harvest. Including yesterday's fish, these fish are enough for 1 person and 1 dog to eat for several days. Fong Xian continued to chisel the ice, and cast the net with full energy. Then continued to train the dog. Some people are fishing in the distance. It's too far to see clearly, only a few shadows can be seen moving. I didn't expect so many people to fish today. They actually ran so far, probably because there are too many people fishing downstream, and everyone wants to find a place with fewer people to catch more fish. This time I waited a little longer, 3.5 hours before I pulled up the net, hoping to catch more fish. But I was very disappointed. The fish in this net were a little small, only 7. Fong Xian didn't mind, more or less is normal. It's impossible for every net to be so lucky. So he went to raise the second net. Creak, creak, it was the sound of footsteps. Fong Xian's ears moved, someone was coming. His hand pulling the net paused, and he looked back into the distance, and saw 2 figures, one large and one small, walking towards this side, and he couldn't tell whether they were male or female. Fong Xian quickly pulled out the net, threw the fish into the space before the people came close, and then quickly took out 2 large baskets. It was not easy to put things into the space when there were people around. Fong Xian ignored the 2 people and continued to raise the net. Before the 2 people came close, he threw the fish into the space with the big baskets covering him. The footsteps behind her were getting closer and closer. Fong Xian stopped what she was doing and looked back again. An old man led an 11.2-year-old boy over. The boy was holding an iron bucket with a broken fish cage next to it. The old man was holding a big iron spike. The old man asked, "Little girl, are there many fish here?" Fong Xian replied calmly, "Not bad." Then she continued to pull up the nets. After pulling up these few nets, she would move to another place. She didn't like to stay with others. It was too inconvenient. Seeing that Fong Xian didn't pay much attention to him, the old man left awkwardly and started to chip ice at a distance. Another net of fish was pulled out, but there were still very few in this net, only a few. It seemed that the fish in this area had indeed become more refined and did not gather much. Because there were people nearby, and it was not convenient to use the space, the fish had to be put in the basket. The boy not far away saw Fong Xian catch so many fish, and said to his grandfather excitedly, "Grandpa, there are really a lot of fish here. My sister just caught several. I said let's go upstream. There are fewer people here, so there will be more fish." The old man was very happy. "Yes, my grandson is really smart. Let's go fishing here today, and cook fish for my eldest grandson when we get home." The young man nodded happily. "Okay, we have fish to eat today, so we don't have to go hungry." The old man touched the young man's head lovingly. "Grandpa, can we not give the fish to others today?" The old man sighed and said nothing. The young man immediately lowered his head in a depressed tone. Grow up quickly, he thought, too weak. I wish he was an adult. Fong Xian heard the conversation between the father and son. The boys give to others should not mean giving to others on his own initiative. Judging from their conversation and clothing, life is not easy. This old man doesn't look like a saint at all. Fong Xian shook his head and said, "Forget it, who cares?" After collecting the fish from several ice holes, Fong Xian moved away from the 2 people. It is not convenient to use space in places with people. Fong Xian was digging the 6th ice hole with great effort when he saw the boy running over. He was holding a big fish in his arms. Stopping what he was doing, the dog ran over and squatted obediently at Fong Xian's feet. The boy stood at a distance and said loudly, "Sister, Grandpa asked me to ask you what bait you used. Can I exchange some with you?" He raised the big fish in his arms and said, "We only caught 2 fish on the net. This one is the biggest. If there is any extra bait, can we exchange some?" Seeing that Fong Xian didn't speak, the boy lowered his head. "My grandpa is not in good health. He finally came here and wanted to catch more, so that he can eat for a few more days, and he also has to hand over some." Fong Xian was puzzled. "Why do you have to hand it over?" The young man looked up suddenly. "Sister, didn't you hand it over?" Fong Xian did not answer. The young man was tactful and did not ask further. "There are people guarding every intersection. You must hand in the supplies before you can pass. If you don't hand it in, you will be beaten." Fong Xian understood, handed over to others. It turned out to be a toll. The strong make the rules, and the weak obey the rules. Ordinary people have no say at all. Weakness is the original sin. Fong Xian took out the frozen poultry in the basket and threw it to the boy. "Take it, it's yours." The boy picked up a large pile of bait on the ground and was surprised. "Sister, these are all edible. You use this to catch fish?" Fong Xian ignored him and continued to chisel ice. She only heard the boy say thank you and ran away. The dog ran over and ran back with the fish in his mouth. It was left by the boy. Fong Xian threw the fish into the basket. Today's harvest was not very ideal. The harvest of the whole day was not as much as in the morning. The old and the young left early and only put down 2 fish cages, but their harvest was not bad, with 11 fish. Before leaving, they left 2 big ones for Fong Xian to thank her for the bait. Fong Xian didn't act pretentiously and accepted all of them. Although she didn't need them at all, attitude was very important. If the other party didn't express anything, she wouldn't have any other ideas. He had already exchanged his things for bait, and what he got afterwards was his own. Fong Xian dug 5 more ice holes in the dark and lowered the net. He would get up tomorrow morning to fish. After a night of gathering fish, there should be more fish. After everything was done, Fong Xian and Guzi entered the space. Pick out the small fish in the basin of the villa and put them in the pool, and then put all the big fish in the storage space. Some poultry was put into the pond. The small fishes were quite active in a warm environment, scrambling for food. The wild animals that were caught before were later raised freely. Fong Xian found that their wildness had faded after entering the space, and they were very peaceful, and got along well with the natives. Fong Xian ate the cucumbers produced in the space while patrolling the pasture. He felt very comfortable, and even the coldness was reduced a lot. Fong Xian stared at the cucumber in his hand, and his eyes lit up. If he used the food produced in the space as bait, would he catch more fish? He would try it tomorrow. Chapter 40. Fong Xian started working early as usual, using an ice cudgel to break the newly formed ice. The morning harvest totaled more than 70 fish, which was still not as many as the first day, but she was very satisfied. She took out the tomatoes produced in the two spaces, crushed them, and put them into the fishing net. Fong Xian did not change the place to dig a new ice hole. If it was really as she thought, then using the original ice hole would also attract fish, so she would not have to work hard to dig ice. After putting down the bait, Fong Xian dug 3 more ice holes to set the net. If the effect was not good, at least there were 3 ice holes to guarantee that she would not have no harvest. While Fong Xian was training the dog, an old man and a young man walked slowly towards her. "Sister, we are here." The young man held a bucket in both hands, and used one hand to greet Fong Xian. The old man still walked with the ice pick, which was a walking stick when walking and a tool when working. Fong Xian nodded in response, and the old man also nodded in response. After 2 days of training, the dog was able to cope with it a little, and would not be beaten too much. It even learned to sneak attack and retreat after a bite, which was quite cautious. 3 hours passed quickly in training the dog. She began to pull up the net, and felt the weight of the net. Fong Xian was overjoyed. It really worked. When the net was pulled out little by little, and the big fish jumped and struggled, she knew that this method was definitely feasible. "Wow, so many!" The exclamation of the young man behind her was full of surprise and envy. "Grandpa, that sister is so amazing. She caught so many fish. It's enough to eat for many days." The old man also looked at her with envy. "Yes, sister is really amazing." This time there were indeed a lot, 26 or 27 fish, all put into the big basket. Then came the second net, which also had the same amount of fish. "Wow, sister has so many again." The boy behind was envious and jumped with envy. "Grandson, look, we have quite a few too." The old man pulled out the fish cage, which also had 6 or 7 fish in it. "Wow, Grandpa is really good." The boy excitedly helped Grandpa clean up. "Grandpa, sister's bait is still the best." "Yes, we benefited from her." "Grandpa, let's hide some fish today, and come out to get them in the middle of the night." "Okay, listen to my grandson." Fong Xian was more and more curious about the tolls mentioned by the grandfather and the grandson. Could it be that all the intersections were completely blocked? These people were from several nearby villages and towns. It would take at least 20 people to block all the intersections. The fish caught in the past few days were enough to eat, and she planned to go and check the situation today. She was also a little worried about the 2 elders. Time quickly came to 3 o'clock in the afternoon, and the old man and the young man finished fishing and left. They walked slowly, so they had to get home before dark. Fong Xian was ready to leave after collecting the last 2 nets of fish. First, find a hidden place to get the car out. Put a basket of fish in the trunk, and put some vegetables on it. These are for the 2 elders, and they are enough for them to eat for a few days. The snow on the road has reached the calf, and the thick snow can't stop people's footsteps. One road has been trampled smooth and hard. Fong Xian drove the snowmobile towards the town. At the entrance of the town, someone did set up a roadblock, and everyone was being checked, and 70% of the supplies on their bodies were looted. "Please, can you take less? I only caught 3 fish today, and my family doesn't have enough to eat." A woman bent over and begged humbly. "This is the rule. It has always been like this. You don't accept it?" The strong man stared and shouted. The woman was so scared that her whole body went limp. No, can you be flexible? I will pay more next time. It's really not enough to eat today. There are old and young people at home, and we haven't had a full meal for a long time. Please be flexible." The sturdy man impatiently snatched the only small fish left in the woman's hand. "You are so ungrateful, and broke the rules. You don't want any fish. Get out of here." After saying that, the 2 men came up and punched and kicked the woman. The woman was beaten to death, and lay on the ground motionless. Others were unmoved, even numb. Fong Xian sat in the car, and watched the scene in front of her. She couldn't just go in like this. She couldn't hand over the supplies, and she certainly couldn't control her hands from hitting people. This would also bring trouble to the 2 elders. She couldn't stay at their house every day. Fong Xian turned the car around and planned to go around. One of the toll collectors pointed at the snowmobile and said to his companion next to him, "Hey, look, that's a snowmobile." "Huh? Really? Why did she leave? There must be a lot of supplies in the car." "Oh, it's a pity that the car didn't come in. How about we rob her?" "Come on, you're faster than the car, what's wrong?" "Fuck, that's right." The two whispered to each other, flipping through the supplies in the bucket with disdain. "Why are there so few again? What a waste." He took away the 3 big fish in the bucket, leaving only 2 small ones. The old man and the young man lowered their heads and apologized, not daring to talk back. Go away, I'm annoyed when I see you two useless things." Hey, okay. The old man and the young man nodded and bowed, and the young man helped the old man carry the bucket and walked away quickly. Fong Xian drove the car and circled around several village intersections. It was indeed as she thought. Roadblocks were set up at all the intersections. There were 5 intersections in total, and there were 6 people at each intersection, all holding sticks and daggers on their waists. If the person leaving had no supplies, they would not care, but if they had supplies, they would have to hand them over even if they were leaving, and those coming in would be looted. They would not let anyone go until 70% to 80% of the supplies were looted. This was not a toll, this was blatant robbery. Fong Xian waited until the second half of the night before entering the town. He saw a small black figure running in from a distance, and Fong Xian squinted his eyes. It turned out to be that young man. He gently moved the roadblock and got in, carrying a big bag on his shoulder. This young man was quite cunning. He must have hidden the fish he caught, and sneaked out to get them at night, when no one was around. Suddenly 2 people jumped out of a room. "Stop, you dare to hide the supplies, hand them over to me, I beat you to death." "I didn't expect there would be people on duty at night. Really dedicated." Fong Xian just glanced sideways, and kept walking. When she reached a crossroads and turned, the biting cold wind was accompanied by muffled groans, curses and beatings, which blew into her ears. It was those 2 who caught up with the boy. The man kicked the boy on the ground fiercely. "Little bastard, I told you to run. I told you to hide the supplies, I kill you today." A fish fell out of the bag, and slid to Fong Xian's feet. She looked at the boy with scars on the ground. The boy's eyes were full of stubbornness. He gritted his teeth and didn't beg for mercy. He saw Fong Xian in the direction where the fish slid away, and he spoke with difficulty. "Run." The boy knew that these beasts were not human beings, and the world was already in chaos. Who knew what they would do? Chapter 41. The 2 primitive barbarians stopped beating the boy and cast their eyes over. Although she was wearing a thick snow suit, she didn't look bloated. She had a good figure. They could already imagine her sexy figure after taking off the heavy clothes. The cloudy eyes exuded a lustful look. In the past, these people were on the margins of society, excluded and hated. Now, relying on their ignorant and fearless primitive barbarism, they have tasted the taste of being superior to others. This taste makes them swell. One of them kicked the boy who was in the way like a rotten ball. The boy bent his body and spit out a large mouthful of blood, his eyes anxious. "Sister, run." The 2 sneered, thinking that the boy was telling a joke, and no one could escape from their grasp. The 2 walked towards Fong Xian with their crotches clenched, emitting a foul odor. When a hand reached out, Fong Xian grabbed the other's wrist tightly and twisted it in the opposite direction, and the arm was immediately removed by Fong Xian. The other man screamed in pain. One foot kicked the other man's crotch hard. Bang! He kicked him 2 meters away and smashed into the thick snow. He turned around and stabbed the man whose arm was removed with a knife in his left hand. Everything happened in a flash. As the dagger was pulled out, his ugly screams, like a pig being slaughtered, were taken away. He stepped over the man's body and walked towards the man who was kicked into the snow. The man curled up and covered his crotch. His expression changed from obscene to horrified. He kept looking back and moving his body backwards on the ground. "No, don't come over here. I didn't mean to do that. Please let me go. I was wrong. I was really wrong. I won't dare to do it again. Please let me go. Please." Fong Xian said nothing and kicked him unconscious. The boy was not frightened by Fong Xian's cruelty, nor was he afraid at all. He looked at Fong Xian with bright eyes. Fong Xian ignored him and dragged the unconscious man into their duty room like a dead dog. The young man staggered to his feet, and despite the severe pain, he picked up the scattered fish on the ground and put them back into the bag. He looked back at the direction where Fong Xian left, and walked home with a determined look. Fong Xian poured a basin of cold water on the man to wake him up. The man woke up trembling all over. He wanted to curse out loud, but when he saw Fong Xian, who had just killed a companion effortlessly, his brain suddenly became clear, and he shrank back to swallow the dirty words. Fong Xian fiddled with the dagger in his hand. I ask you questions. Do you understand? The man nodded repeatedly. I understand. Ask me. Who is your boss? He is the director of the police station. Fong Xian understood. No wonder they could gather so many people. How many people are there in your gang? 33 people. Where is your hideout? In the Shioha supermarket. We robbed the supermarket, and now that is our base. She remembered that supermarket. The first floor was the business area. The second floor was the rest area. 33 people were crowded in the supermarket. So many people, all living in the supermarket. The man looked at Fong Xian with a cold look, and beads of sweat oozed from his forehead. Our boss lives on the second floor, and a few brothers protect him. The rest of the people live nearby. Supplies are stored on the first floor and in the backyard. The man spilled all the information in one breath. Do you have a gun? Fong Xian asked again. The man nodded. Yes, there is a pistol. Fong Xian nodded with satisfaction and made a handsome move. Let's go! The man's neck instantly bloomed with dazzling red flowers, ending his life. Crunch. Fong Xian walked on the cold street, surrounded by darkness. The biting cold wind blew up the remaining snow on the ground, hitting her body with a rustling sound. The difficulty of human survival comes not only from natural disasters, but also from the destruction of their own kind. In order to plunder more supplies, they constantly oppress and bully ordinary people. When natural disasters begin, man-made disasters are approaching. Fong Xian walked to the door of a house and looked up. Unknowingly, she had already walked to the second elder's house, and the door in front of her was closed. She jumped up and stepped on the wall to gain leverage and climbed over the wall. Fong Xian knocked on the glass gently and whispered, Grandpa and Grandma, I'm Fong Xian. Not sure if the two elders could hear him, Fong Xian knocked again after a while. After about 2 or 3 minutes, there were slight footsteps in the house, and then the big iron door opened a little. The house was pitch black, and it was impossible to see what was going on inside, but from the height of the figure, it was Grandpa Li who opened the door. Grandpa Li whispered through the crack in the door, Xian? It's me. The iron door opened. Come in quickly. Fong Xian picked up the large backpack that he had taken out long ago and went into the house. Grandma Li lit a candle and came over. Xin, why are you here so late? Grandpa Li also blamed. Yes, it's so cold today, and it's even colder outside at night. Come to the stove and warm up. I'm fine, I'm not cold, I came to see you. Grandpa Li, it's not peaceful outside now. You have to be careful. Grandma Li gently pulled Fong Xian's hand and warned her, Child, don't worry about us, we are fine. Well, that's good. Fong Xian nodded. I also caught some fish and sent some to you. The two old people saw the big backpack that Fong Xian brought in, which was full of cabbage and radishes. Vegetables are very hard to come by now. All the supplies in the town have been looted by others. You can't buy them even if you want to spend money. They didn't expect Fong Xian to think about them. The old couple felt warm in their hearts. You kid, do you have enough to eat? Don't worry about us. We haven't finished the dried vegetables you sent last time. We still have a lot of them. We have enough to eat. Grandma Li looked at Fong Xian's face kindly. Well, my Xian has gained some weight. It's better to be a little fatter. She looks better when she's a little fatter. The three of them chatted about family matters for more than half an hour, mostly the two elders talking, and Fong Xian nodded and listened. Finally, Fong Xian was ready to say goodbye and leave. After all, it was already late, and the two elders needed to rest. Grandpa Li said seriously, the people who collect tolls outside are not good people. Try not to come here in the future. Fong Xian nodded. Well, I understand. The two elders wanted to keep Fong Xian for one night before leaving, worried that it would be unsafe at night, but Fong Xian refused. She was not used to living with others now. It was already past midnight when they left the two elders home. The wind was stronger at this time. Fong Xian turned around while walking. Since we are here, let's go and take a look. It would be a pity not to charge some interest. Putting on the night vision goggles, he quickly arrived at the supermarket and looked around to make sure there was no one. He looked into the supermarket and found that the things on the shelves in the first floor hall were empty, and they were all tilted and messy. There were two people napping at the door, probably night watchmen, and there was a stove next to them for heating. Fong Xian went around to the back door and pried it open gently. He walked in quietly. He came close to the two night watchmen, took out a dagger and slashed one of them's neck. The throat was cut deeply, and blood gushed out. The other person seemed to hear the noise, opened his eyes, and looked up, then felt a chill on his neck and fell asleep again. After checking around the first floor, he found a small warehouse full of supplies. The rice, flour, grain, and oil were filled to the brim, about 20 square meters. Fong Xian waved his hand and put everything into the space, leaving nothing behind. He quickly went up to the second floor. The corridor on the second floor was empty and very quiet, and any movement would be infinitely magnified. Fong Xian moved very lightly, and did not dare to make any sound. Suddenly, the sound of the doorknob turning came, and he quickly turned his head to look at the source of the sound. It was the second doorknob on the right that was turning. Chapter 42. Fong Xian hurried into the space to hide. The man opened the door and suddenly opened his eyes. What disappeared in a flash? He rubbed his eyes hard, but there was nothing in front of him. He must have been confused because of sleep. The man yawned and turned into the bathroom. Fong Xian could not see the outside world at all in the space. He stayed there for about 10 minutes, and when he felt it was enough, he left the space. The second door on the right was not closed tightly, and Fong Xian gently pushed it open. A very complex and indescribable odor rushed into her nasal cavity, and then attacked her brain arrogantly from her nasal cavity. The strong fishy smell was mixed with various stinky smells. Like the smell of stinky feet that hadn't been washed for 800 years, the sour smell of stinky clothes, the smell of vomit, and the stench of human bodies. All kinds of smells were fermented by the high temperature of the furnace. That smell was really, it could be called a biological weapon. If these were thrown to the front line during the war, the stinky people would definitely scream, and there would be no antidote. Fong Xian opened the door to release the poisonous gas in this room. Then he checked all 3 rooms. There were 4 people living in the room with the poison gas, 2 with bunk beds, 3 people lying in the other room, 2 women and 1 man, who should be the leader, and the last room was a storage room, which was full of supplies. Decided to start with the room with more people. Although I was very reluctant, I still held my breath and walked in. Everyone snored loudly. Another one came by train. It was smelly and noisy. Fong Xian showed a sharp tungsten alloy dagger and smeared anesthetic on it. Starting from the lower bunk, he stabbed it into the neck with a puff, and blood gushed out, slowly staining the bedding. The man's body twitched unconsciously, his eyes suddenly opened, and his eyeballs were wide open. The latter did not make any violent sounds, nor did he resist. Fong Xian used anesthetics for safety reasons. When a person is in pain, he will subconsciously struggle violently, which is likely to wake up others. Fong Xian raised his head, and quickly found the head of the person on the upper bunk. He raised his arm, and exerted a little force, and stabbed the aorta of the person on the upper bunk with a knife. The room was instantly filled with a strong smell of blood, even covering up the stench. After finishing everything, Fong Xian took out a wet towel to wipe off the blood on the night vision goggles, and his vision became clear again. He searched the room and found a few packs of cigarettes, a few daggers, and a few electric batons without power. He didn't take the others, just put away the electric batons. He turned around and quietly opened the door of the leader. The door made a creaking sound. The leader on the bed opened his eyes instantly. As expected of the leader, he should be more vigilant. The man immediately turned over and reached under the pillow. No matter what he wanted to take, he would not be given the chance to take it out. With a flip of his hand, a pistol appeared out of thin air. Bye-bye. 2 shots with silencers were fired, and 2 blood holes immediately appeared in the man's head. Everything happened in a flash. If he was a second slower, it would be someone who would die. Bang! The man was naked and fell to the ground headfirst. The scene was a bit eye-catching. The 2 women were awakened by the noise. The quilt slipped to their waists, revealing the mountains, and they held their heads and screamed. Fong Xian was annoyed by the noise, so he went up and knocked the 2 screaming chickens unconscious with 2 butts of his rifle. I don't know what they are screaming about. They scream when they encounter something, useless things. He didn't even look at the 2 people, but turned his head and began to search. He really took out a pistol from under the pillow, which was full of bullets. He found another pistol, and a magazine full of bullets in the drawer, and Fong Xian collected several bullets scattered around. He also found a small box of bullets under the cabinet. Collected. She found 2.5 packs of Zhonghua. Collect. She went to the storage room and emptied the supplies. The room was full of frozen vegetables. Finally, she came to the backyard. There were still supplies in the backyard, so she couldn't leave them behind. Of course, she took them all away. The first thing she saw when she arrived at the backyard was a pile of coal and firewood. Collect. A black pickup truck, quite impressive. The car should have been modified, with big tires and a front anti-collision beam. Not bad, not bad. Collect. She remembered seeing a key on the bedside table, and she would go up and take it down later. Open the warehouse in the corner. There are some supermarket foods such as rice, flour, oil, noodles, instant noodles, snail noodles, and a few barrels of diesel and gasoline. The remaining bags are all neatly stacked frozen fish. These materials are probably the integration of all materials in several nearby villages and towns. Haha, the strong prey on the weak, this is normal. Fong Xian put them all away, leaving none behind. Finally, go upstairs to find the car keys. Leave in style. Next, perhaps it will be an internal fight, in order to compete for the position of the boss. You hit me, I hit you. Fight, fight, she couldn't care less. Fong Xian planned to find a place to enter the space, and wait until the next morning to go home. Arriving at the business street, the whole street was full of two-story shops. She found a shop with relatively intact doors and windows and walked in. All the goods here were empty and looted. She piled all the containers in the space at the door to block the door, got into the counter, and entered the space. It was too late, and she was too lazy to take a shower. She simply washed her face and brushed her teeth and climbed into bed. A dreamless night. She slept until she woke up naturally, stretched her body, and felt so good after a good sleep. She looked at the clock on the wall, and it was already past 9 o'clock. She stayed in bed for a while before getting up. After taking a shower, she felt refreshed. She took out the ready-made food, a plate of steamed buns, a bowl of thick pumpkin porridge, and a plate of radish vegetables. In one word, it was delicious. After eating and drinking, she washed the dishes. She was fully armed and dressed, and left the space. Fong Xian planned to go to XX supermarket to see the excitement, and see how the younger brothers would react when they found out that their boss was dead. When she walked to the vicinity of XX supermarket, she found that there was no one on the street, as if nothing had happened and no one cared. Yes, who cares about other people's affairs now? Everyone went out to find supplies to fill their stomachs. She went to the town intersection again, and saw that no one was collecting tolls here today. It was very strange. What was going on? Could such a large organization disband just because the boss was gone? It was unlikely. Who cares about her? Fong Xian walked out of the town. There were sparse people on the street, some heading towards the river, and some rushing to other places to find the supplies they needed. The cold wind swept across the ground, and everyone hunched their necks and lowered their heads to hurry on. Fong Xian drove back to the foot of the mountain. There were still many people cutting trees on the mountain. He made a big detour, and found a place with few people to go up the mountain. Keep a certain distance from everyone and walk up step by step. This person is so strange. Why is he walking into the mountain? He doesn't have any tools in his hand. Who cares? Let's do our own things. Work quickly. Don't be lazy. Cut more today. Fong Xian moved his ears. He had been paying attention to the situation around him, so he naturally heard it. As long as they don't have any ideas about him, others can say whatever they want. Chapter 43. Fong Xian decided not to go out for the next few days. He chopped the trees in the pasture into firewood, and put them all in the storage space. The trees have been dried in the past few days. First, pick out some trees with straight trunks, remove the branches and twigs on them, and store them separately in the storage space for future use. Then take out the chainsaw and saw a tree into sections. Take out the big axe and chop it into small pieces that can be put into the boiler, and then neatly stack them in the container. The clang 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 sound scared the nearby livestock far away, forming a vacuum zone with Fong Xian as the center, and no livestock dared to approach. Only the dog would come to accompany her from time to time. When she was tired of chopping wood, she would eat some of the space output to relieve her physical fatigue, and the dog would also come to ask for food. It took a week to finally chop all the firewood in the ranch. Fong Xian rested for a day. Although his physical condition had improved, he was still a flesh and blood body, and he would still get tired, especially his arms were sore and painful. Fong Xian was not idle during this day, and tidied up the storage space as a whole. All the things that were not often used were classified and packed into containers, and labeled so that he knew what was inside, and could take them out in the future. Stack all that can be stacked high. There are 2 mobile villas, which are not often used, so they are placed on the top of the infrequently used area. Put all the coal blocks into containers, put the containers in the pasture, then put the coal blocks into containers, and then put the loaded containers in the storage space and stack them all high. It is convenient to use containers to load things. Everything can be stacked high, so the height space can be fully utilized. Several cars are also loaded into the container. The storage boxes I bought before also came in handy. All of them are filled with things and are still stacked high. The storage space is divided into several areas: food area, medicine area, household goods area, daily necessities area, oil area, space product area, uncommon goods area, dog area, etc. All classified. It looks much better, not messy at all, and it is very convenient to find and take things. After a round of tidying up, nearly 500 square meters of space was freed up. After moving all the things in the space, I was exhausted and lay on the sofa, feeling limp. I felt uncomfortable just now, but I kept holding on. I should be mentally exhausted, as described in the novel. I quickly took out the cucumber produced in the space and ate it, and then I felt a little better. My eyelids were getting heavier and heavier. I was not suitable for doing anything in my current physical condition. I pulled the blanket over and went to sleep. Proper rest is still necessary. Don't be too anxious about anything. Your body is the capital of the revolution. It was already past 2 in the afternoon when I woke up. In another 2 hours, another day would have passed. I slept soundly this time, and my battery was full. I got up and made something to eat. I planned to cook for myself today. Except for the hot pot I made last time, I haven't turned on the fire yet. Take out a bunch of corn produced in the space, cook more, and put it in the storage space to eat slowly later. Pull out the corn leaves and put them aside. You don't have to throw them away, and can keep them to feed livestock. Clean the big pot and turn on the tap. There is a tap between the 2 pots, which makes it much more convenient to use water. Pour all the corn into the pot, cover the pot, and light the fire. It's really convenient to have a big pot. You can cook a lot at once. Throw in a few firewood and don't worry about it. Take out some potatoes produced in the space, peel and wash them. Take out the vegetable cutting tool, and cut the potatoes into shreds. I cut a pot of it very quickly, which is really convenient, much more convenient than cutting it by hand. Cut the onion, ginger and garlic, and add oil to the pan. Add some water while frying to prevent the pan from getting burnt. I fried 2 large pots in total, 1 large pot, enough for a while. Take the pot of water that was used to soak the shredded potatoes, pour out the excess water, and reveal the potato starch that has settled in it. This can't be thrown away, it will be used to make a 3 fresh dish later. The corn pot is also steaming and boiling. Turn off the fire and simmer for a while before it can be served. Potatoes, eggplants, peppers, these space products are all there. Take them out and put them aside. The corn is ready. Take it out of the pot first and put it in a large pot. When it is warm but not too hot, you can store it in the storage space. Then cook another pot of corn. Peel the potatoes first, then clean the potatoes, eggplants and peppers. Cut the potatoes and eggplants into dice, and cut the peppers. Coat the potatoes and eggplants with some of the starch left over. Pour a lot of oil into the large iron pot, and fry them until golden. Then pour the oil into an oil pot, and put it aside. Start cooking, still the same old way of sautéing the onion, ginger and garlic. Pour in the prepared starch, and fry all the ingredients. Fry 2 pots in total, and put them directly in the storage space. Look at the corn, it's ready. Take it out of the pot directly. Time quickly came to 6 o'clock. Do these first today. Eating some space products every day can improve physical fitness very well. Of course, the ones that were stockpiled before must also be eaten, and food cannot be wasted. Those were all her hard work and stockpiled bit by bit. In a little over a month, we can eat rice produced in the space. Then we will plant some wheat in the next crop and grind some flour to eat. It is time for dinner, so we will eat 3 fresh vegetables today. Prepare the dog's meal first. A bowl of vegetables produced in the space, including carrots, lettuce, cucumber, a corn, a bowl of rice, and pour some prepared goat milk powder into the rice. There is no meat for it to eat, so I will make some for it tomorrow. It has been a long time since I gave it dog food or anything like that. She hopes that the dog can live a healthy life and stay with her for a few more years. She doesn't plan to go out these days, so she will cook more dishes at home and store them for later consumption. After preparing the dog's food, Fong Xian also took out her own food and put it on the dining table. A portion of 3 fresh vegetables, a portion of sweet and sour pork ribs, and a bowl of rice. Take out the tablet. Find The Legend of Zhenhuan and play it. I haven't watched it much before, but this time I can finally watch it enough, starting from episode 1, when Zhenhuan enters the palace for this election. I have to say that classics are classics, and Fong Xian watched them with great interest. Before the end of the world, I could often see short videos of the legend of Jinhuan on my phone, and they were all covered with patina. With the AI modification, you can never guess what will happen in the next second. I was really scared to watch, and Jinhuan took out a Gatling gun and shot the Emperor in the next second. After dinner, I cleaned up the table and added some coal to the boiler. I didn't need to heat the Kong today. The Kong was already very hot after the meal I cooked in the afternoon. If I heated it again, I'm afraid I couldn't sleep. Take out a pot of red beans and a pot of black beans, wash them, soak them in clean water overnight, and cook them tomorrow. It will be delicious if you put some in the steamed rice. Eating only rice every time is too monotonous, and it will be more nutritious. After everything is ready, Fong Xian takes the tablet and goes directly to the Kong. Put the tablet on the Kong table. The warm Kong is too comfortable. Take out some big strawberries and cherries. Put some flour in the clean water, so that it will be washed more cleanly, such as residual pesticides. Wash more at a time and put them aside. When you want to eat, just take them out directly. Put some in the fruit bowl and place them on the Kong table. Take out 2 paper towels to wipe your hands clean, and also wipe the water drops on the Kong. It is good to have space. It is convenient to do anything. The dog lay on the ground, not on the Kong. It thought the Kong was too hot, and would run away after a while. Fong Xian ate fruit and watched TV series. It was so comfortable. Faintly, you can hear the wind outside like ghosts crying and wolves howling. Chapter 44. Fong Xian did not get up immediately after waking up, but stayed in bed for a while. She actually liked this feeling, the feeling of being at ease, not in a hurry, and lazy. In the past, in order to make a living, she got up earlier than chickens, and slept later than dogs. In order to save tuition, she worked so hard that she wanted to split herself into several halves, just for a few pieces of silver. She had used all her strength to survive. Now she no longer has to worry about anything. She can do whatever she wants, and eat whatever she wants. All her time is at her disposal. This feeling is so refreshing. Suddenly, I felt that the end of the world was not so bad. After Fong Xian got up, he felt his throat dry and uncomfortable, and his skin was dry all over. Wherever he touched, it was electrified, and his clothes crackled. The heating in the room was too good, and he slept on a heated Kong, so the air was inevitably dry. This was not good, because it was easy to get angry if it was too dry. So he immediately found a 1-meter-high humidifier from the household appliances. He placed it next to the sofa, so it would not be a problem for him to walk back and forth. Plug in and add water. Turn on the humidifier, and set it to medium. After waiting for a long time, there was no mist. I tried it with my hand. There was airflow, and my hand felt a little damp. It turned out to be the kind of humidifier without mist. Fong Xian sat on the ground and read the instructions. The dog also stretched out its head and leaned against Fong Xian. I don't know what it can see. You know what? This humidifier has many functions. It is not the ordinary one that emits mist. It can also remove bacteria, formaldehyde, and purify the air. Well, not bad. Fong Xian didn't feel like having breakfast today, but she had to eat, so she ate a corn to fill her stomach. After drinking a bottle of AD calcium, she entered the space. First, she went to check the condition of the livestock to see if any of them were sick. In fact, after the livestock ate the space grass, they were all shiny and healthy, and there was no sign of illness. But she just liked to come in and stroll around. Only a few of the fish in the pond died a few days ago, and the ones that survived were all alive and kicking. When feeding, feed the animals with something produced in the space. Fong Xian guessed that if the livestock often ate things produced in the space, the meat would definitely be delicious, but he had never tried it. There was too much meat to eat, and there was no rush to slaughter the livestock in the ranch. After feeding the fish, Fong Xian started to pick up eggs. He put several baskets on the right side of the livestock pen, put some straw in the baskets, and the poultry would basically lay eggs in them. As long as the livestock entered the space, they would become well behaved. Perhaps the space was their own thing, and as long as the things in the space were under their control. All the poultry were very well behaved, and didn't lay eggs everywhere. Other livestock would not cause damage. The fruit trees in the pasture had already turned green, and started to sprout. A circle of snow was placed under each tree. The snow slowly melted into the soil, nourishing the black soil. A red pony came running over, and gently nudged Fong Xian's butt. Fong Xian hugged the little guy and rubbed him wantonly. It blinked its big, sparkling eyes, so cute, as if no matter what animal cub it was, it would be cute. The more I looked at it, the more I liked it. This cub was born a few days ago, and she bought it with the cub in her arms. There was a little sparrow on Fong Xion's shoulder, which was very close to her, and rubbed its head against Fong Xion's neck. Fong Xion walked back to the planting area. The foal was blocked outside the fence, and it seemed a little reluctant to leave. She and the dog walked around the planting area again. Like an old man walking in the park, she walked leisurely with her hands behind her back. Every morning, as long as she had nothing to do, she would take a walk and take a look, and she felt very relieved and comfortable. After leaving the space, he started to work. Fong Xion stayed in the kitchen for 4 consecutive days. He took out 10 rice cookers and started to cook rice. After cooking more than 30 pots of bean rice, there were still a lot of cooked beans left, which were all put in a storage space for use. 2-grain rice, multigrain rice, brown rice, pea rice, more than 10 pots of each. While cooking, Fong Xion cooked. When the rice was cooked, he served it out and continued to cook. Bean ribs, radish beef, potato chicken, scrambled eggs with tomatoes, stir-fried broccoli, spicy hot pot, braised lamb ribs, 2 large pots of each, all of which were large pots like washing basins, and the menus produced by the space were placed separately on the shelf. Of course, nutritious soups are also necessary. See cucumber soup, mutton soup, tomato shrimp soup, 1 pot each. Chicken feet, duck feet, goose feet are stewed in 2 pots, and the braised meat package is thrown into the pot and cooked directly. It is super convenient. Put the stainless steel steamer on the gas stove and cook 2 pots together. Seafood. Arrange. Prawns, crabs, conchs, shrimps, oysters, scallops. Steam them directly in the pot. High-end ingredients often only require the simplest cooking methods. Cut some green onion, ginger and garlic, and put them in to remove the fishy smell, then sprinkle some salt. Chop the green onion, ginger and garlic, add some coriander, a little chili oil, a little soy sauce, and sesame oil, and make a sauce. Don't put too much. There are too many additives in the seasonings now. She still wants to live 2 more years. You should study making soy sauce and vinegar yourself, which will be healthier. After the pot boils, take the prepared sauce directly, and sit on the stove to eat it directly. Pick up a large conch, take a pair of chopsticks, twist out the conch meat, and pick off some inedible things. Large pieces of conch meat were smeared with soy sauce. Her eyes narrowed. Delicious. Fong Xion was eating with great relish when she heard a clang. She looked down and saw that it was the dog that had brought her food bowl and thrown it on the ground. His mouth was drooling as he stared at her. His eyes were full of food. He wanted to eat. He wanted to eat. Fong Xion was touched by its cute appearance, so of course he had to satisfy its desire to eat. He had to spoil his own child. He immediately gave it a few prawns, a few shrimps, and some conch meat. The dog chewed and chewed. The tail wagged and wagged. So happy. Fong Xion finally drank a glass of juice, smacked his lips, and was full. He stood up and cleaned the stove. He put all the seafood in a bowl and put it in the storage space. He wiped his hands and prepared to cook for the dog. Chicken legs, pork legs, shrimp, sweet potatoes, carrots, corn, broccoli, all chopped or minced with a meat grinder. Rolled into balls and steamed in a pot. A total of 5 large pots were steamed. Each large pot used a steamer with 2 layers of upper and lower layers, and then some eggs were put in the bottom to cook, making full use of the space of the pot, without wasting any space, and it was done in 1 pot. Just break the big balls into pieces when eating. I cooked 3 big pots of big bone sticks for the dog to use as teeth. Then other meats are also essential, and the nutrition must be balanced. I cooked 2 pots of chicken, all whole, and chopped them into pieces after cooking. I also cooked 2 pots of beef, and cut them into pieces after cooking. I cooked 2 pots of ribs, and I was afraid that the dog would have trouble chewing the whole ribs, so I chopped them into pieces carefully. It is very convenient to cook in a big pot. A big pot can be eaten for a long time, and the dishes cooked in a big iron pot are especially delicious. I only put a little salt in the food that Guzzi eats, and nothing else. I also made 10 large thermoses of the goat milk powder that Guzzi likes to drink. These are for now, and this one time is enough to last for a long time. The fire has not been turned off in the past few days. The 2 big pots are burning, and the Kong is a little hot. I put all the bedding on the Kong to let it dissipate heat. I can't sleep there, so I have to go to the bedroom on the 2nd floor. It's also very comfortable to sleep on the bed. I turned on the projector, leaned against the headboard, continued to watch her empresses in the palace, and ate fresh fruits. It was very comfortable. Chapter 45. Since I was reborn, I have been busy all the time, and have not trained properly. Training must be put on the agenda now. Even if life is much better in this life, it is dangerous outside, and it is urgent to improve physical fitness. Fong Xian changed into a training suit today and tied 10 kilograms weights on her hands and feet. She decided to wear weights except when sleeping and taking a bath. Move your hands and feet. Not comfortable. A little heavy. First do a horse stance to practice your lower body. Oh hey, I didn't expect that this horse stance was so difficult. I thought it was easy to do, but it was so difficult. I only lasted for 1 minute, and I felt my legs were weak and tired. It doesn't matter. I stand up and rest for a while, adjust my state, and continue. She doesn't believe that a small horse stance can be difficult for her. Pierce, prick, and prick again. I practiced for about half an hour. From 1 minute at the beginning, I can now hold it for 15 minutes. Very good. Great progress. Take a short break and adjust your state. Turn on the treadmill and start jogging to warm up. The dog heard the noise and ran over, tilted his head curiously, and then jumped on the treadmill. Fong Xian moved to the side to make some room for it. It took about half an hour of jogging to get used to the weight on the body. The treadmill speeds up, and the dog also speeds up. The little guy's 4 legs are moving very fast. Fong Xian continued to run for more than an hour, and the little guy actually followed him to run for more than an hour, and he didn't stop until he was exhausted and broke his own limit. Fong Xian sat on the ground without any image, sweating all over, panting heavily, really exhausted. The dog at her feet, with 4 legs flat on the ground, like a big turtle, sticking out his tongue and panting hard, seemed to be exhausted too. Fong Xian took a break, drank a sip of water to wipe off the sweat on her face, and started to do push-ups again to practice upper body strength. Fong Xian did a few push-ups with a grin, and then felt weak. Her physical fitness was really bad, so she just lay on the yoga mat to rest. The dog thought Fong Xian was sleeping on her stomach, so he ran over and lay down next to Fong Xian. Fong Xian ignored it, and continued to do push-ups. He worked out for another half an hour panting. He took a break and drank some water, then stood up and continued running. Fong Xian took out another treadmill next to him, and turned it on for the dog. The dog jumped on it happily, wagging its tail. In fact, animals have much better endurance than humans. If Fong Xian could run down, it would have no problem either. The man and the dog continued to exercise in the training room for 4 hours, and both collapsed on the ground. The dog's tongue was hanging out, its mouth couldn't close at all, and its stomach was up and down as it panted desperately. It was really tired like a dog. Fong Xian found the fascia gun and massaged the muscles all over her body. After the massage, she walked into the bathroom with a weak body, took a hot shower, and washed off the stinky sweat all over her body. She took out a lot of food, and gave the dog more than usual, so that both the person and the dog were full. After all, the more exercise you do, the more you consume, and the more you eat. Anyway, she had a lot of supplies, so she could eat whatever she wanted, without any worries. After dinner, she cleaned up the table, got up and added some coal to the boiler, and set an alarm for lunch break. Fong Xian, who was limp all over, lay on the sofa, pulled a blanket over her and hugged the dog. Her body was in urgent need of recharging. An hour later, the alarm rang. Fong Xian stretched her muscles and felt that she had not slept enough, but she could not sleep anymore. She had to get up quickly because there was still work to do. Fong Xian patted the dog, who whined and was unwilling to get up, but how could she let you stay at home leisurely? Even if you could not work, you had to accompany her. She forcibly pulled the dog up, and put clothes on it. Fong Xian also dressed herself, took the electric saw, and went out into the mountains. I still need to collect some more firewood, but it always feels like it's not enough. I still feel uneasy if I don't collect a certain amount. The snow is very thick, reaching the knees and above the knees. The cold wind blows through the big trees, and the snow on the trees falls and hits her body. Fong Xian collects the thick snow under her feet into the space as she walks. Every time she takes the dog out, the dog will crawl into the snow shell to play by himself. When he is done playing, he will come back to find her by himself, so she doesn't have to worry about him at all. Click, Fong Xian kicks the crooked tree in half. He waved his hand, and put the cut tree into the pasture to dry. The snow on the tree fell all over his body, and Fong Xian patted the snow off his body again. He was used to it every time. He looked up to find the next suitable tree. He determined the target, put the snow in front of him into the space, and walked over. He pulled the chainsaw. He was ready to start sawing the tree. Woof woof woof. At this time, the dog's barking suddenly sounded, with a little urgency and tension in the voice, and even a little panic. I looked sideways. Oh my goodness, a big black bear was chasing the fleeing dog. This big black bear was more than a man tall, and not very fat. Obviously, under the thick snow, it was difficult for such a strong guy to hunt for food to fill his stomach, so he would lose weight. But he was also more than 300 pounds. It was obvious that the black bear was furious when it saw the prey. It looked very hungry and chased the dog madly. The dog just caught a gray rabbit. How did he provoke such a big black bear this time? Run into the snow. Without time to think, Fong Xian shouted and quickly took out a sniper rifle. A small pistol has little lethality against a big black bear, but a sniper rifle is different, with lethality several times that of a pistol. It can definitely deal with a big guy like a black bear. The dog's ears moved, and the dog, receiving the command, slid into the snow and disappeared. The big black bear stopped suddenly, and it was very angry for losing its prey. It stood up, opened its mouth and howled to the sky. Fong Xian seized the black bear's paws at this moment and shot at its chin. Bang bang, 2 shots hit the black bear's chin accurately. The bullet exploded in the black bear's chin, and the blood and flesh were instantly blurred. Even though the black bear had thick skin and flesh, it could not withstand the attack of the sniper. The big black bear staggered back 2 steps, and Fong Xian was also pushed back by the strong recoil. She wanted to shoot inside the mouth. The black bear had thick skin and flesh, and the mouth was its weak point, but she couldn't reach it at all due to the height problem, so she could only retreat and shoot its chin. Although the black bear was injured, it was not injured at all. After being wounded, the black bear was furious because of the pain. It kept struggling in the snow shell and flattened the nearby thorn trees. The big black bear's eyes were red, and it attacked Fong Xian directly. It was obvious that this guy was angry. But Fong Xian did not panic, nor did he retreat a step. He calmly raised his gun and aimed again. Bang! 2 shots fell. The black bear's 2 eyes were bloody and horrible. When the behemoth was only 4 meters away from Fong Xian, it finally fell to the ground unwillingly, splashing layers of snow. Fong Xian patted her chest, nervous and scared. If such a big thing gave her a claw, she would not be able to bear it. The dog poked its head out and looked around. Seeing the big guy fall to the ground, it came out of the snow and shook off the snow on its body. It ran to the black bear and barked twice. Woof woof. I told you not to bully me, but my master will beat you to death. Fong Xian stepped forward and put the black bear into the storage space. She only hit the head, and the whole skin was still intact. The skin could be tanned and made into a fur coat or something. I heard that the meat is also delicious, especially the bear paw, which is a great tonic. It was already dark, so we had to go back quickly. The temperature at night was over 60 degrees, which was really cold. The man and the dog walked home along the way they came. The snow made a creaking sound when they stepped on it. The cold wind blew through the treetops, making a rustling sound. In this way, Fong Xian's life began to become boring. Exercise in the morning. In the afternoon, he worked diligently to cut wood and firewood. Day after day, month after month. In the blink of an eye, the crops in her space have reached maturity again. Fong Xian spent a few days chopping all the trees drying in the pasture into firewood, and neatly storing them in the storage space. She stretched her sore arms, and finally finished the work. She no longer had to worry about not having enough firewood. Bald Chong could finally step down. Fong Xian then spent a few more days harvesting the crops, and then planted them for the 3rd time without stopping. All the work was finally done, and Fong Xian could finally take a breath and sit next to the boiler, which was boiling water. Puff, puff, puff. Take the boiling kettle off the boiler and put it in the storage space, then boil another one. Whenever Fong Xian has time, she will boil water and store it. Anyway, she has a boiler, and it is convenient to boil water, so she can save it for later use. She sits quietly beside the boiler, warming herself by the fire, staring out the window in a daze. The dog lies at her feet, quietly accompanying her. She likes such days. She lives in harmony with the world and has no intrigues. She feels warm from the fire. Suddenly, she wants to eat something cold. After searching the storage space, she took out 2 ice cream cones. One for the dog and one for her. When she stocked up on milk tea, she also stocked up on ice cream sundaes and other things. There were also 2 freezers in the supermarket in City B, but it was still not enough. She remembered that there seemed to be popsicle machines among some of the electrical appliances in the warehouse, and she should make some and stock up. If it wasn't extremely hot, she would eat them slowly by herself. She realized that she was born to work, and there was always endless work to do. She immediately found the popsicle machines, a total of 5, and used them all. One popsicle machine can make 50 popsicles. Take out a few watermelons harvested from the planting area. Cut them into pieces, remove the skin, and then cut them into small pieces. Pick out the watermelon seeds. There are only 6.7 seeds in the watermelons produced in the space. This watermelon seed is twice as big as the average watermelon seed. Of course, the watermelon is also big, about 30 pounds. Pick out the watermelon seeds, and save them for seeds for next planting. The quality of seeds grown in the planting space should be better. Fong Xian was drooling over the rich aroma of watermelon. He couldn't wait to put a small piece into his mouth. It was crunchy and sweet. It was especially refreshing. It was so delicious, the space was not deceiving me. Of course, she didn't forget her cub, and gave a big piece to the dog, so that it could also taste this delicious food in the world. The man and the dog couldn't stop eating, one piece after another. The air was filled with the sweetness of watermelon. Finally, Fong Xian fed her greedy insect, rolled up her sleeves, and continued to work, taking out the juicer and cleaning it. Pour the cut watermelon into the juicer. Then pour the watermelon juice into the mold, and then pour some pure water into the mold. You don't even need to plug it into the refrigeration pool. Just take the mold outside and freeze it for a while, and it will be formed. How can we not use such a useful natural refrigerator? It also saves diesel. Fong Xian took the 5 molds filled with watermelon juice outside to freeze one by one. Master the time, a low temperature of about 60 degrees, about 20 minutes. While waiting, Fong Xian took out a lot of pure water, juice, drinks, etc. and put them outside to freeze. Just wait for more than 10 minutes, and it doesn't need to be frozen hard, or it will be hard to drink. Prepare some ice water and drinks for backup. It's always better to be prepared. After looking at the molds and feeling that they are almost done, move the frozen molds back into the house one by one, and put them in the pool to thaw. Soon, the popsicles will be ready. Put the finished popsicles in the storage box, and then store them in the storage space. In the gap between making popsicles, Fong Xian was not idle at all. He took out a lot of ice cube molds, some large and some small, cleaned them all, and took them outside in the cold and arranged them one by one. Ice cubes must also be stored in large quantities. Making ice cubes is very simple, and does not require any technical skills. Just pour pure water into the mold. However, mineral water can only be taken out 1 bottle at a time, and quickly poured into the mold 1 bottle at a time before taking out the next bottle, because if the water is poured slowly, it will immediately freeze into ice chips. Fong Xian also made ice cubes of other flavors, cutting fruits into small pieces and putting them into the mold, such as watermelons, strawberries, grapes, etc. produced in the space. Strawberries and grapes have been harvested, and they taste great. When it is not convenient to take out popsicles when there are people around, you can secretly put a piece of ice cubes in your mouth and hold it in your mouth. In short, Fong Xian has thought of every aspect. He has to make popsicles and ice cubes at the same time, which is really busy. The dog follows Fong Xian's feet, curiously watching his owner busying around, going in and out without a rest. Fong Xian is now completely used to this follower. Although it sometimes trips him up and gets in the way, Fong Xian has never kicked him. Such a cute and sensible little guy, I can't wait to love him. How could he be violent and rough? Ahem, except for training of course. By the way, it seems that I haven't trained the dog in the past few days. How can this be possible? I can't slack off when training the dog. I have to be impatient. The dog suddenly felt that the skin all over his body seemed a little tight, and he had a bad premonition. He raised his head and looked at his owner, and saw the familiar stick. He suddenly felt that life was difficult. In fact, it's okay for him to be a bit rough. He doesn't have to work so hard, master, too hard, too hard. Ah! She is coming, its owner is coming with a big stick. Ignore the dog's screams here. In the following days, Fong Xian continued to train in the morning, and then continued to make popsicles and ice cubes in the afternoon, and train the dog for an hour. She arranged herself clearly every day. There are many flavors of popsicles, including various fruit flavors, chocolate flavors, milk flavors, and yogurt flavors. She rarely makes milk flavors, because she doesn't like pure milk flavors. Fong Xian lay on the warm Kong, eating popsicles and watching TV series. Life is so comfortable. But the scene changed, and her dog looked at Fong Xian with a bruise on his head. The dog said that his dog life didn't seem so comfortable. Chapter 46. Fong Xian was a little tired after days of busy work. She wanted to sleep a little longer and get up later. But she woke up early for some reason. She was flustered and couldn't enjoy her meal. She was always restless and distracted. She decided to go down the mountain to see the two elders today. She would basically go to see the two elders every month. Before leaving, she stuffed the dog and the second floor into the space one by one. Fong Xian quickly went down the mountain. There were still many people chopping wood at the foot of the mountain, but she didn't care about that. She ran down through the crowd. When he arrived at the entrance of the town, there were still people guarding it and collecting tolls. Since the toll collector was killed last time, the tolls were not collected as much, but they were not much less either, maybe half and half. This time Fong Xian did not wait until the evening to enter the town, but took a long detour, entered from the back of the town, and climbed over the walls of two houses before rushing to the second elder's house. When he arrived at the second elder's house, he still knocked on the glass 3 times. When Grandma Li in the house heard the rhythm of the knocking, she knew who was coming, because only Fong Xian would knock on the glass of her house. Grandma Li ran over and opened the door. Xin, you're finally here. Grandma Li's voice was a little hoarse. Grandma, what's wrong with your throat? Are you feeling unwell? Fong Xian said nervously as he entered the room. No, I'm fine. It's your Grandpa Li. Grandma Li looked anxious, her lips trembling slightly, and she nervously held Fong Xian's hand. Xin, do you have any medicine? Medicine for external injuries? Fong Xian's heart tightened. Yes. What happened to Grandpa? The old man got stabbed. It's all my fault. It's all my fault. Grandma Li covered her face in pain and blamed herself. Now was not the time to ask what happened. She quickly comforted Grandma Li's emotions and patted Grandma Li's back. It's okay. I'm here. How is Grandpa's injury? Grandma Li forced herself to control her emotions and led Fong Xian into the bedroom. Grandma Li lifted the quilt with trembling hands, revealing Grandpa Li's back with a large bandage. Grandpa Li was pale and in a coma. Grandma Li said with a trembling voice, 3 people broke in yesterday, and the old man was stabbed to protect me. All the medicines in the house were taken away. I had no choice but to use clean water to clean and bandage, but the old man didn't wake up all day and night, and he had a high fever. Fong Xian frowned and immediately comforted Grandma Li. It's okay, I brought medicine. Take off the backpack on your back, and take out all the necessary medicines one by one. Grandma, are these enough? What else do you need? Grandma Li touched the medicine with shaking hands. Enough, great, these old men's lives can be saved. Okay, I don't know medical skills, what do you say? Grandma Li wiped her eyes and cheered up. Just help me and pass the things. Okay. Grandma Li hurriedly treated Grandpa Li's wound. When the gauze was untied, she saw a wound more than 10 centimeters long, but fortunately the wound was not deep and did not hurt the bone. Fong Xian frowned and watched from the side. When Grandma Li needed something, Fong Xian was quick to hand it over. In the past, she would tie the wound with a strip of cloth, and life and death were up to fate. She survived time and time again thanks to her good luck. When the wound was sutured, Grandpa Li groaned in pain, opened his eyes halfway, but fell asleep again without any energy. After the wound was sutured, the medicine was applied, and finally it was wrapped with gauze. Grandma Li wiped the sweat from her forehead. After applying the medicine, the wound will not get infected, will not get worse, and will heal. Fong Xian brought the warm glucose over. It will definitely heal, Grandma, don't worry. Fong Xian handed the glucose forward. Do you want an injection of glucose? Grandma Li nodded. Yes, the old man hasn't eaten for a day and a night. Okay, then I do it, you take a break. Fong Xian found a higher place to hang the bottle, and then clumsily inserted the needle into the blood vessel with both hands. Grandpa Li was thin, so it was easy to find the veins. He inserted the needle in one go, and took out the tape to fix the needle. He looked at it for a while. He was relieved when he was sure that there was no blood back. He looked at Grandma Li, who looked not very good, and said, Grandma, you should rest quickly. I won't leave today. I will watch the drip. Grandma Li nodded tiredly. Okay, thank you for your hard work. It's okay, you should rest, I'm here. Then you will stay on the sofa for one night after the drip? Okay, you don't have to worry about it, and rest quickly. The quilt is in the cupboard. Take it out when you go to bed. Then light the stove in the living room to keep warm. Don't catch a cold. Grandma Li warned. I know. Don't worry. I will take good care of myself. Fong Xian tucked the corner of the quilt for Grandma Li. Well, okay. You've worked so hard. Grandmolly murmured in a low voice. Finally, she couldn't bear it anymore. It was as if her tense nerves finally relaxed. She closed her eyes and fell asleep in a short while. Take out 2 hot water bottles from the space, fill them with hot water, and place them at the feet of the 2 elders. He touched Grandpa Lee's forehead again, and it finally stopped being so hot, and his complexion looked much better. Fong Xian found a place to put the stove in the living room, and took out some easy-to-burn firewood from the space to light the stove. The living room was smashed and messed up, and even the stove was deformed. The pots and pans in the kitchen were all broken. Fong Xian cleaned up and threw away some damaged things. He sighed. It is really difficult for the elderly to survive in the end times. After doing all this, he sat back on the bed and looked at the floor. It took more than an hour for the drip to be emptied. He pulled out the needle and tucked the quilt for Grandpa Lee. He saw that the coal in the stove in the bedroom was about to fall off, so he got up and put some easy-to-burn firewood in the stove and pressed some more coal on top. After he was busy, Fong Xian's stomach growled. Fong Xian looked at the 2 elders sleeping soundly, so he closed the bedroom door and went to the living room, slipping into the space. The dog ran over and rubbed Fong Xian with his head, looking at him with worried eyes. Fong Xian touched its head. It's okay, Grandpa and Grandma are fine. Woof. Fong Xian and Gozi had a simple dinner, and left the space without cleaning the table. Remembering that the 2 elders must not have eaten dinner, he took out 2 bottles of nutrient solution and fed them to the 2 elders. Fong Xian sat by the bed of the 2 elders, staring at their condition, and fell asleep on the bed without knowing it. It was more than 5 o'clock in the morning when he woke up. The 2 elders slept very deeply. Stand up, straighten your back, and stretch your stiff bones. Tenderly touch Grandpa Lee's forehead. It is not very hot, and the fever is already subsiding. Looking at Grandma Lee again, Fong Xian found that she looked unhappy and frowned. He quickly reached out and touched Grandma Lee's forehead, which was burning hot. Grandma Lee was timid, and perhaps she had a fever due to the shock. Or perhaps her tense nerves relaxed all of a sudden, and she fell ill. Fong Xian took out the antipyretic medicine and fed it to Grandma Lee, and then put a piece of antipyretic patch on her forehead, and also put one on Grandpa Lee. He took out the hot water bag from the feet of the 2 elders, poured out the cold water inside, refilled it with hot water, and placed it on the feet of the 2 elders. He also gave the 2 elders a bottle of nutrient solution. Chapter 47. After doing all this, Fong Xian did not rest. He found a small pot from the kitchen, sat on the stove, cleaned the pot, poured some clean water into it, washed the millet and poured it into the pot. First, cook some millet porridge, and eat it directly after the 2 elders wake up. After the millet porridge was cooked, the 2 elders did not wake up, so the porridge was put into the space to keep warm. Seeing that the 2 elders were sleeping soundly, Fong Xian entered the space from the living room to solve breakfast. As soon as he entered the space, the dog ran over and jumped into Fong Xian's arms. Have you eaten yet? Fong Xian placed a feeding machine and a water dispenser in the space villa, just in case he was busy and couldn't feed the dog. Woof woof. Okay, I get it for you right away. Fong Xian took out a dog food ball that he steamed last time, crushed it, poured goat milk powder, an egg, and a cucumber into it. After arranging for the dog, Fong Xian went to the bathroom to wash his face and brush his teeth. I also have to hurry up to eat. I don't know when the 2 elders will wake up. A bowl of mutton soup, 2 pancakes, and a plate of shredded potatoes. The fried cakes were stockpiled before the end of the world, and they were still warm. Pancakes with shredded potatoes. They were quite delicious, and she finished a bowl of mutton soup to warm her stomach. She felt relieved after seeing the 2 elders, so her appetite was opened and she ate all the food. She patted her bulging belly comfortably. Suddenly she thought of something, so she buried her head in the storage space and found a bottle of oral spray. She sprayed it into her mouth twice. She smacked her lips, and it was okay this time. It was hard to explain if the 2 elders smelled the food she ate alone. Fong Xian patted his clothes and stood up. Tunton, I'm going out. You stay at home and look after the house. When I'm not here, you should eat dog food first. Don't go hungry, okay? Woof. Fong Xian left the space, and the 2 elders still didn't wake up. So he took the kettle and went outside, squatted down, and floated off the dirty snow on the snow, revealing the clean and white snow inside, and filled the kettle. Put it on the stove that was burning vigorously. Pour the water into the thermos, pour out a small half cup and let it cool first, and when the 2 elders wake up, add some boiling water so that they can drink it directly without burning. Around 9 a.m., Grandma Lee finally woke up. Grandmolly opened her eyes, and felt her whole body was limp, and her throat was very dry. She looked sideways at Grandpolly, stood up and touched Grandpolly's forehead. She felt that the temperature had dropped, and she was relieved. Fong Xian heard the noise and walked in. "Grandma, you are awake. How do you feel?" Grandmolly moved her cracked lips. "I'm fine." Grandmolly propped herself up and wanted to sit up. Seeing this, Fong Xian went over to help Grandmolly steady herself and put the pillow upright behind her. Fong Xian picked up the already cooled water cup and added some more boiled water to it. He handed it to Grandmolly. "Grandma, drink some water to moisten your throat. Thank you for your hard work." Grandmolly took the water cup and gulped down most of it. "Grandma, how do you feel?" Grandmolly breathed a sigh of relief. "It's okay, I'm just old and can't stand it anymore. I'd be fine after lying down for a while. Don't worry. It's just that you have worked hard, and you have to take care of our old bones." Fong Xian adjusted the quilt and tucked the corner of the quilt. "Grandma, what are you talking about? Isn't it my duty to take care of you? Just rest assured I'm here. Would you like to have a bowl of porridge?" Grandmolly waved her hand. "I don't want to drink it. I have no appetite." Fong Xian patiently coaxed her. "Drink a bowl. You won't have the strength if you don't eat." Grandmolly nodded. "Okay, I eat something." Fong Xian walked into the living room, took the small pot out of the space, and put it back on the stove. He filled a bowl and handed it to Grandmolly. Grandmolly asked with concern, "Have you eaten?" "I have eaten, don't worry." After Grandmolly finished eating, Fong Xian cleaned the bowl directly. Then he sat down and chatted with Grandmolly, and they talked about Grandpa Li's injury. In fact, Fong Xian had already guessed what happened after Grandma Li's words yesterday. The cause was that Grandma Li was kind and gave food to a child, and then she was targeted by someone and robbed, but at least the robbers only wanted food and did not kill people. Otherwise, what she saw today would be 2 corpses. Grandma Li was also kind-hearted, and could not bear to see others starve to death, but in the end times, mindless kindness will break the lives of good people. Fong Xian understands human nature. The 2 elders must experience the cruelty of the end of the world in person to change their inherent cognition, and not feel incomprehensible or disgusted with Fong Xian's style of doing things, which will make the relationship between the 2 farther and farther. You can't help too much in everything. Over time, you will get used to it and enjoy it with peace of mind, or use kindness to threaten, and slowly lose your conscience. If that day really comes, she will choose to withdraw without hesitation. As they chatted, a subtle groan came, and the 2 looked over together. It was Grandpa Li who finally woke up. Grandma Li was very happy. "Old man, you're awake?" When Grandpa Li woke up, he saw 2 faces looking at him worriedly. He forced a smile. "I'm fine, don't worry." Grandpa Li looked at Fong Xian. "Xinshin is here." Fong Xian nodded. "Yes, she's here. How do you feel? Are you feeling better?" "I feel okay, but sleeping on my stomach is a bit tiring." Grandma Li asked nervously, "Do you want to change your posture and lie on your side?" Grandpa Li nodded quickly. Change, change, change. My old bones are about to fall apart. I sit for a while." Fong Xian stood up immediately, and helped Grandpa Li sit up slowly. The wound should not be too hard, so Fong Xian tried not to pull the wound. After helping Grandpa Li sit steadily, Grandma Li wrapped him in a blanket. Grandpa Li finally moved his arms comfortably. Comfortable. Fong Xian brought the warm water over. Grandpa Li must have been very thirsty, so he drank up a large teacup of hot water. Putting the teacup down, Fong Xian poured a bowl of porridge from the stove. "Grandpa, eat something to warm your stomach." Grandpa Li was very touched when he saw Fong Xian busying around. "Thank you." Fong Xian smiled and handed the millet porridge to Grandpa Li. "It's okay, Grandpa, have some porridge." Grandpa Li wolfed down a bowl of thick porridge quickly and felt strong. He couldn't help but sigh, finally alive again. "Grandpa, you can live 100 years and still have a life." Grandpa Li laughed and scolded, "Then you will become an old demon." After that, the 3 of them laughed out loud. Grandpa Li just laughed twice, and he held the bed with a somewhat uncomfortable expression and forced himself to hold back his laughter. No, my wound hurts when I laugh." Fong Xian and Grandma Li also stopped laughing immediately. Grandma Li said seriously, "Sit down, I changed the medicine for you." "Where did you get the medicine?" Grandpa Li looked at Fong Xian and immediately thought, "Xinshin brought it?" "Yes." Grandma Li said while untying the gauze, "Thanks to Xinshin, you saved your life." Grandpa Li looked at Fong Xian and was about to say thank you. Fong Xian put down the medicine box and immediately said, "Grandpa, we are all family, There is no need to be so polite to family members. If you hadn't helped me back then, I wouldn't be here today. Just take care of yourself, and I leave when you recover. Grandpa Lee nodded repeatedly. Okay, Shinshin is right, I listen to you. Chapter 48. After changing the dressing for Grandpa Lee again, Grandma Lee gently wrapped the gauze around him. The wound is recovering and has shown signs of healing. Grandma Lee's face was filled with smiles. It will probably heal and scab over in a week, and the stitches can be removed in about 10 days. Grandma Lee was in a good mood and was about to get out of bed. Fong Xian immediately pushed Grandma Lee back. Grandma, you are not fully recovered yet. Lie down well. Tell me if you want to take anything or do anything. I go get some meat and cook you a nice meal tonight. We still have meat? Grandma Lee said with a smile. Of course, they took away the things that were visible. Only a few days' supply was left visible, and the rest was hidden in the cellar outside. Grandpa Lee also said with a smile, last time you said the temperature would drop. Your Grandma Lee and I bought a lot of supplies and hid them. No one knew. Fong Xian gave the two elders a thumbs up. You take a rest. Where is the cellar? I go get it. Fong Xian followed the path Grandma Lee said, and soon found the entrance to the cellar in the corner of the backyard of the house. It was hard for those who didn't know to see that there was a cellar here. The thick snow piled on top perfectly concealed the entrance. Fong Xian shoveled away the snow with a shovel, revealing a large wooden cover. After opening the cover, Fong Xian climbed down the ladder. After going down, he was slightly shocked to see the piles of supplies in front of him. I didn't expect that the two old people bought a lot of supplies. The height of the cellar was more than one person tall, and it was about 10 square meters. Half of the inside was filled with coal, and the other half was filled with grain, meat, vegetables, soy sauce, vinegar, and other condiments. There was a lot of miscellaneous stuff stored. Bags of rice and flour were piled to the top. The things were neatly placed on the shelves, and were arranged in order by category. These things were enough for the two of them to eat for more than a year. I have to admire the courage of the two elders. Fong Xian put a few potatoes, fungus, and eggs in the bag and went upstairs. After coming out, he camouflaged the exit with snow and went into the house. He put the things in the kitchen. After Fong Xian finished, he sat in front of the stove and warmed himself by the fire. Grandma, put the things in the kitchen first. Okay, put them there. Soon, it got dark. Grandpa Lee was lying on his side, still very energetic, while Grandma Lee was half asleep. At this moment, the old man was still wide-eyed and chattering with Fong Xian. Fong Xian got up and prepared to cook. Grandpa, I won't talk to you anymore. I go cook. Okay, then you go. First, he used the stove in the bedroom to simmer a pot of rice, and cook millet porridge on the stove in the living room. The two elders have just recovered from a serious illness, so they should drink some porridge to nourish their bodies, and make it easier to digest. Take the cooked porridge off, and start cooking. Simply cook 2 dishes. One is cabbage and potato slices, and the other is scrambled eggs with black fungus. The smoke is a bit heavy. There is no gas or electricity, so we can only cook on the stove, and the smoke cannot be discharged in the house. Fong Xian opened the door a little to disperse the smoke in the living room. Grandma Lee had woken up at this time. She saw Fong Xian cooking and wanted to help, but was chased out by Fong Xian. Seeing that the meal was almost ready, she pulled out a small folding table from the wall and spread it out. Fong Xian brought the meal to the table, first serving Grandma Lee a bowl of porridge, then serving Grandpa Lee a bowl of porridge, and put some vegetables in the porridge. She stood up again and helped Grandpa Lee up, handing the bowl to Grandpa Lee. Grandpa, you still have to eat in bed. We can go out after you are ready. Okay, you go and eat too. Fong Xian sat down and served herself a bowl of rice, picked up a piece of potato chips, and put it into her mouth. Grandma, you preserved these potatoes really well. They are not frozen. Of course, they are all covered with thick quilts. Ah. Grandma Lee sighed. It's a pity for that box of medicine. It would be better if they were all stored in the cellar. Grandma, don't think too much, as long as the people are fine. You are right. Grandma Lee picked up an egg with chopsticks and put it in Fong Xian's bowl. Shinshin, why don't you make something delicious for yourself? You can eat it without worrying about our family. You see, you have never been fat. Grandma, I just eat the same food as you guys. When Grandpa gets better in a few days, we can have a good meal together. As they were talking, someone pushed open the door outside. It seemed that they forgot to close the door when they were releasing the smoke just now. Fong Xian and Grandma Lee looked at each other and put down their chopsticks at the same time. The two old people's faces suddenly became nervous. Could it be that someone broke in and robbed again? The last time was still vivid in their minds. Then an old man's voice sounded, "Why is this door open?" Hearing the voice, the two elders relaxed at the same time. It's Brother Wang. Grandmolly stood up and opened the bedroom door. "Brother Wang is here, come in quickly." Old man Wang was stunned when he came into the house with a cane. He recognized Fong Xian, and then his face was full of excitement. "Girl, thank you for saving my grandson's life." After saying that, he was about to kneel down to Fong Xian. Fong Xian also recognized that the old man in front of him was the old man who fished. The grandson he was talking about should be the boy who was beaten for hiding supplies yesterday. Fong Xian was troubled by the old man Wang's behavior and quickly stepped forward to grab the old man. "You must not do this." Grandpa Li patted the bed. "Brother, what are you doing? This is not allowed. Come and do it." Old man Wang sat on the bed with a cane. "I'm sorry, kid. I really don't know how to thank you." Fong Xian just said lightly, "It's okay, don't worry about it. She is not a nosy person, but those two people were unlucky to be hit by her, and saving them was just a matter of convenience." Grandma Li brought over a pair of bowls and chopsticks. "Brother Wang, eat something here?" Old man Wang tore his eyes away from the food with difficulty. "I've eaten, you eat. I just came to see Brother Li." Before the extreme cold, Old man Li reminded him to buy more supplies, but he didn't take it seriously and only bought 2 bags of rice. Originally, these 2 bags of rice could be eaten sparingly and lasted longer, but they were snatched away by others later. Fortunately, he listened to Old man Li when the temperature dropped sharply, and didn't go to bed so early, and prepared firewood in advance. He even suspected that Old man Li was making a fuss and believed everything he heard, but who knew that he actually saved his life and his grandson's life and survived by luck. Since the temperature dropped, he always came to borrow rice. He was really embarrassed to eat and take it, although he was indeed hungry. Grandma Li served a bowl of rice. "Come and eat, the rice is ready for you." Grandma Li went up and pulled Old man Wang over, and Fong Xian quickly took his small stool over. "I'm almost done, you sit down." Old man Wang's face was burning. "Oh, I'm really sorry. I can just squat to eat, you sit down, kid." Grandma Li pressed Old man Wang on the stool. "Just do it if I ask you to do it. Why are you being so polite?" Fong Xian quickly finished the rice in the bowl, and sat aside obediently to listen to their chat. "I'm relieved to see that Brother Li is in good health." Grandpa Li drank the last mouthful of porridge in the bowl. "I'm fine, don't worry." Fong Xian took Grandpa Li's bowl, and served him another bowl. Chapter 49. Grandpa Li took the bowl of porridge from Fong Xian, blew on it, and said solemnly, "Did your house get robbed a few days ago? Are you not injured?" Old man Wang sighed. "Yes, but we don't eat much at home. They smashed the house and left. No one is hurt." "Brother Li, how did the world become like this? Is there no law? Does the country not care about us?" Grandpa Li just sighed and said nothing. "Do you know where the base in S City is? If not, let's all go to the base." Old man Wang asked. "I don't know anything about the base either. We are isolated from the news here, and no news can be transmitted. The base may not be the best choice. Even if ordinary people go in, they may not have an easy life." Fong Xian was also thinking about the resettlement of the 2 elders. The base is definitely not an option. So where should they go? Fong Xian was lost in thought. Grandpa Li had finished the porridge in his bowl, and she reached out to take it. "Another bowl?" Grandpa Li waved his hand. "No." Fong Xian put the bowl and chopsticks on the table first, and then poured a teacup of warm water for Grandpa Li. Grandma Li was actually almost done eating, but she was just accompanying Old man Wang because she was afraid that he would feel embarrassed to eat alone. Grandpa Li took the big teacup handed over by Fong Xian and took a sip. The temperature was just right, not too hot or too cold. Every time, he could drink it directly without waiting. When it went into his stomach, his heart was also warm. Grandpa Li took a few more sips, and put the teacup on the bedside table next to him. Our Xiohe town is indeed becoming less and less safe. Let's not talk about the luck of not dying this time, but what about the next time? Old man Wang finished the last bite of rice in his bowl, picked up the rice grains that fell on the table, and put them into his mouth. "Yes, I'm scared too. When do you think the temperature will rise again? When will life return to normal?" Fong Xian saw that everyone had finished eating, so he quickly cleared the table. Grandma Li poured a cup of boiling water for Old man Wang. "Brother, have a drink of water." Fong Xian took the dishes to the living room to wash them, and mixed some cold water with the hot water on the stove. The dishes and chopsticks didn't have much oil, and they didn't need detergent, so they were easy to wash. They were cleaned up quickly. When they entered the room, the 3 were still discussing this issue, and a depressed atmosphere permeated the dimly lit room. I wanted to leave here, but didn't know where to go, and I wanted to go to the base, but didn't know the situation at the base. There was another problem. There was no means of transportation. Firstly, the snow was thick and difficult to walk, and secondly, it was difficult to transport supplies. Because I lived in a remote mountain, I didn't wait for life-saving rescue supplies. The country first rescued the city, and then the towns. But their towns seemed to be forgotten. She had never seen this old man Wang. Maybe it had been too long, and he had forgotten it. After all, he had only come here more often when he was a child, and he worked to make a living whenever he had time. Or maybe he moved here later. Fong Xian thought absent-mindedly. It seemed that he had a good relationship with the two elders, and even if he left here, he might take them with him. Fong Xian said that it didn't matter who he took, the two elders could decide for themselves. The fire hit the old man Wang's face, covering up his confused and uneasy mood. He picked up the water cup, lowered his head and took a sip, then gently put it down. He stood up and picked up the crutches beside him. I have to go back. Grandma Li, stay a little longer, there's nothing to do anyway. No, Xiaokai is at home alone. Oh, then you should go back quickly, and bring the child with you next time. Grandma Li then stood up. I see you off. No need to see you off, you're always here, you're not a guest. Grandpa Li, take care brother, I'm not going down to see you off now. Old man Wang waved his hand. You take good care of your injuries, I will come to see you in 2 days. After Grandma Li sent old man Wang back, Fong Xian looked at the two elders. Are you planning to leave here? Grandpa Li nodded. I have this idea, but it's getting more and more chaotic here. Who knows what will happen in the future? Fong Xian knew the concerns of the two elders. It is said that it is difficult to leave one's hometown, but who wants to leave unless it is absolutely necessary? I have a place in the northeast of S City. The two elders were shocked and looked at Fong Xian together. Where is the northeast? There is a villa complex on the outskirts of the city. It has just been completed. It is a relatively remote place. Usually no one goes there. The villas have not been sold yet. No one lives there. In the current extremely cold weather, no one will pay attention to it. Grandpa Li nodded. I know where it is. Grandma Li moved the stool forward. I know where it is, but can people live there? Are there doors and windows? Yes, it is rough. It's okay if it's rough. You can put up a bed and a stove and live there. Grandpa Li looked at his old lady, then at Fong Xian, and thought for a while. Xin, do you have a car? Fong Xian nodded. I do. Grandpa Li thought for a while, and said, since I have a car, I want to go to S City to inquire about the situation of the base. Grandpa, I personally think that it is not the right time to go to the base now. The base is not a complete system yet, and safety cannot be guaranteed. The so-called base is nothing more than a gathering place for many people. In the early stage, there were no rules and regulations to constrain the behavior of members in the base. The military and political systems were fighting for power, and had no time to care about the lives of ordinary people. It was a mess, and not the best choice. Generally, only those who are desperate and have no supplies will choose to go to the base. At least they will not starve to death. But you have so many supplies, are you sure they will not be coveted by others? The timid Grandma Li suddenly became nervous. Will the base be so chaotic? Then let's not go to the base. Old man, I know you think there is strength in numbers, but there is no guarantee of safety in numbers. Grandma Li grabbed Grandpa Li's wrist and asked, let's do as Xin said, find a place where no one is, live in seclusion, and live our own lives in peace. Grandpa Li shook Grandma Li's hand and patted her comfortingly. Okay, we won't go. Then should we tell old man Wang and ask them if they want to go? Grandpa Li said firmly, he will definitely go with us. Let's talk to him when he comes. Grandpa, don't tell him yet. It won't be too late to tell him in a few days. Grandma Li asked in confusion, why? I will transport the supplies while Grandpa is recovering from his injury. Grandpa Li blinked and nodded. Yeah, okay. Xin is still thoughtful. Can you do it alone? Yes, don't worry. I will transport the supplies tonight to avoid attracting other people's attention. Grandpa Li nodded helplessly. That's the case, but it will be hard for you. It's okay. Grandpa, how about I leave tonight? Fong Xian looked at Grandpa Li. Today? That's fine. Since it has been decided, it's better to do it sooner rather than later. Grandpa Li is a man of swift action. Since things have come to this point, he will not hesitate. The two elders are not worried that Fong Xian will cheat them of their supplies. They have known Fong Xian's character for so many years, and he treats them with complete sincerity. They trust Fong Xian very much. Chapter 50. Since the matter had been decided, Fong Xian immediately stood up and prepared to put on his clothes. But he was a little worried about the safety of the two elders, so he thought about it and took out a pistol. With a pistol, the safety of the two elders could be guaranteed. When Fong Xian handed the pistol to Grandpa Li, the two elders' pupils trembled. He didn't expect Fong Xian to have a gun in his hand. Grandpa Li asked nervously, Xinqin, where did you get it from? This pistol was looted from Xiaohe's supermarket. Although it was a bit old, it was fine to use, and the magazine inside was full. Fong Xian looked at Grandpa Li and did not answer his question, but earnestly warned him, Grandpa, don't be afraid. Keep it for self-defense, and you must use it if you encounter danger, understand? The two elders had never touched firearms before, so it was normal for them to be afraid. Grandpa Li took a deep breath and nodded, I understand. Grandma Li held her pounding heart and was a little nervous, but she knew Fong Xian was thinking about their safety. Fong Xian was still worried, Grandpa, can you use it? No, I can't. So Fong Xian taught Grandpa Li how to use it, and only felt relieved after he was sure that Grandpa Li could use it. Fong Xian reminded him again, Grandpa, listen to me, you must shoot to protect your life when necessary, understand? Grandpa Li swallowed his saliva, I know. Fong Xian put on his clothes and prepared to go out. Grandma Li stood up immediately, Xinqin, I help you? Grandma, you haven't recovered from your illness yet. It's too cold outside, stay indoors. Besides, you are still weak, and you can't do anything. If you fall ill, who will take care of Grandpa? Fong Xian went forward and pushed Grandma Li back to the stool and said, Grandma, just stay in the house with Grandpa. When Grandpa recovers, we will move. Grandma Li sat back on the stool with some embarrassment. She was touched but also a little uncomfortable that she needed her children to take care of her everywhere, but couldn't help it all. Grandma Li suppressed her self-blame and nodded, okay, I listen to you. Grandpa Li was very perceptive, and immediately noticed the change in Grandma Li's mood. He held Grandma Li's hand tightly. It's okay, everything will be fine. Fong Xian walked out of the second old house, and pretended to drive the snowmobile in from outside. There was a large wooden board hanging behind it for loading things. The large wooden board was like an enlarged version of a sled, which could slide on the snow, and was very useful for loading things. Fong Xian drove the car into the yard and parked it next to the cellar in the backyard. Grandma Li stood quietly in front of the window, and could only see a vague figure in the weak fire in the house. Fong Xian took out a few more wooden boards, and nailed the sled into a large wooden trough, with wooden boards around to block the things inside so that they would not fall out. After nailing the sled, she climbed down the ladder into the cellar. She first transported the heavier coal away, which was packed in woven bags. Some of it was used during this period, and there were still more than 30 bags left. Although there was not much stockpiled, it was okay. The two elders would chop some firewood for heating later. As long as people were diligent, they would not freeze to death. Fong Xian put the coal into the space. It was so dark outside, and Fong Xian used the space secretly. People in the house could not see it at all without lighting. The reason why Grandma Li was prevented from coming out to help was that it was inconvenient to use the space, and her workload would increase. Take the things out of the space one by one, place them on the sled, then wrap them with rain cloth, and tie them tightly with ropes. The coal blocks are very heavy, and you can't pull too much at a time. The snow on the ground can't bear the heavy weight, and will sink into the snow shell. The rest that can't be put in the space. Put some on the car for show. When Fong Xian drove the car to the front yard, he saw Grandma Li still standing in front of the window. Looking at this scene, Fong Xian suddenly felt a little sorry for the old lady. Grandma Li's action was not because she didn't trust Fong Xian. She wanted to come out to work together. She couldn't help with her own work, and she felt very uneasy and guilty. So she stood in front of the window. Although it was dark outside, and she couldn't see anything, she just wanted to stand because she couldn't sit still. Fong Xian had no choice but to park the car and go into the house. Grandma, go to bed, I'm leaving. Okay, drive slowly, pay attention to safety, and pay attention to the road. Yes, I know, don't worry. Fong Xian coaxed Grandma Li into the house, and laid down before leaving. Fong Xian did not leave Xia town, but found a secluded place with no one and entered the space with her car and people. She did not plan to rush to the villa area at night, and she would have to go back to get supplies at night. It would be too troublesome to go back and forth. She would wait until dawn when she could see the road clearly before going to the villa area. She had never been there since she sent the Fong family there last time, and she didn't know what it looked like after the heavy snow. We still have to go and have a look. We need to clean up a room, so that the two old people can move in directly. Fong Xian yawned. I feel sleepy. I need to catch up on some sleep, because there is still work to do. I set the alarm for 2 a.m. and got into bed. The dog came over, wagging its tail and looking at Fong Xian with sparkling eyes. Fong Xian smiled and touched the dog's head. You should go to sleep too. After sleeping for about 5 hours, the alarm rang at 2 a.m. Fong Xian got up lazily and brushed his teeth and washed his face. Take out a cup of hot soy milk and drink it slowly. The brain is still not fully turned on. The body is awake, but the soul is not awake yet. After drinking the soy milk, put on clothes. Unload yesterday's supplies and put them in the storage space. One person and one car left the space. The cold wind blew over my head. I woke up instantly. Very good, I have been fully turned on. I got into the snowmobile and arrived at the second elder's house in a short while. I had taken the key to the gate yesterday, opened the gate directly, drove the car in, and then got out to close the gate. Fong Xian did not go into the house, but went directly into the cellar. This time he took more. But he did not take too much, fearing that too much would be too obvious and would be exposed. He climbed out of the cellar and drove away again. This time Fong Xian drove out of the town in the dark. He did not choose to leave the town during the day, because there were toll collectors at the entrance of the town, and it would be very troublesome if they saw him. He did not want to cause too much trouble, and tried to avoid it as much as possible, which was nothing more than staying up late at night. There was a small hill 10 kilometers away from Xiaohe town. She drove the car to the hill, and hid in the space again, and continued on the road at dawn. After taking another nap in the space, we set out again at around 8 in the morning. The outside world was all white, and it was a bit uncomfortable to see. Fong Xian put on goggles to feel better. It was all white, and Fong Xian could not recognize the road. The original road was covered with a thick layer of snow, and it took a long detour to find it. 2 hours had passed when we arrived at the villa area. Many of the roofs of the villas here collapsed under the thick snow, and were in ruins. There were only about 13 villas here, some large and some small, some large with thousands of square meters, and some small, with only a few hundred square meters, and some had not yet had time to install doors and windows. Fong Xian walked inside. In the middle of the house, he found a small 2-story villa that was not too big. The roof was intact and had not collapsed. It covered an area of about 200 square meters. Fong Xian quickly removed the lock of the villa door and walked in. There was a large living room at the entrance, which was very spacious. There was an open kitchen, and only 2 rooms on the first floor. I felt that this place was not bad. I could just clean up one of the rooms on the first floor, and not worry about the second floor. Chapter 51. Fong Xian thought she should live in the south-facing room, so that it would be warmer with sunlight during the day. She went directly to the south-facing room, and turned the doorknob. This door was also locked. Fong Xian took out the tools to remove the lock and installed a new one. She looked around the bedroom. The bedroom was quite spacious, about 40 square meters, enough for 2 people to live in. A boiler must be installed in the room for heating. Then a new problem came. How to extend the smoke exhaust pipe outside to exhaust smoke? It is definitely not possible to break the wall. The workload is too large. Looking up at the big window in front of me, it seems that I can only work on the window. The air vent above is good. Just do it. Find a piece of high-temperature resistant glass from the space, measure the size of the air vent and cut it, and then measure the size of the smoke exhaust pipe and cut it. Then take out a hammer and smash the glass, and the cold wind outside will rush in. Quickly install the high-temperature resistant glass. Take out a section of the smoke exhaust pipe and pass it through the air window to the outside, and then seal the gaps around it with high-temperature resistant tape. Take out the boiler and assemble it, and find a suitable and unobstructed position against the wall to place it. Take out some firewood and start to light it, and try to burn it to see if there is any smoke leakage. The fire is ignited. The fire in the boiler burns, and the temperature in the room slowly rises, and soon the room becomes warm. Roll up your sleeves and get ready to work. First clean the house without leaving a trace of dust. Then apply a waterproof coating on the walls and the floor to prevent dust from getting too big and make cleaning easier. The coating dried quickly, and was dried by the temperature of the stove in a short while. Fong Xian took out a luxurious big bed, placed it against the southeast corner. If they needed other furniture, they could go out and look for it after they were settled. There were a lot of such supplies outside, not as scarce and hard to find as food. As long as they were diligent, life would not be too bad. She couldn't take care of everything and arrange everything. Fong Xian quickly cleaned up the house. Seeing that it was still early, she went into the space to take a short nap. She left the space at around 5 p.m. She had to go back. If she went too late, the two elders would be worried. She would walk slower at night. After all, there were no streetlights. It was pitch black in the distance, and she couldn't see anything even if she walked faster. It was already past 8 p.m. when she arrived at the two elders' house. The two elders were waiting for her. The outer door of the house was not locked. Grandmolly heard the noise and came out to greet her. "You're back. Come in and warm yourself by the fire." "It's okay, not too cold. I'm wearing thick clothes." Fong Xian took off his coat and sat by the stove to warm his hands. Grandpolly rubbed his dry palms. "Did you have a smooth journey?" "Everything went well." Grandpolly nodded. "Then, how is the house over there?" Fong Xian took the water cup handed over by Grandmolly. "I'm already cleaning a room, and the stove is also set up. You can move in directly when you get there." Grandpolly was touched. "Okay, thank you, Shinshin." After a brief chat with the two elders, Fong Xian went out again to transport supplies. "Grandma, I won't go into the house at night. Please lock the door." "Okay." Fong Xian loaded another full truck with supplies, and secretly loaded a lot into the space. It took 3 nights to finally transport all the supplies to the villa. This villa has a basement, about 100 square meters, which should be a storage room, such as some antiques and gold. Now it is just right for storing supplies. Fong Xian picked a room in the basement, took out all the supplies of the two elders from the storage space, and put them in order. Fong Xian thought this place was pretty good, and asked if she should move in and live here. It is impossible for people to not contact others for a long time, and it is easy to have mental health problems or physical health problems. She couldn't hide away and live by herself forever. That would be too lonely. She thought about whether to renovate another room or take out her small villa. After thinking about it, she decided to live in her own house. "Why are you so miserable that you dare not use it if you have the conditions? Just use it." Fong Xian chose an open space far away from the second elder's home. She collected the snow in the open space and tried to make the ground smoother. The ground was frozen hard by the low temperature, so it was a bit troublesome to deal with. The high places had to be flattened, and the concave places had to be filled. She was sweating all over after finishing the ground. Fong Xian took out the mobile second floor and put it up. When her small house was taken out, it was out of tune with the surrounding villas and was much smaller, but it was small but complete. Fong Xian released her dog from the space, letting it recognize the door and get familiar with the new environment. The dog came out and saw that it was a strange environment again and was startled. When it saw its owner, it immediately pounced on him. Fong Xian touched Tun Tun's head. "Tun Tun, we will live here from now on, okay?" "Woof." The dog nodded. Yes, the dog learned to nod by itself. After Fong Xian nodded to it several times, it learned it by itself. It was not taught at all. Fong Xian took the dog out for a walk so that it would not change places and get lost and unable to find home. After several months of wind and sun, the snow layer has become hard and can hold up completely. But there are some places where you will still sink deeply. After walking around, I got a general understanding of the environment. This place is really a bit remote, but the environment is really good, far away from the town, very quiet. This place may be sold to rich people to live in. Rich people like this kind of environment, good air, and quiet. A large area of fruit trees has been planted around the periphery. The distance between each tree is very close. The fruit trees are not big, only as thick as a thigh. They should be used for land. Oh, there is one more thing to deal with. Fong Xian found the basement. The basement of the Fong family. Although she didn't want to see them again, she had to deal with it. The two elders knew Mr. and Mrs. Fong. If they were accidentally discovered, it would be difficult to explain. Fong Xian moved the big stone at the entrance of the basement and walked down. The situation of several people was quite miserable. They were all frozen into ice sculptures. Seeing them in such a miserable state, she felt relieved. At first glance, she saw Father Fong lying on the ground in a mess, his hands still stretched forward, his eyes wide open. The other 4 people actually hugged each other harmoniously. Fong Xian changed into a pair of white cotton gloves. He endured the nausea and threw the few people into a small container. He rode a snowmobile, ran a long way, found a trench, and threw the container directly into it. He took off his gloves and threw them down. Fong Xian clapped his hands in disdain, took out a new pair, and put them on again, muttering, "If there is a next life, the next life. I don't want to be reborn into a family like yours." People like you are really disgusting, Fong Xian said and turned to leave. The sobbing cold wind blew on her back, as if to comfort her. Chapter 52. After Fong Xian dealt with the matters at the villa, she led the dog to the second elder's home. The dog could go out and play with its owner again, wagging its tail all the way. Grandpa Li's injury had healed, and he just needed to remove the stitches. We should be able to move in 2 days at most. Fong Xian led the dog into the house. It was the first time she brought the dog to the second elder's home. The dog sat obediently at Fong Xian's feet, not making any noise or fussing, tilting its head, looking at Grandpa Li for a while, and then turning its head to look at Grandma Li. The two elders couldn't help but like the dog, who was so well behaved and cute. Grandma Li reached out her hand and wanted to touch the dog's head, but she was a little afraid. What's its name? Tunton. Tunton. Grandma Li smacked her lips. It sounds nice. Grandma Li controlled her hand that was about to touch the dog and said to Grandpa Li, "Should I go ask Old Man Wang if he wants to go with us?" Grandpa Li nodded. Ask. Okay, I go ask. Fong Xian stood up. I go with you. It's dark outside, and I'm worried about you being alone. Grandma Li nodded. Okay. Does Tun want to go with us? Grandma Li asked the dog softly, as if she was coaxing a child. Woof. The dog nodded and said yes. It would go wherever its owner went. Grandma Li was surprised to see that the dog could nod. It could nod. It's so human. It learned it by itself. It's very smart. Grandma Li smiled and agreed. Yeah, my dog is really smart. The two walked on the quiet and deserted street. The cold wind was blowing against their backs. Grandma Li also learned from Old Man Wang and found a wooden stick to walk on the ground to stabilize her body. Grandma Li didn't dare to walk fast. The road was slippery in the snow, and it was easy to fall. It took about 10 minutes to reach Old Man Wang's house. The two of them didn't say a word along the way. Who would have thought that walking on this familiar street now, they still had to be so cautious and sneaky. Old Man Wang's house, like the second old man's house, is a brick house with a separate door and courtyard. Most of the houses in the township are brick houses. The window reflected a faint firelight. Two bodies were stretched very long. The one who opened the door was Wang Lao's grandson Xiao Kai. Grandma, you're here. Xiao Kai greeted crisply. When he saw Fong Xian, his eyes lit up, and his little eyes became energetic. Sister, it's really you. Fong Xian nodded in response. Where's your grandfather? In the room. Two suppressed coughs came from the room. Brother, are you catching a cold? Wang Lao waved his hand. It's okay, come in quickly. Xinxin is here too. Old Man Wang greeted him warmly. Fong Xian nodded in response. Xiao Kai, add more firewood to the stove. Okay. Xiao Kai responded excitedly. Soon he brought a small bundle of thin branches and stuffed them into the stove with his hands. It seems that he usually helps with housework. The dog leaned against Fong Xian's calf and looked at everything in the house with curiosity. Brother, do you want to leave here with us? Old Man Wang looked surprised. Where are we going? A villa in the northern suburbs of S City? A villa in the northern suburbs? Old Man Wang murmured. It's quite far from here. Very far. When are you leaving? I plan to leave tomorrow or the day after tomorrow. Old Man Wang looked excited. Let's go, we go with you. After Xiao Kai added firewood to the stove, he poured 2 cups of hot water. Grandma, sister, drink some water. Fong Xian took the cup and looked at the boy. Thank you. The boy scratched his head and smiled shyly. You're too polite, sister. Pack up everything you need to bring tomorrow, and then we set off. Old Wang nodded repeatedly. Okay, I pack tomorrow. Grandma Li and Old Wang were chatting, while Fong Xian just sat quietly by the side, warming herself by the fire and stroking the dog. The boy looked at the dog for a while, then at Fong Xian, his eyes always falling on Fong Xian from time to time. Fong Xian was also very curious why he always looked at her, but she didn't care. After the two chatted for a while, Grandma Li stood up and said, I have to go back. Remember to pack up tomorrow, and don't leave anything behind. Okay. Bang. Just then the door of the house was kicked open with a strong kick. Grandma Li was startled by the sudden sound, and her body trembled slightly, as she was about to stand up. The boy protected his grandfather behind him, and picked up the branches on the ground to block in front of him. The dog retracted his hanging tongue, closed his mouth, pricked up his ears, bared his fangs and growled, and was in full alert. Fong Xian sat calmly on the stool, and did not move. 2 heavily armed men came in, revealing only a pair of fierce eyes, each holding a machete. One of them was holding a bag in his hand and looked arrogant. The bag should contain spoils of war, materials looted from other people's homes. The two men smashed and searched in the living room, not caring whether there was anyone in the house. The two searched the living room and kitchen for a long time, but did not find anything. Poor guy, why is there nothing? The leading men looked at the men coldly. Why don't you just hand over the supplies? Do you have to force me to do it myself? The voice was filled with murderous intent, and Fong Xian knew that it was the aura of someone who had killed someone. Old Man Wang trembled. No, there really is no more this time. The leading man spat. You are so shameless. What's the point of living without food, you old man? It's really unlucky. Ding ding bang bang. The leading man kicked the things in the house in a bad temper. The man next to him immediately echoed loudly. That's right. You always make us run for nothing. How dare you? Hurry up and take out all the supplies. Don't make our boss angry. Second brother, why are you talking so much nonsense with them? Show them some color. The leading man raised his chin high, feeling that he had the power of life and death. He could decide the life and death of others just by raising his hand. He felt so awesome. Second brother, come on. The others were scared when they heard this. They knew that this group of people really dared to take action. In their eyes, there was no mercy or kindness at all. Fong Xian sat steadily on the stool, stroking the dog. The boy swallowed his saliva and subconsciously stepped back to protect Old Man Wang. Although Grandma Li was also frightened, she still stood in front of Fong Xian out of instinct. The man called Lao Er came over with a machete in his hand, and his eyes lit up when he saw the smooth and shiny dog behind Grandma Li. Brother, there is a dog here. We can eat dog meat. You have a dog. Why don't you bring it to me quickly? Do you want me to go there in person? Okay, big brother, just watch. The man took a step forward again. The dog lowered his body, ready to go. Fong Xian touched the dog's back and soothed his emotions. Get out of my way, you old woman. The timid Grandma Li was so scared that her face turned pale, and she couldn't say a word. I'm talking to you. Are you deaf, you old man? He was about to push Grandma Li. Chapter 53. The young man's eyes turned red, and he raised a branch and shouted loudly, Don't touch my grandmother, Li, you bad guy. The man turned his head and cursed fiercely. Who are you with? Then the man kicked Xiao Kai away. Xiao Kai fell heavily on the small stool next to him, and the stool was smashed to pieces. He was pale and held his stomach tightly. The last injury had not healed completely, and this time it was worse. He felt as if his bones were about to break. But he didn't say a word and stood up with his arms. Old Man Wang ran over distressed and helped Xiao Kai up. Xiao Kai, are you hurt? No, I'm fine. Pa. The man spat in disgust. If you want to die, die far away. Don't get in my way. After saying that, the man turned around and cursed at Grandma Li again. You stinky old woman, get out of here. He raised his arm and was about to hit Grandma Li. Fuck. The man hadn't finished his dirty words yet. Fong Xian quickly stood up and pulled Grandma Li in front of him neatly and gently. The other hand quickly pressed against the opponent's wrist. When the opponent was surprised that someone dared to fight back and felt incredible, Fong Xian's left hand had been raised high. At some point, a sharp dagger appeared in his hand. Puff! In the astonished eyes of the opponent, Fong Xian gathered strength in his arm and pierced his neck horizontally. He bent his knees and raised his right foot to kick the man out. When the latter was kicked out, the dagger was pulled out. Instantly, blood gushed out, and a bloodline was shot out. Bang! The man fell heavily at the leading man's feet. The latter subconsciously covered his bleeding neck, but blood kept flowing out from his fingers. He probably felt death for the first time, and fear filled his eyes. He let out a desperate ha-ha sound. The leading man looked down at the second man in a daze. He just blinked twice, and the second man was knocked down directly. His arrogant smile had not completely faded, and he couldn't believe what he saw. The people in this town are cowardly and afraid of death. Every time he takes action, he can get something. Only those few who are stubborn and unwilling to hand over the supplies will be punished. But what happened this time? He was puzzled, with a big head and big doubts. The boy's eyes became brighter, and he looked at Fong Xian with admiration. The boy saw Fong Xian move, very quickly, and saw Fong Xian bend his knees, and kick the ground, jumped high, and kicked the man in the head with a flying kick in the air. As agile as a leopard, his movements were crisp and neat, without a trace of drag. The leading man felt as if his head was hit by a heavy object, and his body hit the wall heavily, making a dull bang. Fong Xian stepped forward and stepped on the other's neck, exerting force hard. Crack! The bone broke with a sound. The man's eyeballs bulged out violently, and blood flowed from his mouth and nose, and he died. Due to the continuous physical training in recent months, coupled with the blessing of space products, her physical fitness has been qualitatively improved. Fong Xian flexed her wrists, and felt much better and lighter. She turned around and looked at everyone. Her aura had not yet dissipated, and she was hidden in the darkness, like the soul-snatching black impermanence. The three people's breathing stopped at this moment. They were still frightened one after another, and were shocked by Fong Xian's cruelty. The boy reacted immediately, blinked his eyes to calm down, jumped up and cheered, "Sister, you are so powerful, I knew you would win. Hit, 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 kill these bad guys." The boy waved his fist. "Grandpa, did you see that? Last time, my sister did it like this, one knife to save me." The boy gestured as he spoke. The tense atmosphere was eased a little by the boy's jumping. Grandma Li's face turned pale, and she secretly glanced at Old Man Wang's reaction. If Old Man Wang had any objection to Fong Xian's behavior, then the friendship between the two families for so many years would be gone. Old Man Wang on the side had no objection at all, and he was only grateful in his heart. Since the disaster, he finally saw the sinisterness of human hearts. He is not a child who doesn't know anything. How could he not understand such a simple truth? Even a fool can tell who wants to harm them, and who saves them. Granny Li saw that there was nothing wrong with Old Man Wang, and stepped forward with weak legs. "Xin, are you hurt?" Granny Li shook Fong Xian's arm, looked left and right, and her eyes were full of tension. Fong Xian smiled. "I'm fine, you were scared just now." Fong Xian took out a bottle of quick-acting heart-saving pills from his pocket, and handed it to Grandma Li. "Grandma, take a pill to calm down, I go and deal with him." Grandma Li's hands were shaking so much that she took it subconsciously. Hey, okay." Fong Xian grabbed one foot of each of the two and dragged them out. The boy ran over happily. "Sister, I help you." He said he was helping, but he couldn't lift them at all, so he just followed behind Fong Xian. The dog also followed Fong Xian, following closely. Fong Xian found a trench outside and threw the two people in, and simply covered them with snow. He turned around to deal with the bloodstains that were dragged along the way. Xiao Kai also followed and dealt with it. Then he followed Fong Xian quietly. Fong Xian glanced back at him. The boy immediately showed a flattering smile, showing 8 teeth. Children all have a heroic dream in their hearts, imagining that they have unparalleled martial arts, punish evil and promote good, and defeat all opponents in the world. Suddenly one day they find that there is a strong man around them. They have an extremely strong desire to admire the strong, and their eyes shine when they see Fong Xian, and they admire him very much. Back at Old Man Wang's house, Fong Xian saw that the two old people were still in a bad mood, so she didn't urge them, and sat quietly by the side. Grandma Li suddenly said, "Brother, let's go tomorrow. We can't stay here for a day." Old Man Wang held the medicine under his tongue. Grandma Li also gave him a few pills. He was reluctant to eat them, and only held 2 under his tongue. He felt the bitterness of the medicine and his voice was a little bitter. "Okay." Grandma Li suddenly thought of something and stood up quickly, her voice anxious. "Let's go, Xin. Your grandpa is home alone." Fong Xian also stood up immediately. "I'm fast. I go back first." The dog followed him after hearing the sound. Fong Xian ran back to Grandpa Li's house in one breath, opened the door, and heard Grandpa Li snoring. Phew, this little old man is sleeping soundly. So he turned around and went back to pick up Grandma Li. On the way, he saw Grandpa Wang and his grandson anxiously following him. Grandma Li saw Fong Xian taking a few quick steps, and because he walked too fast, his feet slipped. Fong Xian ran over in 2 steps, and held Grandma Li steady. Grandma Li asked nervously, "What's wrong?" "It's okay, Grandpa fell asleep." Grandma Li stood up. It's okay. Grandma Wang and his grandson also breathed a sigh of relief at the same time. Chapter 54. Everyone entered the room and saw Grandpa Li lying on the bed, snoring sweetly. The few people finally felt relieved. Fortunately, Grandma Li patted her chest, very scared. Grandpa Li on the bed heard the movement, stopped snoring, opened his eyes, and spoke in a vague voice. "What's wrong? Why is my brother here?" Grandpa Li sat up and leaned against the head of the bed. "Brother, do it." "Oh, okay." The young man helped Old Man Wang sit on the small stool next to the stove, and then stood beside Old Man Wang obediently. Grandpa Li looked at the expressions of the few people, and asked in confusion, "What happened?" Grandma Li organized her words, and briefly explained what happened just now. Grandpa Li's expression became serious. "No one was injured, right?" Old Man Wang shook his head. It's okay, thanks to Fong Xian this time. I'm glad you're okay. Grandpa Li's face was not very good. He didn't expect the situation here to be getting worse and worse. He was silent for a long time. Let's leave tomorrow night. Grandpa Li looked at Old Man Wang and said seriously, by the way, when you come tomorrow, don't let anyone know. Grandpa Li's subtext has another meaning, that is, keep your mouth shut, don't tell anyone, don't let anyone know about this. He believes in Old Man Wang, but not others. He doesn't want to cause unnecessary trouble. Old Man Wang instantly understood what Grandpa Li meant. After all, the two have been together for so many years, and sometimes they can understand each other's meaning with just a glance. How could he tell others that he cares most about his grandson? As for others, he himself is in a difficult situation. How can he care about the life and death of others? The next morning, Old Wang and his partner packed up their things early. When it was still dark, they piled up the things in front of Grandpa Li's house. Thinking that few people would get up at this time, and since they couldn't sleep anyway, they just got up and moved. After moving the things, they stood at the door and waited. Fong Xian simply got up from the sofa, unable to sleep at all. There were sporadic noises coming from the door all morning. He also heard who was at the door. He looked at the time, and it was only a little after 4 in the morning. She was not a hypocritical person, so she simply got up, put on her clothes, and opened the door. Come in. The two elders were still sleeping soundly, and they slept soundly because Fong Xian was there. They did not dare to make any noise when they entered the house, and walked in quietly, saying softly, I'm really sorry, young lady, we thought there would be no one at this time, so we came here, but we didn't expect to wake you up. It's okay, you sit down. Fong Xian took out the kettle and prepared to put some clean snow in it to boil some water. When passing by the pile of things at the door, she saw a bag with her sharp eyes. This bag was the one in the hands of the gangster yesterday. Fong Xian just glanced at it, and didn't take it seriously. She squatted down, and filled the kettle with snow. She put the kettle on the stove, and added some coal to the stove. Fong Xian began to fold the quilt, wash her face, and brush her teeth. The grandfather and grandson held the hot cups of water, and the fatigue on their faces was covered by joy. They were finally leaving this cannibalistic town, and were full of expectations for their new residence. Fong Xian started to prepare breakfast. There were many people today, so she had to steam more rice. She took out the kitchen chopping board and started to cut vegetables in the living room. She cut the potatoes and cabbage into slices, and cut a few slices of pork belly to stir fry. She took out another fish and prepared to stew it to nourish the two elders. It was still early, and the two elders hadn't woken up yet, so she was not in a hurry to cook. She prepared the dishes and put them aside. The grandfather and grandson wanted to help, but they felt uncomfortable watching Fong Xian busying himself. Fong Xian thought for a while, then Xiao Kai, can you help me clean the fish? Can you do it? The young man responded crisply yes. Fong Xian started cooking at about 6 o'clock. Usually, the two elders would get up around 6 o'clock. Fong Xian braised the fish first, so that he could cook after the two elders woke up. The fire was very strong, and Fong Xian put a lot of water to stew it. After the fish was stewed, he covered the stove, and put the pot on the lid to keep it warm. It was almost 7 o'clock when the two elders got up. It was probably because they slept late yesterday, and got up late in the morning. But Fong Xian didn't wake up the two elders. They could sleep as long as they wanted. It didn't matter anyway. Fong Xian began to prepare the dishes. Grandpa Li can now get out of bed and walk around, but he can't do strenuous exercise, as it's easy to stretch his wound. Grandma Li opened the bedroom door, and was slightly stunned when she saw Old Man Wang and his grandson. Brother is here. Old Man Wang rubbed his hands awkwardly. Well, we couldn't sleep, so we moved all the things here in the morning when no one was around. Grandma Li nodded. That's fine. The sooner we clean up, the sooner we can do it. After the two old men cleaned up, the dishes were ready. The young men helped to bring the food to the table. Grandpa Li invited the grandpa and grandson to come in for dinner. Everyone decided that it would be safer to sneak away at night. After dinner, Old Man Wang brought the bag of things in. Girl, this bag of supplies is from the two people yesterday. I brought it to you. Fong Xian took a look and saw that there were about 30 kilograms of food in the bag. Now everyone is most in need of survival supplies. He did not feel reluctant, but took it out generously, showing his attitude. Although she is not in need, attitude is very important. Fong Xian stroked the dog and saw their embarrassment. You keep it. Old Wang did not refuse, scratched his head embarrassedly. Well, that's our loan. We will definitely return it to you when we have it. Fong Xian waved his hand indifferently, and lowered his head to continue stroking the dog. In the morning, The grandfather and grandson took a nap in the living room. In the afternoon, they cleaned up together, all of which were bedding, pots, pans, and other things. I thought there shouldn't be many things, but Grandmolly couldn't bear to throw this or that away, so it was not a small amount after all of them were packed up. Take out the charcoal fire from the stove in the living room and put it in a broken pot, and wait for the stove to cool down before loading it into the car. The job of removing the fire from the stove was given to the boy, who was covered in ash. The other stove was to be cleaned up before leaving, because we had to cook in the evening. In less than 3 hours, everything was cleaned up and loaded into the car with ropes. We had a simple meal in the evening, and heated up the leftovers from the morning. After finishing dinner, we cleaned up the pots and pans, and put them into the car, took out the charcoal fire from the stove, and put it in a pot. We could set off after the stove cooled down. Everyone sat around the brazier and chatted, waiting for the time to set off. Everyone was full of expectations, with smiles on their faces. Chapter 55. As they chatted, time quickly came to 9 o'clock in the evening. Fong Xian felt that the time was almost up, so he stood up and said, "We can go now." Hearing this, several people quickly stood up, picked up the things they had prepared long ago, and walked out one by one. Grandmolly gently closed the door. She was very reluctant to leave. This place carries too many memories, and the two of them have walked through these 40 years together. Everything in the past is still vivid in her mind, but now she has to leave. She slowly turned around and saw Grandpolly behind her, and smiled, "Let's go." Grandpolly held Grandmolly's hand tightly, saying nothing, but it seemed like he said a lot. Fong Xian started the car, and slowly drove away from the old house, and slowly drove away from the town, where he had lived for a long time. The car drove slowly forward in the snow, and the people in the car looked in the direction of home. They didn't know if they would have the chance to come back in their lifetime. Although the new home was not far from here, they were reluctant to leave. No one wanted to give up their old nest unless they had no choice. After all, I have lived here all my life and never thought about leaving. The car drove slowly to the entrance of the town, and everyone's heart beat to their throat. They were afraid that something would happen, and a bunch of people would come out to block their way. There was still a roadblock at the entrance of the town. Xiao Kai and Grandpolly opened the car door and got out quickly. They pushed the roadblock away quickly and carefully checked whether there were any obstacles on the ground. After clearing the roadblock, the two quickly returned to the car. "Drive, drive?" Grandpolly spoke nervously before he even sat down. Fong Xian stepped on the accelerator, and the car sped up instantly. Finally, they were far away from the town, and they were relieved. Fong Xian calmly turned off the low beam and turned on the high beam headlights, and the vision in front of him suddenly became clear. The heat in the car was slowly rising. Fong Xian took off his thick coat and felt much more relaxed. Soon, several people also felt the warmth, so they took off their thick coats and put them on their thighs. At first, everyone was in good spirits, and there were happy talks and laughter, but the car occasionally bumped, and the warmth in the car soon made several people dizzy, and they all closed their eyes and fell asleep. The dog was held in the arms of Grandmolly, who was sitting in the passenger seat. He tilted his head and slept soundly. After about 3 hours, the destination was finally reached. The car slowly stopped. Fong Xian couldn't help but yawn and looked at the people behind him. "You can wake up now. We're here." "We're here? That's great." Grandpolly was the first to open his eyes, looked outside, and stretched his legs. "Put on your clothes before getting off the car. Don't catch a cold." The people got dressed and got off the car. They straightened their bodies and stretched their waists. Grandpolly looked around and said, "This place is really nice." Old Man Wang smiled and said, "Yes, we actually found such a good place. It feels isolated from the world, and we feel at ease living here." Several people followed Fong Xian into the house, and used the key to open the renovated room. The people blocking the door looked at the whole room. The room was cleaned up, and there was no dust at all. There was also a luxurious big bed that looked very expensive. Even the stove was set up. Grandpolly thought that he would just stay there for the first night, sleeping on the floor, and then get some wooden boards to make a bed the next day. I didn't expect Fong Xian to even get the big bed back. Grandpolly suddenly felt guilty and distressed. Xin, you've worked hard." Fong Xian waved his hand nonchalantly. "It's okay." Fong Xian walked into the house and ignited the boiler with a neat movement. The two old people were moved, thinking that their relatives had laughed at them and were fools for having money to support an outsider. And now he felt that he had picked up a treasure. How could he be so blessed? Without Fong Xian, the old couple would have died long ago, perhaps on the first day of hypothermia, or perhaps on the day of serious injury. It was Fong Xian who saved them again and again. Perhaps even a biological child can't do this. Grandma Li saw Fong Xian's efforts and felt warm in her heart. She was touched and distressed. The old couple watched Fong Xian grow up and knew how difficult it was for her to grow up alone like a weed. Old Man Wang walked around the house, looking here and touching there, smiling and feeling very happy. He didn't expect that the house here had doors and windows. He thought he had to install them himself. Tomorrow, he would also renovate a room and live there directly with a stove. Old Man Wang sighed. This room is so clean, the floor and walls seem to have been painted. This child is really good, better than a biological child. I am a little envious. Grandma Li rolled her eyes at him. Xin is our biological child. Old Man Wang was stunned, and then immediately agreed, yes, the eldest sister is right, she is a biological child. After chatting, they began to move their belongings into the house. Grandma Li took out the quilt first, and spread it on the bed to let out some cool air. Grandpa Li said to Old Man Wang, let's squeeze into one bed today. I think this bed can accommodate people sleeping sideways. It's quite big. Old Man Wang scratched his head embarrassedly. We can just sleep on the floor. It's so cold on the floor. Let Xiaokai sleep next to his grandmother Li, and you sleep next to me. But sleeping sideways will make it difficult for you to stretch your legs. Let's just make do with it for one night. You can clean up your room tomorrow. Okay, sorry to bother you then. Fong Xian saw that the room was almost cleaned up, so she was ready to go back. Grandpa and Grandma, you should go to bed early. I'm going back. Grandpa Li guessed that Fong Xian should live here, so he called them here as well. Xin, where do you live? Not too far from you, in the east. Then you should go back and rest. You've been exhausted these days. Grandma Li, come over for breakfast tomorrow? Fong Xian waved his hand. No, I want to sleep a little longer tomorrow. Then I save the food for you. No, Grandma, don't worry about me. You can eat yours, and don't save any for me. Fong Xian led the dog back to his home quickly. He hadn't been home for several days, and was quite homesick. It was more comfortable to stay at home. Tunton, it's better to stay at home? Woof. The dog responded perfunctorily, then ran to his snack refrigerator with his butt sticking out. He hadn't had any delicious snacks for several days, and was ravenous. He took out a big tomato from the refrigerator, lay on the floor, and started eating. Fong Xian ignored him, and went to the kitchen to light the boiler first, then added some firewood to the Kong hole to light it. Looking back at the dog, he had finished eating the big tomato, and was chewing a carrot. It seemed that her cub was very hungry. He didn't dare to eat too much at the second old house. Don't eat too much. It's time to eat. Woof. Took off the heavy clothes and changed into home clothes. Walked into the bathroom and was about to turn on the faucet. Suddenly, something occurred to her. She didn't have a sewer pipe, and there was no drainage, so the dirty water couldn't be drained out. She had completely forgotten about this. It's just a pity that the foundation and the wall on the mountain were all built by her hard work. But it doesn't matter, if there is no need, then don't use it. Pour the used dirty water into a bucket, and then clean it up together. It's just a little more troublesome. As for going to the toilet, just go into the space. Take the basin, take some water, and add some hot water. Wash your hands and face. Then the person and the dog filled their stomachs and fell asleep directly. She didn't rest well for several days, and she wanted to sleep until she woke up naturally tomorrow. Chapter 56. On a cold morning, the two old men got up and began to clean the thick snow on the roof. Grandpa Li stood on the second floor platform and beat the snow on the roof with a long stick. This snow is really thick. Yes, it must be cleaned up, otherwise the roof can't bear such a heavy weight. Grandma Li went out and raised her head and shouted, it's time to eat. Oh, I know. Let's go, brother, it's time to eat. Old Man Wang shook off the snow on his body and responded, okay. Grandma Li and Xiaokai brought the food to the small table. The four of them sat around and ate breakfast. The food was hot, the room was warm, and the hearts of the people were warm as they ate. The boy's nose was sweating as he ate. Grandma Li picked up an egg with chopsticks and put it in the boy's bowl. I wonder if Xin ate it. Xiaokai thanked him happily. Thank you, Grandma. Xiaokai ate with tears in his eyes. God knows that these 2 days were the fullest he had eaten. Grandpa Li leaves some for Xin to heat in the pot later. If she didn't eat it, she can eat some. If she did, we can save it for dinner. It won't be wasted. The stove is burning all day anyway, so let's save some in case we don't eat it. Grandma Li nodded, okay. Old Man Wang opened his mouth, but didn't know how to start, so he closed it again. Grandpa Lee saw that he was hesitant to speak, raised his eyebrows and asked, "What's wrong, brother? If you have anything to say, just say it directly." Old Man Wang smiled embarrassedly. He wanted to borrow Fong Xian's car to go out and find a bed, but he couldn't open his mouth. "I'm going out with Xiao Kai later." "What are you going out for?" "I want to go out and chop some trees to build a bed." Grandpa Lee suddenly realized, "Oh, you mean the bed? I see there is one in the living room. It should be prepared for you." Old Man Wang also saw the bed. He didn't dare to think it was prepared for them. Old Man Wang's eyes were slightly red, and he was touched. "Thank you so much. I ask you when Xinxin comes." Then Grandpa Lee said seriously, "This child has to find a new place to live and clean up the house these days. She must have suffered a lot, and suffered a lot. We must remember her kindness in our hearts, and don't do anything to hurt her." "Don't worry, brother. I will never do anything to hurt Xinxin, or anything to let her down." Old Man Wang immediately raised his hand to guarantee. Xiao Kai also nodded repeatedly on the side. He would not betray his sister. Grandpa Lee nodded. "Okay, let's eat." After breakfast, Fong Xian took the dog for a stroll towards the second elder's home. It was really cold that day. There was no good weather in the extreme cold. The wind and snow kept sobbing. After breakfast, several people sat together and chatted. Everyone's mental state was very different from the past. No more sad faces, everyone was smiling. When Wang saw Fong Xian coming, he immediately greeted him warmly. "Xinxin is here, come in quickly." Then he looked at Grandpa Lee again. Grandpa Lee gave him a reassuring look in return. Fong Xian frowned. What were these two people flirting with each other for? Grandma Lee stood up and immediately pulled Fong Xian to sit by the boiler to warm up the fire. "Come on, have you eaten yet?" "I ate. I came here after eating." Grandma Lee stood up and took the kettle off the boiler, and poured Fong Xian a cup of boiling water. "Well, just eat. You need to eat more, and grow more meat." "Yes. Your grandpa was afraid that you didn't want to cook, so he left some for you." Fong Xian lowered his head and took a sip of hot water. "I ate it, really ate it." "Ahem." Grandpa Lee cleared his throat. "Well, is the bed in the living room prepared for old Wang?" Fong Xian nodded. "Yes, it's needed anyway, so I pulled an extra one back." Old Wang's eyes were full of excitement. He didn't expect that they would also have a share. He stood up and bowed deeply, his voice full of gratitude. "Thank you for thinking about us, thank you for saving us many times. I will definitely remember this kindness in my heart." Fong Xian held the water cup in her hand, silently feeling the temperature transmitted by the water cup, and sighed in her heart. The two elders wanted to help others, and she couldn't say anything. She couldn't favor one over the other, and prepare something for the two elders, but not for them. She lowered her head, and took another sip of hot water. "It's okay, you don't have to worry about it." Grandpa Lee smiled and said to Old Man Wang, "Brother, sit down, come and sit down. What are your plans? Are you going to live in the same house with us, or find another one for yourself? You can live anywhere you want, even in the same house with us. I see there are several rooms here, so we can live together." Old Man Wang sat down and shook his head, smiling. "No, let's go out and find another room. I see a lot of houses here." Grandpa Lee nodded. "That's fine too." Old Man Wang no longer had to worry about not having a bed to sleep in, so he couldn't sit still. He stood up and started to put on his coat. "No more. I go out and see which house is suitable." Grandpa Lee also stood up. "Look at you, why are you so anxious? The sooner you finish, the better. You don't have to worry about it." "Okay, I go over and help you." Grandma Lee also stood up. "I go help too." Fong Xian saw that everyone was going out, and she didn't mean to help, so she also stood up. "You guys are busy, I'm going back." "Grandma Lee, will you come to dinner tonight?" "No, I won't come to dinner tonight." The dog raised his butt, clattered, and followed Fong Xian away. Soon, 3 villas away from the second old man's home, Old Man Wang chose a villa with a good roof. He opened the door lock and went in to take a look, and was very satisfied. A few people first cleaned the snow on the roof. Then they chose a room facing south. Fong Xian even left a bucket of waterproof coating. The 3 people worked very quickly, and they had cleaned up the house in a small day. The 3 people worked together to carry the big bed into the house, and put it in place. The more Old Man Wang looked at the big bed, the more he liked it. They really met a noble person, and their lives are getting better and better. Old Man Wang and his grandson were excited and happy, and they were very grateful to Fong Xian. After repairing the house, Old Man Wang began to move his belongings into the house, enriching the daily necessities in the house, such as pots and pans, knives and utensils, clothes and shoes, and even a few bundles of firewood. As the saying goes, a broken home is worth a fortune. If you lack something, you will not be able to live without it. In this way, the 5 people settled down in the villa in the northern suburbs. They started a new life. Chapter 57. Fong Xian continued to exercise after returning home. She changed into a light sportswear. She walked into the training room. She started by jogging to warm up. Then she did strength training. Strength is the shortcoming of girls. Since birth, women have been much weaker than men. Women are also at a disadvantage in battles, and have no advantage at all. Then try to shorten this gap through later training. Upper limb strength, barbell, dumbbell. Lower limb strength, running, squats. No fixed time, no grouping, just practice until exhaustion. Fong Xian panted and moved the weight on her wrist. Wearing this thing for a long time made her wrist turn white. Her body felt heavy at the beginning. Now she is completely used to the weight on her body. Fong Xian supported her thighs with both hands and grimaced. Sweat dripped down her chin. After resting for more than a minute, she finally took a breath. She picked up the towel around her neck and wiped off the sweat on her face. She reached out to remove the weight on her ankle. She wanted to add some more weight, but not too heavy, otherwise her body would not be able to bear it. She had to increase the weight slowly. She changed to a 7-gene one, adding another 4-gene to both legs. She raised her legs high and felt it. It was okay, not too heavy, and she could bear it. She also changed the wrist weight to a 7-gene one, adding a total of 8-gene to her body, and she felt the weight immediately. She had been training desperately all morning. As long as she didn't die from training, she would train to death. Fong Xian climbed onto the warm Kong and massaged her muscles with a fascia gun while resting. In the afternoon, Fong Xian was going to practice shooting. She had practiced in the mountains for a while some time ago, and her accuracy had improved a lot. In the end times, the bottom survivors rarely have the chance to touch guns. Guns are hard currency in the end times, and everyone has to make way for them. As the saying goes, others hoard food, I hoard guns, and others are my granary. If you want to be a good shooter, you have to practice more. There is no shortcut. After waking up at noon, I walked out of the door, came to the cold outside, walked to a villa, cleaned up the wall of the villa, and pasted several target papers on it. Anyway, no one lives in the villa, no one cares, it doesn't matter if it is damaged. Stand 40 meters away. The range of the pistol is within 50 meters, so she first practices within 40 meters. She took out the pistol and loaded the magazine. Pull out the safety, and pull the bolt to load the chamber. Hold the pistol tightly, and put your finger lightly on the trigger. The gap, the crosshair, and the aiming point should be in a straight line, that is, 3 points in a straight line. Focus your sight on the crosshair gap. There was silence all around, with only the whistling cold wind accompanying it. She adjusted her breathing, aimed at the target paper in the distance, and pulled the trigger with her finger. Bayou! The gun went off. The bullet flew out, and the eggshell popped out. It fell into the snow, and the residual heat of the eggshell melted the snow, and slowly sank into the depths of the snow. It missed, and the bullet D hit the wall at the edge of the target paper. Come again. The empty bullet D shell kept popping out. When she was tired, she would take a break. When the gun was hot, she would change it. Shooting a gun seemed to be addictive. The more she shot, the better her hand felt. The results in the afternoon were not bad, hitting the bullseye 5 times, with more 3 and 4 rings. It was a big improvement. The dog seemed to dislike the sound of gunfire. As soon as she shot, she could not see the dog's shadow, and she didn't know where it ran away. After 2 days of shooting with a pistol, she wanted to try a sniper rifle. She picked a handsome sniper rifle from the space, and went out to the second-floor platform of a nearby villa. This was her second time shooting with a sniper rifle. The first time was in the mountains, where she killed a big black bear. She lay on the platform with her whole body, and set up the gun. She filled the magazine, and pushed the magazine into the magazine well to lock it. She pulled the bolt to load the gun, aimed at the wall of the villa opposite through the scope, pulled the trigger, and tried to fire a shot. With a bang, the bullet flew out at high speed and echoed in the empty snow. A D-shaped hole was immediately punched out on the opposite wall. The recoil caused her body to move back slightly, especially her shoulders, as if someone had pushed her hard. Fortunately, the force was acceptable, and the thick clothes she wore also reduced a lot of the force. The destructive power of a sniper rifle is also much greater than that of a pistol, which is incomparable to a pistol. The penetrating power is also very strong. Adjust your body, and try to use your whole body to reduce the recoil of the sniper rifle. In fact, she should have put up a few more target papers, but she didn't do it because she was too lazy to walk at the beginning. She aimed at the opposite wall again. Adjust your breathing. Creak, creak. At this time, footsteps sounded. Fong Xian looked over vigilantly. It turned out that it was Grandpa Li and Old Man Wang, the grandson and grandson, running in this direction. What's going on? It looks quite urgent. She stood up and shouted. What's wrong? Several people stopped in panic and looked up. Are you okay? Sister, are you okay? Several people said in unison. Fong Xian was puzzled. It's okay. Grandpa Li swallowed his saliva. I heard a gunshot just now. Are you really okay? Fong Xian suddenly realized that he had heard her gunshot and mistakenly thought she was in danger. The pistol was equipped with a silencer when they practiced 2 days ago, but it was not installed this time. The noise was too loud and scared a few people. Fong Xian raised the sniper in his hand. I'm fine, I'm practicing sniping. Grandpa Li and Old Man Wang were really shocked when they saw the sniper in Fong Xian's hand. They didn't expect Fong Xian to have such a big gun in his hand. They were also really shocked. When Xiaokai saw the sniper rifle, his eyes sparkled and his saliva flowed out. The two old men recovered and were relieved. It's okay, it's okay. You practice, we're leaving. Then Grandpa Li said, be careful when you practice shooting by yourself. Don't accidentally fire or anything. Got it, don't worry. After that, the three of them turned around and left. Xiaokai was still a little reluctant and looked back frequently. Sister is really amazing, she can even shoot a gun. As soon as the voice fell, Xiaokai heard Fong Xian calling him. He turned around quickly. I'm here, sister. Help me put some target paper on the wall of the villa opposite. Fong Xian shouted to Xiaokai with the target paper in his hand. Okay. Xiaokai ran to Fong Xian happily, climbed up to the second floor of the villa, and took the things from Fong Xian. I promised to complete the task. Fong Xian smiled. Go. The two old men also followed, and helped to put the target paper on the wall. Xiaokai was too small to reach it. After putting it on, Xiaokai shook his arms vigorously, and shouted to Fong Xian, it's done. Fong Xian waved his hand, signaling that he could leave. The two old men dragged Xiaokai away from Fong Xian's shooting range. Old Man Wang scolded, go quickly, don't delay Xian shooting. This time, with a target paper and a clear goal, he could practice shooting accurately and evaluate the shooting effect. Fong Xian calmed down and continued to practice. In fact, shooting is really boring, repeating the same thing over and over again. It is also very difficult. Especially for someone like her who has no basics at all, and no one to teach her, she can only rely on her own exploration. But as long as you persist, there will always be results. Chapter 58. On a cold morning, Grandpa Li and Xiaokai found Fong Xian's small villa. This should be it. Xiaokai responded excitedly, yes, this must be my sister's house. Grandpa Li went forward and knocked on the door. Knock, knock. Fong Xian was washing up in the bathroom at this time. Hearing the knock on the door, she quickly wiped the water drops off her face with a towel. She guessed it must be Grandpa Li or Grandma Li. She walked over quickly and opened the door. Sure enough, it was Grandpa Li. Grandpa Xiaokai, why are you here? Grandpa Li said with a smile, let's get to know the house. Come in. It was the first time for the two to come to Fong Xian's house. They were stunned by the layout of Fong Xian's house. They seemed to have returned to the end of the world. The house was fully equipped with household appliances, and was spacious and bright. You two can go in and do it. You don't need to change your shoes. Fong Xian greeted the two. The two stood on the mat, and didn't move at all. There was snow on their shoes, and they would dirty the floor if they entered the house. The dog wagged its tail at their feet to express its welcome. Grandpa Li touched the dog's head. No, I leave after a few words. Your grandma wants you to come over for breakfast. Fong Xian thought that they could clean up when it got dirty, but the two of them didn't go into the house without changing their shoes. She took out 2 pairs of slippers from the shoe cabinet and placed them in front of them. Come in and do it for a while. You haven't been to my house yet. Okay, then I go in and take a look. The two put on slippers and walked in. The more they looked, the more shocked they were. The whole house was powered on. There were several sets of radiators on the walls of the living room. They felt warm after entering the house for a while. The boiler was burning very hard. The two people's cotton coats were too big to wear, so they took them off and hung them on the hanger at the door. There was a filtered water tank in the kitchen. This water tank was not cheap at first glance. He had never seen this style before. Although he was shocked, he didn't ask anything. Grandpa Lee smiled kindly. This house is really nice, quite warm. Fong Xian replied while applying face cream. It's okay. Your grandma made you fried pancakes. I remember that you used to love pancakes with potato shreds. Come over and have some. Fong Xian hadn't eaten Grandma Lee's fried pancakes for a long time. They were soft and chewy. She always failed to make them well, not as soft as Grandma Lee's. Fong Xian didn't say anything polite. Okay, I changed my clothes. Fong Xian changed her clothes soon and walked out of the bedroom. Let's go! Grandpa Lee chatted as they walked. In the middle of the conversation, they talked about Grandpa Lee and Old Man Wang going into the orchard to chop firewood. There was a lot of firewood for heating, and as long as they were diligent, there would be firewood to burn. Fong Xian nodded and listened, and would also respond. After experiencing the apocalypse, her heart was cold, and she basically didn't trust anyone, because she had seen too many monsters. Except for the two elders, she treated everyone else indifferently and didn't care. She didn't understand the Old Man Wang and his grandson. She was reserved. Let's wait and see. As they talked, they soon arrived at the two elders' house. Grandma Lee was making pancakes in the house, and when she saw Fong Xian come in, she smiled. Xin is here, come in, come in. Grandma, I haven't eaten the pancakes you made for a long time. Then you should eat 2 more later. Old Man Wang was rolling out the pancakes. He looked up when he heard the noise and greeted Fong Xian enthusiastically. Come on. Fong Xian nodded, yes. Grandpa Lee walked to the living room with the shredded potatoes. I go fry the shredded potatoes. The two elders put a stove in the living room, and when one pot was not enough, they would use the stove in the living room to cook. Grandma Lee turned the pancake over. Go ahead, we eat after you're done. Fong Xian sat on the side, and couldn't help it all. He wanted to help clean the table and do something, but was chased away by Old Man Wang. It didn't take long for the food to be served. There was a bowl of fried cakes, and 2 large plates of shredded potatoes. Grandma Lee took out a plate of pickled radish strips. It was pickled by Grandma Lee herself, and it looked very appetizing. Although the food was simple and not rich, it was quite luxurious in the end times. You know, there are still many people who are hungry. Fong Xian rolled up a piece and put some radish strips in it. He took a bite. His mouth was full, and he gave Grandma Lee a thumbs up. Grandma Lee smiled and said, it tastes good. Come over if you want to eat it next time. Grandma will make it for you. Seeing Fong Xian eating deliciously, the two elders were very happy. Several people talked and laughed. A full meal can make people very happy. In fact, ordinary people are the easiest to satisfy, just to be well fed and warm every day. But now everything has become a luxury. The dog lay obediently at Fong Xian's feet, not greedy for food. Several people ate and drank enough, and burped happily. Grandpa Lee looked at the two people who didn't have much supplies, thought about it and said, Brother, why don't you take a bag of food over? Old Man Wang waved his hand. No, I appreciate your kindness, but we can't always rely on you to make a living. Grandpa Lee saw that Old Man Wang was determined to do so he didn't force him. Food is precious now, so he didn't dare to be too extravagant and wasteful. He didn't have much food, and it was stored for 2 people. If there were 2 more mouths, it would not be enough. Who knows when the natural disaster will end? He also has to think about himself. It's okay to use your extra ability to help others, but it's not okay to sacrifice yourself to help others. Old Man Wang said with gratitude, thanks to you for helping us again and again during this period. I am grateful in my heart. A friend in need is a friend indeed. When you encounter difficulties, you can know whether the people around you are human or not. Since the temperature dropped, the relatives and friends around him suddenly turned into jackals, staring at the supplies in their hands with greedy eyes. Only Grandpa Lee was willing to lend him a hand. He lamented in his heart that he might never be able to repay this favor in his lifetime. Grandpa Lee patted Old Man Wang on the shoulder. Let's not talk about those things. Everyone has difficulties. Life will always get better. Old Man Wang suppressed his bitterness and changed the subject forcefully. Are you going to chop wood later? I think the orchard is quite large, so chop more wood and store it. Grandpa Lee nodded. Yes, we must go. My family is also in need. Fong Xian saw that everyone was busy, so he stood up and put on his coat. You guys are busy, I'm going back. Grandma Lee, will you go out to chop wood later? No, Grandma, you guys are busy. Fong Xian led his dog and walked back slowly and steadily. There were sparse snowflakes floating in the sky, and the snow made a slight creaking sound when he stepped on it. Chapter 59. Fong Xian exercises his physical fitness every morning. He still shoots in the afternoon. His life is simple but fulfilling. Fong Xian sits cross-legged on the Kong, takes out a meat dish and a vegetable dish, and puts them on the Kong table, prepares to eat dinner, and props the tablet on the Kong table to continue watching The Legend of Jinhuan. The happiest moment of the day is to sit down and enjoy the food leisurely, feeling that the fatigue of the day is relieved and the mind is relaxed. The TV series has already seen the part where Imocho enters Ganlu Temple. Fong Xian wanted to skip this part. She wanted to see her return to the palace and kill people everywhere, consolidate her position step by step, and finally become the final winner. As soon as an idea comes up, it must be implemented, as if she has obsessive-compulsive disorder, so she still skipped these episodes. She kept tuning in the TV series before she started eating. I always feel something is missing if I don't watch the TV series while eating. I can only start eating when I tune in the TV series. Fong Xian was gnawing on the chicken bones with great relish, and was eating deliciously. There was a knock on the door. Knock, knock. Tunton, go open the door. Fong Xian was too lazy to get up, so he ordered the dog to open the door. The dog stopped eating and ran to the door obediently. It propped its 2 paws on the door, stood up, put 1 paw on the door handle, and pushed down with the other. Click. The door opened in response. Woof. Grandpa Lee opened the door and walked in. He looked down and saw that it was the dog who opened the door. He reached out and touched the dog's head. Thank you for opening the door for Grandpa. Woof. Fong Xian put down his chopsticks and walked into the living room, saying hello to Grandpa Lee. Grandpa Lee changed into slippers and walked in. Have you eaten? I'm eating. Then you eat first, and we talk after dinner. No problem, go ahead. Grandpa Lee sat on the sofa, his hands in his pockets. Well, are you going to look for supplies? Are you going out to look for supplies? Grandpa Lee nodded. I don't know when the weather will get better now. I'm just thinking that there are fewer and fewer supplies outside. If I don't stock up some early, I'm afraid there will be even less later. Try to store as much as possible. The temperature is still good. Okay, let's go. Fong Xian agreed straightforwardly. Grandpa Lee was right to stock up on supplies for a rainy day. Besides, their food reserves were not very large. Unless they ate sparingly, they could last longer. Why should they eat sparingly when there were so many supplies outside? Let's go to Old Man Wang's house too, Fong Xian asked. Well, take one of them with you. They are also short of supplies. One more person means more strength. Fong Xian didn't care. One more or one less wouldn't make a difference. The old man could just decide for himself. Okay, let's go then. Grandpa, have you decided where to go? Fong Xian asked. Grandpa Lee was stunned. Stores or supermarkets? Fong Xian picked up the teapot on the coffee table and poured a cup of tea for Grandpa Lee. Grandpa, don't even think about going to stores or supermarkets outside now. Even if we go there, we may not be able to find a bargain. They will definitely be robbed by others. Grandpa Lee took the teacup. What should we do then? Fong Xian thought for a moment. Is there a warehouse that is relatively remote and not known to many people? Let me think about it. I think I know a place. Grandpa Lee stood up and walked around in the living room. Fong Xian did not disturb him. I remember it. Grandpa Lee clapped his hands excitedly. Yongla Village, a village near the northern suburbs. There's a warehouse there, and the father of one of my students works there as a warehouse manager. Can you find the place? Yes, I can. I've been there once. I forgot which street it was, but I can find it. Okay, let's go tomorrow. Okay. Grandpa Lee nodded. What time tomorrow? 6 o'clock. Let's go earlier. After all, it's not that close. Fong Xian also poured himself a cup of tea and blew it on his lips. Who will the Wang family take tomorrow? Grandpa Lee thought about it. If there was a crisis, Old Man Wang wouldn't even be able to run. Old Man Wang is old, so Xiao Kai should go. Xiao Kai is smart. Okay. After the two finished talking, Grandpa Lee sat for a while and drank some tea. Fong Xian saw that Grandpa Lee was a little restless and was not very comfortable staying with her, so she said, Grandpa, you should go back and rest early. You have to get up early tomorrow. You should also discuss it with Old Man Wang. Okay, Grandpa Lee stood up. Then I will go back first, and you should also rest early. Fong Xian returned to the bedroom. He was interrupted halfway through his meal, and suddenly didn't want to eat anymore. So he cleaned up the Kong table, entered the space with the dog. Carrying a small basket in hand, I went to the ranch to pick some strawberries to eat. The strawberries in the ranch should be ripe again. They are very big, even bigger than eggs. They are very satisfying to eat. On such a cold winter day, it is so refreshing to eat a fresh and tender strawberry. The dog smelled the delicious taste and came over immediately, leaning against Fong Xian, asking for food. Fong Xian picked one directly and gave it to it. Eat it. The dog wagged its tail and chewed happily. Fong Xian picked a basket full of strawberries. The fruit trees in the pasture are now lush and green, waiting to bloom and bear fruit. The little bees in the space have built another hive. The previous hive was stored in the storage space and has not been processed yet. The lotus in the pond has grown a few leaves and floated on the water. The fish swam happily under the lotus leaves. Unexpectedly, the water in the pond is still quite clear and has not become turbid. Fong Xian put some poultry into the water for the fish. The bamboos grow very fast, growing more than 20 centimeters a day and several meters high overnight. Some bamboo shoots have even poked their heads out. If they are not dug out in time, they will soon grow into bamboos again. Fong Xian simply took out a hoe and started digging bamboo shoots. It was her first time digging, so it was quite fresh. The hoe dug into the soil and hooked it with the hoe. With a sound of click, a fat bamboo shoot was brought out. Click, click, click. The sound continued. Throw the bamboo shoots into the basket one by one. There are many ways to eat bamboo shoots. Braised bamboo shoots, stir-fried bamboo shoots with meat, or boiled in hot pot, all are delicious. She has already dug 3 baskets, and there are still many. She looked at the time, and it was already late. She had to get up early tomorrow, so she could only dig next time. Put the dug bamboo shoots into the storage space for preservation. After patrolling the ranch, Fong Xian took the dog out of the space. Wash all the big strawberries, and store some in the storage space. You don't need to wash them again when you eat them next time, and it's convenient to take them whenever you want. Put the other part in a plate, and put it on the Kong table. Sitting cross-legged on the Kong, watching TV series while eating big strawberries. Chapter 60. At 6 o'clock the next day, Fong Xian arrived at the second elder's house on time. Old Wang and Xiao Kai were already waiting here. Let's go! Fong Xian came into the house and greeted them. The sun rises late in winter, and it is still dark outside at this time. Fong Xian sat in the driver's seat and fastened his seat belt. Grandpa Li sat in the passenger seat, and Xiao Kai sat in the back. Fong Xian said to Grandma Li and Old Wang, "Come in, we're leaving." Grandma Li nodded and reminded them, "Be careful on the road." Old Man Wang also spoke nervously, "Be careful on the road and pay attention to safety." "Don't worry." Fong Xian closed the car door. Grandpa Li and Xiao Kai waved in the car. Fong Xian stepped on the accelerator and drove out of the villa area. As he drove, the sky gradually brightened and the vision became clearer. "We are almost there." Grandpa Li looked out the window and pointed Fong Xian, "Turn left in front." "In front? Do you see the broken billboard? The warehouse should be in front." Fong Xian took a look at the broken billboard. Half of the body of a certain star was blown away by the strong wind, and only half of his face was swaying in the wind. "Yes, it's right here," Grandpa Li said affirmatively. Fong Xian found a secluded place to hide the car. The 3 people got out of the car. Grandpa Li pointed to the front. "Do you see the big door in front? It's there." When the few people walked into the warehouse, they were dumbfounded because the rolling doors of each warehouse had been pried open. The roaring and raging wind poured into the warehouse like a beast. Xiao Kai's shoulders collapsed. "It's over. This place has been looted." Grandpa Li also said helplessly, "Let's look for it. Maybe there are some missed." The 3 of them split up into 2 groups. Grandpa Li and Xiao Kai went together, and Fong Xian started searching alone. Fong Xian walked into a large open warehouse, which was full of steel bars, cement, sand, etc. He waved his hand and put everything into the space. Fong Xian entered the second warehouse and stepped on a pile of garbage. The building materials inside were scattered everywhere, and there was no place to step. Fong Xian picked up some of the good ones, but most of them were smashed, and there were broken pieces scattered everywhere. Some people have a very twisted mentality, holding the mentality that if I can't take it, you can't have it either. Destroy things and do things that hurt others and not benefit themselves. This kind of person is just like this. You can't eat 4 dishes in your life. This row seems to be some building materials, or industrial raw materials or something. I didn't see any food, not even daily necessities. Fong Xian didn't look carefully, just sloppily collected some things that seemed useful. They couldn't use these things, so Fong Xian put them into the space. After collecting them, he went to the other side. The strong wind blew the voices of the 2 people in the distance over, and they were vague and unclear. The voices were very excited, and it was Xiao Kai's tone. Probably found some useful supplies. Fong Xian found some usable toilet paper rolls on this side, the rest were smashed to pieces, and there were also some tapes, scissors, and other odds and ends. He also found a few bags of soy sauce and vinegar. The rest were punctured, and the bottles were smashed to pieces. Fong Xian packed the well-packaged soy sauce and vinegar into bags, so he could take them home and eat them. He also found some peppercorns and star anise, but it was a pity that the other condiments were scattered all over the floor, and Fong Xian was too lazy to pick them up, so he only collected the good ones. Some electronic products were found in a warehouse, still smashed to pieces, with all kinds of broken parts everywhere. Fong Xian searched everywhere with a stick, and found a box under a monitor. He used a stick to pull the monitor open, revealing a large box, and opened the cardboard box to find some wireless headphones inside. These headphones seemed useless, and they were useless without the internet. Forget it, just put them away. He found some walkie-talkies behind a cabinet, and put them in the bag. Fong Xian actually found 2 small diesel generators. They were blocked by a wooden board in the corner, and were not damaged. They were well preserved. Fong Xian stacked the 2 generators together, carried the bag in his hand, and walked out. In the distance, he could vaguely hear a few people arguing. "Don't steal my things. I found them with great difficulty." The woman screamed heartbreakingly. "Fuck you, I take it and it's mine. Get out of the way, bitch." Then came the woman's screams. After Fong Xian confirmed that they were not her own people, she picked up her things and turned around to leave. She moved all the things into the car. Then she turned back and went to find Grandpa Li and Xiao Kai. "Let go, you bad guy. Don't steal my things." It was Xiao Kai's voice. "Everything here is mine. Did you get my permission to come here to find supplies?" Bang! Xiao Kai was kicked hard and flew away. Fong Xian watched from a distance and did not step forward immediately. She wanted to see how the two would deal with it. Grandpa Li was just an ordinary person, and he had an extremely strong psychological burden for the murderous mentality. But now is the end of the world, order has collapsed, there is no morality and no law, and the only one who can protect himself is himself. If he can't even protect his own safety, how can he survive in the future? Grandpa Li shouted, "Stop it, you beasts. Fuck you, old man, get out." Bang, bang, bang. The sound of beating rang out. After a few minutes, the two seemed to be tired of fighting and finally stopped. The two picked up the supplies on the ground. "Stupid thing, come to my territory to find supplies. Who gave you the courage?" Grandpa Li was beaten black and blue. He stood up with difficulty. "Put down the supplies for me." Grandpa Li's eyes were red, and he clenched his fists tightly and shouted loudly. "Oh my God, the bones are hard." One of the men stepped forward. At this time, Grandpa Li took out a pistol and pointed it at the 2 men. "I say again, put down the supplies for me." The man stopped and stood there in a daze. He was shocked and terrified for a second. "Who are you trying to scare with a broken gun?" Bang! The gunshot. Grandpa Li fired a shot with his eyes closed. His hands were shaking, and he could barely hold the gun. He gritted his teeth and yelled again, "Put down the supplies." The man was shot in the thigh and blood gushed out. The two were completely panicked. It turned out to be a real gun. Don't kill me, all are yours." The man threw the 2 bags of supplies on the ground and turned to run. Bang! At this moment, the gunshot rang again. The 2 running men were shocked and fell to the ground in the snow with a plop. Blood gushed out, dyeing the snow red. Grandpa Li's forehead was covered with fine beads of sweat, and his brain was buzzing. These 2 shots were not fired by him at all, and his accuracy was not so good. He turned his head in confusion and looked in the direction of the gunshots. It turned out that Fong Xian pulled the trigger. His heart was beating violently. This was the first time he had ever fired a gun in his life, and the fear in his heart could not be concealed. Xiao Kai immediately ran over and supported Grandpa Li. "Grandpa, are you okay?" "No, I'm fine." Fong Xian picked up the 2 bags of supplies on the ground and said softly, "Let's go." The 2 people supported each other and limped into the car. Chapter 61. For a moment, the car was extremely quiet. Grandpa Li's face was pale, and he lowered his head and stared blankly at his palm. Fong Xian did not say anything to comfort him. He could only figure it out by himself. This world is so cruel, forcing you to move forward, forcing you to grow, and forcing you to become stronger. One step slower will lead to eternal damnation. Fong Xian drove the snowmobile and slowly passed a small supermarket. She looked up and saw a pile of snow at the door. Through the broken glass, the chaotic scene inside was clearly visible. It was a mess, and the shelves were lying on the ground in all directions. The same was true for other shops, whose doors and windows were broken, and half of the windows were banging in the wind. The houses here are basically bungalows, some of which have been crushed by the heavy snow and buried under the thick snow, with only vague outlines visible. This is a development zone outside the city, a place that is neither urban nor rural. People are looking forward to the demolition, holding the dream of getting rich overnight. Fong Xian drove the car and continued to crush the snow. It's still early, let's go somewhere else to have a look. Grandpa Li suddenly spoke up, breaking the silence in the car. Okay. Fong Xian planned to go inside and take a look. When the car was about to turn the rudder, a huge group of people rushed out from the corner and blocked the car's way. Each of them had a weapon in their hands, and they surrounded them heroically and arrogantly. Grandpa Li frowned and looked solemn. Everyone's face became hideous, like a ghost, completely losing their humanity. Xiao Kai looked at so many people surrounding him, his face darkened, his heart pounded wildly, and his fists clenched. They had no weapons at all, and they only brought a crowbar when they came. Wait, a crowbar? He bent down and picked up the crowbar and held it in his hand. Fong Xian looked at these people and seemed to understand where the supplies in the warehouse had gone. About 20 people surrounded the car. The leader hit the hood of the car with a big stick and shouted fiercely and crudely, "Everyone get out! Get out! Get out!" The crowd raised their weapons and shouted. Grandpa Li and Xiao Kai looked at Fong Xian. "I go down and take a look." Opening the car door, Fong Xian calmly raised his legs and got out of the car. Schwa! Fong Xian raised a carbon-based biological cooler without saying a word and pressed it against the leader's forehead. The leader felt his forehead was cold, as if his whole body was frozen. His eyes were cross-eyed, staring at the pistol in Fong Xian's hand. He felt that the north wind was particularly cold today, and he began to shiver unconsciously. The prestige he had just had was gone. Once he encountered a real thing, he had no ability at all. The iron stick in his hand slipped to the ground, and he raised his hands. Don't shoot, let's talk it out." When the brothers saw the pistol, they immediately fell silent and retreated in unison, fearing being shot. They had lost all their arrogance. Fong Xian turned the gun around and shouted, "Don't move, I kill anyone who moves. Throw away all the weapons in your hands." Everyone stopped moving and threw away their weapons immediately. "Hand over the supplies." Fong Xian turned the tables and robbed. The leading man was stunned. "No, there are no supplies. We have been hungry for several days." Bang! The deafening sound of gunfire shook everyone present. The bullet hit the man's thigh. Ah! A loud scream came from the leading man's mouth. The latter knelt on the cold snowy ground, with blood gushing from his right leg. Fong Xian squatted down, and the cold muzzle of the gun once again pressed against the man's forehead. "You are not honest." The latter's expression was distorted, and his hands tightly covered his thigh that was bleeding, and big drops of sweat oozed from his forehead. He gritted his teeth. I will lead you there." Fong Xian looked at his expression and raised his eyebrows. "Old man, get out." Fong Xian shouted into the car. Grandpa Li got out of the car expressionlessly, suppressing his nervous heart. Who would have thought that an intellectual like him would actually do robbery? It would be a lie to say that he was not nervous. He also imitated Fong Xian, made a fierce expression and raised his gun. Fong Xian took out a bundle of rope from the car and threw it at their feet. Pointed at the two people with the gun. You come out, tie your hands and feet." Two men trembled and stepped out of the line, picked up the rope and started to move. One of the younger brothers rolled his eyes and pretended to tie it tightly, but he didn't tie it tightly at all. Bang! A gunshot without any warning shocked everyone present, and they lost 3 of their 7 souls. This gun was not equipped with a silencer, and the gunshot had to be louder to scare these monsters. The young man was shot in the head and fell to the ground with a bang, blood gushing out, still steaming. In less than 2 seconds, the snow around the head was melted by the blood. The shock of this scene was too great. Although they were not good people, they were also scared to death when facing death. Fong Xian turned the gun and pointed at another person. "If you dare to play tricks again, his fate will be your fate, understand?" "Understand. The man trembled as he held the rope. He used all his strength to tie his companion's hands and feet tightly, even tightening them into his flesh, and still pulled the rope hard. In a few minutes, everyone was tied up tightly, and the remaining person was tied up by Grandpa Li. "Grandpa, Xiao Kai, watch them. If they make any unusual movements, Fong Xian said fiercely. Kill them. Okay, I got it. Grandpa Li swallowed his saliva and forced his shaking hands to stop. Fong Xian pointed the gun at the leading man. Lead the way. The leading man also had his hands tied and walked in front with a staggering pace. The other brothers followed behind him. Fong Xian was led into the courtyard of a 2-story villa. This house should be the best house in this area, which shows that it was a well-off family before the end of the world. In the house. The leading man pointed his head at the door of the 2-story house. Fong Xian pulled the leading man over and blocked him in front of her. She could clearly feel the man's body shaking. She stretched out her hand and suddenly opened the door. A black muzzle of a gun suddenly appeared in front of her. When Fong Xian opened the door, she had already noticed that there was someone in the house. She held the leading man in her right hand and blocked him in front of her, and quickly leaned down. The gunshot suddenly rang out. The bullet hit the leading man's body. Fong Xian crouched down, and at the moment the man fired, he lowered his body, extended the muzzle of the gun from the waist of the leading man, and fired 2 blind shots forward based on his feeling. Bang bang. A burst of gunfire followed one after another. Ah! The miserable howls sounded miserably. The strong man in the house fell to the ground with a bang, and covered his crotch with both hands, convulsing in pain. He actually hit an indescribable part. Tsk. It was really miserable. The leading man also lost his strength, lying on the ground, convulsing together, staring at the strong man, eyes full of disbelief. Chapter 62. Fong Xian bent down and picked up the pistol that had fallen to the ground. He put the pistol against the sturdy man's head. Are there any more ambushes in the house? His other hand searched the man's clothes. The sturdy man gritted his teeth and said painfully, no more. He checked to make sure there were no other weapons. Where are the supplies? In the house on the right. The sturdy man's forehead was sweating and his whole body was shaking. Don't kill me, okay? I give you all the supplies. Bang bang. 2 dull gunshots rang out. The 2 people on the ground were shot through the head instantly, and a cloud of blood mist burst out of their heads, and blood flowed out. She took out the disinfectant wipes expressionlessly, and wiped her hands carefully. She stepped over the bodies of the 2 people, as if they were just a pile of useless garbage. She kicked open the house on the right, pointed the gun at the house, looked around to make sure there was no one, then put the gun away and walked in. There were some food in the house, 5 jean, 10 jean, 20 jean, 50 jean, about 30 bags. There were also some noodles, instant noodles, ham sausages, some fast food, some mineral water, beverages, cans of beer, etc. There were also some cotton-padded clothes, military coats, etc. All piled up in this room. Less than half of the supplies in the 20-square-meter room were left. It should have been full of supplies, but a lot of them were consumed. It was still a lot, and it might not be possible to pull them back in one trip. He checked other rooms on the first floor, and found a barrel of gasoline, and a barrel of diesel. Fong Xian stepped onto the second floor. A sporadic sound aroused Fong Xian's vigilance. Fong Xian raised his gun and walked lightly. There were 4 rooms upstairs, and he followed the sound to a locked room. Fong Xian put his ear to the door and listened carefully, confirming that the sound came from this room. Fong Xian took out a big hammer and smashed the door open. The moment he opened the door, Fong Xian was stunned. The smell in the house was terrible. The 6 women were huddled together in thin clothes, with large scars and bruises all over their bodies. They were skinny and had empty and numb eyes. They also looked blank when they saw Fong Xian, and didn't care who she was at all. Only 2 people's eyes lit up, crawled over, and reached out to pull Fong Xian's trouser legs. Fong Xian took a step back and avoided the hands of the 2 people. Eat. Give me food, I want food. You can ask me to do anything, just give me something to eat. The woman kept whispering, her voice as thin as a mosquito. Fong Xian sighed. In the end times, because of the huge difference in physical fitness, women are not treated as human beings, and have no human rights and dignity. You will never imagine how evil human nature is. Plop. Just then, there was a sound of a heavy object falling to the ground, and Fong Xian immediately turned around with a gun in his hand. Following the direction of the sound, he came to the room diagonally opposite. He tightened the gun in his hand, kicked the door open, and pointed the gun at the house. On the floor of the house, a woman with slightly messy hair was lying on the ground. Seeing Fong Xian's eyes flashing with surprise, he stretched out his hand. Save me, they are not human, they are beasts. They lock me up here and tortured me every day. Girl, please be kind and save me. Fong Xian quietly looked at the ruddy-faced woman, chattering endlessly. Bang! He hit her with the butt of a gun. The woman opened her eyes wide, and slowly fell to the ground in disbelief. Fong Xian shook her hands. It was really noisy. As for their grievances and hatreds, and what the truth was, she didn't care at all, just don't bother her. Fong Xian looked at the room carefully. It was clean and tidy, and it was obvious that it was often taken care of. A small diesel generator, a water dispenser, and a projector. It seems that life is good. Fong Xian opened a drawer casually, and a pile of sexy silk underwear was exposed. It hurts the eyes. She started searching everywhere. Since there were guns, there must be some in stock. It is impossible to put important things somewhere else. Finally, Fong Xian found a sharp dagger and a short knife in the bedside table, as well as some bullets rolling in the drawer, more than a dozen. She didn't expect there would be so few, but it didn't matter. She didn't mind. She put them all away, and finally turned around to put the generator into the space. She searched the other 2 rooms as well, but didn't find anything in the 2 rooms, so she turned around and left. Fong Xian returned to the yard, where a bunch of people were shivering in the snow. Grandpa Li heard footsteps, and turned his head to see Fong Xian. He was finally relieved. He was also worried when he heard the gunshot just now. How is it? Grandpa Li asked. Found it. Grandpa Li nodded. Okay. Xiao Kai, untie the 2 people, and follow me to move the supplies. Fong Xian ordered. Find some more wooden boards to make a bigger sled, and we will transport the supplies back. Xiao Kai immediately replied after hearing the order, okay. Fong Xian turned around, and drove the snowmobile into the yard. After about half an hour, all the supplies were finally moved out. The sled was ready at this time. The 2 of them tied the big sled to the back of the car. Fong Xian ordered the 2 people to load the supplies into the car, and asked Xiao Kai to put as much as he could into the car. After loading the car, there was still a lot left, so he had to make another trip. Fong Xian was a little worried, so he tied up the 2 people who had just moved the supplies. He took out the pistol of the strongman, filled it with bullets, and handed it to Xiao Kai. Keep an eye on these people, don't be soft-hearted, okay? Fong Xian warned the 2 in a very stern tone. I know, don't worry, sister. Xiao Kai's eyes were shining as he held the gun, and he patted his chest with his hands. Be careful on the road, too. Fong Xian waved his hand, and started the car. The snowmobile dragged the heavy supplies back. The car drove much slower, and when it reached a deserted place, Fong Xian still put the supplies at the back into the space to cheat. But he still had to go back and inform Grandma Li and Old Man Wang to prevent them from worrying. When they were almost at the villa, they took out the supplies, and tied them to the back of the car. The journey was smooth. When the car drove to the door of the second elder's house, Grandma Li and Old Man Wang walked out of the house quickly. The first thing they saw was the supplies hanging behind them, and the wrinkles on their faces were so happy that they bloomed. Seeing Fong Xian get off the car, Grandma Li asked with concern, Did you have a smooth journey? Fong Xian smiled. No, everything is fine. Where are the others? Old Man Wang looked into the car and asked in confusion. They are fine, don't worry. Let's unload everything first. I have to go back for another trip. Fong Xian explained while moving things down. Oh, okay. The 2 of them unloaded the car happily after hearing that. You guys take your time packing. I have to go back for another trip. Okay, drive slowly and be careful. Fong Xian sat in the passenger seat and set off again. Chapter 63. After Fong Xian left, Grandma Li and Old Man Wang began to sort out the supplies. The 2 of them were delighted to see the pile of supplies in front of them, especially Old Man Wang, who was extremely poor. He was so excited that he could survive with these supplies. Grandma Li waved her hand happily. Let's go and work. Old Man Wang smiled and agreed okay. Fong Xian drove for about 2 hours to get back to the 2-story villa. Seeing that everything was normal, she was relieved. Fong Xian watched from a distance as Xiao Kai walked around a group of people with his short legs, holding a gun and pretending to be powerful. He was the first to see the car coming back, and waved from a distance. Fong Xian stopped the car and got out. Xiao Kai ran forward. Sister, you're back. Fong Xian nodded. Let's get to work. Fong Xian looked at the group of tied-up brothers, who were all frozen like dogs, huddled together. In such low-temperature weather, it would be getting colder and colder if they didn't move. He didn't pity them, and looked away indifferently. He pulled out a few more people to work for them. Free labor was wasted. Fong Xian supervised them to work, and didn't allow anyone to be lazy. Suddenly, a sound was heard, and 3 women from upstairs came down boldly and looked down. They also heard the noise downstairs. They felt that they had a chance to escape today, because a group of powerful people came today. They were gambling on life and death, and at worst they would be caught and taken back. How could they know without trying? One of the younger brothers had a dark face. Go back. Who told you to come down? The 3 women were so frightened that they trembled all over. Grandpa Lee went up and kicked the man to the ground. Bullying women, who do you think you are? Isn't your mother a woman? The younger brother who was kicked to the ground didn't dare to say anything. Grandpa Lee went up and rudely took off the big cotton-padded jacket on the younger brother, and then took off 2 big cotton-padded jackets from other younger brothers, and threw them to the 3 women. Let's go! The 3 women took the clothes hesitantly. Thank you, thank you. They hurriedly put on the clothes, and felt a lot warmer. They walked downstairs timidly, not daring to look at the gang of brothers who had abused them. They were very nervous, fearing that the old man would change his mind and take them back. They walked to the door carefully, their hearts pounding, and felt that these steps were particularly long. When they saw the 2 bodies at the door, they felt the fear of seeing the bodies, the pleasure of the evil people who tortured them finally died, and the shock of the strength of the few people. After the 3 women stepped out of the door, they ran away. Fong Xian didn't care about the women, just glanced at them, and then looked away. In this end times, women are just tools for men to vent their anger. They have no human rights at all. If they want to live well, they can only rely on themselves. Finally, the brothers loaded all the supplies into the car. They wrapped the supplies with rainproof cloth and tied them up with ropes. The quality of work is quite high. After finishing the work, the brothers retreated to the side with their heads down. Fong Xian picked up the gun and pointed it at a group of brothers, and pulled the trigger mercilessly. Anyone who dares to provoke her will be killed. It was already dark. Fong Xian started the car and drove the supplies towards the villa. Grandpa Lee had been freezing outside for a day, and his spirit was tense all day, so he closed his eyes and rested when he got into the car. Xiaokai was very happy and energetic. The road was difficult to drive at night, and the road was not clear. The car drove very slowly. If you encounter a big pothole or a big bag, you have to find a way to avoid it, otherwise the supplies behind will easily fall into the pothole or get stuck. The speed is about the same as a person's jogging, and it is impossible to speed up at all. After arriving at the door of the second elder's house, Grandma Lee and Old Man Wang came out of the house immediately. Grandma Lee came over and asked with concern, "You are back. You must be exhausted, right? Was it safe on the road?" "It's okay, Grandma. It was safe on the way." After that, several people unloaded the supplies swiftly and moved them into the living room together. Grandma Lee said softly, "Let's eat first, and then clean up after dinner." Fong Xian yawned, "No, you guys eat, and I'm going back." "Grandpa Lee, the child can go back after eating. You have to cook if you go back." "It's okay. I eat something ready-made," Fong Xian said as he walked out. Grandpa Lee saw Fong Xian's insistence and said softly, "Okay, then go slowly. It's dark on the road." Fong Xian turned his back to the crowd and waved his hand. "I know." Grandma Lee smiled and looked away. The child must be exhausted and wants to go back and rest early. Yes, thanks to Xian for keeping the place together along the way. Fong Xian returned to his residence and found that the house was very warm. The charcoal fire in the boiler was burning vigorously. He reached out and touched the Kong. Even the Kong was warm. Fong Xian guessed that it must be Grandma Lee who came. Guzi was at home. Guzi opened the door for Grandma Lee. "Take off the heavy clothes and change into home clothes. Wash your face with hot water and feel refreshed immediately." Guzi has been following Fong Xian since he entered the door, sticking to Fong Xian's calves. "Prepare the food for Guzi first, then take off your shoes and get on the Kong. Sit cross-legged on the warm Kong. Set up the tablet first. What to eat tonight? Have a bowl of soup to warm up your body." Fong Xian took out a bowl of mutton soup and 2 red bean paste pies. "First drink 2 sips of soup, then eat a bite of mutton. The mutton soup I made myself is made of real ingredients, with large chunks of mutton, which is very satisfying to eat. Take a bite of the pie." This pie was stockpiled before the end of the world. There is very little red bean paste in it, so it is not very satisfying to eat. Grandma Lee makes delicious noodles. Whether it is steamed buns or steamed rolls, they are all delicious, better than those sold outside. I will take the ingredients to Grandma Lee to make some, and then store them for later consumption. It seems that it won't work either, because her family doesn't have a big pot, and it's too laborious to make. Forget it, I'll just make it myself when I have time. He has planted wheat in this space, and will grind some flour when it is harvested. After eating, Fong Xian brushed his teeth and prepared to go to bed. Brushing teeth twice a day, morning and evening, is a must. There are no dentists in the end times, and it will be very troublesome if there are problems with teeth. Before going to bed, he added some coal to the stove, some firewood to the Kong, turned off the lights, and got into the warm bed. Another fulfilling and busy day is over. Chapter 64. The next day. Fong Xian did not go out today, and continued to train. Grandpa Li and Xiao Kai came to Fong Xian again. Seeing how hard Fong Xian trained, they could not help but admire him. No wonder he was so skilled, he worked hard. Fong Xian took a towel to wipe the sweat off his face, and asked breathlessly, "What's wrong, old man?" Grandpa Li scratched his nose. "Nothing, I came to see when you have time to distribute the supplies." "You can distribute them, put mine aside, and I will come to get them when I have time," Fong Xian said nonchalantly. "How about I bring it over for you?" "No need. After thinking for a while, I go over there in the afternoon." "Okay." Grandpa Li rubbed his dry palms. "When will we go out next time?" Xiao Kai also looked at Fong Xian with bright eyes. "In 2 days, take a break for 2 days." "Okay, that's all right, you're busy, we're leaving." Grandpa Li was about to turn around when he heard Xiao Kai speak. Xiao Kai took out the pistol from his pocket. "Sister, I give you the gun back." Fong Xian thought about it. If he had a gun in his hand, his overall strength would be stronger. "Here, you can use it." Xiao Kai was overjoyed and touched the pistol again, and then carefully put it back in his pocket. "Thank you, sister, I exchange it with supplies." After that, the two left Fong Xian. Grandpa Li looked at the thick snow in front of him and suddenly said, "In fact, we should also exercise and improve our physical fitness. If you encounter an emergency, at least you can deal with it. Xiao Kai, you should also start exercising after you go back." Grandpa Li's idea is very simple. You can't just give up just because your physical fitness is not as good as that of young people. At least you have to be able to protect yourself. If you can't fight, at least you can run. It has been more than half a year since the end of the world. Supplies are in short supply and people are evil. What should be seen has been seen clearly, and Grandpa Li also thinks clearly. If someone is willing to take you away, you must first stand up and not drag your feet. Xiao Kai nodded obediently. "Okay." From then on, the four of them improved their physical fitness whenever they had time. The two old men jogged in the living room every day, repeating the 8th set of radio gymnastics. Sometimes old man Wang would come over and do it together. Xiao Kai ran to Fong Xian to do it together. Fong Xian ignored him and continued to train on his own. His usual talkative mouth became serious at this moment, gritting his teeth to persist in the high-intensity training. Fong Xian was a little tired from the training, so he sat on the stool to rest, wiped the sweat off his face, and looked at Xiao Kai, who was exhausted. Xiao Kai changed into a spring and autumn sportswear for training. After taking off the thick cotton coat, his thin body was revealed, and there was no meat at all. Xiao Kai felt Fong Xian was looking at him, so he turned around and grinned at Fong Xian with his big teeth bared. Fong Xian stood up and pretended to take out 2 weights from the house, one of which was only 1 kilogram, and threw it in front of him. "Put it on, and wear it all the time except when you take a bath or go to bed." Although Xiao Kai didn't know what the use of wearing this was, he saw Fong Xian wearing it on his hands and feet, and he guessed that this thing must be useful, so he also wore it on his ankle. After wearing this thing, he felt more tired, but he could persist. He also wanted to be as powerful as Sister Fong, and didn't want to be bullied without being able to fight back. Fong Xian went to the second elder's house in the afternoon. Grandpa Li distributed the supplies. Fong Xian took the lion's share and got some extra. Old man Wang gave Fong Xian another 130 kilograms of food. 30 kilograms were the bag of food that the criminals left at his house, which was about less than 30 kilograms. It was agreed to be borrowed at the beginning, and it must be returned today. 50 kilograms were double beds, and 50 kilograms were Xiao Kai's pistol. Old man Wang gave another 50 kilograms of food to Grandpa Li. "Brother, what are you doing? We were in extreme cold thanks to you. We went to your house to eat and take food. Everyone's food is life-saving food. I can't eat and take it for free. Now I have to return it. Take it quickly." Grandpa Li saw that Old man Wang said so he had to accept it. In fact, he didn't expect Old man Wang to return the supplies, he just wanted to help him. It was because the old woman was in a car accident when she was 6 months pregnant, and she had a miscarriage due to heavy bleeding. There was no O-type blood in this small county. Old Wang learned about it, and flew back from the distant sea city to save the old woman's life. It can be said that this is a great favor of saving his life. He couldn't just watch the old man Wang and his grandson, who saved his old woman's life, starve to death. Old man Wang felt relieved as if the famine was over, and heaved a long sigh of relief. There were 3 generators in total. She took out the one that was stored in the space at the end, just one for each family. Each family got a walkie-talkie, so that they could talk with each other later. Fong Xian didn't want the gasoline and diesel. She didn't need them. Grandpa Li directly exchanged her share for other supplies, and gave it to Fong Xian. Because Fong Xian had produced another car, Grandpa Li gave her an extra share of supplies. The distribution was fair. Brothers should settle accounts clearly to avoid conflicts. She took her supplies back to her home, used the space to cheat, moved them to the attic, and arranged them neatly. She shot the gun all afternoon, and her hand feeling got better and better. After dinner, Fong Xian couldn't keep her mouth idle, and wanted to eat something again. Fong Xian searched in the storage space for a long time, and saw a pile of durian and jackfruit. This is it. Eating this thing is very good for women. It is good for beauty, and nourishing the body, and it can also relieve dysmenorrhea. There is just one thing, it smells very bad. Fong Xian took out a big durian, and the smell came out immediately. It is indeed smelly. It is said that it smells bad but tastes good. Since she bought it, she has never eaten it. Today she will try it to see if it is as the legend says. The dog was suddenly attacked by this smell, and covered his nose with his paws, frowned, and looked at this side sadly. Fong Xian looked at it with a smile. Don't worry, I will give it to you in a while. The dog moved its ears, and turned away. Fong Xian didn't care about it. She picked up a dagger and pried it open from the tiny crack at the tail, then pried it open with force. 2 plump durian fleshes were exposed. Well, not bad, not durian candy. Fong Xian directly picked up a durian flesh and started eating. Sweet and sticky, you can't say it's really as good as its reputation. Delicious. When she bought durian, she was afraid that the fruit quality of one store was not good, so she bought from several stores and several varieties. She bought more Golden Pillow and Musang King. She also did some popular science. The taste of these 2 is said to be better. Fong Xian was very happy eating. The dog opened the door and came back to take a look. He turned around and was about to leave. Fong Xian called him. Tunton, come and try it. You will definitely like it. Fong Xian handed the durian meat forward and motioned the dog to come and eat it. The dog walked over slowly, sniffing it again and again with his nose, a little hesitant, frowned and took a small bite. In an instant, the dog's eyes widened, and the whole face of the dog was written with disbelief. Fong Xian laughed out loud. It's delicious, right? Here, this is all for you. He handed the fruit flesh in his hand forward again. Guzi bit the fruit flesh in his mouth. Eat slowly, there is a pit inside, you can't eat the pit. Guzi chewed, and then spit out a pit. So Fong Xian gave the remaining half of the fruit flesh to Guzi. A total of 4 pieces of fruit flesh were opened, 3 of which were plump, and the other was a little thin and thin. Guzi ate 2 large pieces, and Fong Xian ate the smaller one himself, because the smaller one didn't taste that good. In general, the flesh of this durian is still good. In the following time, Fong Xian opened durian for 2 hours, as if he was addicted. He packed the flesh into boxes, and stored them in the storage space. He did not throw away the durian peels either, but put them together to make fertilizer and improve the soil. The smell in the house never stopped. Fong Xian took out the air freshener, and sprayed it in the house. Suddenly, the stench was gone and the fragrance was everywhere. Chapter 65. After 2 days of rest, the 3 of them went out again to look for supplies. It was still dark outside. There was heavy snow in the sky, and visibility was very low. This kind of weather is very common in extreme cold periods. Grandpa Li sat in the passenger seat, staring at the road ahead with wide eyes, more nervous than the driver, afraid that the car would hit something. Xin, where are you going this time? Northern suburbs. Let's look for a warehouse. Okay. The car finally drove into the northern suburbs. At this moment, the sky was already bright, and the figures of a few pedestrians on the road could be seen slightly. Some of them just glanced at the snowmobile, and then continued on their way. Others stared at the car with greedy eyes. Several people quickly ran to the road where the car had to pass and stood still. The car drove in. The 3 people blocked the road, and it was impossible to pass. Fong Xian saw someone running towards here in the distance. Please be kind, and let me take a ride. It's too cold outside. Yes, I'm almost freezing to death. Please help us. We will definitely appreciate your kindness. The three of them put their hands together and nodded, as humble as they could be. Fong Xian rolled down the window without saying a word, and directly showed the black muzzle of the gun. Bang! With an unexpected explosion, the bullet hit the feet of several people, and the snow on the ground splashed. The three people were immediately scared out of their wits, and immediately became cowardly, raising their hands and begging for mercy. "Hero, please spare me. Please spare me, we didn't mean it." The few people running over from a distance heard the gunshot, and their hearts trembled. They hurriedly braked the car, turned around and ran away, not daring to get closer. Fong Xian waved his gun and signaled them to get out of the way. The three of them got out of the way in unison, no longer daring to think about anything. Fong Xian stepped on the accelerator, and the snowmobile slid on the thick snow crust with a rustling sound. One of them was frightened by the sound of the car and fell flat on his face. "Sister, they are not good people at first glance. Which good person would stop someone else's car? We don't even know them." Xiao Kai crossed his arms angrily. "They all have bad intentions." Grandpa Li sighed solemnly and murmured, "Human nature is evil at the beginning." Fong Xian drove around the suburbs, and finally found a warehouse. He drove the car directly into the warehouse. Grandpa Li and Xiao Kai got out of the car. A gust of wind blew, and the two staggered. Xiao Kai stabilized his body, and quickly supported Grandpa Li. "Are you okay?" It's okay, the wind is too strong and I can't stand steadily." The two of them started to move with bags. Fong Xian found a hidden place to hide the snowmobile. The rolling shutters of the warehouses were still wide open, and all of them were smashed or pried open. There was a lot of snow inside. There were messy footprints everywhere, and it seemed that many people had searched. Fong Xian searched the warehouse by stepping on various garbage, but there was no place to land. Suddenly, he heard the crunching sound of stepping on snow. Fong Xian thought it was Xiao Kai or Grandpa Li, so he turned his head to look outside, and a short figure walked over in the drifting snow. Judging from his figure, it was neither Xiao Kai nor Grandpa Li. The man walked in and saw that there was someone here, so he leaned over to apologize. "I'm sorry, I didn't know there was someone here, I'd leave right away." The man was wearing a large and worn cotton jacket, which was loose and didn't fit him well. His voice was immature, and he looked only about 13 or 14 years old. After saying that, the man turned around and walked away without looking at Fong Xian's reaction. Fong Xian looked at the messy warehouse in front of him and saw that there was nothing useful, so he turned around and walked out. Walking through warehouse after warehouse, the situation was roughly the same. The useful materials had long been looted by others, and the remaining ones were smashed to pieces. I didn't find any usable materials all the way to the end. Fong Xian didn't expect that this place, far away from the residential area, would also be looted. Although this place was looted very cleanly, there were still people searching carefully, trying to pick up some materials that others missed. Fong Xian quickly found Xiao Kai and Grandpa Li, and the two of them didn't give much. Xiao Kai had an axe in his hand, and Grandpa Li had a shovel in his hand. The two saw Fong Xian and smiled awkwardly. "Sister, there is nothing. It has been plundered by others." "It's okay. It's normal that you can't find it." Fong Xian tried hard to recall where else she could find supplies at this time in her previous life. In her previous life, she was active in the city center, which was far away from here. She remembered that she met an old man when she went out to look for supplies in her previous life. According to the old man, his family ran a ranch, and he always felt sorry for the livestock on the ranch. His ranch seemed to be near Yongla village. Why not go and have a look? There is no one there, so maybe there will be something to gain. "Grandpa, do you know there is a ranch near Yongla village?" Grandpa Li shook his head. "I really don't know." "Forget it. Let's go and see if we can find it." The others got in the car again and headed for Yongla village. It took less than an hour on the road to reach Yongla village, where they had been last time. Fong Xian walked around the periphery of Yongla village and didn't see any trace of the ranch. "Xin, do you think the ranch will be buried under the snow?" Grandpa Li said softly. "It's possible. The sheds and other things must have collapsed under the heavy snow. Then let's look for it, and see if we can find a big snow pile or something." "Okay." So they drove out to expand the search area. Xiao Kai saw it first and pointed in a direction with his finger. "Sister, is it there?" From a distance, they really saw a few slightly larger snow piles, which were much higher than the snow piles caused by the strong wind in the surrounding area. Fong Xian looked in the direction of Xiao Kai's finger. "Let's go and have a look." As the car drove in, we could clearly see several red brick walls exposed under the thick snow. It was not difficult to tell that this should be a collapsed house or a livestock pen. Several people got off the car. It should be here. Yes, it should be here. Grandpa Lee pointed at the big snowballs and said, the snowballs here are quite big. They should not have been blown up by the wind. There should be something buried inside. Fong Xian nodded, then dig it up. Maybe we can find some meat to eat. Xiao Kai's eyes sparkled with excitement. Great, there's meat to eat. Grandpa Lee took the shovel he had just found in the warehouse and started digging. Grandpa Lee used the shovel to knock the snow into pieces, and Xiao Kai moved the knocked snow pieces out one by one. The two of them worked very well together. Fong Xian took out a shovel from the snowmobile and started digging hard. The three of them quickly dug out 2 snow holes, revealing bricks and tiles under the snow. After digging for more than half an hour, they didn't see any traces of livestock, not even a piece of fur. Chapter 66. Fong Xian was also digging hard in another snow cave. When he reached the bottom, he reached out and moved 2 bricks in front of him, revealing a man's large-sized shoe. Fong Xian didn't care and continued digging. After clearing the snow from the bricks nearby, a small frozen calf was exposed. Fong Xian was stunned for a moment. Even though he had seen too many dead people in the end of the world, he was still shocked by the sudden appearance of a corpse. It was not fear, but there was no psychological expectation. Fong Xian dug the snow around him twice, and an iron bed leg was bent and stuck in the brick rubble. Fong Xian was sure that this was not a pin or something, so he bent over, turned around, and crawled out of the cave with a grunt. He sat on the snow to rest for a while. He looked at the gloves on his hands and felt uncomfortable, so he took them off and threw them into the snow cave. He searched in the space to find a new pair of thick gloves and put them on, and then he felt comfortable. He turned his head and shouted to another snow cave, "Come out, don't look for it anymore." Huh? Grandpa Lee didn't hear what Fong Xian said clearly in the cave, so he shouted and crawled out. "Ah, I didn't hear what you said just now. Don't look for it. This is not a livestock pen, it should be a house where people live." Grandpa Lee wiped the frost and snow on his mask. "Oh okay, I said I dug so deep and didn't see anything." "It's okay," changed the snow pile to dig. Fong Xian stood up and walked towards a nearby big snow pile. Grandpa Lee called Xiao Kai out and walked straight to the big snow pile next to him. "Let's go over there. We can't both look for one. It's a waste of time if there's nothing." "Okay." The three of them could only use the clumsy method to search bit by bit. They were not sure where it was, nor were they sure if it was there. They could only look for it with hope, just in case it was there. Fong Xian walked around the snowpack, but could not find any traces of animals at all. They were all covered by the snow. "Forget it, let's dig." Waving a big shovel, he dug a hole first, crawled most of his body into it, and with the cover Fong Xian began to cheat, collecting the snow into the space bit by bit, and soon reached the bottom of the building. He also collected the collapsed bricks, debris, and other garbage into the space, and he had to control the amount of collection, otherwise it would be a disaster if the whole snow pile was collected at once. Fong Xian picked up a small oval black thing. Yes, it was sheep dung. Great, the sheep dung meant that this might be a sheep pen. He threw away the sheep dung in his hand, continued to clean the bricks and tiles, and began to search. After about 10 minutes, a sheep was exposed. Finally found, but I don't know if it is one or a group. Anyway, it was a harvest. He started to pull it little by little with both hands. The frozen and hard dead things were actually very heavy, and he couldn't move them in this narrow cave, so he could only bend over and drag the sheep out of the cave little by little. Fong Xian sat on the snow and wiped the snow off the goggles with his hands, stretched his neck and started shouting, "Did you get anything?" Xiao Kai heard the voice and crawled out of the cave on all fours like a monkey. "What's wrong, sister?" He turned his eyes and saw the sheep on the ground. "Wow, sister, you are so awesome. There really is something." Xiao Kai immediately laid down and stuck his head into the hole and shouted, "Grandpa Lee, come out quickly, my sister dug up a sheep." I'm coming, I'm coming." Grandpa Lee climbed out of the hole swiftly, and the two of them ran over happily. "This one is quite big. It's an adult sheep." Grandpa Lee was excited. In the current period of material scarcity, not eating meat for a long time will cause malnutrition, and the body will not be able to bear it. Eating some meat in winter can also keep out the cold. He squatted down and observed the sheep carefully, and found that there was something wrong with the front hoof. He pointed his finger at the front hoof. "Why is there a wound here? Could it be bitten by a rat?" Fong Xian looked in the direction where Grandpa Lee pointed, and it was indeed there. She hadn't noticed it just now. She looked carefully again. If it was bitten by a rat, then it was not certain whether the sheep could be eaten. Generally, rats carry a large number of viruses and bacteria. If it was plague, it would be okay. Even in the end times when supplies are scarce, you can't put everything in your mouth. Once people eat problematic food, their bodies are prone to problems. In this period of lack of medical care and medicine, physical problems are very fatal. It's okay, it's not a rat, Fong Xian pointed at the wound. It should be a wound caused by running around when the temperature dropped. You can see it's a little swollen here, it's not a bite. Grandpa Li breathed a sigh of relief. That's good, that's good. Fong Xian stood up and shook off the snow on his body, then dig this first. The two nodded and started to act immediately. Xiao Kai was extremely excited, and he dug more vigorously with his little butt sticking out, and his hands were moving quickly. Not sure where the supplies were, the three of them started digging from 3 different locations. There couldn't be just one sheep in such a large circle. It was very likely that there were a group of sheep. If there were a group of sheep, they would probably huddle together for warmth. We had to go back to the cave and spread out to search. Fong Xian threw away the shovel in his hand and crawled back into the cave. He put the snow, bricks, tiles, and other things in front of him into the space little by little. After tinkering with it for about 10 minutes, he finally found a few sheep huddled together. This location should be the corner of the wall. Fong Xian put all the sundries that had been put into the space back to their original positions. Turned around and crawled out of the cave again. He walked to one of the caves, stretched his neck and shouted, "Did you find anything?" "No, only sheep dung." Grandpa Li's voice came from the cave. "Come out, I found it." Fong Xian pulled Xiao Kai out of the cave again. The little guy was covered with snow. Xiao Kai patted him and asked happily, "What's wrong, sister? Did you find something again?" Fong Xian also nodded happily yes. Fong Xian led the two people to point out the approximate location. "It should be here. Dig down from here. The hole I just made is a little far from here, and there are too many bricks on it. It's not easy to pull things out. It's better to dig directly from here." Grandpa Li and Xiao Kai nodded repeatedly and started to work quickly. The snow layer on top was easy to dig, and soon the snow layer was dug away. The three began to move bricks, wood and other debris away bit by bit. Found it, Xiao Kai exclaimed. The two looked over together, and half of the sheep's head appeared in front of them. Great, finally the effort was not in vain. Grandpa Li happily stepped forward and started to clean up from that point. A smaller sheep was pulled out, and from the gaps between bricks and other debris, there was still something inside. The old and the young were so happy and full of energy. Fong Xian was also infected by their emotions, and was very happy. Soon, sheep were pulled out one by one, and there were 9 sheep. These 9 sheep could be eaten for a long time even if they were divided among the 3 families. Several people searched carefully for a long time, and only climbed out of the big pit after making sure that there was nothing missing. The 3 of them sat on the snow, happily chatting and taking a break, and even their voices were full of joy. Chapter 67. Grandpa Li took a short break, and then got up to check the sheep one by one. He was relieved after confirming that they had not been bitten by other things. Fong Xian stood up and patted the snow on his buttocks. "It's getting late. Let's go back today and come back tomorrow." So the 3 of them worked together to load the 9 sheep into the car. On the way back, the sky gradually darkened, and the wind blew the heavy snow. Fong Xian identified the direction and drove slowly. There was no reference point in the vast snow, and it was dark and snowy, so Fong Xian had to turn around. "Grandpa, I think I turned. Look, is this the right direction?" Grandpa Li looked outside. It was pitch black and he couldn't see anything. "I can't see anything." Fong Xian drove the snowmobile for more than half an hour, and she had to admit that she was indeed lost. Fong Xian decided not to drive anymore. If she deviated from the route home, she would get further and further away. Helplessly, Fong Xian stopped the car and got out. "Let's walk around and see if there are any buildings to find out the direction." The two got off the car immediately and looked in different directions. She was not sure if she was lost, so she did not think of using a compass at first. She had a compass in stock, but it was not easy to take it out later because it was too abrupt. But now that the two were not around, she could secretly take it out and take a look. After using the compass to determine the direction to go back, she also took a step and pretended to check the surrounding terrain. Sister. Xiao Kai ran over from a distance. "What's the matter?" Xiao Kai panted and pointed to the distance. "I found a building over there." "Go and call your Grandpa Li back. Let's go take a look." "Okay." Soon the 3 drove the snowmobile to the place Xiao Kai mentioned. There were no buildings along the way from the ranch, not even road signs, but this building looked particularly abrupt. It was strange what kind of person would build a house in such a deserted place. The high wall blocked the sight of the few people, and they couldn't see inside clearly. The few people walked forward, and 1/3 of the tall gate was buried in the thick snow. It seems that this door has not been opened for a long time. The door is locked, and there is no way to get in. Grandpa Lee looked at the door carefully. This is an electronic lock. What should I do? The electronic lock cannot be opened without electricity. Even if there is electricity, there is no password, so let's use the most primitive method. Let me try. Fong Xian walked over and took out a tungsten alloy dagger from his sleeve. He inserted it into the gap of the door, and then cut down the door lock position little by little. Fong Xian gritted his teeth and pressed down with both hands to cut back and forth. He didn't know what material it was. It was very laborious to cut, but he could cut it just a little slower. Crunch. The sound of metal friction that made teeth sore was heard. It took more than 10 minutes to finally cut the door lock. After pushing it with their hands and making sure that the door could be opened, several people began to clear the snow in front of the door. Xiao Kai, come here. Let's clean the snow in front of this door. There is no need to waste the effort to clean it all. Grandpa Lee waved to Xiao Kai to come over here. Xiao Kai agreed and ran over immediately. The three of them quickly cleaned it up. Fong Xian pulled the door open a crack, and the three of them squeezed in one after another. There are 2 rows of houses on the left and right sides, a bungalow on the left, a row of 2-story buildings on the right, a large playground in the middle, and warehouses all around. The houses here were not crushed by the heavy snow, and the roofs were intact. Is this a warehouse? Grandpa Lee exclaimed. I don't know, let's go in and take a look. The 2 people went to search the warehouse happily, hoping to find some supplies. The doors of the warehouse were all wide open, and a large amount of snow was blown in by the wind. There was nothing inside, empty, and it had been emptied. Fong Xian knocked on the wall with his hand. Dong dong. I don't know what was installed in the past, but it feels like the material of this warehouse is very special, very thick and solid. Grandpa Lee also noticed the specialness of the wall. This wall is not a brick wall. What material is it made of? It feels very high-end. Yes, it doesn't look like an ordinary warehouse. Sister. Xiao Kai's exclamation came from a distance again. What's wrong? Fong Xian turned his head to look over. Sister, come with me and take a look. I found 2 boxes. Xiao Kai pointed to a place with his finger, over there. Let's go and see what it is. The 2 followed Xiao Kai to a warehouse. When the flashlight was shown over, they saw 2 wooden boxes and a big snow pit. Sister, this is it, look. Xiao Kai ran over and pointed at the 2 boxes excitedly. I tripped over it when I came in, and I dug it out and saw that it was 2 boxes. Fong Xian stepped forward and opened the lid. Inside was a whole box of neatly stacked sub-E. There are 50 bullets in a box, and this box has at least 2,500 bullets. Fong Xian picked up several boxes, all of which were of the same model. Xiao Kai, bring me your pistol. Fong Xian took the pistol, removed the magazine quickly, and took a bullet from it to compare it. The size was the same, and then pressed the bullet in the box into the magazine. It fit in perfectly. Fong Xian was overjoyed. Grandpa, we can use this bullet. Really? That's great, then we will have bullets to use in the future. Xiao Kai was also very excited. His face was full of excitement. This box was quite a lot. It would last for a long time. He opened another box. The model was the same. There was such a building in this remote place. Fong Xian seemed to understand something, looking at the solid wall. There are 2 boxes of D here. So is it possible that there were originally a lot of hot weapons here? The material of the wall is very special. Is it possible that it is a special material used to protect the things here, such as explosion-proof and fireproof? So this should be a weapons supply warehouse. Yes. Grandpa Lee also nodded in agreement. When the disaster came, all the supplies here were urgently transported away, and 2 boxes were missed during the evacuation. Xiao Kai tilted his head and was stunned by what he heard, but he knew he had picked up a big bargain, and then his eyes lit up. Then let's look for it quickly to see if there is anything else. Okay, look for it separately, and be sure to pay attention to safety during the search. If this is really a weapons supply warehouse, what if there is a lost hand? Don't step on thunder or something like that. Fong Xian warned seriously. The 2 of them looked solemn and nodded seriously. Okay. Fong Xian took out a stick from the space after seeing the 2 of them leave. The warehouse was very large, about 300 square meters, and there was a lot of snow at the door of the warehouse from the wind hole. He used the stick to scrape in the snow for a long time, but didn't find anything. So he walked out, And before he entered the next warehouse, he saw that the innermost warehouse was full of military trucks, parked neatly on both sides. The car at the door was half buried in the snow, the truck bed was full of snow, and the front of the car was also covered with thick snow. These are all military vehicles. It's a pity to waste such good cars. The engine has probably been frozen after being stored for so long. I don't know if it can be repaired. At least one can be driven, or used as a spare part. Fong Xian felt itchy when he saw such a good car. He really wanted to put it away, but it seemed impossible. If the car was taken away, deep pits without snow would be left, and the two people would find it. Forget it, I will put it away secretly before leaving. So Fong Xian moved 2 boxes, and put them in the snowmobile. Chapter 68. About 20 minutes later, the 3 of them met again. The 2 shook their heads, and found nothing else. Fong Xian also felt sorry, but still comforted them. It's okay, let's go to those 2 rows of houses and have a look. The 3 of them went into the 2-story building on the right one after another to check. The first floor was full of rooms for people to live in, which should be the single dormitory where the leaders lived. The second floor was a dormitory for multiple people. There was nothing except an iron cabinet, an iron bed, and some tables and chairs. Oh no, there was a quilt on the bed that was not taken away, and there were several sets of camouflage uniforms in the cabinet. There is nothing left. Grandpa Li looked at the quilt on the bed and said, Xin, how about we stay here for one night, and wait until tomorrow morning when we can see the road clearly before we go? No, I know the way. That's fine, then let's go back, and save them from worrying at home. The 3 of them entered the bungalow on the left together, hoping to find something. The bungalow has 2 main entrances. The main entrance was not locked, and the 3 of them pushed the door open and entered. What they saw was a spacious hall, empty, and then they began to search one room at a time. There were only a few desks and chairs, not even a piece of paper. The 3 of them entered the second door with some disappointment. The layout was similar. Fong Xian flipped through the drawers of the desk. As expected, every drawer was still empty. Fong Xian tried to open another drawer, but it didn't move. He pulled it again, but it still didn't move. It was locked. He took out the tungsten alloy dagger and slowly inserted it into the gap of the drawer. He slid it smoothly along the gap of the drawer until he encountered an obstacle. Fong Xian used both hands to cut the lock. It made a creaking sound that made my teeth sour. Finally, the lock was cut open and the drawer was opened. There were only 10 car keys inside. I took them up and looked at them. They should be the car keys of the cars in the warehouse. They were collected. The 3 of them came to the 2 innermost rooms. At this time, the 3 of them found nothing except a few car keys found by Fong Xian. Fong Xian opened the door on the left and saw some cleaning tools such as brooms, mops, vacuum cleaners, shovels, buckets, white gloves for workers, etc. Grandpa Li, this should be the utility room. But it's okay, it's also a gain. We can use these things. We will move them back later. Grandpa Li nodded, okay. Xiao Kai was not interested in those cleaning tools, so he opened another door. Wow, Xiao Kai exclaimed, holding a small flashlight in his hand and sweeping back and forth. Look, there are tools everywhere. The 2 walked over and saw knives, axes, hand saws, electric saws, screwdrivers, pliers, hammers, wrenches, electric drills, tape measures, utility knives, and other hardware hand tools. Everything was neatly arranged and classified. There were also toolboxes. This is good, we can use it in our daily life. Grandpa Li said with a smile. Fong Xian nodded, well, the harvest is quite rich. Okay, let's get to work, move all these things to the car. The 3 of them started moving things in a hurry. They opened the tarpaulin on the sled and loaded the things one by one. Finally, after all the things were loaded into the car, Grandpa Li and Xiao Kai began to wrap the tarpaulin. You 2 do it first, I go out and take a look. Okay, go ahead. Grandpa Li responded while carrying something in his hands. Fong Xian walked to the garage and put all the cars into the space. She suddenly stopped and stared at the wall of the warehouse. The thought came to her mind, should she put the warehouse away as well? The material of this warehouse is so good, it would be a pity not to put it away. Fong Xian walked out of the warehouse and put her palm against the outer wall of the warehouse. She was not sure whether she could put the warehouse away. After all, she had never put such a thing away before. Instantly, the entire warehouse was collected into the space. It really worked. Only the foundation was not collected. After all, the foundation was buried in the soil. They were a whole, so the foundation could not be collected separately. But it was okay. She only wanted the special building materials in this warehouse, and it didn't matter whether there was a foundation or not. Fong Xian walked to another warehouse and reached out to collect another one. In this way, a total of 7 warehouses were collected by Fong Xian. The 7 warehouses were stacked high in the static space, like building blocks. Fong Xian clapped his hands and looked at the empty field. Perfect. The car was also stuffed with a lot of things, and there were all kinds of tools everywhere. The 3 of them got into the car full of tools. Fong Xian fastened his seat belt, started the car, and set off. There were no stars in the sky, only the wind and snow were blowing. The car drove slowly in the wind and snow for more than 2 hours, and finally arrived home safely with heavy supplies. On the way, Fong Xian secretly glanced at the compass. Grandma Li and Old Man Wang kept observing the movements outside, and would come out to take a look from time to time. As soon as they arrived at the door of the second elder's house, Grandma Li and Old Man Wang came out with flashlights in their hands. "Why are you so late?" Grandma Li asked with concern. Fong Xian opened the car door and got out. "It's okay, I got a little lost on the way." "Why are you lost again?" "The weather is bad, and it's dark, and I can't see clearly." Old Man Wang said with some concern, "The next time the weather is bad, we won't go out." "Okay." As they talked, they didn't stop working. When the rainproof cloth was opened, Grandma Li and Old Man Wang's eyes lit up instantly. Old Man Wang exclaimed, "We found so much meat, that's great, that's great." Xiao Kai shouted excitedly, "Grandpa, there may be more. There are still several places that have not been dug." Old Man Wang said excitedly, "Okay, I will help tomorrow." Grandpa Li was a little worried. "Are you okay? Is your heart better?" "I'm fine. I took 2 quick-acting heart pills, and I feel much better." Grandpa Li was still a little worried about his health. "You should stay at home. Someone needs to look after you at home." Old Man Wang nodded after hearing this. "Okay, I listen to you." Soon, when there were only 4 sheep left in the car, Grandpa Li stopped. "These 4 sheep can be given to Xinshin without moving them down. Xinshin can just take them back, and we can divide the other 5. Old Man Wang nodded repeatedly. "I agree. Xinshin went out to find supplies and contributed the most, and he should get more because he provided both manpower and vehicles. Brother Wang, your family can take 3 first, and mine can take 2. Old Man Wang waved his hands repeatedly. "No, my Xiao contributed less, so 2 will be enough. Listen to me. No need to be modest. There are more later. We will make up for it later." "Okay, then I listen to you." "Old woman, you help Brother Wang to transport his things back first. I will go to help Xinshin." Old Man Wang waved his hand. "No, you guys do your things. We will slowly drag them back. It won't be tiring." Fong Xian also spoke at this time. "You don't need mine. I can do it myself." Then Grandpa Li divided the pile of tools into 3 parts, and divided the sub-E. This time, the supplies were quite rich, and everyone was in high spirits, packing up the supplies of each family. Fong Xian also took her supplies back home. First, she put a bunch of tools into the space, and then put them in the attic. Then she dug a big snow pit near her residence, and buried the 4 sheep she was assigned with snow. She would deal with them together when she had time. Burying them in the snow would preserve them better. If they were left in the open air and blown by the wind every day, the meat would become unpalatable. Chapter 69. Early in the morning of the next day, Fong Xian got up at 5:30 and tried to eat as much breakfast as possible. After all, she had to work all day and consumed a lot of energy. But she still brought a few packets of biscuits, bread and other things into her bag. Save them for later use. After eating, she saw that the dog was still eating. "Eat quickly, you go today too." The dog didn't even lift his head from the bowl, biting the rice in his mouth, barking vaguely, and eating faster. Fong Xian put on 3 layers of clothes inside and outside, and put his coat aside to wear when he went out. After Fong Xian put on his clothes, the dog also finished his meal, and gulped down a few sips of water. He stood up, and walked to Fong Xian's side and squatted, signaling Fong Xian that he could put clothes on him. Fong Xian first took a tissue to wipe his mouth. Then he took his white clothes, and put them on the dog in no time. He was very well behaved throughout the whole process, and put on his clothes very smoothly. Finally, Fong Xian put on his coat, picked up his gloves and hat, and went out with the dog. Fong Xian put on his gloves and hat as he walked. "First, I filled the car with gas, walked around the car and checked it, and then got in the car with Guzi. I drove to the second old house, and picked up Xiao Kai and Grandpa Li. The weather was good today, the wind was not too strong, the snow had stopped, and the road was much easier to walk on. It wouldn't be too painful to go out to find supplies. Grandpa Lee and Xiaokai put some tools they needed, such as snow shovels, ropes, etc., into the car. This time, we had all the tools and didn't have to dig snow with our bare hands. After saying goodbye to Grandma Lee and Old Man Wang, the three of them set off again to find supplies. This time, the target location was very clear, and we went straight to the ranch. The journey was smooth, and we arrived at the ranch in less than 2 hours. Grandpa Lee and Xiaokai took down their tools respectively. Grandpa Lee looked at several large snow piles nearby. Which one are you digging? Grandpa, is it possible that the circle we dug yesterday was not dug clean? There can't be only a few circles of such a large size. Grandpa Lee's eyes lit up. Do you mean there will be more? Yes, I think there will be more. Fong Xian nodded and continued to analyze. When the temperature drops suddenly, small animals will huddle together to keep warm, and they will all huddle in the corners. Last time we found sheep in the left corner, this time we will try the other corner. Okay. Grandpa Lee agreed with Fong Xian's statement and nodded. Let's get started. The three of them took snow shovels to shovel away the thick snow, and the dog ran around beside them. After shoveling away all the snow on top, the few people began to clean up the collapsed bricks and tiles bit by bit, as well as a lot of wood, grass clippings, iron sheets, etc., which should be the roof of the shed. After nearly an hour, all the collapsed objects were finally cleared, and a sheep's horn finally appeared. Xiaokai shouted excitedly, yes, there is really one. Grandpa Lee looked over and said, great. Grandpa Lee found the sheep's foot and pulled it hard, and pulled the whole sheep out of the ruins. It's a lamb. Xiaokai's eyes lit up when he saw the harvest, and he kept digging the ruins with his hands and found another one. He pulled the whole sheep out with both hands. Grandpa Lee, this is just the big one. Okay. The dog ran up and sniffed and nodded. The few people didn't care about the dog's antics. They were all very motivated. One by one, the frozen goats were pulled out, and there were 11 of them. The dog went up to sniff this one, and also wanted to sniff that one, and I don't know what it was smelling. Woof woof woof. The dog suddenly lowered its head and barked. It lowered its head and barked at this goat, and then barked at that goat. The three people didn't understand why, and they all came forward. Grandpa Lee squatted down and looked at the dog. What's wrong with Tunton? Fong Xian was also confused. She bent down and pulled the two sheep out. She thought the dog must have discovered something. She trusted her dog very much. After a careful inspection, she found that both sheep had bite marks. Grandpa, look, both sheep have bite marks. Let me see. Grandpa Lee stepped forward and carefully inspected them. It's true. We didn't even notice that the stomach had been bitten so big. Fong Xian asked, do you still want these too? Grandpa Lee hesitated. It's okay. Even if it was bitten by a rat, it's okay, right? Some places still eat rats. What if the rats carry germs? The ones that can be served are all artificially raised, or bamboo rats, not just caught in the wild and eaten. Fong Xian continued patiently. Dogs have very sensitive noses. They can smell things we can't smell. I think it's still unnecessary to take risks. If it really hurts the body, it will be very painful. Grandpa Lee also thought Fong Xian's words made sense, so he immediately said, no, for safety's sake, let's not take risks. If there are bacteria or viruses, people will get sick if they eat them. In this special period, there is no hospital for sickness, and I have no idea what disease I have, or what medicine to use, and they don't have any medicine. Although he felt very sad, and was reluctant to give up these fat meats, he couldn't gamble with his life and health. Fong Xian lifted the two sheep aside to avoid confusion. Grandpa Lee withdrew his eyes from the two sheep with difficulty, and touched the dog's head. Tunton is great. I will give you a chicken leg when I get home. Woof. The dog raised his head proudly, and wagged his tail, and was very happy to be praised. Fong Xian looked at the huge circle in front of him, and only dug out a few of them. It felt a little too little. Could there be many that didn't enter the circle and were buried somewhere? But Fong Xian didn't have that much patience to look for them. It was a waste of time. He would just dig out as many as he could. Grandpa Lee and Xiaokai felt very happy and lucky to find so much meat that they could eat for a long time. Especially Xiaokai and Old Man Wang, whose daily diet was very monotonous. Xiaokai's eyes glowed green when he found so much meat at once. Fong Xian stood up. It's still early, let's continue digging. Okay. The two of them answered in unison, and picked up the snow shovel, and walked towards another big snow pile. This time, the three of them had some experience, and started digging from both sides of the snow pile. A few people shoveled away the thick snow on top, and soon dug to the collapsed brick ruins below. A few people worked together to move the wood of the beams out little by little, and then cleared the bricks and tiles on top little by little. Soon a hoof was exposed in the brick and cement debris, and Grandpa Lee quickly started cleaning from that point. Yes, this should be a cow's hoof. Chapter 70. Xiao Kai immediately put down his work upon hearing the sound and ran over excitedly. He ran too fast and tripped over a brick under his feet, almost falling down. He quickly stabilized his body and ran to Grandpa Lee in 2 steps. He bent down, stretched out his hand and began to clean up the garbage on top. After cleaning out the 2 hooves, the old and the young worked together to pull them out, which was very strenuous. The thing that was pressed down was finally pulled out, and a fat big yellow cow appeared in front of him. Grandpa, it's a cow so big. Xiao Kai walked around the cow excitedly. Grandpa Lee rubbed his hands, and was also excited. After finding 18 sheep, he dug out another cow. He checked nervously, fearing that there would be bite marks. Tunton! Grandpa Lee turned his head and shouted. The dog heard the noise, and ran over from the snow. Tunton, can you smell this? Grandpa Lee looked at the dog nervously. Fong Xian put down the tools in his hand, and walked over. The old man is good. He actually found such a big cow. Yes, this should be a cowshed. After sniffing carefully, Kuzizi nodded, indicating that it was okay. Grandpa Lee patted his chest. It's good. If it can't be eaten, it would be a pity to lose such a big one. Since we found something here first, let's start digging from here. Okay. The sky gradually darkened. The 3 dug out 6 cows. Only half of this snow pile was dug, and the other half was not dug yet. There are still 4 large snow piles. It seems that the workload is still quite large, and it will take 2 more days to dig. Fong Xian called the 2 men. It's getting late. Let's finish here today, and come back tomorrow. Okay. Xin, can we pull it back this time? Fong Xian looked at the 2 large piles, and knew they couldn't pull them back in one trip. First load the truck. Load as much as you can, and bury the rest in the snow, and come back tomorrow to pull it. In the end, the big sled could only pull away 9 sheep, and the remaining 6 cows couldn't fit in at all. They were too heavy, and the truck couldn't pull them. The men dug another big snow pit, and buried the rest in the snow pit. Snowmobiles can only carry so much stuff that trucks can carry it in one trip. Unfortunately, the thick snow crust makes it impossible to drive any good vehicle. Yesterday, she went back and took a quick look at the 10 military trucks. 2 of the 10 vehicles were actually drivable. Fong Xian shook off the snow on her body, and called out to the 2, let's go home. Fong Xian shook off the snow on the dog, and carried the dog to the back seat of the car with Xiao Kai. Grandpa Lee and Xiao Kai also shook off the snow on their bodies, loaded all the tools into the car, and cleaned the snow off their shoes before getting into the car. The snowmobile rolled over the snow and moved forward slowly, making a rustling sound. The wind was not very strong, and the cold wind carried the snow and pushed the car forward. On the way back, I saw some pedestrians, who should be from the nearby village. They were carrying big bags on their backs, walking in groups of 2 or 3, alert to people nearby, and keeping a long distance. When I saw the big bag of things behind Fong Xian's car, my eyes almost popped out. The 2 people in the car were very nervous. The car couldn't speed up at all at this time, and it was easy for others to catch up. A man drew his knife and ran after the car. Others saw the man running after the supplies, and they also swarmed over. Fong Xian simply stopped the car and did not move. She couldn't solve everything herself, and she had to train the 2 of them to solve problems and quickly adapt to the current environment. The current environment is like this, and the law of the jungle has become the norm. Grandpa Lee didn't hesitate, pushed open the car door, and walked down. Xiao Kai followed him. The 2 didn't say much, they just showed their pistols and pulled the trigger at the sky. Everyone stopped when they heard the sound, and dared not approach for a while. The man holding the knife had red eyes, and he was unwilling to hold the knife. Seeing that it was an old man and a child coming down, he felt that he was fine again, so he shouted fiercely, "Give me some of the supplies, I will leave immediately." Although Grandpa Lee was reluctant, he did not give in. "No, why should we give you the things we worked so hard to find?" He shouted with his eyes wide open, "You have so much, what's wrong with giving me some?" The people around him stared at the situation here like hungry wolves. Grandpa Lee knew that he couldn't open this hole, otherwise he would be eaten to the bone. Seeing that the crowd didn't disperse, he had to grit his teeth and fired a shot. Bang! The gunshot rang out, and the bullet hit the man's thigh, and blood flowed out. Grandpa Lee still couldn't bear it, just wanted to scare everyone away, so he didn't do it. The man staggered back 2 steps, but he didn't scream, but turned around and passed the crowd, limping away. Seeing that they couldn't get any benefits, the others dispersed unwillingly. The 2 returned to the car. This time, Grandpa Lee did not have much emotional fluctuations, and said lightly, "Let's drive." Fong Xian started the car and set off again. After driving for about 20 minutes, the dog barked in the back. Woof. The dog leaned on the car window and barked out, "Woof woof woof." Xiao Kai noticed something strange and asked, "Sister, what happened to Tunton?" The dog couldn't be making trouble for no reason. He must have heard something. Fong Xian immediately reacted, "Someone is following." Xiao Kai immediately turned around and looked outside. "Where are they?" Fong Xian stopped the car and immediately turned off the lights. "I go down and take a look." Xiao Kai and Grandpa Lee also opened the door and got out of the car. The dog scurried out. The 2 people squatted in the snow, with their hands in their sleeves, talking in a low voice. "Where do you think they live?" "I don't know. They should be around here. Let's follow them slowly. They will go home sooner or later." "Okay, judging from the looks of them, they should have eaten a lot." One of the men gritted his teeth and said, "Don't worry when we get there. Wait until they fall asleep and then kill them all. The food and lodging will be ours." "Huh? Their car seems to have stopped? The lights are off? What's going on? Will they be discovered? How is it possible? How could they be discovered from such a distance? Wait a little longer and see what they are going to do." Just as the 2 were confused, a dark shadow suddenly jumped out and bit the back of one of their necks at an extremely fast speed. After the dog bit, it shook its head and bit madly. The dog bit very fiercely, and traces of blood had already seeped out. "Ah!" A miserable scream sounded, breaking the silence of the night. "Fuck, what is that? Get it away quickly, ah!" The man stood up and shook the dog on his back madly. Seeing this, his companion picked up the big stick next to him and hit the dog. Bang! The stick fell fiercely. It hit the back of the companion, making a dull sound. The dog was often hit by Fong Xian's stick, and it had formed muscle memory. When it heard the sound of breaking wind, it immediately ran far away and avoided the attack of the stick. "Ah! Fuck you, why are you hitting me?" The companion explained in panic, No, I hit that dog," who knew that the dog was so sneaky and ran away again.